I should have sold my island card to Zhang Jincheng. He was offering a pet in exchange. Aren't you just making this up to stop people from going there? I bet there are lots of resources on Ice Crystal Island, and you just don't want others to find them. If I'm lying, may my whole family die. I walked around for 2 days, and there were strong winds and massive ice crevices. One wrong step and you'd fall to your death. If you don't believe me, go to Ice Crystal Island yourself. Accusing someone like that when they're just sharing to help everyone is really too much. Before long, a familiar player, Gu Fang, sent a message. I also went to Ice Crystal Island. The environment there is indeed harsh, and the resources are scarce, but I did find an energy stone. The chat channel became lively again after Gu Fang's message. Everyone began asking him where he had found the energy stone. Gu Fang hadn't ranked in the recent deserted island survival competition, not even in the top 10 of his island. He had bad luck, and was eliminated early. He returned to his ship on the 4th day and took 2 days to recover before obtaining an island card. He had just returned from Ice Crystal Island yesterday. Though he had nearly been blown into an ice crevice twice by storms, fortunately he was holding a pickaxe and managed to dig into the ice wall, pulling himself up little by little, avoiding disaster. He originally planned to share his experience on the forum, but seeing people discussing Ice Crystal Island, he decided to reply. Yun Mian wasn't as kind-hearted. She didn't plan to share her experiences or clues about resources with others. She'd help people survive, but she wouldn't hand them the answers. 10 minutes had passed. The countdown on the workbench ended, and a robot about 1.5 meters tall appeared before her. The robot was pure white, with a round body, rectangular limbs, and a square head. Its face had a screen displaying abstract eyes and a mouth. Hello, I am your intelligent robot butler. The robot's eyes and mouth moved as it spoke. Please give me a name and choose 2 initial skills. After speaking, a line appeared on the screen. My name is Wam. Thinking of the sci-fi movie she had seen, Yun Mian named it Wall-E, although this robot didn't look quite like the movie's Wall-E. Name successfully assigned. From now on, my name will be Wall-E. The screen displayed, please choose initial skills. Choose any 2 of the following. A. Planting skills. B. Housekeeping skills. C. Medical skills. D. Cooking skills. E. Warehouse management skills. All these skills seemed pretty good, but she could only pick 2. C was definitely Yun Mian's choice. Saving her life was the most important thing. What if she got injured? With skill C, the robot could provide her with medical aid, but between B and E, Yun Mian was conflicted. To be honest, returning this time made Yun Mian realize how important housekeeping was. After being away for a few days, the chickens and rabbits in the greenhouse were a mess. There were so many things on the ship that she had to do herself, which was quite troublesome. After eating, she had to clean up, wash clothes, and tidy up. If she could have a butler or maid to help, life would be so much more comfortable. However, the warehouse management skill, Skill E, also seemed quite useful. Yun Mian often struggled to organize things and spent a lot of time doing it. She could handle planting and cooking herself, but she wanted the robot to assist with housekeeping and warehouse management. After much hesitation, Yun Mian ultimately chose Skill B. Doing housework herself was exhausting, and she wanted to take it easy. Plus, managing the warehouse on her own would also help her become more familiar with her supplies and avoid losing track of her inventory. Once the decision was made, the robot immediately entered a learning mode. Medical and attack skills required systematic study of professional knowledge. Yun Mian saw the robot's screen displaying Loading, Learning in Progress. The progress bar was only at 2%. She decided to get on with other things. Yun Mian began by putting the shelves from the design plans on the workbench for crafting, then went up to the 3rd deck. The greenhouse was still a bit messy, but fortunately, she had selected the housekeeping skill. She wouldn't have to do all the cleaning herself. Once the robot finished learning, it could start working. It would be great if she could upgrade the robot to gain more skills in the future. Or she could make another robot to learn the other skills. Yun Mian spent half a day building the hot spring. and with Octopus Girl's help, the task of laying bricks and building walls was delegated to it, while Yun Mian focused on the finer details. Once the hot spring was completed, she placed over 20 pieces of flint at the bottom of the pool. However, it couldn't be used immediately. It needed to dry for a day before adding water. Yun Mian checked the ship's score, which had increased by 10 points. 10 points wasn't bad. Yun Mian was quite satisfied. She went to check on the robot's learning progress, which was already over 80%. Yun Mian decided to make a piano. Musical instruments could also increase the score. The materials needed to make the piano were plastic X20, red pine X4, spruce X2, copper ore X5, iron ore X10, gold ore X1. A musical instrument required so many valuable materials, which Yun Mian was reluctant to use, but she needed to toughen up to improve the score. Yun Mian didn't have any spruce. She had seen it on the island but hadn't collected it, so she had to trade for it in the marketplace. Fortunately, there was spruce available in the marketplace and it wasn't too expensive. Yun Mian traded 1 iron ore for 3 pieces of spruce. An hour later, the piano was ready. Its black body was elegant and beautiful, with visible fine wood grain. It looked like a delicate work of art, with graceful lines full of modern aesthetics, even featuring golden trim. The white keys were very lively. Yun Mian placed the piano on the deck and chose a spot for it. Upon checking the ship's score, it had increased by 8 points. She had worked hard to build the hot spring, which only increased the score by 10 points, while the piano added 8 points just like that. It seemed that high-end furniture contributed significantly to the score. Maybe the hot spring was too crudely built, and it wasn't a natural hot spring, it was just like boiling water over a fire pit. But it couldn't be helped. She made do with the available resources, and 10 points were still points. She also had the blueprint for the crystal chandelier in her backpack. Yun Mian planned to make it and hang it in the room on the second deck. It seemed likely that decorative items could also contribute some points. Name: Crystal Chandelier. An elegant piece with European style, creating a romantic atmosphere. When illuminated, it will add a dazzling charm to your room. Required materials: iron ore X5, gold ore X2, copper ore X10, glass X20. It had to be said that everything required a lot of materials to make nowadays. None of the blueprints provided by the system were ordinary. Yun Mian had once thought she had a lot of resources, but now, even just making something would consume so much. This was just a crystal chandelier. If Yun Mian hadn't found a lot of ores before, she wouldn't have been able to increase her ship's score quickly. It seemed that she needed to collect more ores the next time she landed on an island. There were so many uses for them. Yun Mian placed the materials on the workbench. The crystal chandelier would take another half hour to make. By then, the robot's learning progress was already complete. The robot came walking over to Yun Mian on its own. Yun Mian called out, "Wally!" Wally's head moved up and down twice. "Master, I am here." "Follow me." Yun Mian took Wally on a tour of the third deck, showing it everything, handing it a broom and mop, and then taking it to the greenhouse. "Clean up this place." After she said that, Wally very skillfully picked up the broom. It went to work quickly, sweeping with great efficiency. In less than 5 minutes, the floor was clean. Wally even automatically sprayed cleaning solution on the ground and used the mop. 10 minutes later, the greenhouse floor was spotless, shining brightly. It also sprayed some air freshener into the air, eliminating any odor. Seeing the robot's excellent cleaning ability, Yun Mian was very pleased. She wouldn't have to worry about the ship being messy anymore. Yun Mian said, "Now clean the entire ship from top to bottom." Judging by this level of cleanliness, the cleaning would stay effective for at least a few days. Aside from the chicken and rabbit cages that needed daily cleaning, other areas didn't really require much tidying. Upon receiving the command, Wally immediately started moving. Rollers appeared under its feet, and it began cleaning from the third deck. There was leftover debris and dirt from building the hot spring, and with Wally's help, it was cleaned up right away. Initially curious, Yun Mian followed it around for a while. Housekeeping meant more than just cleaning. It should include some other things too, like an all-around household butler. Yun Mian said, "Wall-E, show me the housekeeping skills you have." Wall-E stopped its work and came over. Its screen displayed, "Housekeeping skills include, but are not limited to, laundry, shoe cleaning, folding clothes, room organization, window cleaning, sweeping, mopping, garbage disposal, tea brewing, pet feeding, childcare, replacing household items, storytelling, scheduled reminders, wake-up calls." It seemed to know a lot, and most of it was quite useful. Yun Mian thought for a moment. "Can you harvest crops?" Wall-E responded, "Master, that skill falls under planting skills, which I have not yet learned." Yun Mian, "Then show me what medical skills you have." Although it wasn't needed right now, medical skills were life-saving, and it was good to be prepared. If any of her friends got injured, she could also use the teleport card to bring them over for treatment by Wall-E. The words on Wall-E's screen flickered and then changed to medical skills, traditional Chinese medicine, pulse diagnosis, prescribing medicine, decocting herbs, Western medicine, surgery, anatomy, injections, IVs, suturing, incision, stitching, tying knots, emergency treatment, CPR, hemorrhage control, shock management. It was like having a professional doctor on board. Yun Mian immediately thought that she might need to set up a dedicated operating room and pharmacy for Wall-E, but that wasn't urgent. "All right, go ahead and continue your work." Yun Mian sent it back to clean while she continued working on her renovations. The chandelier was ready. Yun Mian hung it in the second deck's hall. As soon as it was hung, the entire hall sparkled, looking absolutely dreamy. Yun Mian exclaimed, and the visual effect was impressive. Upon checking the ship's score, it had increased by 7 points. Yun Mian thought back. Adding points hadn't seemed this hard before. Perhaps after reaching 100 points, ordinary decorations didn't have much impact anymore. Only luxury additions or new functional rooms seemed to make a significant difference. For the next 2 days, Yun Mian spent all her time on renovations. Her luck was normal these past 2 days. Yesterday it was, "Thanks for participating," and the treasure box only contained materials, with no surprises. Today was another ordinary day. Yun Mian was focused on the ship's score and didn't care too much about luck. She didn't bother to fish for a treasure chest either. Once she fully transformed the ship according to Mubayin's design plans, it looked completely different, becoming a luxury villa on the sea. The fresh storage area in the lower deck was the hardest to complete. It required waterproofing and insulation. Yun Mian worked on layer after layer of panels, using waterproof paint and sealing materials. She was initially unsure how to proceed, but after buying related books from the marketplace, she knew what to do. Waterproof paint and sealing materials both used tar. Yun Mian even got Hu Yuan to find someone to help her make them. Within half a day, all the materials she needed were prepared. This saved Yun Mian a lot of trouble. She was quite satisfied with the final result. Half of the fresh storage area was converted into a freezing section, using ice blocks to form fixed partitions. Meat and frozen seafood were placed there, organized in layers. The other half was made into a fish pond, where she kept a few live fish and shrimp. Yun Mian added plenty of seaweed and coral to the pond, which made it look quite nice. The practice room was her favorite room. The floor was covered with latex mats, which were soft and comfortable underfoot. 2 kung fu sandbags were suspended mid-air, and 3 archery targets were placed in the room. One wall was covered with mirrors, while another wall had a weapon storage rack. Yun Mian tried placing her Tang Dynasty saber and Shenbi bow on the rack, and it immediately enhanced the overall atmosphere. As for the other 2 decks, Yun Mian added more furniture and used various decorative pieces for a careful touch-up. She also took out the unused decorations that had been stored in the storage room. An owl clock was hung in the living room, a crystal hourglass was placed in the workshop, and a lucky cat was put on the shoe cabinet. After all these renovations, the ship's score reached 148, just 2 points short. Yun Mian tried many ways to increase the score, like changing curtains and replacing decorations, but nothing worked. The score was stuck at 148. Yun Mian looked over the entire ship, floor by floor, and finally figured out what she could add. Several vases were empty. They were missing flowers. Since she hadn't planted any flowers, she had to search the trading center. But there weren't any flowers available there. Who would grow flowers in such cold weather? Yun Mian could only hope for the marketplace. The marketplace had a variety of flowers available, but they were expensive. Carnation, X1, 5. Sea star coins. Rose, X1, 8. Sea star coins. Tulip, X1, 10 sea star coins. Yun Mian only needed 2 more points, but she needed enough flowers to make a bouquet. According to the details, a single flower could last 3 to 5 days. Yun Mian picked 2 champagne-colored roses, costing her 16 sea star coins. After placing the roses in a vase, it did work. The ship's score increased by 1 point. Apparently, 2 flowers weren't enough. Yun Mian bought 2 more flowers, but nothing happened. So she added 1 flower at a time. Finally, after placing 6 flowers, the score reached 150. Success! Yun Mian opened the ship's information and eagerly clicked on Expand Upgrade. Name, Xiang Yun. Level 5 wooden ship, upgradable. Score, 150 points. Expansion requirements, ice. Essence X100, flint X100, hemlock wood X1000 iron ore, 1000, ship score, above 150. The entire ship was enveloped in a layer of white light, accompanied by a clinking, clanging, and popping sound. Yun Mian wasn't sure how long this upgrade would take. After having a quick bite to eat, she decided to go treasure chest fishing. She had just sat down when she received a system notification. Taming task entering countdown. Players who complete the taming task within 2 days will receive additional rewards. Taming task 48H. Players are to find a pet of their own, either a plant pet or an animal pet. Completing a contract will complete the task. Task reward, island entry card, X1, food supply pack, K1, primary weapon blueprint, 1. The rewards for this task were much more generous than expected. The task had been announced previously, but the rewards were marked as unknown, so no one had paid much attention. Now, with a sudden 2-day countdown and such attractive rewards, players were getting anxious. With such limited time, where could they go to tame a pet? Moreover, most players didn't even have pet contract scrolls. Both the chat channel and forum were filled with posts about the taming task. Since Yun Mian had already completed the task, she wasn't too worried. But she thought that Luo didn't have a pet yet. If worst came to worst, Yun Mian could lend her Zhao Guai so that she could complete the task. Yun Mian. Luo, have you made any progress on the taming task? Luo. I'm planning to explore an island with Luo Ze to see if we can find a suitable pet. Yun Mian. Do you have an island card and teleportation scroll? Luo. Yes, neither of us have pets, but we discovered a small island. Based on our current sailing speed, we should reach it tonight, and we can go ashore tomorrow morning. Yun Mian. I was thinking, could you take me along? Luo assumed Yun Mian wanted to go with them, but she was in a bit of a dilemma since she only had 1 teleportation scroll. But I only have 1 teleportation scroll. Yun Mian. No, I have my own teleportation scroll too, so the 3 of us can go together. Luo breathed a sigh of relief. That works. However, I'm not sure what resources this island has. How about I go up first and take a look? If it's good, you can teleport over. Yun Mian. Sounds good. I also have an island card, so if the island you go to doesn't have good resources, I can use the island card and teleportation scroll to bring you over and try another island. This way, it would be safest. Luo agreed. All right, tomorrow morning, Luo Ze and I will go ashore. I'll let you know. Yun Mian. Okay. After chatting with Luo, Yun Mian continued fishing for treasure chests while browsing the forum. Someone had posted a new thread just moments ago, immediately catching the attention of many players. Success rate of pet contracts is related to mental strength. I have a friend whose mental strength is above 80 and managed to contract a pet without using a pet contract scroll. And it's a baby penguin. super cute and very smart. After the contract, they could communicate with the penguin effortlessly. The penguin even told them about an island full of penguins. My friend is on their way to find the penguin island now, guided by the baby penguin. They don't have an island entry card, though. Anyone willing to trade one for the baby penguin? That way you complete the taming task and also get the island card reward. It's a win-win. This was the first time Yun Mian Mian had heard about mental strength being related to taming pets. She had always been curious about the role of mental strength. Just as she was thinking about it, a treasure chest got hooked. Yun Mian Mian gave a hard pull. It was a silver treasure chest. Yun Mian Mian opened it directly. Obtained eggplant seed X1, carrot seed X1, milk powder X1, scalpel X1, Antarctic krill X10. Although not particularly valuable, they were all useful items. She had been thinking about planting some carrots for the rabbits. The baby bunnies were growing and would likely enjoy eating carrots. Yun Mian Mian also liked dairy products. She had run out of the milk powder Yun Xiao had brought her, so she was glad to get another can. The milk powder could be used to make desserts, like ice cream, double-layer milk, milk pudding, shaved ice, or even just for drinking. The scalpel didn't seem to have much use, though Yun Mian Mian hoped she'd never need Wally to perform surgery on her. The Antarctic krill was food for Xiao Guai. Penguins love Antarctic krill. It's always good to have more. The items in the chest were quite nice, which made Yun Mian Mian more eager to keep fishing for more. She decided to continue fishing, hoping she could catch a couple more chests. Suddenly, Luo Zi sent her a message. I heard from my sister that you're planning to come ashore with us. Yun Mian Mian. Yes, I also have a teleportation scroll so the three of us can look out for each other. Yun Mian Mian had just upgraded to level 6, so she wasn't in dire need of resources, but she did want to gather more minerals. Besides, she wanted to test the power of the Shenbi bow. If they found an island rich in resources, they might have some new gains. Even if they ended up on a place like the Ice Crystal Island again, that wouldn't be too bad. There were plenty of minerals and ice essence. If she was better prepared this time, with Luo Luo and Luo Zi helping, they could even explore that lake again. Luo Zi. Do you already have a pet? Yun Mian Mian. Got one? Luo Zi. All right, contact me again once we're on the island tomorrow. Yun Mian Mian. Okay, my concern is mainly about resource scarcity, which might not be enough for the three of us. Otherwise, I'd just use my teleportation card directly in the morning. Luo Zi. Let's see tomorrow. It's better not to waste it if possible. Do you still need hemlock wood? Yun Mian Mian. No, I have enough now. Luo Zi didn't ask any further, and Yun Mian Mian thought he might ask about her upgrade. Suddenly, she remembered that Luo Zi had quite a high mental strength. If they could find a suitable pet on this island, maybe he could form a direct contract. However, Yun Mian Mian guessed that even with high mental strength, it only increased the success rate, and without a contract scroll, it was still likely to fail, especially for larger, more powerful high-level pets. Yun Mian Mian herself didn't plan to form another contract right now because she was still waiting for that mysterious egg. After a while, Yun Mian Mian fished up another treasure chest. This time, it was also a silver chest. Goose down, X5, saline solution X2, shumai P5, soda crackers, 2. There was nothing in this one that particularly excited Yun Mian Mian. She stored the items in her backpack and left the fishing rod on the mechanism, instructing Octopus Girl to watch it, just in case anything got hooked. She herself returned to the ship. The upgrade was still not complete, and Yun Mian Mian wasn't sure how the ship would look after reaching level 6 since it was taking so long this time. Wally had already finished cleaning the ship. Seeing Yun Mian Mian return, he immediately walked over to her. Master, all the cleaning is done. Please inspect it. Yun Mian Mian trusted Wally's work abilities. All right, no need to check. Make me a cup of tea. She told Wally where the tea leaves and tea set were in the storeroom. Yun Mian Mian had never used them before, being too lazy to make tea herself, but since she now had a robot to serve her, she figured she might as well enjoy it. After all, operating the robot consumed energy stones, so she was effectively paying for it. Wally. Yes, master, right away. Yun Mian Mian nodded, satisfied with its service attitude. Octopus Girl didn't seem to mind the robot's sudden appearance. After all, with the robot around, her workload had decreased. Yun Mian Mian decided to make some household items to list in her trading center. In recent days, most of her items in the trading center had been sold out. She had obtained many new blueprints, but had only made one of each for her own use. They were all good items and would certainly fetch a good price in the trading center. For example, enclosed boilers, small ore detectors, barbecue grills, grinding machines, exhaust fans, wind turbines, irrigation devices. She hadn't seen any of these things in the trading center. Of course, she couldn't be the only one with the blueprints, but crafting them required advanced workbenches, a lot of materials, and some rare materials like energy stones. Most people could barely make one for themselves, let alone sell one. Yun Mian Mian imagined that once she listed them, they would likely be snapped up. Since she had some spare time now, Yun Mian Mian arranged the blueprints in order, planning to make them one by one. Time passed bit by bit. 3 hours later, Yun Mian Mian had made a total of 7 or 8 items. The wind turbine took the longest, over 40 minutes, while the other items took about 20 minutes each. She had crafted the items, but how should she price them? Yun Mian Mian decided to first show them to her friends to see if they were interested. She sent the descriptions of the items one by one to her friends. Luo Luo, Ni Yangguang, Hu Yuan, Luo Ze. Then she also sent them to others she had a good relationship with, like Rong Yu, Wen Yushi, Mu Baiyin. After some thought, she also sent a message to Gufeng. Rong Yu was the first to reply. I want the grinding machine, turbine, detector, and boiler. Yun Mian Mian. Name your price. Soon after, Ni Yangguang messaged her as well. Wow, Mian Mian, you're so rich to even sell these things. What do you want? Name your price. I'm giving priority to friends, and after you guys pick, I'll list the rest on the trading center. Ni Yangguang. I want them all. Yun Mian Mian. And what would you trade? Luo Luo mentioned that she wanted the detector, thinking it would be useful when they went ashore the next day. Yun Mian Mian. If we end up going to the island together tomorrow, I'll bring it with me. If I don't go, I'll give it to you later. Do you want anything else? Luo Luo. The wind turbine. Yun Mian Mian immediately sent the turbine to Luo Luo. I'll give this to you first. Setting it up can be a bit complicated since it needs wiring. Luo Luo. I want to use it for electricity and I'll try to buy a few bulbs. Yun Mian Mian. Sounds good, give it a try. Yun Mian Mian herself didn't have the blueprint for bulbs, so she hadn't made any, but she had 2 electric lights and enough tar lamps. Rong Yu sent a list of supplies. There were more than a dozen types of seeds, over 20 materials, and some rare metal ores, as well as 2 hidden weapons. In addition, he offered 2 bottles of golden nutrient solution and an audio system blueprint. He seemed sincere. The items were just what Yun Mian Mian wanted. The hidden weapons were a plum blossom needle and an iron mandarin duck. The plum blossom needle seemed quite ordinary. It was used by blowing it through the mouth. This hidden weapon was very small, making it difficult to guard against, silent and nearly invisible due to its size. However, this also meant it lacked power. It was best used to target an enemy's acupoints. It was very suitable for a woman to use. The iron mandarin duck, as the name suggested, was a mandarin duck made of iron. It could be fired by pulling the string around the mandarin duck's neck, with the hidden weapon ejecting from its mouth. These 2 hidden weapons were easy to carry and conceal, adding to her collection of self-defense tools, along with the wrist darts she had previously obtained. As for the speaker, it was a quality-of-life item. Name: Speaker. Preloaded with various popular songs, randomly played, Dolby sound quality, allowing you to enjoy wonderful music at sea. It seemed it wasn't that computers or speakers couldn't be used on the ship. It was just that only system-produced items worked properly. Yun Mian Mian. Anything else? Rong Yu. Like what? Yun Mian Mian. Something other than materials and ores, maybe clothes or items for girls. After making enough radiators, Yun Mian Mian no longer needed to wear heavy clothes on the ship, and normal winter clothing was enough. However, she didn't have many clothes and couldn't change them often. Surprisingly, Rong Yu found her a set of cotton pajamas, 2 pairs of socks, and 2 pairs of thermal pants. Yun Mian Mian was quite satisfied. Those cotton pajamas looked comfortable to wear, and she liked the pants and thermal pants as well. Okay, it's a deal. The generator was sold, so I'll make another one for you later. Rong Yu. All right. Ni Yangguang was still rummaging through his belongings. He had a lot of good stuff, but because there was so much of it, he couldn't decide what to trade with Yun Mian Mian. Yun Mian Mian wasn't in a rush, and let him take his time. The first batch of items was already sold, and her friends clearly had strong purchasing power, so she had to make another batch. Luoze also wanted to buy something, and he wanted the same things as Rong Yu. The items he offered made Yun Mian Mian's head spin. Multifunction electric cooker X1, ergonomic chair blueprint X1, cat villa blueprint X1, sterilizer blueprint X1, outdoor cold-proof Lei Feng hat X1, studded shoes X1, snow boots X1, cheese X2, Jinhua ham X1, hot pot base X2, taro cake X1, tiramisu Sita 1, Yun Mian Mian. Why do you have so many random items? Luoze. They came from the diamond chest as part of the competition rewards. Yun Mian Mian. Seriously? You got all food items? Luoze. Pretty much. Yun Mian Mian was amused. She loved all the food, but she figured Luoze must have been frustrated when he received them. Yun Mian Mian remembered she had received many practical blueprints when she opened her diamond chest. Apart from the food, everything else Luoze offered was great, things Yun Mian Mian wanted, so she didn't haggle and directly agreed to the trade. Wait until later tonight and I'll make the items for you. Luoze didn't mind. Sure. It was getting late, and Yun Mian Mian could only fulfill trades with Rong Yu and Luoze today, so she messaged others, saying the trades would have to wait until tomorrow. She hadn't even listed the items on the trading center yet. Everything was being sold internally. Yun Mian Mian figured she probably wouldn't need to use the trading center for the next few days. And if they needed to go to the island tomorrow, there'd be even less time. She quickly started placing materials to make more items, but just then, the ship's upgrade was complete. Yun Mian Mian felt the floor beneath her change, and everything around her seemed to be enveloped in white light. 10 seconds later, the appearance of the Xiangyun completely transformed. Indeed, level 5 and level 6 were a significant leap. Yun Mian Mian had expected a significant change, but didn't expect it to be this drastic. The entire ship had grown several times larger. Previously, including the lower deck, there were 4 levels. Now there were 3 lower decks and 5 above the deck, making a total of 8 levels. The length and width were also several times larger. Yun Mian Mian walked out of her workshop, and at a glance, she felt like she was standing on a massive ship. Having such a large ship all to herself felt somewhat extravagant. Previously it was already big, but Yun Mian Mian just found it thrilling. Now it felt overly indulgent. It was like living in an entire building alone. If others owned an entire building, at least they could rent it out. But for her it was just her and a few small animals. Name, Xiangyun, level 6 wooden ship, upgradable, rating, 188 points, upgrade conditions, iron ore X2000, ice marrow X500, flint X500, energy stones X500, copper ore X500, chromium ore X200, platinum ore X200, gold ore to 100, golden phoebe 100. The upgrade conditions had become more challenging. However, the new features on the level 6 ship had Yun Mian Mian overjoyed. Congratulations to the player for upgrading their ship to level 6, receiving rewards, Warehouse X2, Greenhouse X1, Recreational Media Room X1, New Visitor Mode, and NPC hiring available. Congratulations to the player for being the first to reach level 6, receiving rewards, Diamond Chest X2, Rare Land X10, Mysterious Seed X2, Ocean Speech Pearl X1, Penguin Island Map X1. There were rewards for reaching level 6, and there were additional rewards for being the first to do so. All of Yun Mian Mian's hard work over these past days had paid off. She had worried she might not be the first this time. Originally, there was only one lower deck, but now there were three. The first level retained Yunmianmian's previous renovations and designs, but the area was much larger. Going down, the second level now contained 2 warehouses, each about 10 square meters. One of the warehouse doors had 2 iron plaques on it. One read, "Constant Temperature Warehouse." The other read, "Items stored here are kept at a constant temperature of 28 degrees Celsius." Next to it was the second warehouse, which also had 2 plaques. "Freezer Warehouse. Items stored here are kept at a constant temperature of -18 degrees Celsius." It was equivalent to 2 large refrigerators, one as a cold storage and the other as a freezer. This was fantastic. Now fresh fruits could be kept in cold storage, while meat could be kept in the freezer. Everything would stay fresh much longer. After exploring the warehouses, Yunmianmian went down to the third lower deck. This area contained numerous fishing devices, various nets, and many transparent windows that allowed her to see the ocean floor. If the sea surface wasn't frozen, she'd be able to view the underwater world from here. It would be an impressive sight. After checking out the lower decks, Yunmianmian headed to the first deck above. This was her workshop. There was now an additional workspace next to the advanced workbench, which meant Yunmianmian could place an extra workbench. Yunmianmian was overjoyed. She had always wanted to have more than one workbench. Having only one workbench made work inefficient. She had to wait until one thing was done before she could start another. If she urgently needed 2 items, she had to make them one by one. But now it was much better. Next to the workbench was an open kitchen. Previously, it was just the right size, but now it was particularly spacious, with enough room to add more cooking stations and cabinets. It looked like the back kitchen of a luxury hotel, capable of accommodating 5 or 6 chefs cooking at once. The second level was still her residence. After the area expanded, it became even more open, with several extra empty rooms and 2 additional staircases. In the middle of the hall, there was now a spiral staircase leading directly to the top deck. Upstairs, there was a theater-like area with a huge screen in the middle, apparently for playing movies. If she placed a few comfortable lounge chairs there, she could watch movies in a very relaxing way. There were several new recreational areas, including a gym, a study, a playground, and the training room, which had been moved here. Going further up, there was a newly added bar equipped with some bartending tools, with many bar stools set in front of it. Nearby was an outdoor swimming pool, with sun umbrellas and loungers placed around it. Despite the lack of sun at the moment, and the pool being empty, it still looked appealing. As for the hot spring Yunmianmian had built, it had turned into a spa center. The greenhouse had been moved to the very top level, with its area significantly enlarged, and an additional greenhouse was added. The livestock area had been separated, now located at the other end of the deck. After exploring all around, Yunmianmian had mixed feelings. She was definitely happy. The ship's features had expanded, making her life more convenient and comfortable. But it also meant more work for her. There was too much empty space, and she needed to make more things to fill it. For example, the greenhouse area was larger now, and since she had also received 10 rare land plots, she had to plant more crops. With the enlarged livestock area, she couldn't make excuses for not raising more animals just because of limited space. She had plenty now. And seeing that big screen there, Yunmianmian thought of setting up a movie-playing device, maybe even watching movies at sea, though she wasn't sure if she'd have the time. As for the 2 diamond chests, Yunmianmian decided to open them tomorrow. After 2 ordinary days, she felt there was a good chance that tomorrow might be a lucky day. Besides, she'd already gained so much today, so there was no rush to open the chests now. The newly added guest mode and NPC hiring feature also piqued Yunmianmian's curiosity. She opened the ship's information. 2 new options appeared below. Enable guest mode. Guest mode. You can invite friends with a relationship value of over 50 to visit the ship, with a time limit of 3 hours per visit. Hire NPC. You can select NPCs available for hire in the store with varying prices. Yunmianmian quickly opened her friends list. The people who had a relationship value above 50 were Luo Luo and Ni Yangguang. Even Hu Yuan was only in the low 40s. Yun Mian checked the time and immediately messaged Luo Luo. Luo Luo, my ship has upgraded and I can now invite you over. Do you have time? The first person she wanted to invite was Luo Luo. She had never met Luo Luo in person. Although she still had a lot to do later, she thought that since Luo Luo would be going to the island tomorrow, she might not be available for the next 2 days. Besides, if Luo Luo came, they could also enjoy the hot spring together. After sending the message, Luo Luo did not respond immediately, so Yun Mian opened the store to see which NPCs were available for hire. Though she had mentally prepared herself for how expensive it would be, seeing that hiring an NPC for just 1 day cost at least 2,000 sea star coins still made Yun Mian grimace. Culinary Master Alan, daily wage, YU 2200 sea star coins, can use ingredients to prepare 20 top-tier dishes, each with beneficial effects. Renovation Master Stephen, daily wage, Y 3500 sea star coins, can use blueprints and materials to make 5 pieces of advanced furniture, each increasing the ship's rating. Tailoring Master Lolita, daily wage, Y 3300 sea star coins, can use blueprints and materials to make 5 pieces of advanced clothing, which increase warmth and defense. Weapon Master Cicada, Shotaro, daily wage, Y 4900 sea star coins, can use blueprints and materials to create 5 advanced weapons with random weapon types and effects. Beauty Therapist, Victoria, daily wage, Y 2200 sea star coins, provides spa and massage services, beauty treatments, and can make skincare products based on available materials. Dr. Nice, daily wage, Y 2800 sea star coins, provides high-tech diagnostics and emergency treatment for injured patients. This was just too expensive. She looked at her sea star coin balance. There were just over 10,000 left. Not much to go on. If she hired a few NPCs a few times, the balance would be gone. Wasn't there a cheaper option? Yun Mian herself wanted to be an NPC. Though she wasn't a master chef, she could still be a capable cook. She'd be willing to be hired for a day to make 20 dishes for 1,000 sea star coins. However, expensive as it was, Yun Mian thought of a way to make it worthwhile. Previously, she had noticed a separate NPC service in the store. An hour of essential oil spa cost 1,188 sea star coins, but now, hiring a beauty therapist for an entire day cost just 2,200 sea star coins. If next time she invited several female friends to her ship, the NPC could give everyone a spa treatment, that would make it worth it. Within a day, she could invite Luo Luo, Wen Yushi, Mu Baiyin, plus herself, for a total of 4 people. Each person could stay on her ship for 3 hours, and they could all enjoy a bath, a spa treatment, and face masks and facial treatments. The whole package would cost only 2,200 sea star coins. Maybe the items made by these masters were vastly different from what players like them could make. After all, they were masters. However, hiring an NPC to make things meant producing 5 items. She didn't have 5 good blueprints and materials of the same type at the moment. This would have to be planned out for the long term. Yun Mian closed the panel and approached the workbench, placing the wind turbine blueprint and materials on it. She then opened the trading center to see if anyone was selling workbench blueprints. She wanted to make another advanced workbench, but it seemed that no one would be willing to sell an advanced one. If it came to it, she'd settle for a medium-level workbench. Even for a medium workbench, she would need to first buy a basic workbench blueprint, then purchase the medium-level workbench blueprint. The basic blueprint was quite cheap, and Yun Mian exchanged it for 10 iron ores. The medium-level blueprint was more expensive, requiring 80 iron ores plus 10 flints. Upon seeing the seller, Yun Mian realized it was Hu Yuan. Earlier, when Yun Mian asked Hu Yuan if he wanted to buy some of her items, he specifically requested the wind turbine and exhaust fan. Yun Mian told him it would be ready tomorrow. So, she decided to message him privately. "I see you're selling a medium workbench blueprint. I'd like it. Do you happen to have an advanced workbench blueprint as well?" Hu Yuan often flipped resources in the trading center. He had a keen eye and searched the trading center every day. Whenever he found something valuable, he'd buy it immediately and sell it later at a higher price. He managed to acquire a lot of good resources this way. Take the advanced workbench blueprint, for example. He got it for 100 iron ores. He hadn't even put it on the trading center, waiting for a good opportunity to sell it at a high price. But since Yunmian wanted it, he offered her a fair deal. I'll give you this advanced workbench blueprint if you want it. Let's exchange it for the wind turbine and exhaust fan. Yunmian said, I need it now, but I'll have to get the exhaust fan and wind turbine to you a bit later. Having an extra workbench would allow her to work on two things simultaneously. Hu Yuan trusted Yunmian and agreed. I'll give it to you now. Yunmian asked, should we sign a contract? Hu Yuan replied, no need. Yunmian responded, I'll try my best to get it done tonight for you. She took 5 fire crystals from her backpack and sent them to Hu Yuan. This is for you, and I'll just exchange the medium-level workbench blueprint at the trading center. Hu Yuan said, you're too kind. Yunmian laughed, haha, if you get your hands on any other good items, remember to see if I need them. Hu Yuan replied, of course. Yunmian asked, how's the tar production coming along? Hu Yuan said, 2,000 units are almost done. Yunmian replied, okay, can you give it to me tomorrow morning? Hu Yuan said, that should be possible. Yunmian was worried she might have to leave for the island early in the morning and wouldn't have time to deal with it. Luo finally replied. Luo, sure, whenever you're ready. Yunmian replied, a bit later then. I'll call you over when I'm done cooking. Yunmian looked at the time. It was almost dinner time. Once she made another workbench, she could work on 2 wind turbines simultaneously, and during the workbench processing time, she could cook. By the time she finished cooking, the workbench would also be ready for the next step. She could invite Luo over then, and they'd have a good dinner together, chat, and enjoy the hot spring. Luo. Okay. About to meet her good friend Luo, Yunmian felt a bit excited. After setting up the workbench and placing the materials, Yunmian started thinking about what to make for dinner. She headed to the storage room to check the ingredients. She decided on charcoal grilled eel, braised venison, potato stew with brisket, tomato egg soup, and stir-fried vegetables. 5 dishes might be a bit much, but with Octopus Girl, they could definitely finish it. Yunmian went straight to work. Although Valley couldn't cook, he could help with washing vegetables. Yunmian assigned him tasks. Valley, wash these ingredients thoroughly and place them in separate baskets. Valley responded, understood, master. Yunmian added, cut the brisket into small pieces, soak them in water to remove the blood, and then start working on the venison. The venison had a delicate texture, mostly lean meat. It needed to be fried before being stewed, which would make it soft without falling apart. It wouldn't be dry, but rather tender. Plus, with such cold weather, venison was great for nourishing the body. Yunmian placed the cooked dishes next to the heater to keep them warm. With the ship's expansion, she didn't have enough heaters anymore. Yunmian would need to make at least 10 more, but that would mean consuming more energy stones. A glance at the energy stone reserves in her backpack reminded her she needed to head to the island soon. After finishing 2 hearty dishes, it was already dark. Yunmian turned on both lights, one at the workbench and one near the cooking station. For the other areas, she used tar lamps, which kept the ship quite well lit. Yunmian thought the timing was right and sent Luo an invitation. A few minutes later, Luo appeared on the deck. Seeing Yunmian's ship, she looked a bit surprised but quickly regained her composure. So this was what a level 6 ship looked like. It was huge. There was no comparison to a level 5 ship. Seeing Yunmian level up, Luo was genuinely happy for her. Yunmian heard something and turned around. Luo, you're here! Yunmian held a spatula, turned down the fire and ran over to greet her. I'm still cooking, but it'll be ready soon. Although it was their first time meeting in person, neither of them felt awkward or distant. Instead, they had a better late than never kind of feeling. Yun Mian Mian exclaimed, "Wow, Luo Luo, you're so tall and so pretty." Luo Luo had bright features, deep-set eyes, and an air of nobility. Her temperament was quite different from Luo Zi's, though their eyes and noses bore a strong resemblance. When Yun Mian Mian stared at her, Luo Luo felt a bit embarrassed and asked softly, "Do you need help?" Yun Mian Mian took her hand and led her to the cooking station. "No need, but if you'd like, you can keep me company." Luo Luo nodded. "Sure." Yun Mian Mian asked, "Did you learn any cooking skills?" Luo Luo replied, "No, I learned gathering and medicine making." Yun Mian Mian asked, "Is it because you didn't get a cooking skill book?" Luo Luo admitted, "Not really. I just don't like cooking. Even if I learned it, I probably wouldn't be interested in cooking often." Yun Mian Mian smiled. "I see. Well, if you ever want something to eat, just let me know. I'll make it for you so you don't have to cook." Luo Luo smiled. "All right." Egg soup and stir-fried vegetables were simple, and Yun Mian Mian finished them within a few minutes. Yun Mian Mian called Vali to place the prepared dishes on the dining table. Luo Luo was visibly surprised to see the robot. "You even have something like this?" "Yeah, isn't it awesome? This is my robot butler, Vali," Yun Mian Mian introduced. She then instructed Vali, "This is my friend, Luo Luo." Vali nodded. "Got it, master. Hello, Luo Luo." Luo Luo chuckled. "It's quite smart." Smelling the food, Octopus Girl climbed out of her tank. She lazily slithered over without making any noise. Luo Luo was startled by the sudden appearance of such a huge creature. Yun Mian Mian quickly explained, "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, this is my pet, Octopus Girl." "Your pet?" Luo Luo found it hard to connect Yun Mian Mian with the giant octopus before her. She also couldn't imagine why Yun Mian Mian would have contracted with an octopus. "Yeah, don't judge by how it looks. It's actually pretty capable and very well behaved." Hearing Yun Mian Mian praise it, Octopus Girl was overjoyed and snuggled close to Yun Mian Mian with her tentacles. But there was no helping it. She looked like this, so even when acting cute, she appeared quite hideous. Yun Mian Mian was used to it, but Luo Luo had a complicated expression on her face. "All right, stop rubbing against me. Go sit over there and get ready to eat." Luo Luo asked, "Is it going to eat with us?" Yun Mian Mian nodded. "Yeah, it usually eats with me. But if you're not comfortable, I can let it eat on its own." It made sense. Most people would have a hard time eating at the same table as a giant octopus. However, Luo Luo was more intrigued than bothered. The thought of an octopus needing to eat was just amusing to her. "No worries. I don't mind." Soon after, she watched how the giant octopus ate. At first, it ate in a rather sloppy manner. But after Yun Mian Mian demonstrated and taught it, Octopus Girl started eating more elegantly. Yun Mian Mian would put its food on a separate plate, not mixing it with her own. The plate would be placed in front of Octopus Girl, who used her tentacles to pick up the food, place it in her mouth, and chew slowly. Octopus Girl even made a gurgling chewing noise as she ate, seemingly savoring the delicious food. After a while, Luo Luo found herself thinking that the creature was actually kind of funny. Yun Mian Mian called out, "Luo Luo, why are you watching it eat? You should eat too." Luo Luo snapped out of it. "Right." She had eaten Yun Mian Mian's cooking many times, but each time, it seemed even better than the last. It was the kind of food that truly moved you. "Have more of this. It's really good." Yun Mian Mian used a spoon to give her a generous portion of venison, pouring the rich gravy over Luo Luo's rice. The aroma of the venison filled the air, the gravy was delicious, and as soon as she tasted it, her taste buds experienced utter bliss. "It's really good," Luo Luo said. Yun Mian Mian laughed. "Want me to send a bowl to Luo Zi too?" "Can you?" Luo Luo asked. "Of course, I made plenty." "Thank you, Mian Mian. You're so good to me," Luo Luo said. "Nonsense. You're just as good to me. Come visit often when you have the time." "Can I? I thought it was some sort of special item that let me come here." "Nope. After reaching level 6, I unlocked visitor mode. Keep working on upgrading, and then you and your brother can meet up more often. Luo Luo brightened. Really? Yes, I'm so envious of you being in the same area as a family member. I don't even know when I'll get to see my mom and brother. You will. Maybe in the next season the zones will merge, Luo Luo consoled. Yun Mian sighed. Merging zones isn't necessarily a good thing. There'll be so much more competition. While she wanted to reunite with her family, putting them in an even tougher survival environment wasn't something she wanted. Luo Luo also had many thoughts on her mind, her expression tinged with sadness. Let's not think about that, Yun Mian said. Once we're full, I'll give you a tour to help digest, then we can soak in the hot spring. She took a bowl, scooped a serving of venison, added some other dishes, and sent it to Luoze. She also recorded a video and sent it to Luoze. Yun Mian. Look, I'm eating with your sister. Luoze was practicing martial arts when he got Yun Mian's message. He immediately stopped. He had set special notifications for messages from Yun Mian and Luo Luo, so he could tell when it was one of them. In the video, Yun Mian's voice was cheerful. You could see her face and Luo Luo sitting at the table. Luoze watched the video twice, then smiled and replied, I saw it. Yun Mian, here's some food for you. Your sister and I are almost done eating. After saying that, Yun Mian looked at the pot and saw there was still some rice left. She sent all the remaining rice to Luoze. Luoze received a big bowl of rice along with a plate of food. He wasn't hungry initially, but the smell made him salivate. Yun Mian soaked in the hot spring and let out a long sigh of relief. This is so comfortable. She hadn't used the hot spring since it was built, and she didn't expect her first time would be with Luo Luo. Taking a hot spring bath with a good friend is so much fun. Yun Mian thought about how often Ni Yangguang showed off, so she sent a picture to him. The picture showed the steamy hot spring, but nothing else. She hadn't shown her face either. Ni Yangguang, look what I'm doing. Ni Yangguang, wow, where did you get a hot spring? Yun Mian, I made it myself. Ni Yangguang, no way, I want one too. This looks too relaxing. Yun Mian, haha, guess who I'm with? Ni Yangguang, who else could it be? Aren't you alone on the boat? Yun Mian, nope, I invited Luo Luo over. Ni Yangguang, Luo Luo? How did she get to your boat? Did you use a teleportation card? That's so extravagant. Yun Mian, haha, no. Ni Yangguang's curiosity was piqued. Yun Mian, I upgraded my ship. Now I can invite friends over. I can invite you too. Ni Yangguang, really? Yun Mian, haha, yeah. As long as our friendship level is above 50, you're at 50 with me. Ni Yangguang, awesome. I never expected that sending group messages could have such a benefit. Yun Mian was speechless at that. She clicked her tongue twice and teased. Seems like you have a lot of friends. You can wait for someone else to invite you then. Ni Yangguang, no, don't say that. I was just kidding. Even when I send group messages, I only send them to 2 or 3 people. Ni Yangguang was telling the truth. Yun Mian was always his first choice. He'd always share anything good with her. Occasionally, for trivial things, he'd send them to a few more people. For instance, he'd share cute videos of his goose or show off a new item. Yun Mian, all right. Ni Yangguang, please, I really want to visit your boat. I'll bring a gift too. Yun Mian, what kind of gift? Ni Yangguang looked around and then checked his backpack. What do you want? He hadn't even figured out what to trade with Yun Mian yet, and now he had to think of what gift to bring. Feeling helpless, he decided to take a screenshot of his backpack and sent it to Yun Mian. Except for the upgrade materials at the front, he took screenshots of everything else. Yun Mian didn't expect him to be so straightforward and share his entire inventory. Ni Yangguang really had a lot of good stuff. His backpack was filled with all kinds of things. It was a high-level 45-slot backpack, capable of holding many items. Yun Mian had just been joking and wasn't really after a gift. By sending his inventory, Ni Yangguang had already shown his trust in her, so Yun Mian agreed that she would invite him over when she had free time. Ni Yangguang was thrilled. Great, I'll bring Little Goose with me then. He had a pet carrier that he could use to bring his pet goose along. Sure, Little Goose can play with Little Cutie. Yun Mian thought about how Little Cutie didn't have any friends and was probably quite lonely. Having a playmate like Little Goose would surely make it happy. 3 hours later, Luo returned to her boat. Yun Mian was reluctant to let her go, but knowing that she could invite Luo any time in the future, she returned to her tasks. After eating all that food and soaking in the hot spring, Yun Mian felt full of energy. She even felt like she could stay up all night without any problem. She went to the new greenhouse that the system had rewarded her. The system-rewarded greenhouse was better than the one Yun Mian had built herself. It had a fully glass design and included a light instrument to ensure adequate light for all the plants. It also came with an irrigation system and a sprinkling system, which could use either spraying or draining methods to water the plants. Yun Mian decided to place all her rare soil in this greenhouse. With the 10 pieces of rare soil from the upgrade and the previous few she had, they perfectly filled the greenhouse. She had also received many seeds from Rongyu yesterday, including fruits she hadn't had before, like bananas, durian, pomelo, tangerine, and guava. Yun Mian planned to plant all of them here. Half of this greenhouse would be for fruits, while the other half would be for medicinal herbs. She kept the previous rare soil patches where they were since they already had plants. Peach trees and golden rice remained here, while the other greenhouse was entirely dedicated to growing vegetables and rice. Oh, and there were also the 2 mysterious seeds she had just received as a reward. Yun Mian almost forgot about them. She quickly took them out and planted them. She also had a few bottles of nutrient solution that she hadn't used yet, so she poured it onto the newly planted mysterious seeds. This way, she could find out sooner what these mysterious seeds would grow into, and the nutrient solution could also nourish the other fruit seeds. Now that she had 2 large storage rooms, she no longer had to worry about running out of space or things spoiling, at least for the next half-month. Though no one knew what the next season would bring, Yun Mian guessed from small hints that it might be even more challenging to survive. The rainy season and the glacier season had no shortage of water. But the next one? Who knew what it would be like? Storing more fruit is definitely the right move. After pouring the nutrient solution in, the ant egg that had been left on the rare soil showed some changes. It had been dormant for a long time and Yun Mian thought it was useless. But now, with the nutrient solution poured in, the ant egg kept growing and growing until it became as large as a palm. Yun Mian's eyes widened. The white ant egg cracked open and a black leg stretched out from inside. It was the leg of an ant. Yun Mian had never seen such a big ant before. It was a bit too exaggerated. First, one leg emerged, and soon the entire egg cracked open, revealing a giant ant. It had 6 legs, each looking quite strong. 3 were thick, and the other 3 were slender. Its black body was covered with fine hairs. Although its massive body was somewhat terrifying, its head was surprisingly cute, with a round belly and a large rear. Its glossy black body shone slightly. Name: Magic Ant. Effect 1. Through digging and transporting, it can improve soil quality by adding nutrients and enhancing soil fertility. Effect 2. It spreads pollen and can graft plants, improving plant varieties with the possibility of producing hybrid fruits. So this ant was actually quite useful. Yun Mian had picked it up casually from Rongyu, thinking it was interesting, but it turned out to be of great use. With the magic ant, the soil would improve, leading to more flourishing plants and better yields. It also meant more variety in the fruits she could eat. For example, grafting peaches and plums would produce nectarines, while plums and fuzzy peaches could create smooth-skinned nectarines. It seemed that in the future, she would have to pay more attention to these seemingly insignificant and useless little items. Yun Mian opened her backpack and saw 2 sea language pearls. One she had gotten from the little dolphin earlier, and now there was another one. However, with the sea now frozen, the chances of encountering marine life were slim, and probably no one would want it. To sell it for a good price, she'd have to wait for the right opportunity. The upgrade rewards also included a map of Penguin Island. The previous Spider Island map had brought Yun Mian Mian many benefits, so she highly valued this map of Penguin Island as well. She took it out and examined it carefully. Penguin Island was small, with a total area of less than 10,000 square meters. The beach alone took up most of the space. Based on what was shown on the map, Yun Mian Mian guessed that the island was mainly populated by penguins, with a simple description of the island's environment. The island was covered in mist year-round. Besides penguins, there were also seals and a few seabirds, petrels and albatrosses, inhabiting the island. If one crossed the beach and followed a path, they would reach a volcano. There were several craters, one quite large, and the others more hidden. The most important thing was that it was an active volcano that could erupt at any time. The island was largely mountainous, with half of its area covered in ice and snow. If there was a volcano, there was likely to be flint and ore. It was just a matter of when she could find Penguin Island. After making everything for the trade, Yun Mian Mian sent them to Rongyu, Luoze, and Huyuan, and began preparing the supplies she might need for tomorrow's trip to the island. Though she wasn't sure if she would actually go, it would be too late to get ready in the morning. Once she had most things packed, she went to check on the ice cave. There was still one treasure chest she hadn't pulled up today. When she arrived, she saw that something had clearly bitten, so she reeled in the rod to find a golden treasure chest. She opened it to find many items, but nothing extraordinary. Iron ore X10, watermelon X1, pepper powder X1, iron wire X2, sewing kit X1, razor X1, cigarettes X2, fruit candy, T1. The razor and cigarettes were useless to Yun Mian Mian, so she immediately put them up on the trading center, asking for iron ore in return. She split the 2 packs of cigarettes into 4 portions, 5 cigarettes per portion. 1 portion for 10 iron ores, the razor for 20 iron ores. As soon as she posted them, the cigarettes were snatched up. Someone bought all 4 portions right away. When Yun Mian Mian checked the name, it was Shinan Chung, whom she had traded with before. She remembered that the previous cigarettes she had were also from trading with him. Apparently, this guy loved smoking. Sure enough, Shinan Chung sent Yun Mian Mian a message after swapping the cigarettes. Next time you get these, just trade them with me. No need to put them on the trading center. If he hadn't happened to spot them today, they might have been taken by someone else. Cigarettes were his lifesaver. Before coming to sea, he smoked at least half a pack a day, but now he could only manage 1 cigarette a day. Recently, fewer chests were available, and the probability of finding cigarettes was much lower, meaning he could only have 1 cigarette every 2 days to preserve his stock. So he was thrilled when he got 2 packs today. Yun Mian Mian. I rarely find cigarettes. Besides, she found it convenient to list items on the trading center, unless a friend nearby specifically needed something. Shinan Chung sent her 2 face masks. Here's a gift for you. If you find cigarettes or hear that your friends have them, prioritize trading them with me. I won't try to get a bargain. I'll pay a high price. Mainly, I don't want someone else to snatch them up before I notice. Since he put it that way, Yun Mian Mian agreed. Okay, next time I find cigarettes, I'll come to you. Shinan Chung. Great. I'll also take that razor. I'll give it to a friend. Yun Mian Mian thought of something. Do you have any other small special items like ant eggs, mysterious seeds, or computers that you could trade? These items seem useless just by their description, but they show their value only in specific situations. Yun Mian Mian wanted to collect some of them for research. Shinan Chung. I don't have any. But I do have something weird, like a black stick, almost sprouting but not quite. I don't know what it is, so I kept it in my backpack. Yun Mian Mian. Let me see. Shinan Cheng sent a picture. In the image was a plant entirely black, like charcoal, with some budding leaves from the base to the trunk. I tried to plant it, but after just a few days it seemed like it was going to freeze to death, so I quickly put it back in my backpack. Yun Mian Mian knew what it was at a glance. This was a kind of eucalyptus tree which could regenerate after experiencing a fire or damage. Only when the weather was too cold would it stop growing. Usually, it would keep growing. Yun Mian Mian explained briefly, saying it couldn't be planted now and had to wait for good weather. Shi Nan Chung. Then it's pretty useless. Do you want it? You can have it. Yun Mian Mian. What do you want in exchange? Shi Nan Chung. This useless thing? I don't need anything in return. I thought this dark thing was something good, but it's just a tree that needs good weather to grow. Plus, the tree was almost frozen to death and he couldn't save it. Yun Mian Mian. Aren't you afraid I'll cheat you? Shi Nan Chung. Haha, it's fine. In an apocalypse game, if you get cheated, it's your own fault. Shi Nan Cheng had a very laid-back attitude. Yun Mian Mian. Then I'll exchange some vegetables with you. This thing might be useless to others, perhaps impossible to even plant, and just took up space. But Yun Mian Mian could plant it in her greenhouse. The eucalyptus tree's crown was not large, so it wouldn't affect the growth of the plants below. Yun Mian Mian had advanced gathering skills, so she knew that eucalyptus was a versatile tree. Its trunk had high resistance to decay, making it excellent timber, and it could also be used for papermaking and oil extraction. The roots could be eaten, the leaves could be used as medicine, and it was even possible to extract essential oils from eucalyptus. Eucalyptus oil was a colorless or light yellow liquid with a cool, refreshing scent. It could be used for toothpaste and mouthwash. She could try using the advanced workstation to see if she could directly extract anything useful from the eucalyptus. Shi Nan Cheng was happy to exchange the eucalyptus for some vegetables. Soon he sent over the black, almost dead eucalyptus tree. Yun Mian Mian found a place in the greenhouse to plant it and poured in a bit of nutrient solution, which quickly healed the frost damage on the eucalyptus. Yun Mian Mian slept very soundly and comfortably that night. When she woke up, she frowned as she looked at the dashboard. Day 48 on the sea. Gregorian calendar. Weather, blizzard temperature, 38 duds C. A blizzard came so suddenly. Would they still be able to go ashore today? Fortunately, she had upgraded her ship yesterday, so everything was fine. Her level 6 ship was rock solid, extremely sturdy, and completely airtight. She wasn't affected at all. She didn't even hear a sound during the night, but other players weren't doing so well. Level 5 players were still okay. Their ships were sturdy, and while it was cold inside, at least there were no drafts. However, players with ships below level 5 had a rough time. The fierce snowstorm almost froze their lower-level ships solid, and parts of some level 3 ships were even blown off. What do I do? My ship is about to break apart. Hurry up and repair it or try to upgrade. Anything below level 5 won't make it. A level 5 ship can hold on, upgrade now or face death. This is just the first day of the blizzard. If it continues, there's no chance of survival. The problem is that upgrading to level 5 requires so many materials. Where do we even get all those now? We can't even fish out any treasure chests. After just one night, many level 3 players are already out, and if the level 4 players don't upgrade soon, they won't survive this ice age. Yun Mian Mian got up quickly. She planned to go outside to check on things. As soon as she opened the door, she felt the strong wind blast towards her. She held onto the door to stay steady. Such a fierce wind could easily blow someone away. She wrapped her coat tighter around herself and went downstairs to the first deck. The entire area was covered in snow, and the robot Wall-E had been buried, now looking like a snow-covered robot. Yun Mian Mian helped brush the snow off of it. Then she used an energy stone to wake up Wall-E. One energy stone provided 12 hours of use. Yun Mian Mian usually didn't make it work all day. 12 hours or half a day was enough. Wall-E came to life, and its screen displayed its eyes and mouth. "Good morning, Master. Wall-E is at your service." Yun Mian Mian. "Wall-E, it's snowing. Quickly clean the snow off the ship." Wall-E. "Yes, Master. I'll start right away." Yun Mian Mian. "Before you start cleaning, help me light the boiler first." Wall-E. "Understood, Master." After instructing Wall-E, Yun Mian Mian took out her lucky dice. She had a feeling today might bring good luck. Soon, the lucky number appeared. It was 3. Everything would go smoothly. Finally. Yun Mian was too excited to even have breakfast and quickly took out one of the diamond treasure chests. She would open one first to see what she got, then make a wish for the second one. That was her plan. But she had to think carefully about what to wish for. With such harsh weather, Yun Mian wished for something that would let her contact her family. That way, at least she could send her mom and brother some supplies. What if they couldn't make it through this ice age? Yun Mian was very worried. As for the other things she wanted, she hoped for a lot of iron ore and energy stones. She wasn't sure if her wish would be granted. Yun Mian also wanted another robot caretaker. It seemed like she was being a bit greedy. What she desired most was the family contact card. Yun Mian made her wish silently and then opened the diamond treasure chest. Iron ore X50, energy stone X10, family contact card X1, heartfelt post-it X1, strong snow-melting agent X2, double swing blueprint X1. She really got it. Yun Mian excitedly took out the family contact card. Name, family contact card. Effect, after use, you can communicate with a family member for 1 hour. You can chat, video call, or trade items. Unfortunately, she only had one card. Yun Mian decided to contact her mom in District 10 first. She entered her mother's name. Soon, a new dialogue box appeared in the chat interface, displaying her mother's name, Xiao Ruowei. Yun Mian directly clicked on the video call. Mom! Yun Mian saw her mother's image appear on the other side. From the background, it looked like Xiao Ruowei's ship was still at level 4. In the storm, her hair flew around wildly, and her face was filled with surprise. She hadn't expected to receive a message from Yun Mian out of the blue. Mian, how are you? Mom, I've upgraded to level 6. There's a blizzard today, and your ship is only level 4? Mom will be able to upgrade today, don't worry. Mom, I have lots of stuff here. I'll send everything over to you now. Yun Mian opened her inventory and sent items in a frenzy. Everything she thought might be useful, she sent to Xiao Ruowei. Sealed boiler, wind turbine, small ore detector, snow boots, outdoor thermal hat, heater, hot water bottle, thermos, washing machine, dryer. Some of the items Yun Mian only had one of, but she had the blueprints to make more, so she sent them all to her mom first. After sending over 40 or 50 items, Xiao Ruowei was stunned. Mian, that's enough. It's too much. I can't fit all of this in my inventory, and without storing it there, I can't save it. Besides, I can't even use many of these things. Upon hearing that, Yun Mian also sent over the remaining red pine wood, walnut wood, iron ingots, glass, and plastic she had, as well as half of her iron ore. Take all of these, Mom. Upgrade quickly. Xiao Ruowei had been just a little short of the materials needed to upgrade to level 5, but with the resources Yun Mian provided, she had more than enough. After upgrading, she wanted to return the excess to Yun Mian. However, Yun Mian refused to take it. Mom, keep it. Use these to trade for whatever else you need with other players in your district. Yun Mian worried that what she had given might not be exactly what her mother needed, so she thought it was better to give her extra items popular in the trading center so her mother could exchange them as needed. It was like giving money instead of specific gifts. Better to have the option to buy what you need. Xiao Ruowei looked at Yun Mian with concern. Mian, you've lost weight. I haven't. I'm actually in great health now. I work out every day getting stronger and fitter. Look, I'll show you my high-strength stats. Yun Mian smiled, trying to reassure her. That's good. You've given so much to Mom. Are you sure you still have enough for yourself? Of course. I can still make more for myself. I have everything I need, and I even have a robot taking care of me. It can do everything and is super helpful. Seeing the big ship behind Yun Mian, Xiao Ruowei knew her daughter was living well, which made her feel much more at ease. That's great. Yun Mian said, Mom, let me send you some food. I don't have much ready-made, but I'll send you what I have left and some fresh vegetables and meat. Xiao Ruowei replied, I have enough food, sweetheart. You keep it for yourself. Yun Mian insisted, Don't worry, I have too much to eat myself. She hadn't expected to contact her mother today, so Yun Mian Mian only had some roasted meat and buns left in her inventory. Since she might need to go ashore later, she kept just 1 day's worth of food for herself and sent the rest to Xiao Ruowei. Xiao Ruowei's inventory was still mid-level, and she couldn't fit everything. She understood her daughter's sentiment, so she accepted the ready-made food but left the raw items. "I don't have room, Mian Mian. Maybe next time." Who knew when the next time would be? Seeing her mom's warm and loving gaze, Yun Mian Mian's eyes filled with tears. "Mom, I miss you so much." "My sweet baby, Mom misses you too. Be strong, okay?" Yun Mian Mian nodded vigorously. "I will. Mom, how are things in District 10? How are the people there?" "Not bad. People here are a bit distant, but my luck's been pretty good. I placed well during the last group competition." Suddenly, Yun Mian Mian remembered something. "Mom, do you have a contracted pet?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruowei smiled. "Yes, I contracted a little cutie during the last deserted island survival competition." Yun Mian Mian asked curiously, "What kind of pet?" Xiao Ruowei said, "It's a seal." She called out, "Milk bun!" Suddenly, a cute seal jumped over, appearing behind Xiao Ruowei. Yun Mian Mian exclaimed, "Wow, it's huge!" When Xiao Ruowei said little cutie, Yun Mian Mian thought it was really small. Unexpectedly, it was this big. The round seal moved by flopping its front flippers forward and pushing with its back flippers. Its fur was glossy, as white as snow, and its eyes were bright and friendly, full of intelligence. Xiao Ruowei said, "Its name is Milk Bun. My mental strength is high, and during the competition I could sense that it seemed to really like me, so I contracted it." Yun Mian Mian said, "Mom, you're amazing." Xiao Ruowei patted the seal's head. "Milk Bun, look, this is your sister, Mian Mian." Yun Mian Mian. The seal nuzzled against Xiao Ruowei's hand and blinked at Yun Mian Mian. Yun Mian Mian said, "It looks really smart." Xiao Ruowei said, "Yes, it's very smart. It can communicate with me telepathically. It understands everything I say, and I can also understand it." Yun Mian Mian said, "I also have a pet. It's sleeping now. It's a big octopus." Hearing that Yun Mian Mian made a big octopus her pet, Xiao Ruowei's expression turned a bit subtle. Yun Mian Mian continued, "Mom, if you get another family contact card, use it to contact Yun Xiao. You don't need to worry about me here." Mentioning Yun Xiao, Xiao Ruowei looked worried. "Have you been in contact with your brother?" Yun Mian Mian shook her head. "No, he's in District 1, so I haven't seen him. But a friend of mine ran into him and said he's doing well. He even placed in the last competition." Xiao Ruowei said, "That's good. It would be really embarrassing if he wasn't doing well." Yun Mian Mian said, "I only have one family contact card, so I contacted you first. If I get another one, I'll reach out to him and send him some stuff." Xiao Ruowei replied, "All right, it's okay. Keep your things for yourself. If you really have extra, then give him some." Time passed quickly, and the hour soon ended. Yun Mian Mian felt reluctant. Xiao Ruowei also gave Yun Mian Mian a few good items: seal diving goggles, X1, advanced swimming skill book, X1, advanced egg incubator, Tier 1. "Most of what Mom has, you probably already have, so I'll give you these." Yun Mian Mian said, "Thanks, Mom. These were really good items. Moms are the best." Yun Mian Mian asked, "Mom, don't you need these for yourself?" Xiao Ruowei replied, "Mom doesn't need them. They're rewards for contracting Milk Bun. I have other things for myself." The video suddenly cut off as time ran out. Yun Mian Mian only managed to wave goodbye to Xiao Ruowei. She looked at the interface reluctantly, but the dialogue box with her mom had already disappeared. Hopefully the next time they could meet would come sooner. Just then, Luo Luo sent a message. Luo Luo. "Mian Mian, sorry, the storm delayed us a bit. I just set foot on the island." Yun Mian Mian. "Isn't it dangerous to go ashore in such a big blizzard?" Luo Luo. "Once we landed, there wasn't a blizzard anymore. It seems like it's only over the sea." Yun Mian Mian. "That's good. Be careful." Luo Luo. Okay, I'll explore a bit first. If the resources are good, I'll head back to the ship right away so you can teleport over. Yun Mian Mian. All right. Yun Mian Mian decided to use this time to take care of some things. Since she had given her mom a lot of supplies, she was short on some and had to make them again. She put the blueprints for the wind turbine and the small ore detector on 2 workbenches to be made simultaneously. Both items were essential, especially the ore detector. It was a must-have after going ashore. Next, Yun Mian Mian took out the few items she had just obtained to check their details. Name, wish post-it notes, 24 sheets. Everyone has something they wish for. If you sincerely wish for it and check in every day, there's a chance your wish will come true. Effect. Write down the resource you want the most on the post-it. If you do it continuously for a week, you will receive it. It must be consecutive. If interrupted, it will fail. If she only needed a week to fulfill her wish, then with 24 sheets, she could fulfill 3 wishes. Yun Mian Mian thought for a moment. If she had to wish for something very important and hard to obtain, Yun Mian Mian really wanted another family contact card. But Yun Mian Mian wanted to take a shortcut, so she wrote on the post-it, "I want a card that can contact all players in District 1 for a whole day." Initially, Hu Yuan wasn't planning to get involved. He could take advantage of this crisis to profit from trading upgrade materials. But Yun Mian Mian's message made him hesitate. It seemed she wanted him to help and to use his team to assist the newcomers. Hu Yuan's team had grown a lot. He earned well, so his people benefited too, and they had all upgraded to level 5 recently. They didn't have to worry about this crisis. Right now was a prime opportunity to gather resources. Choosing to work for free would mean losing at least 2 days of labor costs, not to mention the difference between profit and loss. If District 3 has more survivors, there will definitely be more benefits. Remember the settlement of the first season? Maybe there will be a contribution leaderboard this time as well. After much internal struggle, Hu Yuan finally agreed. All right. Yun Mian Mian wasn't being overly altruistic. She had her own considerations in persuading Hu Yuan. Each district was currently developing separately, and they knew little about the other districts. From just a few competitions, she could tell that District 1 had many strong players. Though she had luckily won twice, what if there was a regional war in the future? As the leader of District 3, she certainly hoped that her district would be stronger. An individual's strength was crucial, but District 3 as a whole could become powerful through collective effort. She wanted District 3 to become the best among the 10 districts. After securing Hu Yuan's help, Yun Mian Mian sorted through her materials, took out some blueprints and supplies, and exchanged messages with Gufang to list what she had and send it over. Gufang couldn't handle everything alone, so Wen Yushi volunteered to help. Many others also signed up, including Nie Yangguang, Mu Baiyin, and more. Yun Mian Mian could only provide the resources. She couldn't offer other kinds of help. She took a look through her binoculars and noticed that the black spot was actually a few trees. If there were trees, that meant there might be an island nearby. Now that the sea ice had melted, Yun Mian Mian decided to sail over and take a look. It was still early, so if she found an island, she planned to land there immediately. As for the teleportation card, Luo Luo had already used one to land on an island, so she could save hers for later. The level 6 ship was indeed extraordinary. It navigated through the blizzard smoothly and soon reached the destination. Yun Mian Mian anchored the ship at a distance from the eye of the tornado. Even though the ship was sturdy, she didn't want to challenge the force of nature. The tornado's destructive power was too strong. From afar, she could see an island next to the eye of the tornado. The ship was too big to approach without risking being swept away, so Yun Mian Mian decided to swim over. However, she had to make some preparations first. She took out an insulated container and filled it with hot water, then filled an insulated bottle, placing both in her backpack. Next, Yun Mian Mian divided the freshly made spicy stir-fry into 10 bowls and placed them in her backpack, ready to eat whenever she needed. As for the supplies to bring when landing on the island, they were similar to before: mining tools, axes, and some survival equipment. The ore detector she had been working on was just completed, so Yun Mian Mian picked it up and put it in her backpack. Then, there were weapons. Yun Mian now had a variety of weapons, including a Tang Dynasty broadsword, a Shenbi bow with arrows, and several hidden weapons. She also brought the spider silk launcher. After seeing Wei Yue use it last time, she had wanted to try it herself. Once everything was packed, Yun Mian instructed Wally to stay behind to feed the chickens and rabbits. She put the octopus in her pet pouch, changed into her thick diving suit, warmed up, put on her seal diving goggles, and jumped into the water without hesitation. Swimming in this weather required some courage. The moment Yun Mian touched the water, she felt the piercing cold, but she had no choice but to endure it. She looked toward the direction of the island and swam as hard as she could. After learning the advanced swimming skill, her swimming had improved dramatically, fast and efficient. What she thought would take her half an hour to reach only took her less than 20 minutes. The system gave a prompt. You have reached Penguin Island. Landing requires authorization. No authorization available. Landing not permitted. Yun Mian's eyes lit up, her excitement dispelling the cold in her body. She had found Penguin Island. Amazing. Yun Mian eagerly used her landing card. The barrier disappeared, and Yun Mian crossed the limit and landed. As soon as she set foot on the ground, she heard bird calls. Looking up, she saw many seabirds flying in the sky, circling above her. Not far away, penguins were frolicking freely. The air had a strange smell. Penguins were animals that relieved themselves everywhere. Living in large groups, they did not care where they went. So, the snow-white ground was stained with strange pinkish hues. Many birds also lived here, and the unpleasant stench likely came from the mix of penguin droppings and bird excrement. Yun Mian grimaced and covered her nose in disgust. Looking around and seeing no one, she quickly found a place to hide, changed out of her diving suit, and put on her usual winter gear. Just as she was done changing and stood up, she saw a clumsy penguin about 3 meters ahead. It was bending over, with its rear end sticking up, its body leaning slightly forward, and the feathers on its backside raised. It was facing right where she was standing, and out came a puddle of waste. Yun Mian was stunned, but she quickly dodged out of the way. Otherwise, she would have been covered in hot droppings. Feeling flustered, Yun Mian hurriedly left the area. She took out the Penguin Island map and quickly decided where she would go first: the forest. Finding an island with vegetation was rare, and she certainly needed to cut some trees. She still owed ironwood to Luoze and Luo. If she could find ironwood, she could cut down more to pay off her debt and keep some for trading. Ironwood was needed by everyone, making it as good as currency. She had changed into her spiked ice cleats, which made walking on the snowy ground easier. They were anti-slip and anti-fall. She also wore an outdoor thermal hat, wrapping herself up tightly to protect herself from the harsh wind that could otherwise sting her face. After swimming in the cold sea, Yun Mian was still freezing, so she took out the spicy stir-fry she had prepared earlier and ate a bowl. The strong and spicy flavor was stimulating, quickly warming her up as it tingled her taste buds. However, due to the cold weather, the food quickly cooled before she was even halfway through. She wasn't very hungry, though. It was just to regain energy and focus, and it did the job. After eating, Yun Mian continued walking. 10 minutes later, she found her first resource point on the island, a grove of cedars. It had been a while since Yun Mian last chopped wood, and she felt a little rusty. But seeing this vast grove of ironwood cedars filled her with joy. She was determined to cut down 2,000 ironwoods. She took out her advanced iron axe and started chopping at the outer part of the forest. But it was so cold, and the wind was so strong that even though she wore gloves, her hands still felt stiff. The thick layers of clothes also hindered her movement, slowing her down. She put 2 heating pads on her arms under her clothes. The effect was noticeable. She felt warm in no time. After an hour of chopping, Yun Mian was sweating, but her thick clothes made it uncomfortable, and she didn't dare take them off. Catching a chill after sweating could be troublesome. She checked her backpack and found she only had 200 ironwoods. That was using an advanced iron axe and with good luck. At this rate, collecting 2,000 ironwoods would take 10 hours. Too slow. Yun Mian sighed. Almost forgot. The octopus is still in my backpack. Yun Mian took out her pet pouch and released the octopus. She handed it 3 axes and 2 saws. Without being told, the octopus knew what to do. It looked around as if curious. Worried that it might get cold, Yun Mian gave it some food first. With its multiple tentacles, the octopus could hold all those tools while still having some free to eat. Watching it devour food so heartily, Yun Mian found it almost adorable. She had gotten used to the sight. After eating, the octopus joined Yun Mian in working. With its help, productivity increased dramatically. Though the octopus didn't strike with critical hits, it could work fast with multiple tentacles. Yun Mian would chop a tree and gather dozens of logs, while the octopus, though only getting 10 logs per tree, could cut down multiple trees in the same time Yun Mian cut down one. After 3 hours of hard work, Yun Mian managed to gather 1,500 ironwood logs. Exhausted, Yun Mian leaned against a big tree and sat down, taking out her thermos to drink half a cup of hot water. She ate a bit of food, and as her fatigue slowly subsided, Yun Mian stood up and resumed chopping. After another hour of effort, she had just over 2,000 ironwood logs in her backpack. Yun Mian finally stopped. It was already 3 p.m. Discovering Penguin Island had taken too long, and she had already started late, so in the afternoon, she needed to hurry and gather more resources. Worst-case scenario, she would stay on the island overnight. Yun Mian had brought a sleeping bag and daily necessities. Leaving the cedar forest, there were no other trees in sight, only patches of dense lichen of various shapes and sizes, growing in strange forms. Yun Mian wasn't interested in those, so she bypassed them to search for the volcano. According to the map, the volcano was on the other side of the island. Yun Mian had to leave the cedar forest, cross the beach, and navigate through a floating ice zone along the coast to get there. The path wasn't easy to walk, so Yun Mian returned the octopus to the pet pouch. The shoreline was covered in floating ice, but the ice appeared to be solid, and the floes weren't too far apart. Yun Mian figured she could cross them. From a distance, she noticed a few seals on the ice. She wasn't sure if the seals would attack her. Some seals could be aggressive. The seabirds in the sky wouldn't come down either. Although there were a lot of them, they all seemed small, with not much meat on their bodies. Yun Mian wasn't interested in them, and shooting them down didn't seem worth it. There wouldn't be much to eat, and recovering arrows from the sea would be difficult. Yun Mian took out her shenbi bow and slung it over her back. She held her broadsword in her hand and walked step by step toward the floating ice. The seals watched Yun Mian curiously as she approached, but most of them moved away as she got closer. Since seals are mammals, not fish, her sea whisperer Pearl had no effect on them, and she couldn't understand what they were saying. Yun Mian now had 2 pet pouches, and she wondered if she should catch another seal, not to tame but to sell to other players. Maybe one of her friends needed one. She approached to choose a cute one. There were different types of seals here. They didn't share the same ice floe, each occupying separate blocks as if they didn't like being close to one another. Yun Mian could recognize Weddell seals and crab-eater seals. If she were to compare, the Weddell seals were cuter, round and chubby with black and light gray fur. They were gnawing on the ice while watching Yun Mian. As for the crab-eater seals, they were slimmer, with silvery fur and visible scars on their bodies. Their eyes weren't as gentle and cute. There were more crab-eater seals, about 7 or 8, while there were only 3 Weddell seals, and some were playing in the water. From her observation, Yun Mian found these seals to be quite docile. However, the seal her mother tamed, named Nai Bao, was neither of these 2 species. Yun Mian took some Antarctic krill out of her backpack. Seals probably liked eating them too. She tossed some krill toward them, and sure enough, the seals quickly went for it. The crab-eater seals were especially agile. After eating, the seals seemed to sense Yun Mian wasn't hostile, and they no longer feared her. Yun Mian walked over and even petted one of the Weddell seals. Its skin was slippery, and even through her gloves she could feel the coldness. Seeing how obedient it was, Yun Mian kind of wanted one, but despite her affection, she knew she couldn't tame one just for the sake of having a pet. If she were to tame a creature, it should serve a survival purpose. She figured that perhaps Ni Yang Guang might want one. However, penguins and seals couldn't live together. Seals would prey on penguins. Better forget it. Yun Mian took out a pet pouch, picked a cute Weddell seal and put it inside, then continued forward. She hopped from one floe to another for about half an hour, almost feeling like she was playing the jump-jump minigame that had been popular on WeChat years ago. When she finally made it out of the floating ice area, Yun Mian breathed a sigh of relief. She took out her map. The nearest volcanic crater wasn't far. Yun Mian had already seen many ice caves. Near the volcano, there were many steep ice pillars, but they were different from the ones she had seen on the ice crystal island. Yun Mian approached and used her pickaxe to chip at a few, but there was no ice marrow inside. Though a little disappointed, it wasn't surprising. She had previously found ice marrow in an underground ice crevice, and these ice pillars didn't emit any glow. Clearly, they were different. However, Yun Mian decided to use her ore detector. The ore detector beeped loudly, an indication that there were many minerals underground. Yun Mian took out her electric drill and began drilling, but after a lot of effort she didn't manage to get anything. The minerals were likely deep underground, and drilling by hand wasn't working. She probably needed an excavator. Yun Mian hesitated for a moment and decided to head for the volcanic crater. Volcanic activity could form minerals, and finding the crater might lead to exposed ores. Minerals like sulfur, copper, and iron ore. Yun Mian was in desperate need of iron ore. Without it, she couldn't craft anything. Her iron ore reserves were running out. When Yun Mian finally reached the volcano, she was awestruck by the scene in front of her. This volcano stood in the middle of an icy, snow-covered land, surrounded by a winter wonderland. But the middle of the volcano was emitting steam. The volcano was very tall, and Yun Mian hesitated at its base, wondering if she should climb it now. The elevation was at least 2,000 or 3,000 meters, and according to the map it was an active volcano. Even though it looked calm, the thick smoke coming out of the top was intimidating. The map also depicted many mysterious caves in the volcano. Yun Mian was even more curious about those caves. However, after surveying the area, she didn't find any caves at the base of the mountain. It seemed she would have to climb up. The sky was already getting darker, and it was going to be completely dark in about an hour. She took out a safety helmet and put it on. When it got dark, she could turn on the headlamp. This meant she had to replace her warm hat, which made her even colder. But safety was more important. Who knew if the volcano might suddenly spew something out? If it hit her head, it would be disastrous. Yun Mian took a moment to drink some hot water and eat a bit before getting ready to climb. She put her extra weapons back into her backpack, taking only a climbing stick. It would help her conserve energy and make nighttime climbing safer. It took Yun Mian over 2 hours to get halfway up. She looked down and realized just how high she was. The whole area was covered in snow, making it difficult to light a fire. Yun Mian started worrying about where she would stay after descending in the evening. If she found enough resources, she preferred to return to the ship overnight. Just then, Yun Mian also felt a bit tired, so she decided to sit down and rest. She sent a message to Luo to ask how she was doing. Luo, how are things over there? I found another island, and I've landed on it. I cut a lot of ironwood, and I'll give it to you when I get back. I'm currently climbing a volcano, so I'll likely be staying on the island tonight. Luo didn't reply, probably because she was still busy. Yun Mian drank a bit more water and got up to continue climbing. By this time, it was completely dark. Without the headlamp on her safety helmet, she wouldn't be able to see the ground at all. Yun Mian was grateful she was wearing her crampon shoes. Without them, she could have slipped and fallen. Luckily, the shoes had excellent traction, holding securely to the ground. Of course, she also climbed with extra caution. Although Yun Mian felt weary and thought it was truly challenging to gather resources, she reminded herself of those still at sea, unable to upgrade and enduring the harsh blizzard. She realized how lucky she was. She didn't want to waste her good luck. She had to stay strong. Gritting her teeth, Yun Mian continued climbing. Maybe because it was such a difficult climb, time seemed to drag on, and suddenly she saw an orange-red glow erupt from the top of the mountain. Along with the scorching heat, the entire summit was illuminated. Yun Mian was startled, but the glow revealed that she was almost at the crater. There were certainly resources there, but opportunity and danger often came hand in hand. Yun Mian took a deep breath and kept climbing. The temperature grew much higher at the top, and Yun Mian was no longer cold. Her palms even began to sweat. She clutched her climbing stick, eyes fixed on the volcanic crater. Just moments before, the crater had erupted, shooting out small volcanic bombs like fireworks. Yun Mian guessed that it was lava. The lava had been flung into the air and quickly cooled, falling to the ground as bizarre volcanic bombs. She figured those weren't very useful, probably not as much as volcanic ash. Right, she could take some volcanic ash back with her. It could serve many purposes. It could enrich the soil and help protect plants from cold and drought. Yun Mian was concerned about the plants on her ship. She had run out of soil, but the soil containers were still there, which could be used to hold the volcanic ash. However, the volcanic ash wasn't the most urgent matter. She needed to find minerals first. At the edge of the crater, she spotted several vents with occasional volcanic bombs being spewed out. Fortunately, none of them had hit her. Wearing her safety helmet still felt a bit scary. A volcanic bomb that was too large could still cause problems if it hit her. But luck was on her side today, and she believed that wouldn't happen. It was also why she dared to climb the active volcano. Without a bit of good luck, she wouldn't risk such a dangerous ascent. Finally, Yun Mian reached the summit. At the top, she found numerous vents, and the air was filled with the smell of sulfur. Steam had formed many ice spires, and flames illuminated the glaciers, creating an awe-inspiring sight. Yun Mian, however, had no time to appreciate the view, as she had just discovered numerous minerals. They were everywhere. The giant ice spires were formed by freezing steam, and they were massive and uniquely shaped, their pure white color making them look magnificent. Below the ice spires, the ground was covered with exposed minerals: iron ore, copper ore, and countless basalt stones. Basalt, also known as cast stone, has high hardness, good wear resistance, and resistance to acids and bases. It is also non-conductive, making it a great building material and suitable for making various plates and utensils. On the ground, there were also some sulfur ores, which could be used to make antidote pills and pesticides. These resources didn't even need mining. They could be picked up directly. Obtained iron ore X17. Obtained copper ore Xe8. Obtained basalt X23. Obtained iron ore X22. Obtained sulfur ore X11. Yun Mian enthusiastically collected the minerals, and her backpack quickly filled with ore. All the effort she had put into climbing had paid off. Yun Mian spent 2 hours collecting, while volcanic bombs occasionally erupted from the crater nearby. To be honest, it was quite frightening, but Yun Mian had grown bolder. The brave ones thrive, and the timid ones starve. During her previous visit to the Ice Crystal Island, Yun Mian's courage hadn't been this great, but after the deserted island team survival match, she had matured significantly. Facing the erupting lava, Yun Mian calmly continued to pick up minerals. Her backpack now had over 400 pieces of iron ore, and she had gathered 100 or 200 other minerals before stopping. She slowly walked towards the crater. This was the largest crater of the volcano. Standing at the edge and looking in, she could see a lava lake inside. The fiery red magma was surging, but that wasn't what attracted Yun Mian the most. She noticed something shimmering near the edge of the crater. Could it be energy crystals? Even though it was night, those stones reflected a crystal-clear light, making them easy to spot. Yun Mian squatted down and carefully picked up a glowing, transparent stone. So hot! Yun Mian Mian almost dropped it directly into the lava lake. Fortunately, she just placed it on the ground, not throwing it far away. Energy crystal. A natural crystal stone formed from volcanic eruptions, containing a large amount of energy. One energy crystal can be broken down into 10 energy stones, making it a very valuable resource and a necessary material for many high-level pieces of equipment. Yun Mian Mian was both surprised and delighted. What a treasure! One crystal could be broken down into 10 energy stones. It was incredible. And just a glance showed there were several of them, and she hadn't even looked carefully yet. Yun Mian Mian was thrilled, more so than when she saw all the minerals earlier, and she hurried to pick them up. The energy crystals varied in size, some being transparent, while others were colorful. After picking up several, Yun Mian Mian realized that each one had a different value. The first one she picked up was larger and could be broken down into 10 energy stones, but the smaller ones could only be broken down into 3 or 5. As for the difference in colors, she hadn't figured that out yet. Perhaps when crafting equipment in the future, different colored crystals would be needed. Yun Mian Mian walked around the edge of the crater and managed to collect 12 energy crystals. There were transparent ones, purple ones, and even a colorful black crystal that, at first glance, looked black. However, under the headlamp's illumination, it seemed to emit many colors. After putting the crystals in her backpack, Yun Mian Mian realized she hadn't checked her messages in a long time, so she opened the panel to check. Luo Luo had replied half an hour ago. Luo Luo. Mian Mian? Luo Zhe and I found a crystal underground palace. She had sent a few photos. Though they were quite blurry due to the darkness, Yun Mian Mian could still make out an impressive ice cave through the flashlight's beam. There were magnificent ice crystals and strangely shaped ice pillars glowing faintly. It seemed Luo Luo and Luo Zhe had made some discoveries as well. Luo Luo. We think we'll stay here overnight. Be careful. Yun Mian Mian replied, Okay. She also took some photos of the beautiful scenery in front of her and sent them. At that moment, the view before her was a once-in-a-lifetime wonder. A volcano amidst an icy landscape with boiling and terrifying red lava and occasional fireworks like volcanic bombs. Half ice, half fire, this spectacular beauty was both dangerous and mesmerizing. Yun Mian Mian searched the area again, using a shovel to dig along the edge of the crater and managed to find 2 more small energy crystals. From the crater she could see many crystals in the lava lake itself, but all she could do was look. The temperature inside reached 1000 degrees C. No human could get near that. She would never risk her life trying to get those crystals. Still, seeing so many crystals in the lake was a bit of a shame. By this time, it was already 1:30 a.m. Yun Mian Mian didn't dare sleep here. Though the terrain was quite flat, making it easy to set up a tent, it was still too risky. If the volcano suddenly erupted while she was asleep, she wouldn't even have time to run. She decided to descend the mountain during the night, but before leaving, she wanted to gather more resources, such as volcanic ash and sulfur. To collect volcanic ash, Yun Mian Mian needed help from Octopus Girl. After letting Octopus Girl out, Yun Mian Mian took the chance to eat something herself. Together with Octopus Girl, she shared 2 bowls of spicy stir-fried hot pot, then handed her the tools, and they both began working hard. Yun Mian Mian wiped sweat as she worked. It couldn't be helped. Volcanoes were hot, after all. Since the ice season began, she hadn't experienced this kind of heat in a long time. The problem was, even though she was sweating heavily, she couldn't take off her clothes. Yun Mian Mian couldn't wait to get back to her ship, take a shower, and change into fresh clothes. But time wouldn't wait for her. If she went back now, then returned tomorrow, it would be a big waste of time. So, after descending the mountain, she would have to find a place to set up a tent and sleep for a bit. Yun Mian Mian comforted herself that she only had to endure for 2 days. After filling 10 crates with volcanic ash and collecting over 200 pieces of sulfur ore, Yun Mian Mian finally stopped. But 3 hours had already passed. By the time she descended the mountain, it was already daylight. Yun Mian only had 3 hours of sleep, but luckily, she had food to restore her energy and stamina. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to manage. Since she had gathered enough volcanic ash and sulfur ore, Yun Mian put Octopus Girl back into her pet pouch. Seeing the large amount of resources in her backpack, Yun Mian felt very accomplished. There was a kind of joy in getting rich silently. Even though it was exhausting, Yun Mian was in a good mood. Smiling, she ran down the mountain, and to her surprise, managed to reach the foot in just an hour. The base of the mountain wasn't particularly safe either, as volcanic bombs occasionally fell down. Yun Mian planned to find a place farther from the volcano to sleep. Checking the map, she found that the island was mostly mountainous, and there was another mountain nearby. But obviously climbing another mountain was out of the question. There weren't any resources there anyway. Her only option was to move forward and rest on the flat ground ahead. After a bit of sleep, she would head to the 2 dormant volcanoes to see if she could find more resources. The plan was good, but without an alarm to remind her, Yun Mian ended up sleeping half an hour longer. When she woke up, it was almost 9 o'clock. She opened her eyes, feeling a soreness all over, as if she had been beaten. Yesterday had been exhausting. Simply eating to recover wasn't enough. The fatigue lingered and her body hadn't had enough rest. Even though she had slept, her mind still felt tired. The first thing she did after waking was roll the dice. Yun Mian crawled out of her sleeping bag, put on her clothes, and tossed the dice. The number quickly appeared. 1. Good things come in pairs. It had been a long time since she'd seen this number. Yun Mian sat up with a start. She had to make the most of today. Yun Mian had brought a barrel of hot water, which could fill the thermos cup 10 times. Now only 3 cups remained. It definitely wasn't enough for today. But that wasn't a major issue. She could always boil more, though it would be a hassle. Not wanting to save it, Yun Mian drank a full cup of water in one go. With such physical exertion and having sweated so much, she definitely needed to replenish fluids. After eating spicy stir-fried hot pot all day yesterday, Yun Mian didn't feel like eating it today. Fortunately, she still had some grilled meat and buns in her backpack, just enough for one meal. Yun Mian quickly gobbled them up, and with a full stomach, she set out again. Her destination was a dormant volcano 2 kilometers away. She chose this dormant volcano because, according to the map, there was a flat area at the base that connected to the ocean. She was curious whether it held any resources. Although the straight-line distance was 2 kilometers, Yun Mian ended up zigzagging for half an hour before reaching the spot. Seeing how bare the volcano was, Yun Mian didn't feel like climbing it. At a glance, it was all covered in snow, with seemingly no new resources. Yun Mian shifted her gaze to the flat land. The area was wet, covered in moss, leading down to the coast. From afar, she could see many penguins on the distant ice, appearing as tiny black dots, at least hundreds. If Yun Mian had more pet pouches, she could have captured more penguins. However, one pouch held Octopus Girl, and another held a seal. At most, she could let Octopus Girl out and put a penguin in. After walking around the area, she found only seaweed moss and a few blades of grass, which were of no use. She decided to head towards the coastline. As she got closer, Yun Mian noticed the penguins were all crowded together, tightly packed, and she couldn't tell what they were doing. Feeling curious, Yun Mian decided to approach. The penguins weren't afraid of people and didn't react to the noise. Blocked by the dense group of penguins, Yun Mian had no way through and had to make a loud noise to scare them away. She shouted at the top of her lungs, and it worked. The penguins, startled by the sudden shout, scattered, and Yun Mian was finally able to reach the coast to see what lay there. When she reached the shoreline, she was stunned. Millions of Antarctic krill covered the area. It was insane, there were so many of them. Antarctic krill are tiny, only a few centimeters long, but the amount she was seeing now was almost terrifying. Yun Mian didn't even know how she would catch them. These shrimp could only be caught using a very fine net. but she didn't have one. She immediately opened the chat and, after some thought, sent a message to Hu Yuan, asking him to get someone to make 20 fine mesh nets, 10 large ones, each 5 meters wide, and 10 smaller ones, around 1 or 2 meters. Hu Yuan didn't respond right away, likely busy. Yun Mian decided to reach out to other people. She was anxious. It was impossible for her to return to the ship and make the nets herself, as it would waste too much time. She needed help urgently. After messaging a few friends, Yun Mian opened the trading center and searched for fishing nets. Most were standard-sized and none were fine mesh. After scrolling down for a while, she finally found someone selling 2 nets that met her requirements. They were small, 1/2 meter each. The seller wanted ironwood in return. Yun Mian had plenty of ironwood now, and without hesitating, she traded for the nets, not even considering whether it was a fair deal. With the 2 nets in hand, Yun Mian couldn't wait to start fishing. She threw the first net. Obtained Antarctic krill X189. Double luck, buff stacked. Obtained Antarctic krill X189. This was amazing. Yun Mian kept fishing. She even used both hands, each holding a net. Luckily, her strength had increased, allowing her to use both hands simultaneously. Although using 2 hands was a bit awkward and each net didn't catch as much as it could alone, having 2 nets meant more overall. And there was the double luck buff. Obtained Antarctic krill X344. Double luck, buff stacked. Obtained Antarctic krill X344. Yun Mian was ecstatic. Even though she only had 2 small nets, she was thrilled. There were so many. She couldn't even imagine how many shrimp she could catch like this. Tens of thousands? Or even more? Yun Mian continued fishing enthusiastically. She kept the chat panel open to avoid missing messages, so when Hu Yuan replied, she quickly saw it. Hu Yuan. Got it. I'll get them to you in half an hour. Yun Mian. Okay, what do you want in return? Hu Yuan. Iron ore. Do you have enough? Plenty. More than enough. Yun Mian smirked. Sure. How much do you need? The others also replied, asking what kind of nets she needed. She sent them a picture of the nets she had just bought. I need fine mesh nets like this one, but larger. Do you have any? Wen Yushi and Ni Yangguang happened to have some nets, so Yun Mian traded minerals with them. With 2 more nets in hand, Yun Mian quickly released Octopus Girl. Look, Octopus Girl, it's all your favorite food! Octopus Girl froze for a moment. It was also its first time seeing so many Antarctic krill. It liked small fish and shrimp, and these krill tasted great. Definitely a favorite. So many, so many! Octopus Girl's tentacles waved excitedly. Yun Mian handed it the larger nets. Here are 2 nets for you. Just dump them all on the ground after catching them. Later, Yun Mian would use her one-click collect ability, which should also double the catch. Octopus Girl was more than happy to help, taking the nets and starting to catch krill diligently. One net after another of Antarctic krill was caught and piled up on the icy shore. In the distance, penguins were watching. They weren't doing anything, just standing in line watching Yun Mian and Octopus Girl catch shrimp. Yun Mian didn't have time to bother with them, but every time she looked back, she would see those silly penguin faces which were absolutely adorable. Half an hour passed. The shrimp caught by Octopus Girl had already piled into a small hill. Yun Mian herself caught over 1,000 krill, which doubled into more than 2,000. Then, using her one-click collect on the shrimp caught by Octopus Girl, the total in her backpack increased by over 3,000. In such a short time, Yun Mian had become a superholder of Antarctic krill. Because of the sheer volume of krill, she realized that the limit for one slot in her backpack was 5,000 items of the same type. Exceeding 5,000 krill required a separate slot. She had never realized this before, as it was her first time having so much of the same item. Hu Yuan delivered the 20 nets, both large and small, all made to Yun Mian's specifications. After getting the nets, Yun Mian gave Octopus Girl 8 of them and let it continue fishing. She then took the largest net herself and cast it directly into the water, aiming to catch as many krill as possible in one go. Of course, Catching them all was unrealistic. The entire coast was filled with Antarctic krill, and there was no way Yun Mian Mian and Octopus Girl alone could catch them all. The goal was simply to catch as many as possible. After throwing the net in, Yun Mian Mian realized she couldn't pull it up by herself. She had to ask Octopus Girl to stop and help. Octopus Girl had plenty of tentacles, which were extendable, allowing it to grab multiple corners of the net. Once the net had sunk deep enough, Yun Mian Mian called out for it to pull. "Okay, pull it up now." Octopus Girl obediently pulled the net up, catching 2,000 Antarctic krill in one go. Yun Mian Mian put them straight into her backpack. Obtained Antarctic krill X237-1. Double buff. Obtained Antarctic krill X237-1. This is awesome. With so many Antarctic krill, Yun Mian Mian couldn't help but imagine how long it would take her to finish them. She started contemplating whether to sell them when she got back. With such a large influx of krill into the trading center, it probably wouldn't sell for much. Even selling cheap wouldn't be a loss. After all, there were just too many. 5 hours later. Yun Mian Mian had finally fished the area clean of Antarctic krill. The krill in her backpack occupied 8 slots. Nearly 40,000 Antarctic krill. Antarctic krill. Nutrient-rich high-protein food. Eating more is very beneficial to the body. This was originally a valuable item and very popular in the trading center. It could also be used to extract krill oil. Yun Mian Mian now had so much of it that pulling even a single slot's worth of krill out in the trading center would shock everyone, but she had 8 slots worth. Yun Mian Mian felt an instant sense of becoming rich overnight. How to sell it was now the question. She had to think it over carefully. Yun Mian Mian rested while eating, occasionally glancing at the chat channel to see how everyone else was doing. She had been on the island for over a day. At sea, the wind and waves had not ceased, and the blizzard was still raging. The number of eliminated players was increasing steadily, but the players of Area 3 were quite united. This time, they worked together to help new players increase their scores and unlock new player missions, which was showing results. The elimination rate for newcomers today was significantly lower than yesterday. Many experienced players also managed to upgrade their boats to level 5. The system seemed to be giving out welfare benefits as well. All players who upgraded to level 5 during these few days were rewarded with island landing cards. Plus, many players had discovered new islands, so the number of people landing on islands was expected to increase today and tomorrow. She wondered if anyone else had discovered Penguin Island. Yun Mian Mian, holding the Penguin Island map, was about to make a fortune again. She posted a message in the chat channel. "I have a Penguin Island map for sale. If interested, stay tuned. Auction tonight, only 3 copies." Businesswoman Yun Mian Mian was back. It had been a while since she last did business. The first to message her were actually familiar faces. Rong Yu and Shi Nancheng both sent messages saying they wanted to buy a map. Yun Mian Mian chuckled and replied uniformly to them, "Auction tonight, not selling now." She planned to sell them only after returning from Penguin Island. Yun Mian Mian sent each of her friends who had helped make nets 100 portions of krill. They were all stunned and asked how she had so many. Yun Mian Mian proudly replied, "Take it and eat it, or feed it to your pets." Ni Yangguang was the happiest, saying excitedly, "Mian Mian, you're the best. I just ran out of krill for my goose. With such a blizzard I can't even fish for treasure chests. How are things on your side?" Yun Mian Mian. "I landed on an island, not on the boat." After responding to her friends, Yun Mian Mian closed the panel. Octopus Girl was happily eating krill, gulping down over 100 of them, and her body grew even larger. Yun Mian Mian looked at Octopus Girl and told her to stop eating. "All right, you should stop now, you're getting too big." Octopus Girl chewed the krill in her mouth and then slid over to Yun Mian Mian's side. "Full and happy?" Yun Mian Mian patted her head. It was smooth and slippery. "Do you want to go back inside and rest?" Octopus Girl replied, "No, not going inside. I'm full, so I'm not cold." Seeing that Octopus Girl didn't want to go back, Yun Mian Mian let her be. Perhaps staying in the bag was just too boring for her. Since there was still time, Yun Mian planned to search around to see if there were any more resources. She couldn't waste today's double good fortune. If she couldn't find anything, she figured she might as well return to the boat early to make more supplies. The penguins were still surrounding Yun Mian, seemingly bewildered that she had taken away all their favorite krill. They were likely curious as to where the krill had gone, and how it had all disappeared so quickly. Yun Mian thought about it, then took some krill out and scattered them on the ice for the penguins to eat. She wasn't sure when the krill in the ocean would replenish, and since she had so many now, she decided to leave some for the penguins. There were many different types of penguins on this island. Not only were there emperor penguins, but also king penguins, chinstrap penguins, macaroni penguins, and Adelie penguins. Yun Mian liked emperor penguins the most because they were the largest, chubby, and had adorably distinct orange-yellow feathers. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken one back to raise. But this time, Yun Mian wanted to catch a chinstrap penguin. This type had a black stripe below its neck, giving it a distinguished, proud look. It was also one of the boldest and most aggressive species of penguins. If tamed, it could be more useful. Although Yun Mian had no intention of keeping a penguin herself, this kind of personality would likely be more appealing to other players. Once she chose her target, she asked Octopus Girl to use her tentacles to grab a slightly larger chinstrap penguin. As soon as Octopus Girl caught it, the penguin angrily tried to bite her. But Octopus Girl was clever and used another tentacle to hold its neck so it couldn't move, then threw it in front of Yun Mian. Yun Mian immediately opened her pet bag and put the penguin inside. Acquired chinstrap penguin, X1. Double good fortune buff activated. Acquired chinstrap penguin X1. Although the penguin doubled, the pet bag could only hold one, so the other penguin sat there in front of Yun Mian, unable to go in. Yun Mian was a bit helpless. If she wanted to take more penguins, she'd have to let Octopus Girl carry them back manually. Yun Mian opened her backpack and found a few cloth bags that were the perfect size. Each bag could hold one penguin. She could carry 2 herself, and Octopus Girl had 8 tentacles, 2 of which were used for walking, leaving 6 tentacles free to carry penguins. Once they got back, Yun Mian could put them in the pet bag, which would allow them to double again. This seemed like a pretty good plan. Yun Mian checked the time, ate some food to replenish her energy, and then instructed Octopus Girl to catch 3 chinstrap penguins and 3 emperor penguins. She herself used bags to catch 2 king penguins. Having gathered all that she could, Yun Mian decided to take the penguins back to the ship and sell them. Trading them afterward would also mean doubling the value. After all, pets were in high demand, and these penguins could be traded for a lot of good items. It was certainly a more reliable option than wandering the island aimlessly in search of resources. An hour later, Yun Mian managed to return to the ship before dark. Due to the blizzard, the sails were frozen, and the entire ship was covered in ice. Wally, the robot, had been working on the ship all day, and it hadn't stopped since it had to constantly clear snow and melted ice. The ship was equipped with radiators, and the greenhouse had a burning stove, so the temperature on the ship was not low. Snowflakes would naturally melt when they landed, keeping the deck wet. Yun Mian had ordered Wally to keep the ship clean, so it had to keep mopping and shoveling the snow. However, since Yun Mian hadn't returned the previous night, the energy stone for Wally ran out, and it shut down. As a result, the snow piled up again, covering the ship in a white blanket. Wally stood at the bow holding a mop, appearing as if it had suddenly powered off. Seeing this, Yun Mian immediately realized Wally had run out of energy, and she quickly used an energy stone to turn it back on. Upon activation, Wally displayed a cute expression on its screen. "Master, you're back." Yun Mian said, "Yes, keep going with your work." Wally looked around and saw that the ship had become messy again. "Sorry, I didn't manage to keep everything clean." Yun Mian said indifferently, "It's all right. Can I give you multiple energy stones at once so you can use one each day?" Wally replied, "Of course, Master, you just need to set the automatic power on and power off times." Yun Mian was taken aback. "Oh, I didn't know that was possible." Wally's screen immediately displayed a settings interface. Yun set the power on time to 8 a.m. and power off to 8 p.m., and chose to insert 3 energy stones. Once the settings were configured, Yun quickly took out her pet bag and released the penguin inside. She then put the other penguins one by one into the bag, which triggered the doubling. After this, the 8 penguins she brought back turned into 16. Including the one originally in the bag, Yun had a total of 17 penguins and 1 seal brought back from the island. The group of penguins stood on the deck, making noises. Xiao Guai, the small pet, heard them and came running over, joining in the commotion. With their flippers flapping about, the scene became lively and amusing. Yun took a photo and posted it on the chat channel, then sent out another message. Yun. Penguins brought back from Penguin Island, first come, first served. As soon as she sent the message, the players were in an uproar. Whoa, so many penguins! Yun, how did you bring them back? Amazing. I counted them. There are a total of 18 penguins. That's a lot. Whoa, I also see a seal. So Yun has already gone to Penguin Island. No wonder she's willing to sell the map. She doesn't need it anymore. Of course. Otherwise, why would she sell it? But this also proves that the Penguin Island map is legit, right? I want one so badly. These penguins are so cute. How much are they? Name a price already. I have a contract scroll. I have high mental strength. Maybe I can contract one without a scroll. I want one too. Yun private messages exploded instantly, with many people interested in the penguins, even more than those wanting the map. It seemed that the appeal of pets was greater than that of a map. Everyone wanted an adorable penguin. After all, even if they got the Penguin Island map, they might not necessarily find the island, and not everyone had the ability to catch and bring back a penguin. Since Yun was selling them, why not just buy one directly? However, there were also some who saw a business opportunity in penguins and were considering going to Penguin Island to catch some themselves. Previously, Zhang Jincheng found Seal Island and managed to get an island landing card to go there, but he only caught 1 seal, and it was injured. He didn't want to contract an injured seal, and it wasn't easy to sell, so he eventually sold it cheaply. Now, seeing that Yun had brought back so many penguins and a seal, Zhang Jincheng's eyes were red with envy. He had few followers left, and his supplies were running low. Penguins were so tame that they had to be easier to catch than seals. He had a teleportation card and an island landing card. If someone found Penguin Island, he could cooperate with them to catch some penguins. Yun planned to sell the penguins for 10 energy stones each. It was pricey. Energy stones were a rare resource. But energy stones were exactly what she wanted the most now. She already had everything else. Oh, and also golden Nanmu wood. Among the materials required to upgrade her ship, this was the only one she didn't have. She wasn't sure if anyone else had it, so she decided to set the starting bid at 10 energy stones or 10 pieces of golden Nanmu wood. After advertising, Yun began listing the items in the trading center. Because she was listing so many valuable items, the system charged her a significant handling fee, in iron ingots, especially for the penguins. Each one cost 20 iron ingots in fees. But that was no big deal. Compared to the potential gains, those iron ingots were just a drop in the bucket. After categorizing the penguins and listing them, she noticed that a new pet category had been added to the trading center's filter options. Turns out she was the first person to list a pet. Congratulations, player, for being the first to list a pet in the trading center. Reward, Pet Pouch X1, Pet Sponge Bed X1, Extractor Blueprint X1, Double Good Fortune Buff activated. Reward, Pet Pouch X1, Pet Sponge Bed X1, Extractor Blueprint D1. Previously, Yun hadn't intended to catch any penguins, thinking that the penguin chicks seemed happy playing on the ice. But after she finished fishing for krill, there weren't many other resources to be found. And with glacier season nearly over, it seemed that more than half of the players in her zone still hadn't contracted a pet. It was a system-mandated task, and failing to complete it would surely result in penalties. There were very few intelligent animals to be found in glacier season, and penguins were the best option. And today, she had the double good fortune buff. She could help other players while making a huge profit. Yun Mian looked at the penguins listed in the trading center and decided to find them good homes. The wealthier the buyer, the more resources they likely had. She set the penguin sale as an auction. The highest bidder would win. The Penguin Island map could only be bought with energy stones or golden nanmu wood. It was limited to a few per day, first come, first served. As for the Antarctic krill, Yun Mian set a reasonable price. 5 ores for 80 Antarctic krill. The ores could be of any kind: iron, copper, chromium. They were all needed for upgrades. She listed over 5,000 krill in total, and if they all sold, she'd receive hundreds of ores. If all went well, she could upgrade to level 7 before the next season. Especially since she had the double good fortune buff today. Any gains would be doubled after sales. Thinking of this, Yun Mian posted another ad in the chat channel. Yun Mian. Today, any purchase from my store will come with 20 Antarctic krill as a bonus. The crowd was stunned. Yun Mian, just how many krill did you bring back from Penguin Island to be this generous? Seriously, such generosity. Krill are valuable. They're nutritious for both people and pets. Does buying krill also come with a bonus? Yun Mian. All purchases include the bonus. How could we not buy, even if it's just a little? We should buy some. I have to say Yun Mian is the best business person in Zone 3. Yun Mian's already collecting golden nanmu wood. I bet she's already upgraded to level 6. I'm just in awe. Several of the players bidding on the penguins were women, and they offered a wide range of valuable items. The starting bid was 10 energy stones, and players kept raising the stakes. The highest bidder would win the penguin. Yun Mian's first sale resulted in receiving Energy Stone X10, Iron Ore C50, Nutrient Solution B5. Yun Mian clicked to claim the items, and as soon as they entered her inventory, the double good fortune buff activated. Acquired Energy Stone X10, Iron Ore X50, Nutrient Solution B5. This was still considered a small gain, as everyone was being cautious in the first auction, thinking there were still so many penguins left and not rushing to bid high. Very soon, the enthusiasm for the auction was ignited, and many players of levels 5 and 6 who were unafraid of the blizzard came to the trading center to watch the auction. The biggest beneficiary was Yun Mian, but she had no time to pay attention to the auction, as she was busy trying to make as much use as possible of her double buff before it expired, using the advanced workbench to craft items. Due to the tight schedule, she had one workbench making time-consuming advanced items, while the other one produced simple, practical items. Since she had asked before, and everyone wanted a wind turbine, Yun Mian prioritized making that. On the other workbench, she was crafting steel ingots. It was a simple process. Just place iron ore as the raw material, and it would be completed 1 every 2 minutes. As long as there were enough materials, she could keep crafting. This time, Yun Mian brought back several hundred iron ores from Penguin Island, and she planned to use half of them to make steel ingots. It was a production line task, meaning she had to stay by the workbench constantly, as the double buff was only effective if she did it herself and couldn't be entrusted to others. After nightfall, Yun Mian hadn't stopped. She stayed busy at the workbench. When she got hungry, she ate food from her backpack, and when she got thirsty, she asked Wally to get milk and freshly squeezed juice from the warehouse. She worked non-stop until 10 p.m., and in total made 80 steel ingots. When doubled, it became 160. On the other workbench, she crafted 2 wind turbines, 2 irrigation devices, and 2 closed boilers. After doubling, they all became 4. There were still 2 hours left before the buff expired, so Yun Mian decided to try fishing for treasure chests. However, due to the rough waves, when she cast her line, there was no response at all. Yun Mian simply placed the fishing rod on the automatic fishing device, planning to check it later, and returned to trading on the platform. It was the perfect time to earn more resources. She placed materials on the workbench and continued crafting other items. She calculated the time and chose to craft a disinfecting cabinet and a locator radar, each taking half an hour. Name: disinfecting cabinet. Sterilizes and sanitizes, healthy and eco-friendly. Can be used for food and fruits, also serves as a storage cabinet. Required materials: iron ore, X10, plastic X2, copper ore G5. Name, locator radar, consists of a locator and tracker. Once tracking is successful, the target can be located at any time. Required materials, energy stone X2, iron ore X5, gold ore X1, copper ore X4. One disinfecting cabinet would be enough. When doubled, she would get 2. The rest of the time, Yun Mian planned to make locator radars. She kept 2 for herself as backup, and the rest would all be sold. The penguin auctions were in their final stages. Each auction took about 20 minutes to sell a penguin. Now, only the last 2 were left. Though time was tight, Yun Mian couldn't resist taking a look at the temporary trading earnings on the trading platform. When she checked, she couldn't help but smile. There were so many. Energy stone X160, iron ore X256, flint X88, ice crystal X12, copper ore X65, chromium ore X50, golden silkworm X5, fox fur X1, golden nutrient solution X2, milk powder X2, coffee beans X2, rose seeds X1, drumset blueprint X1, orange tree X1, deer antlers X1, man-eating plant seeds X1, dressing table blueprint X1, lavender essential oil X1, aroma diffuser X1, down comforter X1, Arctic winter clothing X2, durian tree X1, socks X10, instant noodles top 5, cigarettes X2. The players went crazy over the last few penguins. Yun Mian thought to herself, she really hit the jackpot this time. So many resources, and they could all be doubled. Her backpack was already full. Therefore, Yun Mian didn't claim the items immediately. She decided to make some space first. This was just the trading earnings from the penguins. The Antarctic krill had also brought in a good number of trades. The trading center automatically categorized and stored the traded materials, making it easy for players to clearly distinguish different items. Yun Mian didn't have time to look at the other resources. Instead, she went to the greenhouse to harvest crops. 3 days had passed since she sowed the seeds, and many of the fruits, vegetables, and medicinal plants grown on rare land were ready for harvest. She harvested them all at once, and everything was doubled. Potatoes X29, sweet potatoes X33, corn X19, pumpkin X3, wheat X23, lettuce X8, red chili X13, green pepper X31, cucumber X9, tomato X16, green onion X2, ginger X5, peach XD8, apple X12, mango X8, watermelon X6, salvia X7, saxifrage X3. Double good fortune. In the blink of an eye, everything doubled again. Yun Mian's backpack couldn't hold everything, and many items fell to the ground, rolling everywhere. She almost got her foot crushed by a pile of potatoes. Luckily, she dodged in time. Yun Mian had no choice but to let Octopus Girl out to help her, and also called Wally over to move all the vegetables and fruits to the warehouse in the lower deck. Now, the warehouse had enough food to feed an average adult for half a year. Yun Mian was very satisfied. If her ship didn't encounter any issues, she wouldn't have to worry about food in the future. After harvesting, Yun Mian didn't have time to plant new seeds. She hurried back to the workbench, where the materials she had put on it half an hour ago were ready. As soon as she picked them up and put them in her backpack, they doubled. Disinfecting cabinet X1, locator radar X1, double buff, good fortune activated. Disinfecting cabinet X1, locator radar XE1. Yun Mian happily placed the disinfecting cabinet and locator radar on the trading center, hoping to sell them today. She then put more materials on the workbench to keep crafting. By now, she was experienced and knew to make every second count, not wasting any time. She listed all the popular items in her backpack on the trading center. During this period, Yun Mian's trading store had the highest traffic, as many people came to watch the auctions and also checked out what she had for sale. Since any purchase that day came with Antarctic krill, people were inclined to buy a little of something anyway. Yun Mian had too many resources, and there wasn't enough space for them all. For instance, the fruits and vegetables she had just harvested, she decided to pack and sell some of them. Each type of vegetable and fruit would be sold in bundles of 5 in exchange for basic materials. Things like shells, plastic, glass, sand, bamboo, cotton, cloth, and thread, everyday materials that she could use for trade. Currently, Yun Mian's treasure chests rarely yielded basic materials, so she figured she might as well trade for some to have on hand. There was only 1 hour left. Yun Mianmian's backpack had only a dozen items left that couldn't be moved, such as Antarctic krill, hemlock wood, and iron ore, all items numbering in the hundreds or thousands. There were still 30 slots available, all reserved for receiving the materials from the trading center. If she didn't claim them within the time frame, there wouldn't be a double effect. She estimated that even 30 slots wouldn't be enough, so she had to collect them in batches. The penguins were just all sold, and Yun Mian decided not to sell the seal. She planned to keep it for Luo Luo. If Luo Luo still didn't have a pet when she returned, Yun Mian would gift her the seal. First, she claimed the items she got in exchange for the penguins. Adding in the items from trading the last 2 penguins, Yun Mian's backpack was once again filled to the brim. She heard the notification for the doubled items ringing. A large pile of resources fell right in front of Yun Mian. Among them were 4 packs of cigarettes. Yun Mian remembered that Shi Nancheng had mentioned wanting cigarettes before. She directly messaged him privately. "Want some cigarettes?" Shi Nancheng replied instantly, "I do." Yun Mian. "Trade for energy stones, want to do it?" Shi Nancheng. "I'm short on energy stones too. Can we trade for something else?" Yun Mian thought about it. "Do you have skill books or special seeds?" Shi Nancheng was a heavy smoker, but he knew that in a post-apocalyptic survival situation, essential items couldn't be traded for cigarettes. He wouldn't die without cigarettes, but if he couldn't upgrade, he would be eliminated. The only items he could trade with Yun Mian were things he didn't need for the time being and that he could get again later. He looked at his backpack. "I can't trade skill books, but check this. Would you want it?" Oil press blueprint. Name: oil press, capable of extracting vegetable oil from seeds such as sesame oil, peanut oil, rapeseed oil, tea seed oil, etc. Yun Mian's eyes lit up. "I want it." This item would be really useful to her. Shi Nancheng. "But I want you to trade it for energy stones plus those packs of cigarettes." The reason he was willing to trade this was because he had just been watching the excitement and saw that Yun Mian had obtained a huge amount of resources. He knew she must have plenty of energy stones and other upgrade materials now, and he happened to urgently need energy stones. He knew the oil press was a good thing, but keeping it wasn't very useful to him. Building an oil press required a lot of materials, and to press oil, he'd need raw materials like sesame, corn, and rapeseed, which he didn't have. Even if he managed to press the oil, he wouldn't have much use for it. Better to trade it with Yun Mian. He knew Yun Mian was good at cooking, and with the oil press, she could make cooking oil, which she'd need for cooking. "How many do you want?" Yun Mian hadn't expected that. Even though she'd been counting on Shi Nancheng wanting cigarettes to make the trade, he had actually offered something she wanted even more. With the oil press, Yun Mian could extract krill oil, corn oil. In the future, she could grow sesame and rapeseed. Many dishes couldn't be made without oil. They simply wouldn't be as flavorful, especially those that required frying. Fried chicken, fries, fried sweet potatoes, fried taro, fried hot dogs. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. If Shi Nancheng's demand was reasonable, Yun Mian would be willing to trade with him. With today's double buff, if she obtained the blueprint for the oil press, she could sell the duplicate. Definitely worth it. Shi Nancheng. 10 energy stones, 4 packs of cigarettes, plus 10 flints. Yun Mian. 10 energy stones are too many. 1 blueprint isn't worth that much. Shi Nancheng. You've gotten at least 100 energy stones today. Can't spare 10? 5 energy stones, 2 packs of cigarettes, that's a fair price. Yun Mian wasn't bluffing. 5 energy stones was already a lot for a blueprint, especially considering that energy stones weren't as scarce as they used to be. If it were 10 days ago, Yun Mian wouldn't have been able to spare many energy stones. Yun Mian added, "Considering how often we've traded, I'll throw in all 4 packs of cigarettes and some krill as well." Yun Mian was willing to give 5 energy stones and 4 packs of cigarettes. The cigarettes were of no use to her. Shi Nancheng hesitated for a moment. "What about the flints? Adding 10 flints isn't asking too much." Yun mian mian. Flints have high value too. Currently, there were very few people who could offer flints for trade in the trading center. Everyone was saving up flints for upgrades. Yun mian mian. Do you have any other blueprints? Sure, Nanchung was still short of some flints and hemlock wood for the upgrade, and in Zone 3, there was no doubt that Yun mian mian was the wealthiest player. Trading with her was definitely the right move, but he needed to offer something that interested her. Shi Nancheng had quite a few good things, but he wanted to keep most of them for himself. Since Yun mian mian asked, he had no choice but to take a look at his backpack to see if there were any blueprints he could part with. He looked and looked, struggling to let go. But he urgently needed the flints. Finally, he had to reluctantly present another blueprint to Yun mian mian. Primary appraisal station blueprint. Name, appraisal station, primary, can assess the quality of items and identify the use of special items. Required materials: energy stone X5, iron ore X20, flint X5, glass Xe5. He had obtained this item for a while, but it required energy stones to make, and he wasn't clear on its specific function. He knew that keeping it might bring greater benefits in the future, but if he could trade it for enough upgrade materials, then he'd make the trade. Yun mian mian immediately saw that this item was not ordinary. All right. But if you want to trade this, you'll need to provide 5 more energy stones, 30 flints, and 100 hemlock woods. Yun mian mian said, "Don't you think you're asking for too much?" Shi Nancheng was firm. Anyway, the oil press blueprint plus the appraisal station blueprint, both for you, 10 energy stones, 30 flints, and 100 hemlock woods, nothing less. Yun mian mian didn't agree immediately. She had made a fortune today, so she could easily afford it, and these 2 blueprints were very useful to her. But she didn't want Shi Nancheng to think that she could give these things up so easily. Yun mian mian. Let me think about it. Shi Nancheng. I wasn't planning on trading these 2 blueprints. Of course, others may not even be able to afford them. If you don't agree, I'll just keep them myself. He wasn't eager to trade. If it weren't for the urgency of upgrading, he would want to keep all the good items for himself. Just when Shi Nancheng thought Yun mian mian would reject him, she finally replied, "Okay, deal." Yun mian mian initiated the trade. When Shi Nancheng saw the materials she sent, he hesitated for a few seconds but still clicked to accept. With these materials, he could upgrade right away. After spending so long at sea, he knew the importance of upgrading. Although he didn't know exactly what would happen to the ship after reaching level 6, considering that the level up from 5 to 6 required so many materials, it must be a huge change. And now, with the blizzard being so intense, who knew if it would have any effect on level 5 ships? Obtained oil press blueprint, X1, primary appraisal station, blueprint, buddy 1. Good luck buff activated, double rewards. Obtained oil press blueprint, X1, primary appraisal station, blueprint, Xe1. If it weren't for today's double buff, Yun mian mian would have bargained more with Shi Nancheng, but since time for the buff was running out, and she was benefiting from it, she didn't want to waste any more time and decided to make it mutually beneficial. She still had to do more in the remaining time. After the trade, she went to the workbench to replace the materials. Luckily, with the remaining time, she could make the oil press and the primary appraisal station. This way, she could double the output and get 2 copies of each. She was happy, and so was Shi Nancheng. After putting the materials on the workbench, Yun mian mian took everything out of her backpack and piled it up on the deck, letting Wally and the octopus girl move it to the warehouse. She'd sort it out later when she had time. With her backpack empty, she started to claim the resources earned from selling Antarctic krill and fruits and vegetables. When she looked at the resources from trading penguins earlier, Yun mian mian had been in awe, but now her heart was racing. This was crazy. There was just too much. Yun mian mian had underestimated the purchasing power of the players. How were they buying so much? Krill trades brought in minerals: iron ore X285, copper ore X122, phosphorus ore X83, copper ore X76, sulfur ore X62, chromium ore X98. Trades for fruits and vegetables yielded basic materials: cotton cloth X23, thread X19, cotton X12, iron ingot X133, sand X39, soil X13, charcoal X22, shell X48, stone X32, wool yarn X28, bamboo X31. Yunmian clicked to claim them. Double good luck? Seeing everything double and enter her backpack, Yunmian couldn't stop smiling. There was just so much. Today was truly insane. Yunmian couldn't even count how many resources she had. She felt like she had suddenly become an instant millionaire. The feeling of explosive happiness made her feel like she was soaring. There were also miscellaneous resources obtained from other trades in small quantities, which Yunmian claimed all at once. With just 10 minutes left until midnight, the items on the workbench had only 5 minutes left to complete. Yunmian carefully recalled if there was anything else she hadn't done. Her mind was struggling to keep up. There had been too many surprises today, and happiness kept coming in waves. Finally, she remembered something very important. The wish sticky notes. They needed to be written every day continuously for 7 days to take effect. Otherwise, if she missed a day, she would have to start over. But just now, when she emptied her backpack, she had taken out the wish sticky notes. Where had she put them? Yunmian searched everywhere and finally found them on a shelf in the warehouse. She wrote in a race against time, "I want a contact card that allows me to connect with all players in Zone 1 for 1 day." With the last few minutes remaining, Yunmian rushed to the workbench and picked up the completed oil press and appraisal station. Congratulations, player, double effect triggered. Obtained oil press X1, primary appraisal station WD1. Yunmian dared not rest, because she still hadn't checked the treasure chest. Maybe something had been caught. She quickly ran over to the automatic fishing device. From afar, she couldn't tell if a treasure chest had been caught. She could only tell by getting close. When she got to the device and picked up the fishing rod, it was already midnight. There was a treasure chest on the rod. Yunmian shouted, "Ah, overtime!" No more double effect. She sighed deeply, but there was nothing she could do. She had been completely overwhelmed. She was already running around like crazy. There was no other choice but to pull up the treasure chest. It was a golden chest. Oh, what a shame. At that very moment, here is the English translation of the text you provided. The system's voice echoed. The glacial season enters countdown. 10 days until settlement. Afterward, all server communication will be enabled, and survival rankings for the top 3 regions will receive a reward. All players in those regions will get a survival gift pack. Players who fail to reach level 5 by the end of the glacial season will be eliminated. Level 6 players will receive a reward. Intermediate Skill Book X1, Random Advanced Blueprint X1, Rare Land Plot X1. Players must hurry to complete their taming tasks. Those who fail to complete the task within 10 days will be penalized. Those who complete it will receive the following rewards. Pet Pouch IT1, Teleportation Card X1. Once all server communication is enabled, survival competition will intensify. The survival test will become more severe. Players are urged to upgrade promptly. The system's prompt floated in mid-air for 10 minutes before disappearing. It could also be accessed via the interface afterward. After reading all this information, Yunmian lost the mood to open her treasure chest. If all server communication was activated, could everyone communicate? But it wasn't clear how the system's version of all server communication worked. Would there still be regional divisions? Getting a reward for being in the top 3 by survival count was something Yunmian had anticipated, but she wasn't sure if Region 3 had an advantage over other regions in terms of player count. The current ranking hadn't been released yet. Failing to complete the taming task would bring penalties, which meant everyone would be more eager to find a pet. Those who bought pets from Yunmian yesterday were now relieved they hadn't hesitated to spend their resources. If Yunmian had waited a few hours, until the system's announcement, even more people would be competing for the penguins. Yunmian had thought of that too, but she didn't think it was a big deal. After all, she had the double buff yesterday, but not today. Even if more people joined the bidding, it wouldn't have been as crazy as the double buff. The most concerning issue was that players who hadn't reached level 5 would be eliminated. Leveling up to 5 wasn't easy. If it were still the rainy season where resources were abundant, it would be easier to be hopeful. But now it was the glacial season, which was far too challenging for newcomers. The chat channel was full of newcomers complaining. Is the system trying to kill us? In this cursed glacial season, where can we find trees to cut? Yeah, there's nothing but barren land. Where can we find resources? I can't even fish up treasure chests. What should I do? Just wait for death? I have everything else, I just need wood. What should I do? Don't panic. Try fishing for treasure chests. You can get wood from the chests. The problem is I can't catch any treasure chests. Good news! I drew a magical island entry card. It allows me to select an island I've previously visited. Can I give it to an experienced player and then use a teleport card to go to their location and follow them to a rainy season island to cut trees? Whoa, really? That's great! The magical island entry card says it allows me to choose an island marked on my map. Yun Mian Mian opened her map. The lit dots represented the islands she had visited, with Spider Island being the best option. Spider Island was vast, resource-rich, and had red pine and walnut trees. The map indicated she could find more materials for upgrading there. Yun Mian Mian had a teleportation card. If she issued an invitation, players who had the magical island entry card would probably agree. But she didn't need those resources anymore. Now that she was level 6, the things on Spider Island weren't particularly useful to her. It was better to let others have the opportunity. After midnight passed, Yun Mian Mian pulled out her wish sticky note and wrote down the same wish as before. She asked Wally to set a reminder for her in case she forgot to write one day, breaking her streak. Actually, she was already exhausted. She hadn't slept much the previous night, so Yun Mian Mian decided to wash up and sleep, planning to sort her resources in the morning. She had obtained so much today, useful and otherwise, that it all had to be organized in the warehouse. It would take a full day to sort everything. As for the golden chest, she decided to leave it for the next day and see if her luck held. Yun Mian Mian enjoyed a nice soak in the hot spring, almost falling asleep in it. She was simply too tired. The sea was still turbulent, and the snowflakes fluttered, a beautiful scene that, for many players, was also a disaster. Yun Mian Mian wasn't in the mood to admire it. After getting out of the hot spring and changing her clothes, she hurried back to her room to sleep. The next morning, Yun Mian Mian woke up to see many messages from Luo Luo and Luo Ze. They had just returned from another island and brought back many supplies. They asked Yun Mian Mian if she needed anything. Having made a fortune the previous night, Yun Mian Mian now lacked nothing except golden silk nanmu. Since the supplies Luo Luo and Luo Ze brought didn't include golden silk nanmu, Yun Mian Mian didn't ask for anything. Instead, she repaid the ironwood she had previously borrowed from Luo Luo and Luo Ze. She even added extra, as interest. She sent 200 pieces of ironwood to Luo Ze and another 200 to Luo Luo. She also gifted a seal to Luo Luo. Luo Luo said, "Thank you, Mian Mian. I'll trade you energy stones for it." Having seen Yun Mian Mian's auction starting price for the penguins, 10 energy stones, in the chat channel, Luo Luo offered 20 energy stones. Yun Mian Mian didn't accept. "No need, you keep them." Yun Mian Mian had originally intended to give the seal to Luo Luo. Seeing Yun Mian Mian refuse, Luo Luo felt embarrassed and looked through her backpack but couldn't find anything suitable to give back to Yun Mian Mian. She hadn't been on her ship in the last 2 days and hadn't caught any treasure chests. She could only say, "If you need anything, just let me know." Yun Mian Mian replied, all right. When did you get back?" "Just now. I'm back on the ship." "Okay, you go ahead and get busy. I have to get up and get to work too." Thinking of that huge pile of resources, Yun Mian Mian felt both burdened and happy. Here is the English translation of the text you provided. There was so much stuff that it would take at least a day or two to sort it all, but this feeling of material abundance made her feel very secure. Closing the chat, Yun Mian Mian got dressed while keeping an eye on the chat channel. Yesterday, the magical island entry card appeared, and Yun Mian Mian had a feeling the system would introduce some other good things as well. Sure enough, someone in the chat mentioned a new item. Cross-region trading card. Whoa, with this, you can randomly select another region's trading center and trade with people from other regions. What's the use of that? Are other regions' resources better than ours? I think so too. It's the glacial season. Resources are scarce everywhere. Other regions can't be much better. Anyway, it's an opportunity, isn't it? Plus, we can see the prices in other regions. Yun Mian was interested, but only a few players had gotten the card, and they didn't seem inclined to trade it. Yun Mian wouldn't use too many resources to trade for this card either. No one knew what the trading center in another region would have. Yun Mian wasn't lacking in anything at the moment, and more importantly, her wish sticky note would soon become effective, allowing her to connect directly with Region 1. She could just wait. There was no rush. The forum post that Gufeng had put up before was still trending at number 1. Many new players had received help and completed their beginner tasks. If they had extra walnut or red pine wood, they would trade it with the veteran players who had helped them. Ni Yangguang also put up a post saying that he was trading a portion of red pine and walnut wood daily, but was asking for ice marrow, flint, or energy stones in return. Ni Yangguang only needed a little more ice marrow and flint to reach level 6. He'd been so busy lately that he barely had time for small talk. Yun Mian saw his post and privately messaged him. She asked him how much ice marrow and flint he still needed. Ni Yangguang had gotten up very early that day and had been shoveling snow. After a whole night of snowfall, his ship was covered with frozen snow, so he didn't reply immediately. By the time he saw the message, half an hour had passed. Yun Mian had already rolled her dice. Today's luck was average, just normal. She decided to make breakfast first. With so much food in stock now, she decided to make a bit extra. Since her previous supply of flour had run out, Yun Mian planned to make a flour mill herself so she could turn the harvested wheat into flour. With flour, there were many more dishes she could make. Next, she needed to press oil. But for now, the only oil she could press was corn oil. She bought a blueprint for the flour mill from the store, which cost her a few hundred sea-star coins. After purchasing it, Yun Mian immediately put it on the workbench to be made. The materials required weren't much, mainly iron blocks, iron ore, and aluminum ore. The process would take a little over 40 minutes. In the meantime, Yun Mian decided to start using the oil press. She had never pressed oil before and had no idea how to operate it, but that wasn't an issue. Yun Mian simply bought a book from the store. The book, Oil Processing Techniques and Equipment, cost her 200 sea-star coins. After using the book, Yun Mian immediately learned the technique of oil pressing. But after taking a closer look, she found herself fretting. The process for making corn oil was so complicated, she had thought she just needed to put corn into the press. She didn't expect that there were so many steps involved. First, she had to choose dry and complete corn kernels, then mix them with water to remove impurities, then repeatedly wash and dry them. This could be done using a dryer or by natural air drying. But given the current harsh weather, she could only use a dryer. Next, the corn kernels had to be ground into powder before being put into the press. Finally, the oil had to be separated and settled, and ideally filtered again to remove any residue from the oil. Yun Mian was feeling overwhelmed. Pressing oil was too difficult. It would take her several days of work to produce oil. Even though it wasn't what she had imagined, Yun Mian decided to go ahead with it. But it wouldn't be possible today. She needed to focus on sorting her supplies first. She decided to make something else to eat. Yun Mian baked a few sweet potatoes and cooked a pot of congee. She also made stir-fried tomato and egg, and stir-fried green peppers with pork. The baked sweet potatoes were sizzling with oil, with a sweet fragrance. The congee was soft and warm-looking. The tomatoes used in the stir-fried tomato and egg were homegrown, sweet and sour. The eggs were from wild hens, with a bright yellow yolk, making them tender and smooth after being fried. Since she had an excess of eggs, Yun Mian kept some for herself instead of using them all to hatch chicks. The stir-fried green peppers with pork belly was made from wild boar meat, and the green peppers were sweet, but had a slight spiciness, making it very appetizing with rice. Each dish Yun Mian made had a generous portion. It would definitely be too much for one meal, so she divided the dishes and congee into 4 portions. She ate 1 portion of congee and dishes herself, along with a big sweet potato. The rest she put into her backpack for later. She looked outside. The snow showed no signs of stopping, but the sea wasn't as turbulent as before, so Yun Mian set up her fishing rod for treasure chests. Since today's luck wasn't good, she planned to check on it later. If she caught something, she'd just leave it for now. After setting up the rod, Yun Mian went down to the cargo hold. When she arrived at the warehouse, Yun Mian froze in place. Even though she knew there was a lot, stepping inside and seeing the entire warehouse packed full still made her rub her forehead. All right, such a huge task. Let's take it slow. And this was just one of the warehouses. Yesterday, when she told Wally and Octopus Girl to put away the supplies, she only told them to drop them off without sorting, so everything was a mess. Yun Mian decided to start by sorting the basic supplies. The basic supplies she got from selling Antarctic krill were especially space-consuming, some in dozens, others in the hundreds. It wasn't much, but it wasn't little either. They took up space in her backpack and couldn't all fit in the warehouse. Here is the English translation of the text you provided. For example, bamboo was a bit of a hassle. Yun Mian couldn't use much herself, so she just kept a small portion. The rest needed to be sold. First, she had to put the basic materials into her backpack to make space, then leave a portion for herself and put the rest on the trading center. After doing this with everything, the warehouse would finally be cleared out. Finally, she would organize the items she kept for herself in the warehouse. Doing this would cost a significant handling fee, but it couldn't be helped. The warehouse had to be kept clean and organized to make it easy to find what she needed. Currently, it was impossible to even walk inside. 2 days later, Yun Mian finally finished organizing the warehouse. On top of that, the materials she earned from selling Penguin Island maps and Antarctic krill over the past 2 days filled her backpack again. Iron ore X729, flint X489, ice marrow X198, energy stones X502, copper ore X434, platinum ore X291, chromium ore X288, gold ore X88, sulfur ore X267, hemlock wood X1989, energy crystals X15, Antarctic krill X36896, volcanic ash X1000, steel billets X160, tar X4899. These were the main materials. There were also some weapons and daily essentials. She could no longer store any more basic materials. Some food that needed to stay fresh could only be stored in the warehouse. However, while the warehouse could preserve it, there was a time limit. Items would be fine for 3 to 5 days, but after 10 days or half a month, they could spoil. Yun Mian planned to dry some vegetables like green vegetables and radishes while drying the corn kernels. She could make preserved dishes like mei gan kai, dried pickled vegetables, and spicy radish. She also wanted to make fruit into dried fruit, which would help it last longer. After finishing organizing her materials, Yun Mian felt a sense of relief. She had been holed up in the warehouse for 2 days, and today she could finally take a bit of a break. Yun Mian wanted to invite her friends to come to the ship for a visit. The ones she was close enough with were still just Luo and Ni Yangguang. After all, she had been too busy lately to chat with anyone. She first messaged Luo to see if she had time to come hang out, but Luo said she was busy, so Yun Mian asked Ni Yangguang. Oh, she could also ask Ni Yangguang to help her press the oil, and then repay him by making him something delicious. Yun Mian messaged Ni Yangguang to see if he wanted to come over while she continued fishing for treasure chests. The weather had slightly improved over the past couple of days. Though it was still snowing heavily, the wind had stopped. The sea was relatively calm, and the surface wasn't frozen, making treasure fishing much easier. Today her luck was great. All wishes fulfilled. Yun Mian planned to open up the few chests she had accumulated before. The past couple of days had been just average luck, and she'd been too busy with the warehouse, so she hadn't opened several chests. Just as she sent the message, a treasure chest was hooked. Yun Mian pulled up the chest. It was a golden one. She called out to Wally. "Wally, go get the other chests from the room." The unopened chests were in the workshop. Wally replied, "Yes, master." Yun Mian continued fishing. If it kept going at this rate, she should be able to pull up all 3 treasure chests for today soon. She held the fishing rod in one hand and opened the chest she had just pulled up with the other. Acquired, Mahjong Table Blueprint X1, 2-person arcade machine. Blueprint X1, accordion blueprint X1, milk powder X2, punching bag X1, teddy bear backpack X1, moisturizer X1, fuzzy hat X1. Yun Mian paused. Could it be that because she invited Ni Yangguang over and was thinking about how to entertain him, these things were what she ended up getting? Even a mahjong table came out, but mahjong was a game for 4 people, and it was just her and Ni Yangguang. Were they supposed to play 2-person mahjong? The 2-person arcade machine was nice, though. Yun Mian opened up the details to take a closer look. The required materials weren't much, although energy stones were needed. Name: 2-person arcade machine. Features a variety of 2-player cooperative or competitive games including racing, badminton, skating, parkour, adventure, and gladiator. Required materials: glass X3, plastic X5, energy stones X2, copper ore X2, aluminum ore Y2. Yun Mian got up, intending to put it on the workbench to be made, so it would be ready once he arrived. It would take about half an hour to complete. As for the other items, Yun Mian put the blueprints in her backpack and had Wally take the rest to the warehouse. Wally brought over 5 treasure chests. These were ones fished up over the past 2 days. The weather hadn't been great, so it wasn't possible to get 3 chests every day. Many players couldn't even catch 2 in a day, and getting just 1 was considered lucky. The 5 treasure chests included 3 silver, 1 bronze, and 1 golden. The 1 golden chest was the one she had fished up on the night of the double luck effect. She hadn't had time to open it, and it had been sitting there until now. Yun Mian first opened the bronze chest. It was full of materials. The 3 silver chests contained snacks and daily necessities. Teddy bear biscuits, X1, spicy snacks, X2, spicy dried tofu, X1, dried strawberries, X1, jackfruit, X1, apple pie, X1, hand cream, X1, foot soak powder, X1, chewing gum, X1, garbage bags, X2, cotton socks, X1, apple cider vinegar, X1, seafood soy sauce, X1, white sugar, X1, milk candy, X2, clothes hanger, X2. After opening the 3 chests, Yun Mian was surrounded by items. She separated the snacks from the daily necessities. The daily necessities she set aside for Wally to take away, while she put the snacks in a basket to put on the coffee table for Ni Yangguang. With 1 golden chest left, Ni Yangguang finally replied to her message. After getting enough materials to upgrade his ship from Yun Mian a few days ago, he had been busy increasing his ship's rating. Today, he finally managed to get his ship rating up to 150 and had just finished up. Since expanding the ship took time, he was only now able to check his messages. Here's the English translation of the text you provided. Sure, my ship can also be upgraded to level 6 today. I was planning to invite everyone over for a party, but you called me first. Ni Yangguang was excited. Yun Mian. Hey, you can come over and help me with something while you play. Ni Yangguang. What kind of work? Yun Mian. Pressing oil. I'll use it for cooking and share it with you. Ni Yangguang. Nice. I guess I'll have something good to eat. Yun Mian smiled. Then come over now. I'm all ready. Ni Yangguang. All right. Let me put my little goose in the backpack. I'll bring it along to play. Yun Mian. Okay. Yun Mian then opened the golden treasure chest. Drum set blueprint X1. 1 book on pickling kimchi. X1. Cotton candy X2. Sugar-coated hawthorn X1. Fried banana X1. Papaya tangerine K2. Other than a musical instrument blueprint and a cooking book, the rest were all food items. With the piano she had made earlier, plus the violin, and now the drum set, Yun Mian figured she could create a music room. She might even be able to form a band someday. Thinking of the scene, she couldn't help but laugh. The kimchi pickling book was actually very useful. She had plans to make kimchi anyway, so she immediately took it out and learned the kimchi pickling skill. Yun Mian opened her character information. Player, Yun Mian age, 22. Stamina, 62, upgradable. Strength, 58, upgradable. Spirit, 69, upgradable. Luck, 91, upgradable. Intermediate cooking, 6180. Beginner medicine making, 950. Beginner hunting, 2150. Advanced gathering, 98-100. Advanced swimming, 80-100. Her physical attributes hadn't changed much. Cooking had reached the intermediate level, and swimming had advanced to a higher level, but with the cold weather, she wasn't going to swim unless necessary. The rest of her skills hadn't changed much. However, Yun Mian was satisfied overall. She would work on improving her medicine-making skill when she had the chance. A minute later, Ni Yangguang messaged her. Mian, I'm ready. You can invite me now. Yun Mian was about to click the invite button when she received a message from Luo Ze. Luo Ze. My sister said you invited her to hang out. Can I come over too? Yun Mian paused. She was just about to say they didn't have enough closeness points yet. But then she noticed their closeness level was already at 59, just 1 point short. Before she could reply, Luo Zi sent her a gift. It was a closeness gift from the store that could increase the closeness level. It wasn't expensive, just 20 C-star coins per gift, and it increased closeness by 1 point. After using it, Yun Mian and Luo Zi's closeness level immediately reached 60 points. Yun Mian. I just invited Ni Yangguang over. If you want to come too, you can, but you won't get to just hang out. He's also coming to help me with some work. Luo Zi. No problem. Yun Mian. All right then. Yun Mian first went to tell Ni Yangguang. Another friend of mine wants to come over too. You don't know him, but he's Luo's younger brother. Nie Yangguang. Great, the more the merrier. With 3 people we can even play Du Di Ju, a Chinese card game. I'll bring my deck of cards too. Yun Mian. They were here to work. She sent invites to both Ni Yangguang and Luo Ze. Soon the two of them appeared on the deck, one after another. Yun Mian introduced them to each other. Ni Yangguang was an outgoing social butterfly. When he saw Luo Ze, he was very enthusiastic. Luo is my lifesaver, and since you're her brother, that makes you my brother too. Luo Ze had known about Ni Yangguang for a long time, but this was their first time meeting. Hello? Great. Mian, your ship is so big. Is every level 6 ship this large? Am I about to get a big ship too? Ni Yangguang began to explore Yun Mian's ship. Yeah, every level 6 ship is this big. Yun Mian asked Luo Ze. Are you and your sister almost ready to upgrade too? Luo Ze. Yes, my sister is busy adding points to her ship. Yun Mian. What about you? How come you're so free? Luo Ze. My items are being made on the workbench. It'll take some time. Luo Ze had obtained a desktop computer blueprint, and it would take 3 hours to make it, so he figured he could come over and play during that time. Yun Mian. I see. Did you guys eat yet? I'm planning to cook. What do you want to eat? Ni Yangguang. There's too much I want to eat. You'll have to tell me what options we have. Yun Mian took them to her storage room. This is the fresh storage room. We have fruits, vegetables, meat, and seafood. Take a look and let me know what you want to eat. Yun Mian introduced generously. Today, the 3 of us plus the pets can have 6 dishes, 4 meat and 2 vegetable dishes. You 2 can choose. Wow, Mian, you're too nice. Making so many dishes, isn't that too much trouble? Yun Mian. Heh, it's fine. While I'm cooking, you 2 can help me out. Luo Ze. I'm okay with anything. You guys decide. Ni Yangguang was more direct. He had been craving Yun Mian's delicious food, and when he saw all the ingredients, his mouth watered and images of various dishes floated through his mind. I want braised spare ribs, salmon sashimi, braised chicken wings, shredded potatoes, and pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli. Yun Mian. We don't have vermicelli. Ni Yangguang. I have some. I brought it along. Yun Mian. All right then, we'll make those, plus a vegetable dish. Ni Yangguang nodded eagerly. Okay, I'll go cook, and you 2 help me by shucking all the corn over there into kernels and washing them clean. Yun Mian pointed to 5 baskets of corn in the corner. Ni Yangguang. We need to shell all of them? Yun Mian. It's fine if you can't finish. Just do as much as you can. After that, Yun Mian called Wally over to help carry the ingredients to the kitchen. 6 dishes required quite a lot of ingredients, and Yun Mian needed a helper. Wally couldn't cook, but it was great at assisting. Whatever Yun Mian needed, She just had to ask. It could even wash vegetables since it was simple. Yunmian explained that washing vegetables was like washing a dishcloth, just without squeezing them dry, and it understood. She started by cooking rice, enough for 3 people using 5 cups. The rice cooker wouldn't hold more than that. If it wasn't enough, they could eat the vermicelli, Yunmian thought. In the storage room, chatty Ni Yangguang had already struck up a conversation with Luoze. Although Luoze wasn't very fond of chatting, he couldn't help but be drawn in by Ni Yangguang. Ni Yangguang had a natural charm that made people feel at ease. Ni Yangguang. Wow, you have so many calluses on your hands. Your combat skills must be amazing. Luoze. Not bad. Ni Yangguang. I've seen your sister's strength. She's insanely strong. Between you and your sister, who's stronger? Luoze. Probably my sister. Ni Yangguang nodded in agreement. I thought so too. By the way, how's your sister's raiding coming along? I still have some leftover flowers and greenery. If she needs them, I can send them over. Luoze. She should be almost done. You could ask her. Ni Yangguang. All right, I'll ask her now. Luoze focused on shelling the corn, his speed much faster than Ni Yangguang's. While Ni Yangguang finished one, Luoze would have shelled 2 or 3. Ni Yangguang sent a message to Luo and looked up to see that Luoze's basket was already half full of corn kernels, whereas his basket only had a shallow layer. Unwilling to be outdone, Ni Yangguang sped up. However, even as he sped up, he didn't stop talking. Oh, I almost forgot, my little goose is still in my backpack. Ni Yangguang took out his pet pouch and released his pet. When the little goose came out, it looked at the stranger in front of it in a daze. Ni Yangguang introduced it. Goose, don't be afraid. This is a friend of your big brother's, isn't he handsome? Ha ha ha, handsome guys play with handsome guys. The little goose made a noise, but Luoze couldn't understand it. Ni Yangguang yelped. What? You think I'm not as good looking as him? Come on now, you're my pet. How can you take someone else's side? Luoze. Is your pet called Goose? Ni Yangguang. Yeah, cute, right? I've bonded with it so we can communicate telepathically. You can't understand what it's saying, but I can translate for you. Luoze. It's pretty cute. Ni Yangguang put down the corn. Mian also has a penguin, but I didn't see it earlier. I'll go ask her to let her pet out so it can play with my goose. Luoze kept shelling corn without stopping. Okay, you go ahead. Seeing Luoze working so seriously made Ni Yangguang feel lazy by comparison, so he added, I'll come right back down and help. Luoze. All right. Ni Yangguang. How about we take the corn upstairs to the kitchen to shell it? That way we can chat with Mian too. Luoze agreed. All right. He stood up immediately, put the basket back into the corn bin, then easily lifted 2 baskets, 1 in each hand. Seeing how easily Luoze did it, Ni Yangguang thought he could do the same, but he couldn't lift it with 1 hand. He had to carry 1 basket with both arms and follow behind Luoze, who was moving quickly. Why are you guys all naturally strong? I've been working out, so why am I still so weak? Ni Yangguang lamented. Since their last trip to Spider Island with Yunmian, he'd indeed been working out more, and his strength had increased. But compared to Luoze, he still felt weak. Comparing yourself to others really could drive you mad, Ni Yangguang thought. But fortunately, his mindset was strong. The little goose and Xiaoguai the penguin played upstairs. Yunmian had made an ice playground and ice slide for Xiaoguai with ice blocks, and Xiaoguai loved playing there. Since the sea ice had melted, Xiaoguai had been happily playing there by itself. The little goose and Xiaoguai were both emperor penguins, so they got along well at first sight. To ensure they had fun, Ni Yangguang had also brought some toys. Yunmian filled a large bowl with Antarctic krill for them. They ate while playing and didn't need any supervision. After they finished eating, Yunmian joined the others in shelling corn. Earlier, Luoze had shelled 2 baskets, and Ni Yangguang 1, so when Yunmian joined in, they soon finished shelling all the corn. Working together, the 3 of them managed to get things done quickly. Yunmian didn't have a food dehydrator, so she planned to dry the corn in the greenhouse. The greenhouse had an enclosed boiler, which kept the temperature high and the air dry. She estimated that it would take a few days to dry. Yunmian bought several bamboo drying trays from the trading center and spread the corn kernels on them, placing them on racks. With the corn handled, Yunmian prepared to start processing the vegetables and radishes. Ni Yangguang and Luo Zi seemed to have no complaints about helping out and were actually quite enthusiastic. Ni Yangguang: Mian, you're really hard-working, doing so much. But I'm curious, would you do all this if it were the real world? Yunmian answered without hesitation, Of course not. Honestly, being in this survival game had changed her a lot. She had never imagined herself being self-sufficient, growing vegetables, extracting oil. These were things she never even thought about before. I wonder when we'll be able to go back, Ni Yangguang sighed. Yunmian also looked up at the sky. Yeah, who knows when all this will come to an end. She turned to Luo Zi. Luo Zi, do you want to go back? Luo Zi was silent for a moment before he said, As long as I'm with my family, it doesn't matter where I am. If his sister went back, then of course, he would go back too, and vice versa. He looked at Yunmian and asked her, What about you? Do you want to go back? Yunmian's family was in a different zone from her, so her feelings must be different. Yunmian could barely remember her life in the real world. After almost 2 months at sea, she had gotten used to it. Of course, it would be good to go back, but if she couldn't, she believed she and her family could still live well here. In an hour, the three of them washed a whole basket of vegetables and sliced a basket of radishes. Yunmian said, All right, I'll handle the rest of this tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work. Let's take a break and have some snacks. She felt a bit guilty for making them work for 3 hours. Yunmian led them to the lounge where the table was filled with snacks and fruit. Ni Yangguang laughed. Haha, it wasn't hard at all. I didn't even do much. Luo Zi added, It wasn't much work. Even though they said that, Yunmian wasn't planning to continue working. She had invited them over to relax and have fun. The work was secondary. I made a 2-player game console. Do you guys want to play? Initially, she had only planned to invite Ni Yangguang, and this 2-player game console was for them to play together. But now that Luo Zi was also here, she thought it would be better to let the two of them play while she watched. The game console's screen was about the same size as a regular laptop. Ni Yangguang wanted to play, eagerly saying yes, but Luo Zi declined. You two should play instead. He figured that Yunmian probably wanted to play too, and since it was a 2-player game, it wouldn't be as fun for her to play alone, especially since she was usually by herself. Yunmian asked, You don't want to play? Luo Zi shook his head. I'm not really into games. Ni Yangguang exclaimed, What? A guy who doesn't like games? That's rare. Yunmian thought the same, but since Luo Zi had said so, she couldn't ask him to just watch her and Ni Yangguang play. Hospitality mattered. Yunmian suggested, How about a game of Du Diju, Chinese card game? Didn't you bring a deck of cards, Ni Yangguang? We can save the console for next time. Ni Yangguang agreed. Sure, Du Diju works. Yunmian asked Luo Zi, Do you know how to play Du Diju? Luo Zi smiled and nodded. Yeah. Yunmian said, Great, I'll go get some stools and we can play right here. The lounge had a heater, making it the most comfortable place to stay. The three of them played Du Diju, and the stakes, of course, were resources. Yunmian wasn't nervous at all. Today, her luck was good, with her fortune described as wish fulfillment. Ni Yangguang was lucky too, often called a luck king. Luo Zi had decent luck compared to most players, but compared to Yunmian and Ni Yangguang, he was just a bit less fortunate. Still, his luck value was just a little below Ni Yangguang's. When teamed up with Yunmian, he could win, but when playing as the landlord by himself, he would lose badly. In one round, Ni Yangguang was the landlord. He had a big joker, a small joker, 2 twos, and a straight, thinking he had the game in the bag. Yet he still lost to Yunmian and Luo Zi. Yunmian had 4 kings, 3 aces, and a straight. Ni Yangguang yelled. How is this happening, Mian Mian? You haven't lost a single game. Yun Mian Mian laughed. I don't know, maybe my luck is just that good. Ni Yangguang complained. You're so modest, you're too modest. Luoze, you're just riding her coattails. In that round, Ni Yangguang thought he was guaranteed to win, so he had bet a lot. 10 pieces of iron ore, 5 bottles of milk, and 2 apples. Luoze was silent for a moment before he said, As long as I'm with my family, it doesn't matter where I am. If his sister went back, then of course he would go back too. And vice versa. He looked at Yun Mian Mian and asked her, What about you? Do you want to go back? Yun Mian Mian's family was in a different zone from her, so her feelings must be different. Yun Mian Mian could barely remember her life in the real world. After almost 2 months at sea, she had gotten used to it. Of course, it would be good to go back, but if she couldn't, she believed she and her family could still live well here. In an hour, the 3 of them washed a whole basket of vegetables and sliced a basket of radishes. Yun Mian Mian said, All right, I'll handle the rest of this tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work. Let's take a break and have some snacks. She felt a bit guilty for making them work for 3 hours. Yun Mian Mian led them to the lounge, where the table was filled with snacks and fruit. Ni Yangguang laughed. Haha, it wasn't hard at all. I didn't even do much. Luoze added, It wasn't much work. Even though they said that, Yun Mian Mian wasn't planning to continue working. She had invited them over to relax and have fun. The work was secondary. I made a 2-player game console. Do you guys want to play? Initially, she had only planned to invite Ni Yangguang, and this 2-player game console was for them to play together. But now that Luoze was also here, she thought it would be better to let the 2 of them play while she watched. The game console's screen was about the same size as a regular laptop. Ni Yangguang wanted to play, eagerly saying yes, but Luoze declined. You 2 should play instead. He figured that Yun Mian Mian probably wanted to play too, and since it was a 2-player game, it wouldn't be as fun for her to play alone, especially since she was usually by herself. Yun Mian Mian asked, You don't want to play? Luoze shook his head. I'm not really into games. Ni Yangguang exclaimed, What? A guy who doesn't like games? That's rare. Yun Mian Mian thought the same, but since Luoze had said so, she couldn't ask him to just watch her and Ni Yangguang play. Hospitality mattered. Yun Mian Mian suggested, How about a game of Du Diju, Chinese card game? Didn't you bring a deck of cards, Ni Yangguang? We can save the console for next time. Ni Yangguang agreed. Sure, Du Diju works. Yun Mian Mian asked Luoze, Do you know how to play Du Diju? Luoze smiled and nodded. Yeah. Yun Mian Mian said, Great, I'll go get some stools and we can play right here. The lounge had a heater, making it the most comfortable place to stay. The 3 of them played Du Diju, and the stakes, of course, were resources. Yun Mian Mian wasn't nervous at all. Today her luck was good, with her fortune described as wish fulfillment. Ni Yangguang was lucky too, often called a luck king. Luoze had decent luck compared to most players, but compared to Yun Mian Mian and Ni Yangguang, he was just a bit less fortunate. Still, his luck value was just a little below Ni Yangguang's. When teamed up with Yun Mian Mian, he could win, but when playing as the landlord by himself, he would lose badly. In one round, Ni Yangguang was the landlord. He had a big joker, a small joker, 2 twos, and a straight, thinking he had the game in the bag. Yet he still lost to Yun Mian Mian and Luoze. Yun Mian Mian had 4 kings, 3 aces, and a straight. Ni Yangguang yelled, How is this happening, Mian Mian? You haven't lost a single game. Yun Mian Mian laughed. I don't know, maybe my luck is just that good. Ni Yangguang complained, You're so modest. You're too modest. Luoze, you're just riding her coattails. In that round, Ni Yangguang thought he was guaranteed to win, so he had bet a lot. 10 pieces of iron ore, 5 bottles of milk, and 2 apples. But he ended up losing again. Seeing what she had won, Yun Mian Mian smiled and gave all the winnings to Luoze. Here, all yours. Ni Yangguang shouted, I don't want to be the landlord anymore. I want to be on your team. Yun Mian Mian smiled. All right, I'll be the landlord then. Ni Yangguang protested. But even as the landlord, you never lose. They played from morning until night. Luoze lost a pile of resources, Ni Yangguang won a little, and Yun Mian won the most. When they were about to leave, Yun Mian gave each of them a basket of vegetables and 200 Antarctic krill to take back with them. She also promised that once the corn oil was ready, she'd give them some. Ni Yangguang and Luoze both declined the corn oil, asking instead for some prepared dishes. Since they didn't cook, the oil wouldn't be of much use to them. Yun Mian replied, "Okay, then I'll make some dishes and give you a few jars." After seeing Ni Yangguang and Luoze off, Yun Mian was exhausted, but she still had 2 more treasure chests to fish up. She decided to finish that before resting. Just before 11, she managed to fish up 2 treasure chests, both golden. As soon as Yun Mian finished opening the chests, she saw a message from Luoze. "Are you free tomorrow or the day after?" Yun Mian replied, "Why? What's up?" She didn't have anything scheduled for the next couple of days, just planned to stay on the boat and extract the corn oil. "I just got a magic island hopping card from a chest. Do you want to go island hopping with me?" Such good fortune. Yun Mian responded, "Aren't you going with your sister?" Luoze replied, "Neither of us has a teleportation card. My sister asked me to invite you." Yun Mian guessed that Luo might have felt too embarrassed to ask her for a teleportation card. But if she asked, Yun Mian would definitely give it to her. Yun Mian thought for a moment and sent Luo a message. "Luo, how about I give you the teleportation card and you go island hopping with Luoze?" Luo replied, "No need, you go with him. My boat will upgrade tomorrow and there will be a lot to do after that." Yun Mian confirmed, "Really?" Luo answered, "Yes, really. Luoze and I already discussed it." Yun Mian considered it and then sent a message back to Luoze. "Then I'm the one getting the better deal. Only new players have the Magic Island hopping card." Yun Mian took a screenshot of her map and sent it to Luoze. "You choose. Which island do you want to go to?" The islands Yun Mian had been to were Mushroom Island, Spider Island, Ice Crystal Island, and Penguin Island. Spider Island and Penguin Island have maps, but the other 2 islands also have good resources. Luoze asked, "Can you give me a detailed introduction of Mushroom Island and Ice Crystal Island?" Yun Mian replied, "Sure." Mushroom Island was actually the first island she set foot on, but she hadn't explored it much back then. At that time, she wasn't strong enough, so she didn't dare venture too deep. She avoided swamps and dense forests and didn't stay overnight on the island. So she could only describe what she saw during her previous visit to Mushroom Island. On Ice Crystal Island, the main resources were minerals and ice marrow, but most of these resources were found in ice crevices. At night, there was a chance to find glaciers containing energy stones. Last time, Yun Mian went down into 2 ice crevices, one of which contained a very dangerous lake. Both islands were worth exploring. However, one offered resources from the rainy season, while the other had resources from the glacial season. If the goal was to find survival resources, Yun Mian recommended Mushroom Island. It had a good climate and plenty of supplies. But if the goal was upgrade materials, Yun Mian recommended Ice Crystal Island. After all, upgrading to level 7 would require a lot of ice marrow and minerals. However, Ice Crystal Island was more dangerous. Since the Magic Island hopping card belonged to Luoze, Yun Mian only provided the analysis, and the final decision was left to him. Once they decided on which island to go to, they needed to make preparations in advance. The supplies needed for these 2 islands were entirely different. After listening to Yun Mian's introduction, Luoze quickly made his decision. "I want to go to Mushroom Island with you." To be honest, Yun Mian was a bit surprised. She thought Luoze would choose Ice Crystal Island, but since Luoze chose Mushroom Island, Yun Mian respected his decision. Yun Mian asked, "All right, what time do we leave tomorrow?" Luoze replied, "How about 8 o'clock? I'll send you the Magic Island hopping card now." The Magic Island hopping card could only be used to access islands that the user had visited before, so Yun Mian had to use the card. Tomorrow, she would open access to the island and then teleport Luozi over. Yun Mian suggested, "Do you think if I use guest mode to invite you over, we can land on the island directly?" Luozi laughed. "Haha, I don't know either. We could try, but I doubt it'll work." Yun Mian responded, "All right, if it doesn't work, I'll use the teleportation card. If it does, I'll call your sister too." Luozi agreed. "Okay, make sure you get some rest after you're done." Yun Mian said, All right. After finishing the conversation with Luozi, Yun Mian began preparing what she needed for tomorrow. Supplies, as well as enough food for 2 people for 2 days. There were still some leftovers from today's lunch, so Yun Mian decided to make 2 pots of seafood chowder and bake some potatoes and sweet potatoes. Since they were going to Mushroom Island, there wasn't much need to worry about running out of food. There were plenty of mushrooms and even shellfish along the shore. However, with it being the glacial season, she wondered if Mushroom Island would also be covered in snow and ice. Since the system provided a magic island hopping card, it should be possible to return to the rainy season's weather. No point thinking too much about it now. They'd find out tomorrow. Yun Mian filled her backpack, bringing along food, drinks, and weapons. She also made plenty of baskets, boxes, and cages specifically for carrying resources. Mushroom Island was full of mushrooms, with wild chickens and rabbits, and the coastline was rich in resources. They could pick up anything they wanted. Last time, Yun Mian hadn't dared to explore deeply, but this time, with Luozi, they might discover even better resources. She also prepared everything needed to stay overnight on Mushroom Island. The next morning at 7, Yun Mian got up. She remembered something and emptied a space in her backpack, putting some lightweight clothes into a cloth bag and storing it in her backpack. Just in case the weather switched back to the rainy season, wearing thick clothes would make her too hot. After arranging everything on the boat, Yun Mian gave Wally 3 extra energy stones to prevent any power shortages. She then took out her lucky dice. Let's see how today's luck turns out. Yun Mian expected it might be either ordinary luck or a blessed by the stars type of luck, but she didn't expect it to be wish fulfillment again, just like yesterday. It's rare to roll the same number consecutively. Mian, are you ready over there?" Luozi sent a message. Yun Mian quickly replied, "Almost. Did you pack your things? I forgot to mention yesterday that we might be staying on the island today. Did you bring a sleeping bag?" Luozi responded, "I brought it, don't worry." Yun Mian said, "All right, I'm going to use the magic island hopping card now, and then invite you to come over and see if it works." Yun Mian clicked on the magic island hopping card and selected Mushroom Island. In an instant, the Xiangyun was enveloped in mist, and after a flash of white light, an island appeared in front of her. It was a green island. Yun Mian was delighted. Finally, she could see some green again. Life needs greenery. At first, she had found the rainy season's constant drizzle and the rainforest's wet conditions bothersome. But after spending so much time in the glacial season, she realized just how nice the rainy season had been. Yun Mian opened the island access and invited Luozi to the boat. He arrived, but they couldn't land on the island together, as it showed that he didn't have permission. With no other choice, Yun Mian asked him to return first, then use the teleportation card, which worked. So the system's loopholes weren't so easy to exploit. At least they had landed. The two stepped onto Mushroom Island's beach, quickly feeling raindrops on their faces. Mushroom Island was still in the rainy season. Yun Mian took out her umbrella. Luckily, there were still 2 oiled paper umbrellas left in the warehouse. She had brought them, and seeing Luozi without an umbrella, she handed one to him. Luozi said, "One umbrella is enough. Let me hold it." Before Yun Mian could say anything, Luozi had already taken the opened umbrella from her hand, so she put the other umbrella back in her backpack. The umbrella wasn't very large, barely covering both of them. Luozi was much taller than Yun Mian, and he tilted the umbrella towards her, fully covering Yun Mian while leaving half of his body exposed to the rain. However, both of them were wearing waterproof jackets, so having wet sleeves didn't bother them. A shake would send the water droplets flying off. Yun Mian Mian introduced, "This is called Mushroom Island, so there are a lot of mushrooms here. There are also many trees. Once we enter the forest, there's an area filled with mushrooms. Do you want any mushrooms?" Luo Ze seemed to be listening intently to Yun Mian Mian. However, he didn't respond right away until Yun Mian Mian looked at him in confusion. Luo Ze said, "Sure, but I also want to explore deeper. Didn't you say there were still many areas you hadn't been to?" Yun Mian Mian replied, "That's fine too. Should we split up or stick together? It might be more efficient if we split up." Luo Zia said, "Let's stay together. I've never been here, and it's safer to be with you." Yun Mian Mian was a bit surprised. "Are you scared?" Luo Zia, "No, I just think it's safer together." Yun Mian Mian laughed. "All right then, let's head this way. Maybe we can catch some wild chickens or rabbits." Yun Mian Mian wasn't interested in catching wild chickens or rabbits for breeding. She already had enough on her boat. She wanted to catch them to eat. She had prepared a lot of cages for that purpose. And she was more interested in catching larger wild animals like wild boars. Pork was her most consumed meat, and there was only a little bit of lean pork left in the warehouse. It was almost finished, so Yun Mian Mian thought if she could catch a wild boar, she wouldn't have to worry about pork for at least a month. If not pork, deer meat would do just fine. Yun Mian Mian also wanted to test out the power of her crossbow. The two of them entered the forest, where there were a lot of trees and thick foliage, making it inconvenient to carry an umbrella since the branches kept getting in the way. So Yun Mian Mian asked Luo Ze to put the umbrella away. She took out a white hat from her backpack and put it on. Although it wasn't waterproof, it provided some protection. Luo Ze's jacket had a hood, but seeing Yun Mian Mian put on a hat, he also took out a white hat from his backpack. It turned out to be the same model as Yun Mian Mian's. Yun Mian Mian smiled. "You have this too?" Luo Ze replied, "Yes, I got it from a treasure chest." Yun Mian Mian said, "Nice. I think I got mine from a trade in the trading center a long time ago." She added, "Do you have an advanced backpack too?" Luo Ze shook his head. "No, just an intermediate one." Yun Mian Mian was surprised. "How do you manage to fit everything then?" Luo Ze explained, "Anything my sister also has I let her keep, like minerals and wood. Whenever I need something I just get it from her." Yun Mian Mian nodded. "That's a good way to save space. Anyway, it's just one slot for her." As long as it didn't exceed 5,000 units, it took up only one slot. Luo Ze nodded. "Yeah." Nodded. The two didn't keep chatting constantly. They spoke occasionally while continuing to move and kept an eye out for resources around them. When they saw mushrooms along the way, neither of them stopped to pick them. Mushrooms weren't valuable, and they weren't short on food. However, there were plenty of snakes in the forest. Snake meat was a delicacy, and while they weren't interested in mushrooms, they were interested in catching snakes. Both Luo Ze and Yun Mian Mian caught a snake each. Luo Ze used a stick to hit the snake right at its weak spot, killing it before putting it into his bag. Yun Mian Mian, on the other hand, chopped off the snake's head with an axe. She carefully stored the decapitated snake, remembering that she had brewed snake wine before. Drinking it could improve physical fitness. After all this time, it should be ready, so she planned to drink it once they got back. There was also a type of wine called 5-snake wine, which had an even better effect. It required 5 types of snakes: Agkistrodon, banded crate, Bungarus multicinctus, black-banded sea crate, and king cobra. Coincidentally, she had caught a Bungarus multicinctus, and Luo Ze had caught a black-banded sea crate. There were many different types of snakes in this forest. If they could find the other 3 types, she could make 5-snake wine once they got back. Yun Mian Mian said, "I want to catch a few more snakes. If you see any, let me know." Luo Ze thought she wanted them for food. "Do you like eating snake meat?" Yun Mian Mian shook her head. "No, I want to use them for making wine." Luo Ze replied, "All right, I'll give you the ones I catch." "Really? In that case, I'll share the wine with you once it's done." Yun Mian Mian was happy. Luoze was being generous, probably because of his sister Luo, so she couldn't be stingy. Luoze nodded. Sure. Just then, Luoze frowned slightly, as if he'd seen something. He made a shush gesture. Yun Mian immediately went quiet, her expression serious. Luoze pulled Yun Mian behind him, shielding her as he whispered into her ear, "Don't make a sound. I saw a green anaconda." A green anaconda! Yun Mian was shocked. That was a huge creature. Yun Mian mouthed to him, "Where?" Luoze pointed to a large tree not far away. Yun Mian focused her gaze and saw it. There was a small stream running beneath the tree, and lying in the shallow water was a massive creature. The green anaconda was essentially a giant snake, known as the largest snake in the world. The one in front of them was at least 4 or 5 meters long and very thick. Green anacondas were usually active at night, but sometimes they came out during the day. The one Yun Mian and Luoze encountered was an exception. Green anacondas were ferocious and only interested in prey. It seemed like it hadn't noticed Yun Mian and Luoze yet. To be honest, Yun Mian didn't want to provoke this green anaconda. It was highly venomous, and its meat was smelly and not good to eat. Moreover, such a large creature would be difficult to kill, and its death roll was incredibly terrifying. Yun Mian tried not to make any noise, her lips moving slowly so that Luoze could understand what she was saying. What should we do? If Luoze were alone, he might have dealt with the green anaconda, but with Yun Mian there, he hesitated. The green anaconda was incredibly powerful. If he was by himself, even if he couldn't kill it in one blow, he could at least avoid getting hurt. However, if he shot an arrow that only wounded the snake and enraged it, it might launch a counterattack, endangering Yun Mian. A green anaconda of this size, once it approached its target, could crush bones with its coils and swallow its prey whole. Luoze suggested, "Should we take a detour?" Taking a detour would mean wasting at least half an hour. The current path led directly to the marsh, and there was a forest ahead with what seemed like abundant resources. Yun Mian said, "No." She took out the godly arm bow from her backpack. Might as well use it to test the bow's power. The green anaconda's skin was very tough, but Yun Mian believed in the power of her bow. Besides, on land, the green anaconda moved slowly, unlike in water where it was more agile. Yun Mian quickly made up her mind. They wouldn't take a detour. They'd take it down directly. She drew an arrow, nocked it, and aimed at the snake's head. The green anaconda's weak point wasn't its 7-inch, traditional belief in a snake's vulnerability at its heart region. That point was located in its belly, which wasn't exposed, and its skin was particularly thick. To take down a green anaconda, targeting the head or the tail was more effective. The head was also easier to aim at. Luoze looked at Yun Mian, drawn by her resolute determination. Yun Mian's breathing was steady, and her hand didn't tremble at all. The more critical the moment, the calmer her demeanor became. With a swish, the arrow flew out, landing right next to the green anaconda's left eye, just barely missing blinding it. Yun Mian exclaimed, "Oh no!" It was a pity. She thought she could have blinded it. It seemed her archery skills still needed improvement, but hitting its head was still quite good. Luoze said, "Impressive." Yun Mian shyly responded, "If it were you, you probably would have hit the eye directly, right?" Luoze replied, "Almost. You were very close." After being injured, the green anaconda coiled up in pain, wrapping itself around a nearby tree and crushing it with its enormous strength. Yun Mian watched, dumbfounded, thinking how fortunate it was that they were far enough away. Luoze drew his bow and shot 3 arrows simultaneously, all striking the green anaconda's head. 2 of the arrows hit its eye and brow. Yun Mian said, "Awesome." Now that was truly impressive. Thinking back to when Luoze complimented her earlier, Yun Mian felt a little embarrassed. While her arrow had wounded the green anaconda, Luoze's arrows were what truly incapacitated it. But Luoze remained cautious. He told Yun Mian to stay where she was, then drew a sword and cautiously approached. The green anaconda was on the verge of death, lying still as if it were dead by the stream. But when Luoze got within a meter of it, it suddenly opened its eyes and used the last of its strength to try and coil around Luoze. The green anaconda's attack wasn't about biting, it was about coiling and swallowing its prey whole. Once it coiled around someone, it was almost impossible to escape. Yun Mian's heart nearly leapt out of her chest, but Luoze remained calm. He drove his sword into the green anaconda's open mouth, piercing all the way through, then used the snake's head as leverage to leap to the other side. He pulled out his sword, and with one swift strike, chopped off the green anaconda's head. Blood spurted everywhere, covering the ground. He completed all of this expressionlessly, but when he looked up at Yun Mian, he gave her a gentle smile. The stark contrast caused Yun Mian to briefly lose focus. Luoze said, "It's done." Yun Mian gave him a thumbs up. "Nice work." Looking at the massive green anaconda's body, Yun Mian thought it would be a waste to just leave it there. Although she wouldn't eat it, it should still serve some purpose. Otherwise, it would have been killed for nothing. She was about to store it in her backpack when she noticed that its belly was swollen. Yun Mian took out her machete and cut open its stomach. She was pleasantly surprised. Inside the green anaconda's stomach was a wild boar. Yun Mian said, "It looks like the boar was only swallowed recently and hasn't been digested yet." She pulled the wild boar's body out to inspect it. It had been swallowed whole without any bite marks, so she didn't need to worry about the meat being toxic. She put the wild boar into her backpack and then chopped the green anaconda into many pieces, storing it as green anaconda meat X38. Green anaconda meat, pungent and foul-smelling snake meat, not tasty. Be careful, it might upset your stomach. Luoze also saw the description of the green anaconda meat and curiously asked, "Do you have a use for this snake meat?" Yun Mian didn't intend to eat it. Instead, she planned to use it as bait to catch fish. The smellier the meat, the better it is as bait. Later, we'll throw the pieces into a pit near the coast, and it might attract more fish, maybe even some shrimp. Yun Mian explained her plan as she squatted by the stream washing her hands. Luoze said, "All right, let's find a pit by the sea later." Yun Mian pulled out a cloth from her backpack, wiped her hands dry, and handed it to him. "Aren't you going to wash up too?" Luoze nodded, then squatted down to wash his hands. Just then, Yun Mian heard a strange noise. When she looked up, she saw a capuchin monkey in the tree above, observing them. The capuchin monkey looked very clever. Its fur was black, and its face was a mix of yellow and white with a curled tail. Standing on the tree, its eyes darted around. Yun Mian said, "Luoze, look, there's a monkey." Luoze looked up and made eye contact with the capuchin. Yun Mian smiled. "You don't have a pet yet, right? Want to catch the monkey as your pet? It kind of looks like you." Luoze's expression was a bit complex. "Not really." Yun Mian told Luoze to catch the monkey, but the moment the capuchin heard her, it immediately ran away. It seemed genuinely frightened. Yun Mian burst into laughter. "Is it really that smart?" Luoze asked. "Do you like it?" Yun Mian responded, "It's not bad." But she already had a pet and wasn't planning on contracting another one. She was actually recommending it to Luoze. Luoze said, "Shall we chase it to see where it goes?" Yun Mian agreed. "Sure, maybe we'll find a group of them." Luoze asked, "To catch them and sell them?" Yun Mian thought about it. "In the ice season, monkeys may not survive well." Luoze said, "We could only offer them to level 6 players. Let's just go see first." Yun Mian led the chase. The capuchin ran very fast, leaping from tree to tree, swinging from branches and flying quite a distance. Yun Mian and Luoze couldn't keep up, quickly losing sight of it. But they had a general sense of the direction it had taken. Neither of them was in a rush, so they decided to take their time, collecting resources along the way. Once they entered the rainforest, they saw all sorts of plants. Yun Mian's backpack didn't have much space, so she only picked valuable herbs and spices. Small plants could go in baskets, while larger ones took up individual slots. Yun Mian Mian dug up 2 dragon blood trees. Dragon blood tree, the crystallized essence of a dragon's blood spilled on the earth, capable of yielding dragon's blood resin, a highly valuable medicinal substance. The dragon blood tree was an ancient species with significant value. It also had an appealing shape and could be kept as a decorative plant on board. Yun Mian Mian thought that keeping 2 dragon blood trees on her ship might boost its rating. However, dragon blood trees thrive in sunny environments, which meant they wouldn't fare well during the ice season and would need to be kept in the greenhouse for the time being. Seeing Yun Mian Mian digging up the tree, Luozi also checked its information. His gathering skill was only at the intermediate level. Unlike Yun Mian Mian, who could immediately recognize each plant's properties, he had to check the description manually. However, the description was brief. Words like dragon's blood resin didn't give much insight into its full utility. Yun Mian Mian said, "This tree is very useful. Let's take a few more with us if we can. We've only found 2 so far, but let me know if you see more." Luozi nodded. "Okay, Mian Mian, what's dragon's blood resin?" Yun Mian Mian explained, "When the dragon blood tree gets injured, it exudes a blood-like sap, which is its resin. If you collect and concentrate the resin, it becomes dragon's blood resin, a highly prized traditional medicinal ingredient." She added, "It sounds impressive, but honestly it's kind of like Yunnan Baiyao, a well-known Chinese herbal remedy." Luozi said, "True, sounds like a magic potion from a wuxia novel." While chatting, Yun Mian Mian had already dug up the 2 dragon blood trees. These trees weren't very big, only about 1.5 meters tall, small enough to make ideal decorative plants. They would need to mature more to yield enough resin. Luozi then spotted a wild bayberry tree. "Mian Mian, do you like bayberries?" Yun Mian Mian had packed food but no fruit since backpack space was limited. "Sure, where is it?" Luozi was tall and had a better vantage point. He could see it while Yun Mian Mian couldn't. Luozi pointed, but Yun Mian Mian still didn't see it, so he grabbed her hand and led her forward a few steps. The bayberries on the tree were ripe and glistened with rain, appearing dark and wet, making it hard to tell if they were tasty. "Do you want to eat some? I can pick some." There were puddles of water around the tree, making the path a bit difficult to traverse. Yun Mian Mian didn't like sour things, so she said, "You try it first. If it isn't good, then don't bother picking any." Luozi nodded. "Okay, wait here." Yun Mian Mian replied, "It's fine, I'll go with you." She wore waterproof boots, so she wasn't afraid of stepping in the puddles. Wild fruit like this didn't require washing as there were no pesticides. In survival situations, hygiene couldn't be too strict. Luozi picked one and ate it directly. Yun Mian Mian watched his expression closely. She had been tricked before. Her friends would eat sour fruit and pretend it was delicious, only to make her taste it and end up sour-faced. She feared Luozi would do the same. To be honest, Luozi didn't show much expression when eating, so Yun Mian Mian couldn't tell if it was good. After he calmly finished eating, Yun Mian Mian asked, "How is it?" Luozi said, "Not bad. It's sweet." Yun Mian Mian asked again, "Really?" Luozi nodded, "Yes, try it." Yun Mian Mian warned, "If you're lying to me, I'll be mad." Friends knew she disliked sour things and would tease her, which had happened many times. "I wouldn't lie to you," Luozi said sincerely, his eyes bright. Maybe it was the way he looked at her, so focused and earnest, that Yun Mian Mian was persuaded. "All right, I believe you." Luozi smiled and picked a large, dark bayberry. He even pulled out a bottle of water to rinse it before handing it to her. Yun Mian Mian said, "You didn't have to rinse it." She bit into the bayberry and the juice exploded in her mouth, sweet with a slight hint of sourness, perfectly balanced and delicious. "Is it tasty?" Luozi looked at Yun Mian Mian's expression and knew it must be good, but he still asked. Yun Mian Mian nodded. "Pick more." Luozi replied, "Sure," and took a bag from his backpack, placing the bayberries from the tree one by one into the bag. Yun Mian Mian also joined in picking bayberries. The tree was full of them, enough to fill 5 boxes. She planned to store them well, half for eating and half to make bayberry juice. Oh, and they could also be used to make bayberry wine or candied bayberries. Thinking of all these possibilities, Yun Mian sped up her picking. The berries at the top of the tree were hard to reach, so Luoze climbed up and picked them all. After picking the entire tree clean of bayberries, Yun Mian looked at the few boxes of berries in her backpack, feeling a sense of accomplishment. She split them into 4 boxes, and Luoze only took 1. Initially, Yun Mian wanted to split them evenly, but Luoze refused and only took 1, saying it was for Luo. Yun Mian didn't argue further. If they found more bayberry trees, she could give more to Luoze. As they were about to leave, suddenly 2 monkeys jumped onto the bayberry tree. Seeing the bare branches, they began chattering angrily. It was as if they were accusing the 2 of taking all their bayberries. These weren't capuchin monkeys, but gibbons. Their cries were powerful and resonated through the forest. These gibbons had long limbs, with big eyes glaring at Yun Mian and Luoze. Yun Mian said, "It seems like they're scolding us." Luoze nodded. "Probably." Yun Mian wondered, "Do they love bayberries that much?" Gibbons mainly eat fruits, leaves, and insects. Compared to leaves and insects, bayberries must be more delicious. Their cries didn't stop, and Yun Mian felt they were calling for reinforcements. Luoze seemed to have the same feeling. "Should we leave quickly?" Yun Mian replied, "If a group of monkeys comes, we might get attacked. Should I give some bayberries back to them?" Luoze suggested, "Give them my box then." Yun Mian shook her head. "I'll give them one of mine. You only have 1 box while I have plenty. 1 box should be enough. These aren't even their bayberries. They're wild." She took out 1 box from her backpack and placed it on the ground, then said to the 2 gibbons, "Stop crying, here's a box for you." The gibbons seemed to understand but looked unsatisfied. They waved their arms and made sharp noises. Their calls attracted many other gibbons. Yun Mian and Luoze were soon surrounded by over a dozen gibbons, perched above them in the trees. After the first 2 gibbons gestured animatedly, the other gibbons quickly understood what had happened. "Great, now we're stuck," Yun Mian commented. The 2 of them were surrounded by monkeys, apparently demanding the bayberries. It was a slightly humorous scene. Luoze leaned closer to Yun Mian's ear and whispered, "Ready?" "For what? To make a run for it?" Yun Mian whispered back. Luoze smiled. "No." He moved swiftly, climbing up the tree higher than the monkeys. From his backpack, he pulled out a bow and aimed at one of the most aggressive gibbons. He shot an arrow that hit the tree trunk beside the monkey, just grazing its fur. At first the gibbon didn't react, but soon it was terrified. Luoze shouted and aimed another arrow at a different gibbon. Seeing this, the gibbons shrieked and fled in all directions. Yun Mian said, "Just scaring them away is enough. There's no need to kill them." The gibbons quickly scattered, leaving behind the box of bayberries, which they didn't have time to take. Yun Mian decided to leave it for them after all. After the small incident, the 2 continued on their way. They finally made it out of the forest before nightfall. Seeing a clearing, Yun Mian suggested, "Let's set up camp here for tonight." Luoze agreed. "All right, I'll gather some branches for a fire." Yun Mian stopped him. "All the branches here are wet. I already brought some." She was well prepared, knowing how difficult it was to start a fire here. She had brought dry grass and twigs, perfect for starting a fire. She even brought a small stove for both warmth and cooking. But actually, she had prepared enough food, so there was no need to cook. "Set up the tents first," Yun Mian instructed Luoze, while she started a fire and boiled water. Not far from there was a creek, and she planned to fetch some water. Though she had drinking water in her backpack, it was better to save it when they could use local resources. When Yun Mian returned with water, Luoze had already set up both tents. Yun Mian was surprised. "You set up mine too? I didn't even take it out." Luoze replied, "No problem, I brought an extra." Yun Mian laughed. "Haha, thanks." That saved her the trouble. She was planning to set it up herself later, but Luoze turned out to be a good helper. Yun Mian Mian put the water on to boil and then took out seafood soup, rice, and grilled meat from her backpack, giving Luoze a portion. "Must be hungry by now. Let's eat." Luoze replied, "Not very, but I've been looking forward to eating Mian Mian's cooking." Yun Mian Mian smiled. "You can tell me any time if you want something to eat." Luoze asked, "Even when we're on the ship?" Yun Mian Mian nodded. "Sure, if I cook, I'll share some with you." Luoze admitted, "I just don't want to bother you." Yun Mian Mian reassured, "It's not a bother. Cooking a bit isn't troublesome, but I do get busy sometimes, so if I do cook, I'll share." Luoze said, "All right, I'll pay for the food." At night, Luoze accompanied Yun Mian Mian to a nearby beach to find a sea pit, where they placed the giant moray eel meat to attract fish. They left it there for a day and night, planning to check on it before they departed, hoping to find many fish. Before leaving, Yun Mian Mian suddenly wanted to go night diving to catch fish. She now had advanced swimming skills and also had a seal diving mask. All she needed was a headlamp and a spear gun, and fishing would be an easy task. When Luoze heard that Yun Mian Mian wanted to go into the water, he decided to join her. Fortunately, he had brought a wetsuit. Yun Mian Mian asked, "Did you bring a spear gun?" Luoze shook his head. "No, but it's okay. I'll just pick up some sea snails, scallops, and lobsters." Yun Mian Mian nodded. "That's fine. Let's go down and take a look. After all, it's still early and I can't sleep." Luoze needed to change clothes, so Yun Mian Mian stepped away to give him some privacy. Originally, she wasn't planning to wear a wetsuit, but after some thought, she decided to put one on. Even though she could swim without it, it would be more convenient in the water with the wetsuit. It was dark, so it was hard to see much anyway. Yun Mian Mian hid behind a rock to change. Luoze stood far away and only approached when Yun Mian Mian called out. The water temperature was very low at night, but with the wetsuit on, it wasn't as cold. After entering the water, the visibility was still decent because the water in this area was very clear, though there were many seaweeds. Close to the shore, there wasn't much sea life. They needed to swim further out to find anything. Once in the water, Yun Mian Mian didn't pay attention to Luoze and went on her way to search for sea life. She hadn't gone fishing for a while and was quite excited, determined to catch a lot tonight. The fish she had previously caught were all frozen and weren't very fresh anymore. It had been a while since she'd had fresh seafood sashimi, so if she had a good haul tonight, she would prepare sashimi tomorrow. However, after swimming for a while, she didn't see any big fish, but she did come across a lot of large sea snails. There were chambered nautiluses, spider conches, and other varieties. She thought she shouldn't let them go to waste, so she started collecting them. After a while, she had collected over 10 snails. Later, she found some large scallops which were delicious and had tender meat that could be prepared in many ways. Of course, Yun Mian Mian didn't let these go either. While collecting scallops, she found a very large moray eel under a rock. It opened its mouth wide, looking fierce, with its head sticking out of the rocks. It had an ugly head and a thick body, clearly a powerful creature. To handle such a moray eel, a spear gun was necessary. Yun Mian Mian took out her spear gun, aimed it at the moray's mouth, and fired. The spear pierced its head, and the moray eel began a death roll, curling its entire body. At that moment, it was crucial not to get too close, as it would release a terrifying force. Yun Mian Mian waited until the eel had run out of energy before she pulled up the spear, dragging it out of the water. She took out a dagger from her backpack and stabbed the eel's head several times until it stopped moving completely, then she put it in her backpack. This moray eel was as thick as Yun Mian Mian's calf and about 1.2 meters long, making it quite large. After storing the moray eel, her luck seemed to get better. Yun Mian Mian then spotted a parrotfish. This fish tasted delicious, with tender, fatty flesh that was not greasy. Eating an entire fish was enjoyable, and it went particularly well with rice. Yun Mian Mian had eaten it once before and still remembered its taste. When she saw it this time, Yun Mian Mian immediately decided to catch it. She loaded her spear gun and fired. Upon picking it up, she found that this parrotfish was particularly large, weighing at least 10 kilograms. The spear gun made it quick and easy to catch, and she soon secured it. After catching over a dozen fish, she remembered to look for Luoze. But she didn't see any sign of him. Yun Mian wasn't too worried and sent him a message asking where he was. Luoze was a good swimmer and wouldn't get into trouble, and they were in shallow waters without any dangerous fish. She surfaced to take a breath and looked at the haul in her backpack. Moray eel X1, parrotfish X1, red sea, night, fish X2, lobster X3, scallop X2, spider conch X2, chambered nautilus X4, sea cucumber X2, cuttlefish X3, large conch X2, silver trevally Deta1, grouper X2, parrot ras, Keti 1. Yun Mian was most pleased with the parrotfish and the silver trevally. Silver trevally, also known as GT, is particularly delicious when made into sashimi. The flesh is milky white with faint amber hues. The texture is rich and tender, with a fresh and sweet flavor that isn't greasy but firm. This fish is among the best sashimi ingredients. Since Yun Mian had been craving sashimi, this was perfect. Satisfied with her catch, Yun Mian decided to call it a night and head back. She had been in the water for 2 hours, and it was starting to wear her out. Just then, she received a message from Luoze. Luoze said he had found lots of lobsters and abalone and was still collecting them, but he'd be back soon. So Yun Mian went ashore first to change her clothes. Yun Mian found a flat rock and sat down to wait for Luoze. Bored, she opened her status panel. She checked the time and realized it was already past 11. Suddenly, she remembered something. She quickly opened her backpack and took out her wish sticky note. She had nearly forgotten to mark her daily wish. After repeating her wish, Yun Mian decided to check the chat channel to see if anything interesting had happened today. Many players were discussing the upcoming settlement in a few days. One player had used a communication card to contact a relative in District 4. The situation in District 4 was worse than in District 3. Many players had been eliminated in the blizzards, resulting in heavy casualties, and the survival rate of new players was very low. Currently, District 3 had a surviving population of 150,000, while District 4 had only 110,000. From this perspective, District 3 had a significant advantage. There was a high chance that District 3 would end up among the top 3 districts for survival rates. If we managed to get into the top 3, it would be good news for every player in District 3. Everyone will receive rewards. With just a few days left, we must all help each other out, trying to keep as many of us alive as possible. I'm telling you, the other districts are no match for District 3, especially with so many powerful players in our district. Don't be too optimistic. District 1 has even more powerful players. In the last settlement, District 1 was far ahead in numbers. The system said that competition will increase once cross-server connections are established. Does that mean we will be able to meet players from other districts? No way. Does this mean we'll have to compete with other districts for resources too? That might be true. I think it's best for us to level up quickly. As long as we're not at level 6, we shouldn't relax. Day 53 was coming to an end, and the glacial season was nearing its end too. Yun Mian looked at the chat channel, and she couldn't help but wonder, what was the true purpose of this game? Is it survival or destruction? Would there be more resources if competition among servers begins? Or would they just become scarcer? Yun Mian didn't know what would happen next. But one thing had never changed, her desire to become stronger. Indeed, District 1 had a lot of top players. Yun Mian thought of Shen Chanjue and Wei Yue. If she met them again, would she be able to win against them? She wasn't confident. This time, when she got back to her boat, she planned to stay put for a while. Her supplies were enough to last her several months. She didn't need to rush to gather more resources. Instead, she needed to focus on becoming stronger. She was lost in thought and didn't even notice Luoze emerging from the water. It wasn't until she heard the noise of Luoze coming ashore that she looked up. Under the moonlight, Luoze approached. His tall, athletic build looked even more toned in the wetsuit. broad shoulders, narrow waist, and well-proportioned. Yun Mian smiled and asked, "How did it go?" Luo Ze pulled off his diving mask, his hair wet and dripping, his eyes fixed on Yun Mian as he replied, "Not bad. We can have a lobster feast tomorrow." Yun Mian asked, "Did you catch a lot of lobsters?" Luo Ze nodded. "Yeah, 7 or 8, and they're pretty big. I also found some sea urchins and scallops." Yun Mian suggested, "How about we make some seafood barbecue right now?" After swimming for so long, she was feeling hungry. All that physical exertion made her hungry fast. Luo Ze agreed. "Sure, I'll handle the preparation and you handle the cooking." They chatted about how to cook the lobsters while heading back to the tent. Yun Mian said, "The marine resources here are pretty good. With the moray eel meat placed in that pit, when we come back tomorrow night it should be full of seafood." Luo Ze added, "If we had a water pump, we could pump the water out of the pit and just scoop out all the seafood." Yun Mian's eyes lit up. "That's actually a good idea, but we don't have a water pump." Luo Ze replied, "I have a blueprint for a water pump. I'll have my sister make it and we can use it tomorrow." Yun Mian was surprised. Really? She hadn't expected to come across something so useful. By baiting the pit during high tide, many sea fish would be attracted by the smell and enter the pit. Then, during low tide the next day, they could pump the water out, leaving the fish stranded. Perfect for easy collection. Yun Mian hadn't thought of this approach before, mainly because she didn't know a water pump was an option. Luo Ze contacted Luo directly, as the blueprint was with her. He told her to make it since they had all the necessary materials anyway. The next morning, Yun Mian rolled her dice inside the tent. The result was a 5, an ordinary day, nothing special. To prevent herself from forgetting her wish sticky note, she made her wish first thing after waking up. It was the 4th day of wishing, 3 more days to go until her wish would come true. This meant Yun Mian would be able to contact District 1 before cross-server communication was opened. Not only would she be able to understand the situation in District 1 ahead of time, but she could also help Yun Xiao level up. If Yun Xiao reached level 6, that would be ideal. If not, Yun Mian would help him out. This time, the reward for level 6 players was pretty decent. She wondered if Yun Xiao had completed his beast-taming mission yet. Today, Yun Mian planned to catch 2 intelligent animals to bring back to the boat, just in case they were needed later. She and Luo Ze had a simple breakfast, packed up, and continued searching for resources. Soon they found a forest. This forest was full of trees, including red pines and walnuts, which were needed to reach level 5. The two decided to cut some down. Yun Mian hesitated for a moment before releasing Octopus Girl. It wasn't feasible for her to avoid using Octopus Girl just to hide her. It would be too inefficient to rely only on themselves to cut down the trees. They had limited time, and Yun Mian also wanted to check if there were any caves around. Judging by the geological surroundings, Yun Mian believed they might find something if they climbed over the mountain ahead. Luo Ze had seen Octopus Girl before when he visited Yun Mian's boat for a meal. He and Ni Yangguang were surprised when Octopus Girl appeared. Neither of them had expected Yun Mian's pet to look like that. Now, seeing Octopus Girl wielding axes with each tentacle and cutting down trees, Luo Ze finally realized just how useful she was. 8 hands, what a high efficiency. Whether cutting down trees, mining, or doing other physical tasks, Octopus Girl was incredibly helpful. Luo Ze commented, "Your pet is really impressive." Yun Mian laughed. "Haha, right? I thought so too. I didn't expect her to be this handy." Octopus Girl had other skills as well, but those were only useful in combat situations. Suddenly, Luo Ze asked, "Yun Mian, do you think I could also tame an octopus?" Yun Mian, "You want an octopus too?" She hadn't expected Luo Ze to be interested in Octopus Girl, who wasn't exactly the most attractive pet. It was probably because of her many tentacles that made her a great helper. Luo Ze, "Yeah, I think your pet is really good. If I could have the same type of pet as you, that would be great." Yun Mian, "Haha, then you could try looking for one. I found her when the glacial season just started, when it wasn't too cold yet. Octopus Girl was a giant octopus, the largest species of octopus, with a large size and high intelligence. It usually lived in waters 60-70 meters deep. If Luoze wanted to find one, he'd need to dive into the ocean to search for it. But with the current icy waters, diving would be challenging. Yunmian had encountered Octopus Girl early in the glacial season. If Luoze wanted one too, it would depend on his luck. In 3 hours, Yunmian gathered a considerable amount of wood. Red pine wood, X1086, walnut wood, X1450, heaven-reaching wood, X52, poplar wood, X82, cherry wood, X153, locust wood, X128. The red pine and walnut were all cut by Octopus Girl. Yunmian herself went to collect the other types of wood. The wood she had stockpiled before had been used in trading and making furniture, so this was the perfect time to replenish her stock. Luoze also cut down quite a bit, but he didn't have any helpers, so he had to do everything by himself, which meant he only managed to gather about 300-500 pieces of wood. After working for so long, both of them were tired. Yunmian took out some food and they ate together. If it were just her, she would probably have eaten something simple, but with company, the food seemed to taste better. Yunmian took out some seafood soup, charcoal-grilled large lobster and smoked fish paired with a bowl of white rice each. She also added some of her homemade chili sauce. The spicy sauce spread over the lobster and smoked fish made the meal especially tasty. After exerting so much physical effort, one bowl of rice wasn't enough. Seeing Luoze quickly finish his bowl, Yunmian handed him another. "Eat more. You're still growing, you know." Luoze said softly, "I'm not a kid anymore." Yunmian, "Boys can grow until they're 22. You still have a few years to grow, but honestly, your height is enough already. It's just that you're too skinny." Although Yunmian's tone was filled with concern, Luoze didn't react much. He just lowered his head and continued eating, responding with a simple, After leaving the forest, they found a swamp. The mushrooms near the swamp were even more abundant, and they were all rare types. The two hadn't picked the regular mushrooms earlier, but now, seeing these high-grade edible mushrooms, they had to pick some to bring back. Obtained Schizophyllum commune X14. Schizophyllum commune, delicious and tender with a strong aroma, has nourishing effects and calming properties. Obtained reticulate, blackbird's nest fungus, Cusker 6. Reticulate blackbird's nest fungus can be used to relieve stomach pain and has antibacterial properties. Obtained Matsutake Kex 12. Obtained white truffle, Pry 7. Obtained black truffle, King 20. These were all precious mushrooms with high nutritional value and a unique flavor. They could be used to make seasonings. Yunmian happily collected them. In the real world, these mushrooms were extremely expensive and could only be eaten in high-end restaurants. Yunmian especially liked truffles. Truffles grow underground, usually under oak, pine, or cedar trees. Those who specialize in gathering truffles often use truffle detectors to find them. Yunmian found them by scent. She smelled a garlicky aroma which confirmed that there were truffles nearby. So she took out a shovel, dug around, and sure enough, she found quite a few truffles. While Yunmian was busy digging up truffles, Luoze found a beautiful blue mushroom. He picked one and showed it to Yunmian. Mian, can you eat this mushroom?" His intermediate-level gathering skill allowed him to see the details of the mushroom, but it didn't specify whether it was edible. Unlike Yunmian, who, after learning the advanced gathering skill, had become a walking encyclopedia of plants. Yunmian, "Well, it's not poisonous. It's called a radiant blue mushroom. If you eat it, it might turn your eyes blue." Luoze thought for a moment and decided to keep some in his backpack. "You never know when it might be useful." Yunmian, "Then take some back." After gathering enough mushrooms, they prepared to bypass the swamp in search of minerals. However, Yunmian noticed something valuable in the swamp. The wet swamp was full of peat. Peat is a natural product of swamps, also known as turf. It's the precursor to coal, and peat can be made into coal. This material had many uses, and Yun Mian Mian decided to dig up 10 boxes to bring back. She had brought boxes for this purpose. And since it wasn't too late and Octopus Girl was helping, digging up 10 boxes would probably take about 2 hours. They could then spend some time looking for minerals and return to the baited pit by evening. It was the perfect way to use their 2 days. Luozi didn't have boxes to store the peat, but boxes could easily be bought from the trading center. "You should dig some too. It's really useful," Yun Mian Mian said as she released Octopus Girl. She gave Octopus Girl a few shovels and took one herself, starting to dig up peat from the swamp and toss it into the boxes. Peat could not only be used to make coal but also served as a very fertile soil. Because of its good ventilation, water permeability, and ability to retain water and nutrients while preventing pests, it was perfect for planting. Yun Mian Mian planned to bring the peat back to plant more crops. There were still many empty sections in her sea garden, and this peat would make excellent soil. 10 boxes might not even be enough, especially since making coal for firewood would also be useful. Yun Mian Mian had already started planning to build 2 more greenhouses after returning. It was going to be a big project. After 2 hours of hard work, she ended up digging more than just 10 boxes of peat. Fueled with motivation, she bought 2 more large boxes from the trading center and continued digging. The bought boxes were slightly larger than the ones Yun Mian Mian had brought herself. Each of her own boxes could hold 100 portions of peat, but the bought ones could hold 150. In the end, Yun Mian Mian collected over 1,300 portions of peat. If used as soil, it could cover 80 square meters of a greenhouse with a thick layer. Its fertility was probably slightly lower than rare soil, but much better than regular soil. Once put into production, it would allow her to grow more plants. After collecting enough peat, Yun Mian Mian was satisfied and left. Luozi noticed her good mood and asked her what she planned to do with all that peat. Yun Mian Mian replied honestly, "I'll use it to grow vegetables and fruit." Luozi: "So much? Can you handle it all by yourself? Want me to help you?" Yun Mian Mian asked with some confusion. "You could just grow it yourself. If you help me, won't it delay your own tasks?" Luozi: "The environment for growing vegetables on my side isn't good. Why don't I give you the peat I dug up, and you plant everything on your ship? You can just give me a share of the harvest." Yun Mian Mian: "I'm not sure about that." Luozi: "It's fine. When you plant, just let me know, and I'll come help you. You have a greenhouse and I don't. It's more convenient if you harvest everything together." Yun Mian Mian: "But if we do that, I'll be the one getting the better deal." Luozi: "Not at all. I can't cook anyway, and if I harvest the vegetables, they'll just go bad, so I'd end up selling them too." Yun Mian Mian: "Let's talk about it later. Maybe you should ask your sister first. She might need it." Luozi had dug up 3 boxes of peat, but the extra peat wouldn't be much use to Yun Mian Mian. "All right, just let me know if you need it," Luozi said. Yun Mian Mian glanced at Luozi, feeling that he was being a little too kind to her. Was it because of her relationship with Luo Luo? The 2 of them bypassed the swamp and climbed over a small hill, searching along the way with their mineral detectors. Finally, the detector's sound led them to a mining area. They discovered many stone caves there, varying in size, and some were even clustered together, looking dark and eerie from the outside. Yun Mian Mian first took out the mineral detector and tested the inside, and sure enough, there was a signal. Most of the caves were natural, dark and frightening, with deeper parts growing increasingly oppressive. It was unlike the caves she had seen before on Spider Island. Yun Mian Mian: "There are minerals in here. I'll throw a torch in to see." She didn't have a torch in her backpack, so she opened her friend panel and asked for a lit torch. After receiving it, she threw it into the largest cave entrance. The torch illuminated the entrance, showing that it was filled with rocks and a complex geological structure, like a stone forest. The torch didn't extinguish right away, which meant the oxygen levels inside were adequate. It could be a deep cave. Luozi: "You wait here, and I'll go in first. If there's no danger, I'll send you a message." Yun Mian Mian: "There are many cave entrances here. Why don't we split up? Not every cave is accessible." Some caves were closed off while others weren't ventilated. There were many entrances here, so they had to search several to find the true mining cave. Luoze. All right, but keep in touch with me. Yun Mian Mian. Let's meet up once we find the minerals. Luoze nodded in agreement. Yun Mian Mian put on her hard hat and asked with concern, Do you have a hard hat? Luoze. I have one. Don't worry. The two of them chose neighboring cave entrances and entered together. They both had flashlights, so they didn't have to worry about torches going out. Yun Mian Mian's hard hat also had a built-in light. Inside the mining cave, Yun Mian Mian was very cautious. The cave was full of rocks, and the path was difficult to navigate, rugged with lots of water-filled pits, and it was easy to slip. A fall could easily lead to injuries. Moreover, she was concerned about poisonous snakes and scorpions, as many venomous creatures liked this type of environment. A bite would be quite a hassle. However, the airflow in the cave was good, and she didn't feel short of breath at all. Yun Mian Mian walked slowly, and after about 10 meters, she reached a fork in the path. She hadn't expected the inside to be so spacious that it would even have 2 routes. Which way to go? Yun Mian Mian hesitated for a moment, then took out a candle and lit it, placing it near each of the entrances for a moment. When she placed the candle at the entrance on the left, the flame flickered, indicating there was wind in that direction. She leaned in and listened carefully, and it seemed she could faintly hear the sound of water. With that, she chose to go left. After confirming her direction, Yun Mian Mian messaged Luoze to ask how things were on his side. Luoze replied quickly, The path here seems blocked. I'm planning to head back. Yun Mian Mian. Come over here then. There's a fork in the path once you get in, and I've taken the left. Luoze. All right, I'll come over now. Be careful. Yun Mian Mian. Got it. She closed the panel and continued walking for another 20 meters, passing through a long, narrow passage that could only fit one person. After exiting, she found herself in a spacious area. The space was wide and tall, filled with various rocks of peculiar shapes. When she turned on her mineral detector, she didn't even need to scan around to hear the signal. It meant there were definitely minerals here. The only question was, where to start digging? Not far away, there was an underground stream. The sound of water could be heard, though it was unclear how deep it was. Yun Mian Mian felt a chill, with the wind blowing in, damp and cold. The stone walls were covered with spiders, webs, and insect eggs. Stalagmites, stone flowers, and stalactites could be seen everywhere, but they were of no use to Yun Mian Mian. She was only interested in minerals. She took out her pickaxe and prepared to start digging at a random spot. Just then, she heard voices from the other side of the cave. It was the sound of people talking, echoing from afar. Could there be other entrances to this cave? Yun Mian Mian paused, alertly shining her flashlight around, and then messaged Luoze, telling him that there were other people here, and that he should be careful when he arrived. Yun Mian Mian found a hidden spot to hide, planning to reveal herself once Luoze arrived. Luoze. Okay, I'll be there soon. Yun Mian Mian listened as the voices grew closer. Strange. This was the rainy season mushroom island. Who else could be here? Were they players from Zone 3 or from another zone? Yun Mian Mian furrowed her brows. As the voices got closer, she turned off her flashlight. Bro, this place is creepy. Do you think there are weird things here, like cave monsters? You're overthinking it. Yun Mian Mian found the voices somewhat familiar. The voices drew nearer, and when they got close enough for Yun Mian Mian to see them, she recognized who they were. It was the same 2 people she had encountered on Ice Crystal Island. Wei Yue held a flashlight, sweeping it across the stone walls. Bro, let's just mine here. There must be a lot of minerals here, Lu Qi said with enthusiasm. Wei Yue. You start mining. I'll look around. Lu Qi. What's up? Do you think there's something wrong? Yun Mian Mian, hiding behind a rock, thought about whether she should reveal herself. If she got discovered later, it would be awkward. She hadn't done anything wrong. But their encounter on Ice Crystal Island had ended on a bad note, and directly stepping out to meet them now would be awkward as well. It was really bad luck running into them again so soon. Wei Yue. It seems like someone has been here. Lu Qi. Huh? Really? Wei Yue. I'm not sure. Let me release Xiaoxing. Wei Yue paused, then took out a pet pouch from his backpack. Lu Qi was still chattering away. That magic island card wasn't easy for me to get. And isn't this the first island you landed on, bro? The island card is only available to newcomers. This is a rainy season island. Couldn't the traces here be from someone who came a long time ago? No. Wei Yue looked at the footprints on the ground. Haven't you considered that the people here might be in a group like us? He released a pure white wolf from the pet pouch. The wolf's silvery white fur glowed faintly in the darkness, its thick coat looking very lush. Its sharp eyes lacked hostility, and it sat obediently at Wei Yue's feet, looking up at him. Wei Yue stroked its head and calmly gave it a command. Xiaoxing, see if there's anyone else here. Oh yeah, Xiaoxing has a sharp nose. It'll know immediately. Xiaoxing began sniffing around. Wei Yue's pet was actually an Arctic wolf. To be honest, Yun Mian was a little envious. Arctic wolves were quite cool. Just yesterday, she had suggested to Luozi that he should tame a monkey. But seeing Wei Yue's Arctic wolf now, she felt that a monkey paled in comparison. Luckily, Luozi hadn't really tamed a monkey, or it would have been completely overshadowed. The Arctic wolf was perfect for glacier season. Not only could it withstand low temperatures, but it could also endure darkness, help its owner hunt, and provide protection. Moreover, the Arctic wolf was a highly intelligent, gentle, and kind animal, one of the smartest in the Arctic. Even though Zone 1 was also in Antarctica, Wei Yue had managed to get an Arctic wolf. Perhaps he had traded with players from other zones, or obtained some special item that had allowed him to go to the Arctic. Or maybe it had something to do with the survival experiment on Deserted Island. The deserted islands used for the survival experiment were located in the Arctic. Normally, it would be very difficult to tame an adult wolf. To contract one, a pet contract card would be required. However, the players' backpacks had been locked during the deserted island experiment, so no cards could be used. It's possible that players with extremely high mental strength could contract pets without a card, but no one knew about that back then. Yun Mian's backpack had been unlocked on the last day, and she remembered there was still a basic pet contract card in it, but she had been too busy accumulating points to think of it. Besides, capturing an Arctic wolf alive was no easy feat. Both she and Luozi had used arrows to hunt wolves, without even considering capturing one. Now, having an Arctic wolf here, it was clear that its sense of smell was as good as a dog's. After all, wolves were canines. Since Yun Mian was hiding nearby, she would probably be discovered soon. She prepared to reveal herself. The wolf was already walking toward her. But just then, Luozi arrived. He walked over with his flashlight, and the light shone directly on Wei Yue and Lu Qi's faces. Lu Qi was startled. Whoa, there's really someone here. Bro, your instincts are spot on. Wei Yue frowned. Seeing that Yun Mian wasn't there, Luozi's expression darkened. As soon as he met Wei Yue's gaze, he knew that this was no ordinary person. Lu Qi proactively asked, We got here first. Which zone are you from? As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Mian spoke up. Sorry, but I was here before you. The Arctic wolf had already lunged at her, letting out a sound to call Wei Yue over. Yun Mian blocked the Arctic wolf with a horizontal knife. The knife was not unsheathed, it was just used to stop the wolf from getting too close. Wei Yue shone his flashlight on Yun Mian's face. He didn't seem surprised by the sudden appearance of another person. However, Lu Qi was startled, exclaiming, Whoa, there's another person here. You look familiar. Wait, isn't it? It's you, Xiao Yun. Lu Qi's eyes darted around and he quickly corrected himself. No, you're Yun Mian. Yun Mian coughed lightly. Well, here we are again. What a coincidence. Seeing that Yun Mian knew these two, Luozi was a little surprised. He quickly walked over to Yun Mian and stood beside her. Luoze lowered his voice and asked, Sister Mian Mian, do you know these people? Yun Mian Mian. Not exactly, we've met before. They're from Zone 1. Upon hearing that they were from Zone 1, Luoze's expression grew more serious. They weren't from the same zone, which meant competing for resources without any consideration. Yun Mian Mian secretly sent Luoze a message. The tall, thin guy is Wei Yue, Zone 1's top player. The other guy, the chubby one, I don't know, he isn't very strong. Be careful, but don't worry, we're definitely not weaker than him. Luoze replied, Got it. With you here, Sister Mian Mian, I'm definitely not afraid. He's only Zone 1's first, but you're first in the entire game. Reading his message, Yun Mian Mian scratched her head a little. She had taken first place twice now, both times relying on luck. When it came to one-on-one combat, she might not be able to beat Wei Yue. Wei Yue calmly looked at Yun Mian Mian and asked, Were you hiding there all along? Yun Mian Mian replied without changing her expression, I heard people coming, but I didn't know who it was, so I hid to take a look. Wei Yue. And after seeing it was us, you became even more reluctant to come out, right? Yun Mian Mian. Not really. Knowing was enough. There was no need to say it out loud. Lu Qi. Why did you leave in such a hurry last time? We're not bad people. Yun Mian Mian. You outnumbered me and kept chasing me. Of course I got worried. Lu Qi. We agreed to cooperate, but you left on your own. My brother didn't even blame you for not helping. Yun Mian Mian. It wasn't refusing to help, it was just beyond my capability. Wei Yue. No point bringing up the past. Let's talk about now. Yun Mian Mian. What about now? Wei Yue. Now it's just the two of us, and the two of you. There's no need to be scared, right? Yun Mian Mian. Not scared at all, but I found this place first. Why don't you look for resources somewhere else? Wei Yue's lips curved slightly, seemingly smiling, though his tone remained cold. Oh? So you mean to monopolize this mine? With Luoze by her side, Yun Mian Mian wasn't intimidated in the slightest. First come, first served. That's fair, isn't it? She figured that with Luoze handling Wei Yue, she could easily take on the chubby guy. Although they had a pet Arctic wolf, Yun Mian Mian's octopus pet wasn't to be underestimated either. In such a dark environment, the octopus's skills were quite effective. Wei Yue. The mine is so big and you two can't possibly mine everything. How about we each mine separately and even cooperate a little? Hearing about cooperation piqued Yun Mian Mian's interest a little. What kind of cooperation? Wei Yue. Exchange of resources and information. How long have you been on the island? At that moment, Lu Qi interrupted Wei Yue, speaking softly. Bro. Wei Yue looked at him. Lu Qi gestured for him to check his messages. Wei Yue opened his panel and saw that Lu Qi had sent him a bunch of messages. Bro, you can't trust anything this Yun Mian Mian says. Last time she said it was her first day here, but then she left and never came back. And the guy with her doesn't look very strong. We tried being nice last time and she didn't buy it. Should we use force this time? Wei Yue. No need to say more. Yun Mian Mian. So have you finished your private chat? Lu Qi widened his eyes, mumbling something quietly. It was hard to make out what he said. Wei Yue. If you agree to cooperate, we mine separately. I can trade resources with you, and we can also exchange information about Zones 1 and 3 on fair terms. In the past, Yun Mian Mian might have agreed, but in a few days she would fulfill the wish written on her sticky note and contact Yun Xiao. Whatever information Yun Xiao provided would be trustworthy, so there was no need to trade Zone 3 information with Wei Yue. Yun Mian Mian smiled and shook her head. No need. I'm not curious about the information you have. She exuded a mysterious air, as if she already knew whatever Wei Yue knew. Wei Yue hadn't expected Yun Mian Mian to reject so bluntly, as if she truly wasn't interested at all. He continued, Are you also not interested in the resources? Yun Mian Mian. Depends on what you have. Maybe I already have everything, so there's no need to trade with you. Wei Yue noticed that Yun Mian Mian was much more confident compared to the last time they met. Before, she played dumb, pretending to be weak, but this time, she wasn't pretending at all. In fact, she acted completely unafraid of him. After losing to Yun Mian in the first deserted island survival competition, Yun Mian's name had always been on Wei Yue's mind. He just didn't know what kind of person Yun Mian was behind that name. Later, when they met on Ice Crystal Island, her image became vivid and real. In the second deserted island survival competition, Wei Yue was determined to win, but Yun Mian still managed to take first place by a very narrow margin. When the rankings were first released, he had a big lead over Yun Mian, but she still managed to surpass him. "All right, then tell me, what do you want?" Wei Yue asked, surprisingly patient. Lu Qi stood by, looking surprised. In Zone 1, Wei Yue was known for his decisive words and ruthless methods. Everyone treated his words like orders, especially his team members. Lu Qi spoke casually only because he had a good relationship with Wei Yue in real life. But this Yun Mian, she was way too arrogant. Last time she acted so humble in front of them, and now her true colors were showing. What an annoying woman! Yun Mian spoke honestly. Jinsi Nan, Golden Phoebe. It was an upgrade material that all high-level players sought after. Wei Yue smiled faintly. "I don't have it, but I know where it can be found." Yun Mian. "Where?" Wei Yue. "That's the information you need to trade for. Didn't you say you weren't interested in what I knew?" Yun Mian. "Never mind then." Even if she asked, there was no guarantee he would tell her. Wei Yue offered her an out. "Why don't we start mining separately? If there's time later, we can talk more. It's getting late." Yun Mian was silent for a moment. She knew that monopolizing the mine wasn't an option. From Wei Yue's demeanor, it was clear he wasn't leaving. Even if she and Luoze could defeat them, it would waste a lot of time, and besides, this mine wasn't suited for combat. If they fought too fiercely and caused a cave-in, they'd all be in danger. Yun Mian said, "Fine, as you said. Let's mine separately without interfering. You'd better stick to your word." Wei Yue. "Okay." Yun Mian looked at Luoze. "Let's start mining. It's getting late." Luoze. "All right." Yun Mian sent a message to Luoze. "You stay here and keep an eye on them. I'll go to the other side." Luoze. "Got it. You're planning to release the octopus, right?" Yun Mian. "Yeah. It's better to be discreet even if it doesn't matter if they see." The octopus was efficient and fast at mining, and Yun Mian didn't want outsiders seeing it. Luoze. "Go ahead, I'll watch them." As Yun Mian left, Wei Yue was about to follow her, but Luoze raised his sword to block him. "Where are you going?" Wei Yue glanced at Luoze. "I was just going to take a look over there." Luoze. "It's not convenient." Wei Yue stared at Luoze, seeming to understand something. Without saying anything, he turned and went to mine elsewhere. The four of them indeed mined separately without interfering with each other. Luoze kept his eyes on Wei Yue and Lu Qi, making sure they had no chance to approach Yun Mian. The resources in this mine were indeed abundant. Yun Mian had found the right spot, and just by digging casually, she found several types of ores: iron ore, copper ore, and platinum ore. However, iron ore was the most abundant, while the other two were scarcer. The ores in this mine weren't easy to extract, mixed with some fine stone fragments. When collected in bulk, the stones would also end up in the backpack. Though stone was also useful as a basic material, the small fragments were not particularly valuable. The others also had their own findings. The four of them continued mining until 9 in the evening. With the help of the octopus, Yun Mian managed to collect over 400 units of iron ore, 200 units of copper ore, and dozens of units of platinum ore. After finishing her mining, Yun Mian discarded the collected stone fragments. She dumped them all at once, forming a heap at her feet, making quite a noise. Luoze and Wei Yue both heard it. Luoze quickly came over. "Sister Mian, are you okay?" Yun Mian, covered in stone dust, patted her clothes and said, "I'm fine. I just dropped a lot of stone, that's all." Wei Yue glanced at the stones at Yun Mian's feet. She had already put away the octopus, but under the flashlight's beam, he could see traces left behind by the octopus. The ground was wet and slippery, which made it easy to deduce that Yun Mian had her giant octopus pet out. Wei Yue. It's late. I've gathered enough for now. How about you guys? Yun Mian looked at Luo Ze. I'm good. How about you? Luo Ze. Yeah, I'm ready to go. At that moment, Lu Qi also approached, exhausted. He'd been digging nonstop for hours, covered in dust and dirt on his face. Wei Yue. All right, then let's leave together. Luo Ze. Weren't we supposed to go our separate ways after mining? Yun Mian. We're heading back to the ship soon. Today is already the second day. Wei Yue. Don't you want to know about the golden phoebe wood? Yun Mian raised an eyebrow. What can I do if you don't tell me? Wei Yue. How about trading it for food? We're hungry, and I bet you've got food with you, right? Wei Yue had heard from Zhao Yichen and Shen Qianjui that Yun Mian's cooking was exceptional. Not only was her food delicious, but it also had beneficial effects. Yun Mian. That's easy. I'll trade it with you directly. She was about to pull food out of her backpack. Wei Yue, however, said, I have ingredients here. Why don't we cook and eat together while we chat? I have some other things I'd like to discuss with you. Yun Mian hesitated for a moment. I don't have time. There's something else I need to do. Wei Yue. What is it? Yun Mian. Fishing. Why, are you planning to join too? Lu Qi was excited. Fishing sounds great. I'd love to join. He loved fishing, but ever since the glacier season began, he hadn't caught much. He'd heard that the fish in the rainy season were plentiful and easy to catch, and he was envious. If he'd arrived sooner, he could have gone sea fishing or spear fishing. He was good at both. Wei Yue. Why not? Yun Mian hadn't expected Wei Yue to want to tag along. She definitely didn't want anyone else cutting in on the fish she had lured. With a sly smile, she said, It's not convenient. Wei Yue. We won't compete with you. It was already dark, and with nothing else to do, Wei Yue seemed determined to follow Yun Mian. Luo Ze spoke unhappily. Then why are you following us? His intuition told him that Wei Yue had ulterior motives. Wei Yue smiled faintly, his tone calm and composed. Since we're on the same island, it's natural to be curious about what you're doing, right? Even if you don't want us to follow, we could still do it secretly. It's our right to go wherever we please. Now, seeking your permission and setting some ground rules seems better, don't you think? Though the logic made sense, Yun Mian still found Wei Yue's behavior strange. She couldn't figure out what he wanted. Lu Qi messaged Wei Yue. Bro, we haven't set up our shelter yet. Wei Yue. I already found a place, don't worry about it. Lu Qi was confused. Huh? When did you find a place? Wei Yue. On the way here. Lu Qi thought back but couldn't recall any suitable place for shelter. But since Wei Yue said so, he decided not to worry. Yun Mian knew that getting rid of Wei Yue would be troublesome. If he insisted on following, then let him follow. Besides, she did need information on the golden phoebe wood. Yun Mian said, If you're going to follow us, you can't take any of the seafood we catch. Wei Yue. Of course, I have no interest in a bit of seafood. Yun Mian. All right, and about the dinner ingredients you mentioned, you'd provide them, right? Wei Yue. Yes. Yun Mian wasn't being greedy. She just wanted to see what kind of good stuff Wei Yue had. You could tell a lot from a person's food supplies. Backpack space was limited, so if he brought ingredients, it was already impressive. Yun Mian carried some food in a basket inside her backpack. Perhaps Wei Yue was doing the same. If the meats and vegetables he brought were plentiful, Yun Mian could reasonably suspect that he, like her, had a sizable garden or meat warehouse. Wei Yue, I can give them to you now if you want. Yun Mian was straightforward. Even better. Wei Yue initiated the trade. Wild boar meat X2, venison X1, pig trotter X1, Napa cabbage X1, potato X2, chicken wing K3. Is that enough? He asked. Yun Mian Mian. Should be enough, but it's a bit lacking in staples. I have some on hand, so you don't need to provide any. Wei Yue chuckled softly. All right. Yun Mian Mian led Wei Yue and Lu Qi to the pit she had baited the previous night. It was low tide and the water level in the pit had dropped considerably. Yun Mian Mian called to Luo Zi, who took out the water pump, attached the drain pipe, and pulled a few times to start the pump before throwing the pipe into the pit. The water was quickly pumped out, splashing around and pouring into the nearby sea. Since pumping would take time, Yun Mian Mian found a relatively flat stone nearby, took out a stove, dry wood, and hay, lit a fire, and began cooking. She asked Luo Zi to wash the vegetables by the sea while she washed the meat and took out a cutting board and knife from her backpack. Her knife skills were superb, and in just a few movements she cut the meat into even pieces. By then, the charcoal was ready. She laid down the iron grill and placed the meat on it, one piece at a time. She started with the pig trotter. Pig trotters took a long time to cook and needed to be cooked thoroughly while carefully managing the heat. She cut the whole pig trotter into 2 halves, skin side down. Before long, the fat began to render, dripping onto the charcoal and making the fire flare up. Lu Qi stood nearby, drooling as he watched. Your cooking skills look amazing, he said. Yun Mian Mian skillfully took out some seasoning and sprinkled it over the pig trotter. Once the pig trotter's skin turned a golden brown, she moved on to roasting the other meats. Luo Zi returned with the washed vegetables. Sister Mian Mian, they're clean. Focused on grilling, Yun Mian Mian didn't look up and said, All right, just leave them there. I'll handle them in a bit. Luo Zi offered, Let me cut them for you. Just tell me how you want them. Yun Mian Mian smiled up at him. Sure, here's the knife. Slice the potatoes, but don't cut the napa cabbage. Wei Yue observed the two without saying anything. Lu Qi, with his curious personality, couldn't help but ask, We used a Miracle Island card to come here. You did too, right? Yun Mian Mian. Yeah. Lu Qi looked at Luo Zi. So you're a newbie then. Luo Zi ignored him, giving him the cold shoulder. Not getting a response, Lu Qi became annoyed. Who did this guy think he was? What's your problem? I'm talking to you. Are you that rude? Yun Mian Mian spoke up to help Luo Zi, changing the subject. Weren't you going to tell me about the golden Phoebe wood? Why are we talking about irrelevant things? Wei Yue. This season is about to end. Do you know what the next season is? Yun Mian Mian. How could I know what hasn't happened yet? Are you saying you know? Wei Yue. I've gotten some clues. Yun Mian Mian. Oh? So you're saying the golden Phoebe wood will be in the next season? She quickly caught on to the key point. Wei Yue. Something like that? Yun Mian Mian. And then? She paused, looking at Wei Yue. Wei Yue continued. I have a notebook that records information about the rainy season and the glacier season. As for the final season, it's only mentioned briefly. Finally, the main topic. For Wei Yue to bring up something so important, he must want something in exchange. Yun Mian Mian knew there was no such thing as a free lunch, especially with someone as formidable as Wei Yue. As the #1 player in Zone 1, there was no way he would casually share this kind of information with someone from another zone. I think you should just be straightforward. What do you want in exchange for telling me what's in that notebook? Wei Yue knew Yun Mian Mian was straightforward, so he didn't even bother testing her. After the entire server is connected, I want to cooperate with you. From what I understand, Zone 1 and Zone 3 are among the top zones in terms of strength, and the number of survivors should also be at the forefront. Wei Yue was being humble. Zone 1 had always been the leading zone. Zone 3, on the other hand, was still lagging behind. Yun Mian Mian wasn't confident that they could surpass Zone 1 this time. How do you want to cooperate? She asked. Wei Yue. Resource sharing, full cooperation. Yun Mian Mian frowned. Is that really necessary? Wei Yue. Yes, the competition in the next season will be very intense. Yun Mian Mian's expression changed. If Wei Yue was saying this, then the next season must be something extraordinary. She had an uneasy feeling. What exactly did that notebook say to make Wei Yue want to cooperate with the entire Zone 3? Can you represent your entire zone? Yun Mian asked skeptically. Wei Yue. No. Yun Mian. But since I'm saying this, I will make it happen. If anyone in Zone 1 refuses, I will find a way to deal with it. If you're willing to cooperate, we can establish an agreement as soon as the entire server is connected. Yun Mian. The problem is, I can't make decisions for all of Zone 3 either. Wei Yue. The cooperation will only bring benefits, no harm. As the leader of Zone 3, I'd imagine you have some influence, right? Yun Mian. That's hard to say. Wei Yue. It depends on your attitude. Yun Mian. So, if I agree the cooperation can happen? Wei Yue. Of course. You can think it over. It just so happens that we're meeting here. It's the perfect opportunity. If we wait until the next season starts, that notebook might not be very useful to you anymore. He implied that the only chance to discuss this was now. The next time they could contact each other would be after the server connection, which might be too late. But Yun Mian had the wish sticky notes. I'll think about it and contact you in 2 days. Wei Yue looked at her curiously. 2 days? Yes, I have a way to contact you. Wei Yue's surprise turned into a calm expression. All right, I'll wait for your message. Yun Mian thought for a moment before asking, So, you're saying that the golden Phoebe wood can only be found in the next season? Wei Yue shook his head. It's also in the depths of the ocean. However, considering the current weather, it's probably very difficult to dive that deep, which means you'll likely have to wait until the next season. Yun Mian. You mean you have it? Wei Yue shook his head. Yun Mian suddenly had an idea. If the golden Phoebe wood was in the depths of the ocean, she could dive from Mushroom Island. Otherwise, once the time was up and she returned to her boat, she'd be back in the glacier season. Since it was still the rainy season now, diving from the rainy season island might give her a chance. The problem was, where exactly in the ocean depths was the golden Phoebe wood? Yun Mian. Do you have a map? Wei Yue hesitated for 2 seconds but didn't hide it. There is a map in the notebook. Yun Mian felt conflicted. If she wanted to go find the golden Phoebe wood now, she had to agree to cooperate immediately. But she felt like she needed some time to consider this decision. She couldn't make it so hastily. Wei Yue saw her struggling and guessed what she was thinking. You want to dive now to find it? Yun Mian. Is there a chance we can find it? If she could find enough golden Phoebe wood, she might be able to upgrade before the next season started. That would give her a huge advantage. Wei Yue was silent for a moment, seemingly considering the feasibility. It's difficult. Yun Mian. But even a slim chance is worth trying, isn't it? Wei Yue. What's your swimming skill level? Yun Mian. Advanced. Wei Yue thought for a moment, then shook his head. Without a submarine, it's almost impossible to dive that deep. Yun Mian asked directly, Do you have a submarine? Wei Yue did have the blueprint for a submarine, but building one required a lot of energy stones and minerals. He hadn't built one before coming to Mushroom Island. Until Yun Mian mentioned it, he hadn't thought about diving from Mushroom Island because he wasn't sure what season Mushroom Island was in. But if they really wanted to go, they could first build the submarine and then dive from Mushroom Island to reach the location of the golden Phoebe wood. He had 1 day left. He could return to his boat tonight to build the submarine. And then tomorrow, instead of exploring Mushroom Island for resources, they could head directly into the deep sea to find the golden Phoebe wood. But even so, he didn't have enough minerals to upgrade. Even if they found enough golden Phoebe wood, it wouldn't help him. Seeing how eager Yun Mian was, it seemed like she only lacked the golden Phoebe wood. That was why she was so desperate to find it. If he helped her, Yun Mian would definitely upgrade before him. Yun Mian was very observant. She often figured things out just by reading people's expressions, but Wei Yue was a bit hard to read. He was unpredictable. Since Wei Yue had mentioned a submarine, Yun Mian guessed that he either had one or had seen one before. She seized the opportunity to ask. Wei Yue hesitated only briefly before answering honestly. I have the blueprint, but I haven't built it yet. Since he was the one suggesting cooperation, lying from the start would make him seem insincere. Yun Mian immediately thought of a way to get Wei Yue to return to his boat and build the submarine. However, it wasn't her place to say it. If she wanted someone to do something, she needed to offer something in return. But what could she give Wei Yue? Agreeing to cooperate? That probably wasn't enough. Cooperation was a win-win scenario. Even if Wei Yue didn't cooperate with her, he wouldn't lose anything. Moreover, Wei Yue could probably see that Yun Mian was eager to obtain the golden phoebe wood in order to upgrade. Would he be willing to see her find the golden phoebe wood and upgrade before him? Yun Mian's mind was working quickly. Everything can be traded. If she could offer Wei Yue enough benefits, maybe he would still be willing. Yun Mian looked at her backpack and said, If you're willing to build the submarine and take me with you, we split the golden phoebe wood 60-40 in your favor and I'll give you an extra 200 minerals. This was already a pretty good deal. In addition to the golden phoebe wood, Yun Mian also needed some ice crystals. Speaking of ice crystals, Wei Yue probably had a lot of them. He took many from the ice crystal island last time, but he certainly wouldn't want to trade them. He needed 500 ice crystals to upgrade, so he would save them for himself. But since these materials were available on the market, Yun Mian had ways to get them. If necessary, she could just go to the trading center after returning. Wei Yue remained silent as Yun Mian called everyone to eat. She took out several bowls of white rice from her backpack. Lu Qi had been craving the food, the smell of grilled meat making his mouth water. He'd been afraid that Yun Mian would be distracted by her conversation with Wei Yue and burn the meat. Fortunately, she didn't. Now they could finally eat. Lu Qi eagerly took out a small knife, ready to put a piece of meat into his mouth. Yun Mian quickly took out a pair of bamboo chopsticks for him, saying, Aren't you afraid you'll cut yourself? Ha ha ha, you even brought chopsticks. Yun Mian, of course. How could one eat without chopsticks? Lu Qi and Wei Yue typically ate dry rations or buns. If they did cook, it was just a grilled fish. No need for chopsticks or spoons. But Yun Mian not only had bowls of white rice, she also had chopsticks. It was a full dining experience. Lu Qi took the chopsticks, popped a piece of grilled meat into his mouth, and then took a bite of rice. His eyes widened and he nodded vigorously, speaking incoherently with his mouth full. When he finally swallowed, he said loudly, Delicious! Yun Mian was used to this kind of reaction and calmly enjoyed her food. The ingredients provided by Wei Yue were all high quality, premium venison and wild boar meat, which tasted even better when grilled. Yun Mian had carefully seasoned the ingredients to bring out the best flavor. After eating, everyone's mental and physical energy slowly recovered. Wei Yue and Lu Qi were already aware of this effect, but they were still somewhat amazed. At first, they hadn't learned the cooking skill. When they heard about this benefit, they tried to learn it, but they only got bonus effects when using special high-quality ingredients. However, Yun Mian could make even ordinary ingredients provide a beneficial effect. Why this happened, Yun Mian herself did not know. Sometimes she thought it might be related to her high luck stat. After they had eaten, the pump had also finished its job. There was only a shallow layer of water left in the pit, and the amount of seafood inside made people want to shout. Initially, it had been too dark to see clearly, but when Yun Mian shone her flashlight into the pit, she saw a huge variety of seafood. Octopus, eels, sea bass, lobsters, yellowfin pompano, mackerel, monkfish, ribbonfish, groupers. Common fish were piled up in heaps, crowded in the little remaining pool of water, packed densely together. Some had already been stranded and were gasping for air. They would die in a while if left as they were. Yun Mian immediately held onto the stones on the side and jumped down gently. She put on gloves for catching the fish and took out 2 large plastic buckets from her backpack. Luoze also jumped down to help. Yun Mian Mian couldn't hold all of them, and the fish were slippery and struggled, slapping her face with their tails. She quickly tossed them into the bucket as she caught them. Very soon, one bucket was full. Apart from the common fish, Yun Mian Mian also found some rare species. Among them was a large Napoleon rasa. This giant fish lives in the near-shore tropical regions and has a huge mouth. It's a favorite of professional anglers, as its meat is exceptionally delicious and fetches a high price. There was also a colorful coral trout. It was very pretty. In fact, the coral trout is a type of grouper, just rarer and more expensive. It's best steamed with a superb taste. Yun Mian Mian had caught one during the rainy season and still remembered how delicious it was. There was also the marbled grouper, large yellow croaker, and hairtail. Yun Mian Mian filled 5 buckets, leaving the smaller fish behind and returning them to the sea. She only took fish over 3 pounds. The largest one was the Napoleon rasa. Such a big one. It was enough to last her for many days. Yun Mian Mian was thrilled. It seemed that using the python as bait hadn't been in vain. If she hadn't used the python meat for bait yesterday, they wouldn't have such a great harvest today. As agreed, Lu Qi and Wei Yue did not take any of the catch. They watched from the side but didn't join in. Seeing so many fish, Lu Qi imagined how delicious these fish would taste when Yun Mian Mian cooked them. He felt his mouth watering again, even though he'd just eaten. "Brother, why don't you have these skills? Isn't your cooking skill at an intermediate level too?" Wei Yue gave him a cold look. "What? Do you want me to cook for you?" Lu Qi awkwardly scratched his head. "Ha ha ha, I was just saying." In the previous survival competition, Wei Yue received a random intermediate-level skill book, which turned out to be for cooking. However, he didn't enjoy cooking, and rarely did it unless absolutely necessary. Still, he had collected a lot of high-quality ingredients, many of which provided beneficial effects, even without additional preparation. This was why Wei Yue brought so many high-quality foods with him this time. After learning the cooking skill, Wei Yue's dishes were tasty, but they didn't reach the level where one couldn't stop eating. Lu Qi compared the taste of Yun Mian Mian's cooking and commented, "It lacks soul, and the flavor is pretty one note." "Bro, are you going back to make the submarine?" Lu Qi asked again. The submarine could only carry 2 people, so if Wei Yue agreed, Lu Qi wouldn't have a chance to go. But Lu Qi wasn't very interested in going either. He could swim and dive, but looking for golden phoebe wood in the deep sea wasn't attractive to him. His ship wasn't even at level 6, so there was no need to rush for golden phoebe wood. It was better to stay on the island, mine more, chop wood, things that were more useful to him. Wei Yue was still hesitating, but he had already made up his mind. He was likely going to agree. Yun Mian Mian put all her harvest into her backpack and checked the time. The day was almost over. As she climbed out of the pit, she asked Wei Yue about his decision. "Wei Yue, I can agree, but let me say this first. I'll take you to find the golden phoebe wood, but if we don't find it, you agree to cooperate with me. If we do find the golden phoebe wood and it's fewer than 200 pieces, we split it evenly. If we find more than 200, you take the 100 needed for upgrading, and the rest will belong to me. You don't need to give me the iron ore." Yun Mian Mian was a bit surprised. This way it seemed like she would benefit more. She felt it couldn't be that simple and wanted to hear more, but Wei Yue just looked at her, waiting for her answer. Could it be that the golden phoebe wood at the seabed was abundant? Could there be over 1,000 pieces, and that's why he'd give her just 100? Yun Mian Mian couldn't think of another reason. "Are you sure?" "Yes." Wei Yue checked the details of the submarine blueprint. "It's getting late. I'll go back now to build the submarine. Will you stay here or come with me?" Yun Mian Mian: "I'll go collect my tent and things. How many hours will it take to finish?" Wei Yue: "Meet me at the beach in 2 hours." Yun Mian Mian: "Okay." Wei Yue left, but Lu Qi stayed behind. Yun Mian Mian looked at him, puzzled. "Why aren't you going with him?" Lu Qi: "Why would I go? I can't go in the submarine anyway." Yun Mian Mian: "You can't go?" Lu Qi: "It only seats 2. Yun Mian Mian hadn't expected that, so it would just be her and Wei Yue going to the deep sea. After separating from Lu Qi, Luozi said, Mian, are you sure it's safe to go alone with him? Yun Mian. To be honest, I'm a bit worried too. But she really didn't want to miss this opportunity. If Wei Yue really tried to do something to her, she wasn't sure she'd lose, and with her octopus companion, she could always escape even if she couldn't win. But it should be okay. If I can't win, I'll run. Luozi. But what if the time runs out at 8 a.m. tomorrow and you can't get back? Will there be enough time? Yun Mian. I'm worried about that too. He has one more day, but I only have tonight. Luozi. Why don't we go back and see if we can find the submarine blueprint and a new landing card? Yun Mian. A regular landing card won't work and the glacier season is almost over. Luozi still wanted to persuade her. But Yun Mian waved her hand. I understand your concerns, but I've already made up my mind. If we can't find the golden Phoebe wood by 8 a.m., there's nothing we can do. She thought about buying another teleport card, but Wei Yue was in Zone 1, and they had no way to establish contact. There was no way to teleport. Yun Mian organized the items in her backpack and decided to return to her ship to drop off some of her harvest. Yun Mian. By the way, you take half of the fish we caught earlier. Luozi. No need, they're all yours. Yun Mian insisted. Take them, give some to your sister. Luozi took back half. Half goes to my sister and the other half stays with you. Didn't we say you'd cook and share some with me later? Yun Mian smiled. You remembered that, huh? Yeah. All right then. The two packed up their tents and sleeping bags, distributed the supplies they got, and returned to the Yangyun. When I go to the deep sea, are you staying here on Mushroom Island to gather more supplies? I'll wait for you on the beach. Hearing what Luozi said, Yun Mian was taken aback for a moment and then smiled. No need. I'll send you a message. Suddenly she thought of something. Oh, you're worried that if I'm not back, you won't be able to get back to the ship, right? All right, you can come early to wait for me. Luozi. What if you can't make it back in time? Yun Mian pondered. That situation hasn't happened before, so I don't know. She opened the chat channel to ask other players. Maybe someone knew. Although it was late at night and the chat wasn't as lively as usual, there were still plenty of night owls. As soon as Yun Mian appeared, many people responded. Yun Mian. Does anyone know what happens if you don't get back to your ship when the landing card time runs out? Yun Mian. Are you still on the island in the middle of the night? Are you having trouble getting back or something? I remember my friend overslept on the island once, and he was thrown into the sea by the system and barely managed to get back to shore before getting back to the ship. So when the time is up, the system just throws you into the sea? Is it random? Do you have to be on the shore to get back to the ship? What if you're thrown into the middle of the sea? My friend said he was lucky. It wasn't far from the coast. He took out some wood from his backpack, held onto it, and barely swam back to the boat. Everyone began discussing this, and Yun Mian roughly understood. When the time is up, they would be thrown into the sea. The problem was that she was already in the sea. What would the system do then? Maybe she would only know when the time came. She had to try to get back earlier, though. After all, Luozi was still on the island. When the time was up, he would also be thrown into the sea. If he was unlucky and ended up in the middle of the ocean, it would be troublesome if he couldn't find the Xiangyun. Time ticked by, and Yun Mian finally waited until Wei Yue arrived. After giving a few words of caution to Luozi, she followed Wei Yue onto his ship. Wei Yue's ship was exactly as Yun Mian imagined, stylishly decorated. The color scheme was mainly black and gold, understated yet luxurious. The furniture and decorations were of a uniform style, with matching patterns and colors. He even had a robotic vacuum cleaner. Compared to Yun Mian's housekeeping robot, it seemed a bit low-tech, apparently only capable of vacuuming and not doing much else. In fact, it wasn't necessary to get on the ship. They could go straight underwater with the submarine. But Wei Yue brought her on board, and Yun Mian was curious to see what his ship looked like. Honestly, Yun Mian didn't expect Wei Yue to be so open. He wasn't hiding anything from her at all, but it made sense when she thought about it. Both of them were the top players in their respective zones, and their strengths were similar. Even if one tried to hide things, what could they really hide? Between strong players, there was always some understanding of each other's background. For instance, what they would have on their ships by this stage was probably very similar. The materials needed for upgrades were also common knowledge. Even if Yun Mian hadn't boarded his ship, she already knew he was at level 6, and just getting on didn't mean she could roam around. After getting on board, Wei Yue took out the submarine. The submarine had a blue transparent exterior, and it was clear that the inside was very narrow, just enough for 2 people. The thing looked like a crab. Inside, there were black leather seats. It looked small, but was fully equipped, and had a futuristic feel. Apart from sonar and a control console, it also had navigation equipment. Underneath the submarine were 2 mechanical claws, which could be used for catching fish. This submarine could electrolyze seawater into oxygen, and because of its small size, it was very maneuverable. Making this submarine had cost Wei Yue a lot of materials. He had used 20 energy stones alone, plus many other materials. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make such a luxurious, high-tech submarine. Let's go. Wei Yue opened the submarine door and got in first. After entering the water, Wei Yue opened the map and used sonar and a positioning radar. He brought a lot of professional equipment. Yun Mian thought to herself, it seemed that if she hadn't come with him, it would have been difficult to find the golden Phoebe wood at the bottom of the sea. She could have obtained similar equipment herself, but she didn't have a map of the golden Phoebe wood's distribution and wouldn't know where to look. Wei Yue said, "Now it's just the 2 of us. It's a good time for me to discuss the details of our cooperation." Yun Mian. Go ahead. Since she was already in the submarine, the cooperation was essentially agreed upon. First, let's talk about the next season. In a few days, we will face both a drought season and a volcanic season. Yun Mian. 2 seasons? What does that mean? Wei Yue. The drought season means a lack of water, scorching sunlight. At the same time, during the volcanic season, there will be volcanic eruptions, both underwater volcanoes and volcanic eruptions on islands. The living environment will become extremely harsh. Yun Mian. How are we supposed to survive something like that? Underwater volcanic eruptions sounded terrifying. We still don't know how many active volcanoes there are underwater or how often they will erupt. From what I've learned, once we enter the next season, players below level 6 will be eliminated within 7 days. Their ships simply cannot withstand such severe ocean disasters. Wei Yue took out a notebook and handed it to Yun Mian. This is where I got the information about the next season. Yun Mian's expression became serious as she flipped it open to read carefully. Wei Yue. But all of this is my own speculation, mainly based on the pictures and some text. The first few pages were illustrations of the rainy and glacier seasons, which seemed to match what actually happened. Very accurate. That made the predictions for the next season seem even more credible. Deserts, drought, volcanic eruptions. Compared to typical land volcanic eruptions, underwater volcanic eruptions were many times more terrifying. Yun Mian had seen the news about the underwater volcanic eruption in Tonga before. The power generated was equivalent to hundreds of atomic bombs. Such destructive force would cause huge disasters. Even the volcanic ash from the eruption would impact the entire marine region. At the moment of an underwater volcanic eruption, the surrounding seawater would boil, and the marine life in the vicinity would be cooked. It would be difficult to extinguish the eruption since it wasn't fire, but magma from the Earth's core. A large amount of gas would also be produced, including steam and carbon dioxide. If a ship was near an active volcano and didn't leave in time when it erupted, the players on board would essentially be eliminated instantly. The magma erupted by the underwater volcano would slowly accumulate, eventually forming land and becoming an island. In reality, this was a very slow process, but in the game, It was possible that the process would be greatly accelerated. It was even possible that the ocean area would gradually shrink while the land would increase. Coupled with the drought and the evaporation caused by the sun, the sea level would drop. Many islands would become deserts. And for players trying to survive in this game, the challenges would be immense. Yun Mian's face grew increasingly grim. How could this be? No wonder Wei Yue wanted to cooperate with her. In such dire circumstances, resources would become even scarcer, and competition among players for survival would inevitably grow fiercer. But with an environment like this, not only did everyone have to struggle to survive, they also had to worry about attacks from other players. Wouldn't that make survival even more hopeless? Under these conditions, connecting all players was definitely not a good thing. The first 2 seasons were merely tests. The real challenge was beginning. Wei Yue said, "I think relying on one person, or just one zone alone, would be very difficult. I consider you a worthy opponent, but you could also be a great partner. Otherwise, how could she have beaten him twice?" Wei Yue both admired Yun Mian and was confident in himself. If not for the next season being so harsh, Wei Yue wouldn't have made a submarine and brought Yun Mian here. He was willing to help Yun Mian upgrade first. Level 7 was a crucial milestone. Wei Yue himself could not upgrade before entering the next season, but he wanted to know what Level 7 would look like. From the notes, it seemed that only Level 7 players could survive the first 10 days of the 3rd season. Yun Mian asked, "Why do you think this game brought so many of us in here?" Wei Yue replied, "Right now, there's no point in thinking about that. I believe we'll soon find out the answer. What we need to do now is to get stronger and lead more people to survive." Lead more people. Hearing that, Yun Mian gained a new level of respect for Wei Yue. Zone 1's survival rate was so high, Wei Yue probably played a significant role in that. Now Yun Mian could understand why Wei Yue's condition was to give her only 100 pieces of golden phoebe wood and take the rest for himself. Most likely, he wanted to distribute the remaining golden phoebe wood to the players in his zone. Zone 1 had so many high-level players, such as Shen Qianjui and Zhao Yichen, they would definitely need golden phoebe wood. By helping some advanced players upgrade first, they could work together to help the lower-level players. Yun Mian didn't have such aspirations. She always thought of herself first and her family and friends second. If she were in Wei Yue's position, helping him upgrade first, she might not be willing, because she wanted the reward for being the first to upgrade. The reward for being the first to reach level 7 would definitely be substantial. Yun Mian felt a bit ashamed. After entering the game, most of the time she thought of herself first, and only helped others when she was able. The wind at the shore was strong, the waves high, and the rain kept pouring. The sound of the rain, combined with the waves, brought an unusual sense of peace. But Luozi couldn't calm down. He kept staring at the sea with his interface open, yet there was still no message from Yun Mian. It was already 6:30, and he had been waiting here for a long time. There was only an hour and a half left before the deadline. The last time Yun Mian contacted him was at 4 in the morning, telling him they were near the Golden Phoebe Woods location but hadn't found it yet. She also sent him 2 pictures from the ocean floor. They were in the deep waters of the rainy season, surrounded by fish. Brightly colored schools of fish swam near the submarine, and they even saw a giant octopus hiding in the coral reef. When Luozi said he wanted a giant octopus as a pet, he wasn't joking. He really thought Octopus Sister was a great pet, though he knew Yun Mian didn't have time to catch an octopus for him right now. Last night, Luo even asked Luozi how things were going on the island with Yun Mian. Luozi had replied that everything was fine, but now he was worried that Yun Mian might not make it back to the shore on time. What if Yun Mian was thrown back into the icy waters of the glacier season and couldn't get back to the boat? A teleport card would be great. If Yun Mian couldn't come back, he could teleport her at the last moment. Luozi opened the trading center. He searched for a teleport card. Teleport cards were highly sought after now. No one would sell them on the trading center. So Luozi had no choice but to post in the chat channel. Looking to buy a teleport card. It was already after 7 o'clock, and still no sign of the golden Phoebe wood. Yun Mian was getting anxious. With less than an hour left, if they still couldn't find it, she would return empty-handed. She and Wei Yue hadn't slept all night, constantly eating to replenish their mental energy, but their bodies were still getting worn out. Her eyes, open for so long, were starting to shut involuntarily, but neither of them wanted to go back now. It was already the next day, and Yun Mian could roll the dice again in the morning. However, she didn't want Wei Yue to see her do it. After much hesitation, she made a request to Wei Yue. "Could you close your eyes for a moment? I need to do something, but I can't let you see." The request was abrupt, but being squeezed together in such a small submarine, there was no other way. However, Wei Yue didn't question her. "How long?" Yun Mian. "Very quickly, just a minute." Wei Yue. "All right." He closed his eyes and even turned his head away cooperatively. Yun Mian was a bit surprised by how cooperative he was. But that was for the best. She took out the lucky dice, making a wish. "Give me a good number." The dice spun in the air for 10 seconds, and Yun Mian's eyes widened. Thankfully, this time she got a good roll. It landed on wish fulfilled. Yun Mian breathed a sigh of relief. With wish fulfilled, there was hope. She put away the dice and patted Wei Yue on the shoulder. "Okay, you can open your eyes now." Wei Yue. "All right." Wei Yue roughly guessed what Yun Mian did, but since she didn't want him to know, he didn't ask, avoiding having to listen to her lie. 40 minutes remained. Wei Yue stared at the positioning radar, carefully identifying the direction. They were actually quite close, but they still couldn't see the golden Phoebe wood. The water was very clear. They could see about 10 meters away, but when looking downward, the deep sea was dark and murky. It seemed they needed to descend further. After descending, they turned on the lights and scanned the area, finally seeing a sunken opening. That spot matched the location on the map exactly, and the positioning radar also indicated it was there. Using sonar, they found that the opening was quite deep, at least 1 or 2 kilometers. It was akin to an underwater abyss. They could go inside and possibly find the golden Phoebe wood, but they would also face unknown dangers. Wei Yue unfastened his seatbelt. "Looks like we'll have to go in ourselves. The opening is too small. The submarine can't get in, and it looks like you might not have enough time." She glanced at the time. Only half an hour left. In just half an hour, could she really collect enough golden Phoebe wood? However, she would be teleported away by the system in half an hour, but Wei Yue could stay and collect more. She could only hope for good luck. With only half an hour remaining, it was impossible for her to return to the shore and board the ship, unless she turned back now. But with the golden Phoebe wood possibly right below, how could she leave? Clenching her teeth, Yun Mian unfastened her seatbelt too. "If I can't make it, then I can't make it." She was betting on having good luck today. She wouldn't die. Wei Yue nodded without saying anything. Actually, he had a teleportation card. If worst came to worst, he would let Yun Mian use it to teleport to a friend's ship. They were in a cooperative relationship, and there would be many times in the future when they'd need each other. He couldn't let something happen to Yun Mian here. Moreover, since he brought her along, he had to take responsibility. Mian, how are you?" With just 10 minutes left, Luo Ze had managed to trade a large amount of resources for a teleportation card. 2 minutes later, Yun Mian replied, "Found the golden Phoebe wood. I'll come back in the last 2 minutes. Wait for me there, I'll use the teleportation card." Luo Ze let out a sigh of relief. "That's good. I was worried about you. I thought you didn't have a teleportation card, so I went ahead and bought one for you to use." Yun Mian. "It's okay, Wei Yue gave me one." Luo Ze. "Okay." He stood quietly by the shore, his expression calm, but his tightly clenched hands betrayed his real feelings. After a long while, he smiled with a hint of bitterness. Luo messaged him, asking if he had returned to the ship, concerned he wouldn't make it back in time. Luo Ze replied with, "Don't worry," and then closed the conversation. He kept staring at the interface, afraid he might miss Yun Mianmian's teleport request. Yun Mianmian said she'd teleport in the last 2 minutes, indicating that time was very tight. If he didn't see her request, and Yun Mianmian failed to return before 8 o'clock, it would be a disaster. As the time reached 7:58, Luoze felt his heart tighten. Seconds ticked by, and Luoze became increasingly nervous. He didn't dare message Yun Mianmian to rush her. At 7:59, with 50 seconds left until 8, Luoze finally received Yun Mianmian's teleport request. He immediately clicked to accept. The next second, Yun Mianmian appeared in front of him. She was wearing a wetsuit, her hair wet, and her face looked exhausted, but her eyes were excited and thrilled. She eagerly grabbed Luoze's arm. "Hurry up, get on the ship." Luoze nodded, looking down at Yun Mianmian's hand holding his. He quickened his pace to keep up with her, and they managed to return to the Xiangyun ship at the very last second. "That was close, but we're back." Yun Mianmian leaned against Luoze, her legs feeling weak. She was truly exhausted. Diving in the deep sea took a great physical toll, and after a day and night without rest, her body had reached its limit. In the water, she had been running on sheer determination, and now that she was finally relaxed, her entire body was ready to collapse. "Luoze, are you okay?" Yun Mianmian, "Not really, I'm too tired, but at least I found the golden phoebe wood." After entering that underwater crevice with Wei Yue, they found a deep-sea vortex. Yun Mianmian had a gut feeling there was something there. She knew she had wish-fulfilled luck today, so if she followed her instincts, she was bound to find something good. After they passed through the vortex, they did find a vast expanse of golden phoebe wood. It was a part of the ocean that no one had ever reached. Although it was in the deep sea, it was very bright, with many bioluminescent plankton illuminating the dark underwater world. The dense cluster of golden phoebe wood delighted Yun Mianmian. She only needed 100 pieces, which was enough, and she didn't have much time left. With only 10 minutes remaining, she had to gather 100 pieces in 8 minutes, so she hurriedly released Octopus Sister. Fortunately, Octopus Sister's efficiency allowed Yun Mianmian to return in time. Looking at the golden phoebe wood in her backpack, Yun Mianmian felt much more at ease. She looked up at Luoze and asked softly, "Are you going back?" "Luoze, do you need to rest? I can stay and help you with some things. You look really tired." Yun Mianmian wasn't completely oblivious. Luoze seemed to care a bit too much for her. A little too much. If it was just because she was his sister's friend, it didn't seem enough to justify such attention. Yun Mianmian hesitated for a moment. "No need. I'll wash up and go to bed." Luoze, "All right, I'll head back then. Message me if you need anything." Yun Mianmian, You should go back. Once I've rested, there's still a lot to do. Wei Yue had told me about the next season. I'll create a group later to discuss it with everyone." Yun Mianmian planned to gather her trusted friends into a group to discuss preparations for the next season. Now that they knew what was coming, they had to be prepared in advance, both mentally and in terms of supplies. There was a lot to do. Seeing her serious expression, Luoze guessed that the situation was likely very dire. "All right." After Luoze left, Yun Mianmian dragged her tired body upstairs to the hot spring. She sank into the warm water and almost fell asleep the moment she closed her eyes. But she couldn't sleep just yet. She had to sort out her materials to see what she was still lacking for her upgrade. Before going to sleep, she wanted to gather everything she needed. She was short by over 200 units of various ores, as well as over 100 units of ice essence. Yun Mianmian contacted Hu Yuan, listing out what she was missing and asking if he could help her gather them. She offered to trade for anything he needed. Hu Yuan replied after a few minutes, "It will take some time, but I can gather them. These items are in high demand as upgrade materials, so I might need you to trade pets or other upgrade resources." Yun Mianmian, "What about red pine wood and walnut wood?" She had gathered a lot of red pine wood and walnut wood on Mushroom Island, so it was perfect for trading. She didn't mind trading it all away, But she remembered that she would be contacting Yun Xiao in 2 days and decided to keep some just in case he hadn't reached level 5 yet. Knowing Yun Xiao, it was unlikely, but better safe than sorry. Hu Yuan. How much do you have? Yun Mian. 1,000 units plus 200 units of flint, is that enough? Hu Yuan. Okay, I'll start gathering. When do you need it by? Yun Mian. As soon as possible, preferably this morning. Hu Yuan. I'll try. After finishing her conversation with Hu Yuan, Yun Mian got out of the hot spring. She had soaked briefly to relax her body. Her legs were stiff and her feet were a bit cramped from spending so much time underwater. She felt better after the soak. Yun Mian still had more to do. She hadn't been on the ship for 2 days, so she had to check on the animals in the breeding room. Even though Wally fed and cleaned up after them, Yun Mian couldn't help worrying. She also needed to harvest the crops in the greenhouse. After finally finishing all that, it was already past 9. Yun Mian was hungry, tired, and exhausted, but instead of eating, she went straight to bed. She even had Wally set an alarm for 1 p.m. to wake her up. With so much on her mind, she was still thinking about what she needed to do when she woke up, even as she closed her eyes. But as soon as her head hit the pillow, she was deeply asleep within minutes. Meanwhile, Wei Yue was still collecting golden phoebe wood. The underwater area contained roughly 700 units of golden phoebe wood. Yun Mian took 100, and the rest were his. Without an efficient helper like Octopus Sister, Wei Yue had to gather the wood alone. Collecting golden phoebe wood underwater was no easy task. It was hard to use tools underwater because of the resistance of the water, and golden phoebe wood was inherently hard. It couldn't be chopped down in 1 strike. Even with an advanced axe, it took 3 strikes to cut it. Wei Yue estimated that it would take him all morning to gather all the golden phoebe wood. While chopping, he messaged Lu Qi, telling him to go to Mushroom Island to mine without waiting for him. Lu Qi had just woken up after sleeping for a while. Where's Yun Mian? Did she leave? Wei Yue. Yes, she left long ago. Lu Qi. Did you find the golden phoebe wood? Wei Yue. Yes, we were lucky. Wei Yue knew that their luck was likely thanks to Yun Mian. Upon waking up, Yun Mian received the resources sent by Hu Yuan. There was still a bit missing. Hu Yuan said this was all he could manage. Yun Mian sent some food to Hu Yuan. Thanks for your hard work. I'll figure out the rest myself. Yun Mian privately messaged Ni Yangguang and Rong Yu. She felt a bit embarrassed to keep asking them for resources, but this was a critical moment. She couldn't afford to waste her advantage and needed to upgrade as soon as possible. Yun Mian. Do you have any ice essence or ores for trade? It's urgent. Ni Yangguang was quick to respond. Sure, Mian. Are you upgrading? Yun Mian. Almost. I'll add you to a group later. There's something I need to discuss. Rong Yu also responded quickly. Okay, just give me a moment. Yun Mian. Great, I'll add you to the group later. I have something to discuss with everyone. A few minutes later, Yun Mian received enough resources. She opened Xiang Yun's information. Name, Xiang Yun. Level 6 wooden ship, upgradable. Score, 192 points. Expansion conditions, iron ore, X2000, ice essence X500, flint X500, energy stone X500, copper ore X500, chromium ore X200, platinum ore X200, gold ore X100, golden phoebe wood X100. The resources in her backpack were just enough. After this upgrade, her backpack would have a lot more space. She clicked upgrade, and the corresponding resources in her backpack disappeared, while the ship was engulfed in a strong white light. This time, Yun Mian felt that the reaction was particularly intense. According to Wei Yue, level 7 was a significant milestone, meaning that a level 7 ship would be completely different from what they had imagined before. It was heartbreaking to use 500 energy stones, along with so many rare resources, but as long as she could upgrade, it would definitely be worth it. Yun Mian was full of anticipation, but given the scale of this upgrade, it would take some time. She opened her chat app and created a discussion group, District 3 Siblings Group. Then she began adding her friends one by one. Luo Luo, Luo Zhe, Ni Yangguang, Hu Yuan, Rong Yu. These were her close friends. After thinking for a moment, she added Gu Fang, Wen Yuxi, Mu Baiyin, and Xinan Cheng. The more people, the more strength they had. Since she intended to tell everyone in District 3, it was better to have more people involved in the discussion. Once everyone was in, Yun Mian Mian carefully sent out the first message. Yun Mian Mian. Hello everyone. I gathered you here because I want to discuss the next season. I have some information that I'd like to share and discuss with you all. Ni Yangguang. Whoa, Mian Mian, you even know what the next season is going to be like? Are you secretly part of the game dev team or something? Wen Yuxi. That's amazing. We can start preparing early. Yun Mian Mian. No, I'm not. Rong Yu. Let her continue. Yun Mian Mian. The survival environment in the next season will be even harsher. It'll be a drought season combined with a volcanic season, which means underwater volcanic eruptions. Yun Mian Mian explained the consequences of underwater volcanic eruptions in the group. After all, in reality, none of them had experienced such an event. It was only something they'd heard about in the news. That sounds terrifying. What should we do? Yun Mian Mian. Is anyone here still not level 6? Everyone responded, we're all at level 6. I just upgraded yesterday. I'll be upgrading today. Yun Mian Mian. Good, because if you're below level 6, surviving the next season will be nearly impossible. These details came from Wei Yue from District 1, so they're quite reliable. I've agreed to cooperate with him. District 1 and District 3 will work together to survive the next season. Since this was a personal decision, I haven't informed the rest of District 3 yet. That's why I wanted to discuss it with you all first. Wen Yuxi. Can Wei Yue really be trusted? Why would he want to cooperate with us? The survival environment in the next season will be so bad and resources will be scarce. After the servers connect, competition will be fierce. So far, everyone has been on their own boats, but in the next season, that might change. I also suspect that the barriers between players might disappear. Previously, even though we were all on the ocean, we couldn't see each other's boats, but once the servers connect, that protective barrier may vanish. Yun Mian Mian's guess was reasonable. If a battle royale mode started, players would desperately fight for resources, not to mention the different districts. Even players from the same district might turn on each other. If it really comes to that, cooperating with District 1 would be the best option. Can Wei Yue control all of District 1's players? Yeah, what if his word doesn't hold? What if we in District 3 keep our promises, but District 1 doesn't? Yun Mian Mian. That's also my concern. But Wei Yue said that he would take care of District 1's people. If they don't fulfill their part of the deal, we can break ours as well. Ni Yangguang. With only a few days left until settlement, if it's a drought and volcanic season, we'll definitely be short on water. We need to stockpile water resources. Wen Yuxi. That's for sure. We need to hurry and upgrade. Yun Mian Mian. Gufang, are you there? You haven't said anything. Gufang. I'm here. I've just been thinking about what we can do to help more people survive. Yun Mian Mian. What ideas do you have? Gufang had a high reputation in District 3, and everyone respected his opinions. Gufang. If we want District 3 players to agree to this cooperation, we'll need to rally everyone together. 2 hours later. Yun Mian Mian and Gufang both made posts, and they also spoke up in the chat channels to share their predictions about the next season. They decided not to mention Wei Yue, in case the next season didn't turn out to be a drought and volcanic one. The players might feel like they were deceived. It was better to present it as a guess and analysis, encouraging everyone to be proactive and stockpile water and food resources in advance. In reality, with only a few days left, there wasn't much everyone could do. Upgrading was still the most important thing. Everyone knew they needed to stockpile supplies, but not every player had the ability to do so. As for the cooperation, they could wait until the next season started before discussing it again. If they brought up cooperation now, people wouldn't fully grasp the severity of the situation and might not agree. Besides, there were still a few days left, and cooperation couldn't begin immediately. Yun Mian Mian and Wei Yue also couldn't contact each other right now. The posts triggered a heated discussion. With both Yun Mianmian and Gufang saying this, everyone started taking it seriously. Soon, all the food and water resources were taken off the trading center. Players wanted to keep them for themselves in case they ran short later on. Since it was just a prediction, many players actively joined the discussion about the next season. There were even some interesting suggestions. For example, since this is still the Ice Age season and ice isn't in short supply, what if we stockpile some ice now? If the next season is too hot, we could use the ice to cool down, and it could also be melted into water, killing two birds with one stone. There were also players who had saved island exploration cards. In the next season, they could use them or trade them. But after reading the posts about the possible severity of the next season, many players decided to organize groups to explore islands for supplies. Right now, the chances of getting teleport cards were higher, so many players grouped together to explore. Especially with an increase in Magic Island exploration cards, new and old players were forming teams to go on expeditions. 7 hours had passed since they posted. Finally, Yun Mianmian's ship finished upgrading. The ship didn't get much larger, but it had several new features and facilities. It now had a temperature-controlled freezer compartment, central air conditioning, a land navigation radar, a submarine, and an escape pod. The submarine could hold 2 people, looking very similar to Wei Yue's. The escape pod could not only be used for escape, but it could also transform into a car for travel on land. The biggest change was that the ship could now be stored in the inventory. The ship had a new storage function. As soon as Yun Mianmian opened the ship information, she saw, "Can be stored in inventory. Name, Zhang Yun ship, upgradable." The next level required even more materials. Yun Mianmian was dumbfounded at the list. Upgrade requirements: Energy Stone X1000, Iron Ore X2000, Golden Phoebe Wood, 500, Gold Ore X300. Congratulations to the player for being the first to upgrade to level 7. Reward: Rare Land, X10, High-Level Cooking Machine Blueprint, X1, Refrigerator Blueprint, X1, Large Mineral Detector X1, Mineral Heating Bed X1, Golden Nutrient Solution X5, Excavator Blueprint, X1. Yun Mianmian tried storing the Xiangyun ship in her inventory. She sat in the escape pod and clicked the confirmation button. In the next second, the ship disappeared. Such a large ship took up just one slot in the inventory, represented by a small icon. With this feature, she didn't have to worry about losing her ship. She could freely explore, even go to islands without time restrictions. If the prediction about the next season was correct, that deserts and islands would increase in size while the ocean shrank, players would likely have more time on land. In that case, the escape pod's ability to function on land would become incredibly important. Yun Mianmian decided to upgrade the escape pod. In the trading center, only a few players were still selling food. Yun Mianmian was one of them. She put a lot of fruits and vegetables up for sale at a reasonable price, which sold extremely well. Many items were snatched up as soon as they were listed. She had harvested a lot of fruits and vegetables today, and she planted more. Although her warehouse was big enough, Yun Mianmian decided to sell a portion to other players. She also gifted many items to friends and family. As soon as the ship's upgrade was complete, Yun Mianmian immediately started crafting the blueprints. She was worried that in 2 days she might not have time. She wanted to push herself to her limits, honing her strength and knife skills. Her archery also needed practice. The snake wine she had made earlier was ready for drinking, and Yun Mianmian planned to drink a little every day, hoping it would have some beneficial effects. Yun Mianmian made 2 more jars of snake wine with the snakes she brought back from Mushroom Island, giving 1 jar to Luoze since he caught those snakes. Moreover, Luoze hadn't taken much from the island. He let her have most of the good items. Along with the snake wine, Yun Mianmian also sent over a meal. She had promised that if she cooked, she would send him a portion. Luoze received it. "Thank you, Sister Mianmian. Aren't you busy today?" "A bit, but eating is important. I plan to train harder. Who knows what the next season will bring." "Do you want me to train you?" "You have a lot to do as well. No need. Everyone is short on time. Your upgrade is more important." Yun Mian opened the ship information. Name, Zhangyun ship. Level 7, energy ship upgradable. Rating 210 points. Expansion requirements. Energy stone, X1000, iron ore X2000, golden phoebe wood, 500, gold ore X300. The Zhangyun ship had upgraded from a wooden ship to an energy ship. This was a significant breakthrough. The ship's entire structure changed, from wood to a fully metal construction, making it capable of withstanding strong impacts. Only such a ship would survive the harsh conditions of the next season. With 10 more plots of rare land, Yun Mian aimed to harvest another batch of fruits and vegetables in the remaining days. These were exactly the things in high demand now. As for the advanced cooking machine blueprint, Yun Mian was delighted. She had previously traded with Rong Yu for a basic cooking machine blueprint, which she used frequently for cooking. Name, Advanced Cooking Machine. Details, a multifunctional cooking machine with double stoves, includes a 7-piece cookware set, can be used for grilling, hot pot, and stove temperature control. Required materials, energy stone X2, iron ore X10, copper ore X4, golden phoebe wood, X1. This was a great item, a cooking enthusiast's dream. Unfortunately, her inventory was running low on resources. She could only make one advanced cooking machine. She didn't have enough materials for the refrigerator or excavator. She needed to gather more resources quickly. As for the mineral heating bed, as soon as Yun Mian saw it, she immediately thought of the egg she had brought back from the island. Name, Mineral Heating Bed. Activates pet heating bed with consistent warmth and adjustable temperature, suitable for hatching high-level pet eggs. The heating bed essentially acted as an incubator booster. It wasn't very big, 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. If she put the mysterious flint heating bed on it, it would activate, and the egg could finally start incubating. Yun Mian quickly went to the greenhouse and followed the instructions. Finally, she placed the egg on it. To her surprise, a countdown to hatching appeared, 71:59:59. It only required 71 hours for the egg to hatch. That meant in just 3 days. Finally, previously there had been no sign of progress, and she didn't know how to make it hatch. Now, she finally understood. The flint bed needed to be activated. In just 3 days, Yun Mian eagerly anticipated what surprises this fire-red egg would bring her. Yun Mian set up the 10 rare plots of land and planted various vegetables and fruits that provided energy. Fruits like apples, pears, watermelon, and dragon fruit all were hydrating fruits. However, these were plants with long growth cycles. Yun Mian planned to wait for 2 days to see if there would be any harvest. If not, she would use 2 bottles of golden nutrient solution. Apart from the rare land, Yun Mian also used the swamp peat she brought back from Mushroom Island for planting. Here's the translation of the text. She needed to replace all the previous soil with peat. This was a big project. Yun Mian estimated that she couldn't do it alone and thought of asking her friends for help. She planned to share some of the harvest with them afterward. So Yun Mian sent a message in the group chat to see if anyone was willing to come. If the affinity wasn't high enough, they could just buy an item from the mall to increase it. The price wasn't too expensive, and if it was far too low, then she'd just leave it. She didn't need too many people to help anyway. 2 people would be enough. Very soon, Rong Yu and Ni Yangguang both responded. Just as Yun Mian was about to agree, Luo Zi also sent a message. Luo Zi, Sister Mian, I just saw your message. I can come too. Yun Mian, 2 people are enough. Rong Yu and Ni Yangguang have already agreed to come. Luo Zi, more hands make lighter work. If I come along, you can focus on other things. Weren't you planning to practice your skills? Yun Mian, that makes sense. If she was busy changing soil and planting crops, she really wouldn't have time to train. All right, you can come. 2 days later, the wish on the wish post-it came true. A countdown appeared on Yun Mian's interface. There were new options in both the chat box and trading center, allowing access to Zone 1. Zone 3 and Zone 1 were separate, but Yun Mian first clicked into Zone 1 and saw that their chat channel was abuzz with discussions about preparing for the next season. Zone 1 chat channel. Do we really need to cooperate with Zone 3? I don't think it's necessary. It's not like Zone 1 can't compete with Zone 3. I think cooperation has no downsides. Zone 3 also has many strong players. Just look at Yunmian, who got first place twice. With the situation being so dire next season, cooperation between the two zones is definitely a good thing. Mutual assistance. Then why not cooperate with all 10 zones? How could that work? Cooperation between all 10 zones would be pointless. Resources are limited. Cooperation between our two zones at least ensures our resources aren't stolen. But what if the people from Zone 3 don't keep their word? It's mutual. If they don't keep their word, we can just end the cooperation. It seemed Wei Yue had already made the details of the next season public, and most Zone 1 players weren't opposed, with only a few questioning voices. After browsing for a while, Yun Mian wasn't sure how to contact Yun Xiao. Should she post a "looking for family" message in the chat? It didn't seem like a good idea to expose herself. Might as well directly find Wei Yue and ask him to help her contact Yun Xiao. Finding Wei Yue was simple. She just opened the Zone 1 forum and found his post. Yun Mian directly sent him a friend request. Knowing it wouldn't be approved immediately, Yun Mian decided to check out the trading center to see what Zone 1's resources were like. It looked similar to Zone 3's. There was no water or food resources, only materials and daily necessities. Upgrade materials were also scarce and had to be traded for other upgrade items. However, the Zone 3 trading center had a lot of materials and furniture, items that increased ratings. Meanwhile, the Zone 1 trading center had many weapon blueprints, and a lot of people were trading pets. The pets were not expensive either. 10 pieces of ice marrow and 10 pieces of flint could buy a penguin. 10 energy stones could get you a seal. It was much cheaper than when she sold them before. Back then, she used an auction mode. This was really a low price. And there were seals available for purchase. Yun Mian's eyes lit up. Couldn't she just buy and resell? With access to both Zone 1 and Zone 3 trading centers, and with a few days left until the zones connected, she could buy from Zone 1 and resell in Zone 3 to earn a lot. She bought a penguin in Zone 1 and put it up for auction in the Zone 3 trading center. Auction mode with a 10-minute limit. Within 10 minutes, the highest bidder could take the penguin. Eventually, the penguin was bought with 30 pieces of ice marrow and 20 pieces of iron ore. Yun Mian made a net profit of 20 ice marrow and 20 iron ore. It was effortless. With just a few taps, she could earn so much. She was getting rich. She happened to be short on resources, with many blueprints lying idle that she couldn't craft. Now, with buying and reselling, she could earn quite a bit. She bought all the pets in one go, which quickly drew the attention of the Zone 1 players. Zone 1 players were organized, and the big players shared information. Whoever bought so many pets at once was certainly unknown among the top ranks. Wei Yue received the news as well. Wei Yue was on his ship planting vegetables. Yes, even he had to plant vegetables. His ship was still upgrading. When he received the message, he didn't see it immediately because after planting the vegetables, he went to train his pets. He trained his Arctic wolf daily to improve their synergy. He found that ever since he contracted the Arctic wolf, his mental strength had been gradually increasing. With more training, the rate of growth also sped up. His mental strength was now at 86, and his bond with the Arctic wolf had significantly strengthened. Wei Yue received many messages every day, and he usually prioritized messages from friends, then group messages. He'd check the chat channel and forum, then glance at any unknown private messages. Today was no different. Someone informed him that all the pets in the trading center were purchased at the same time, probably by one person. Wei Yue became alert and opened the trading center. Indeed, all the pets listed by the faction had been sold out. The pets circulating in Zone 1 were all being traded by Wei Yue's faction. A week ago, someone from his faction obtained a chance encounter to go to the Arctic island, and Wei Yue went along, bringing back a large number of penguins and seals. Most Zone 1 players with some money had obtained pets, and the surplus pets were listed in the trading center to be shared with other players. Here's the translation of the text. Seeing that there were only 2 days left, the number of pets was running low, and the prices had increased significantly. However, yesterday someone from the faction went to an island and caught dozens of penguins, so as soon as they were listed, the pet prices dropped again. Even so, they were not cheap. Unexpectedly, someone bought them all in one go. Who could it be? Wei Yue immediately thought that it wasn't someone from Zone 1. If it were a person from Zone 1, there was no need to hoard so many pets. Who would they sell them to? The top players in Zone 1 already had pets. It could only be someone from another zone. Wei Yue remembered that Yun Mian had said she would contact him in 2 days, and he immediately thought she might have arrived in Zone 1. No, she must have had some special method to contact Zone 1. Frowning, he hurriedly checked his private messages from strangers. Nothing. He then went to check friend requests. Sure enough, he saw Yun Mian's name. It really was her. Wei Yue's lips curled up and he smiled. She's really here. He accepted her friend request and sent her a message. Wei Yue, you're here. Yun Mian, yeah, you just added me. Wei Yue, I just saw it. Yun Mian, I told you I'd come. Wei Yue, was it you who bought all the pets in the trading center? Yun Mian, you figured it out? Wasn't I buying anonymously? Wei Yue, I guessed it was you. Yun Mian, by the way, can you do me a favor? Wei Yue, go ahead. Yun Mian, my younger brother is in Zone 1. I don't know if you know him. His name is Yun Xiao. Could you help me find him and create a group chat so I can get in touch with him? It would be easier for Wei Yue to find him. He could simply post a message in the chat channel looking for Yun Xiao. As long as someone who knew Yun Xiao saw it, they would contact him. Wei Yue. I know him. Hold on. Wei Yue had Yun Xiao as a friend. He just hadn't known that Yun Xiao and Yun Mian were siblings. Once, Wei Yue bought something from Yun Xiao. The two had communicated once, and Wei Yue saw his potential despite being a newcomer, so he added him as a friend. Wei Yue added Yun Mian and Yun Xiao to a group chat and then left the group himself. Yun Mian thought Wei Yue had pretty high emotional intelligence. Otherwise, with him in the group, she would have had to privately add Yun Xiao and start another conversation. The siblings' meeting wasn't tearfully emotional. Rather, it was surprisingly calm. Yun Xiao. Sis, why did you come to Zone 1? Yun Mian. I came to check on you and bring some warmth. Yun Xiao. Oh, I'm fine. Do you need anything? Yun Mian. I don't need anything. What level are you now? Yun Xiao. Just reached level 6. For a newcomer, reaching level 6 before the next season started was quite good. It seemed Yun Xiao was doing well. Yun Mian. All right. Are you familiar with Wei Yue? Yun Xiao. Not really. We've only traded once. Yun Mian. Oh, I'm going to send you some items. Clear out your inventory. There's quite a bit. Yun Xiao. Sure. In the meantime, Yun Mian organized the items she wanted to send to Yun Xiao. In 2 days, the entire server would be connected, and she could send him more items then. For now, she'd give him things that were immediately useful. She gave him 2 boxes of peat for planting vegetables, volcanic ash, sulfur ore, 100 of each, and 30 pounds of vegetables and fruits for him to eat in the coming days. She also gave him 1,000 Antarctic krill, which she had in abundance. Additionally, she sent a sealed boiler, a wind turbine, a radiator, and a small ore detector. She also made a copy of the Penguin Island map for him, just in case he had the chance to go there. Yun Mian didn't have enough materials, so these were all she could give. She hadn't crafted other items yet. Sending over all these items, Yun Xiao responded, "That's too much. It's enough." Yun Mian. Take it. I contacted Mom a few days ago and sent her a lot too. Yun Xiao. The next season is going to be tough. You know that, right? Yun Mian. Yeah, that's why I'm cooperating with Wei Yue. Once Zones 1 and 3 establish cooperation, we'll probably have many opportunities to interact. Hurry up and level up. I've already reached level 7. Without level 7 in the next season, it's going to be difficult to survive. Yun Xiao. I know. I'm gathering resources, but it's tough. The next season will be very dangerous, but there will also be more resources. I'll do my best. Yun Mian Mian. That's good. Yun Mian Mian sent a few live photos to Yun Xiao, along with an introduction to the features of a level 7 ship. She knew this information would help Yun Xiao. Received: aluminum alloy, large sun umbrella, X1, sunshade tent, X1, water filter X1, electric drill, XE1. Yun Xiao. These are for you, they'll be useful next season. Yun Mian Mian. They really will, but I already have an electric drill. She sent Yun Xiao blueprints that she currently couldn't craft. Refrigerator blueprint, excavator blueprint, ergonomic chair blueprint. Yun Mian Mian. Do you need any of these? If so, take them and craft them first. I don't have enough materials at the moment. You can return the blueprints in a few days. Yun Xiao. Let's talk about it in a few days. Yun Mian Mian. By the way, do you have a pet? Yun Xiao. Yes. He sent a picture. It was the same as Wei Yue's pet, a pure white Arctic wolf. Yun Mian Mian was messaging him while listing pets in the Zone 3 trading center. She was thrilled to make a profit on the price difference. Besides pets, there were also weapon blueprints. Yun Mian Mian used the resources she earned from selling pets to trade for weapon blueprints, keeping the ones she liked and selling the rest in Zone 3. First, she sent it to her friends to see if anyone wanted it. Rong Yu was interested in weapons and exchanged several blueprints, allowing Yun Mian Mian to earn a lot of resources. Yun Mian Mian also had several opportunities to make weapons with Rong Yu's help, so she planned to ask him to make a suitable weapon for Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao wanted a pair of dual blades. He had obtained a dual blade manual, and the dual blades he was currently using were ones he had made himself. They were fine, but if he could switch to something better, his combat power would increase significantly. Yun Mian Mian agreed to find someone to make them for him. Rong Yu's forging skills had likely leveled up again, making him the best candidate. Yun Mian Mian sent Yun Xiao's request to him. I won't take advantage of you. Treat the dual blades as 2 weapons. Rong Yu. All right. Yun Mian Mian. How soon can you finish them? Rong Yu. When do you need them? Yun Mian Mian. As soon as possible, preferably within the next few days. She thought it would be best to give them to Yun Xiao when the entire server connected next time. Rong Yu. I'll do my best, within 3 days. Yun Mian Mian. Great. After a while, Yun Xiao sent another blueprint to Yun Mian Mian. By the way, here's something else for you. Intermediate repair station blueprint. Yun Mian Mian opened the details after receiving it and was overjoyed. Name, Intermediate Repair Station. Description: any damaged items can be placed on the repair station for repair. Even seemingly useless items can be placed on it. Maybe you'll be surprised by the outcome. Required materials: energy stone X20, iron ore X15, gold ore X20. It required a lot of materials, but that made Yun Mian Mian even more eager to build it. This was definitely a good item. Yun Mian Mian. This is such a great item, aren't you keeping it for yourself? Yun Xiao. It will be more useful to you. Right now, I need to focus on leveling up and I don't have enough energy stones. Yun Mian Mian. Not bad, not bad. You know to save the good stuff for your sister. Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao also shared some information about Zone 1 with her, mainly related to Wei Yue. Wei Yue had united all the factions in Zone 1. At first, there were several competing groups, but now only Wei Yue's faction remained dominant. As a newcomer, Yun Xiao originally didn't want to join any team, but considering that trading was inconvenient and teams could share resources and information, he eventually chose to join Wei Yue's team. Once, he had a valuable blueprint. He wanted to use it to exchange for upgrade materials, so he posted it in the chat channel. Soon after, someone approached him. He saw it was Wei Yue and thought Wei Yue might try to force a trade, but Wei Yue turned out to be quite reasonable. They made the trade on fair terms, and Wei Yue even added him as a friend. Yun Xiao had a good impression of Wei Yue. After hearing this, Yun Mian Mian felt more at ease. In fact, she had already made up her mind, and coming to Zone 1 only solidified it. After all, she was worried about being deceived. This wasn't just her issue alone. After talking with Yun Xiao, Yun Mian Mian privately messaged Wei Yue again. They discussed the current situation in their respective zones. Yun Mian Mian had personally come to see Zone 1, but the players in Zone 3 were still unaware of the cooperation plan. Wei Yue didn't express dissatisfaction about this, but Yun Mian Mian could tell he had some opinions on it. After all, he had already informed all of Zone 1 about the cooperation, and the players hadn't opposed it. So why couldn't Yun Mian Mian do the same? The main difference lay in the circumstances of Zone 1 and Zone 3. The people in Zone 3 were scattered, and there was no real organization. Everything they did was spontaneous. Zone 1 was different. Except for a few players, most people had joined factions. Once the faction leaders gave an order, everyone complied. Yun Mian Mian had some prestige in Zone 3, but she didn't have the authority to make decisions for everyone, and neither did Gufang. Asking everyone to cooperate now was too difficult. It was better to wait until they realized the severity of the situation and then propose it. In short, Yun Mian Mian had agreed to join the other Zone 3 members in making this cooperation happen. Wei Yue listened to her analysis but remained unsatisfied. He had offered all the benefits he could, yet Yun Mian Mian's side couldn't deliver and wanted to wait until the next season started to bring it up. How could he explain this to his players? Yun Mian Mian knew she was somewhat at fault. However, she had been transparent with Wei Yue from the start. She had told him that the players in Zone 3 wouldn't necessarily listen to her. Wei Yue insisted on cooperation. She agreed to cooperate, but how they did it was up to her. The process might differ, but what mattered to her was the outcome. If they tried to bring it up now, the players in Zone 3 might react negatively, and some small groups opposed to it could cause trouble, like Zhang Jincheng's group, for instance. Yun Mian Mian. How about this? Give me 3 days. On the first day of the new season, I will give you an answer. If cooperation doesn't succeed, you can choose to cooperate with another zone, and our cooperation will end. I will take responsibility, and you won't be giving away the gold-threaded Nanmu for free. I will even share half of the rewards for being the first to level up. Wei Yue. I'm not concerned about those things. Since I chose to cooperate with Zone 3, I had no intention of switching zones. I hope you give it your all. There's no need for hesitation. In the face of life and death, players will make their own choices. People are driven by benefits. If your intentions are good, the players will be willing. Those unwilling to cooperate are just a few fools. Yun Mian Mian. But until they see the harsh reality, players will cling to wishful thinking. That was why she wanted to wait until the next season started before mentioning it. At that time, no one would refuse to cooperate. Wei Yue. It's not that simple. By then, changes may come too suddenly, and many players will be in chaos. If you bring it up at that point, it might be too late. Once the next season arrives and all zones are connected, perhaps no one will be safe. Wei Yue was also concerned that other zones might join forces. Zone 1, being the largest, would definitely be targeted by others. Zone 3 would face the same. Yun Mian Mian was a female player who had repeatedly achieved first place across the entire server, drawing considerable attention. In the next season, there would definitely be people trying to challenge her. Yun Mian Mian. I understand. I'll tell the players in Zone 3, just give me some time. Wei Yue? Okay. With the conversation ending there, Wei Yue believed Yun Mian Mian would make the right decision. Yun Mian Mian transported pets and weapon blueprints from Zone 1 to Zone 3 to sell. She also transported furniture, household items, and a lot of daily necessities to Zone 1. The quality of life for players in Zone 1 wasn't great. They even had a shortage of tar lamps and dirt. Vegetables and fruits sold for high prices. If Yun Mian Mian herself didn't need to stockpile food, she would have sold half of her stored vegetables and fruits to the players in Zone 1. Players in Zone 1 were wealthier than those in Zone 3. Through reselling pets and weapon blueprints, Yun Mian Mian made a net profit of 320 iron ore, 98 flint, 80 icy marrow, and 69 energy stones in Zone 3. However, selling food and daily necessities earned her even more in Zone 1. It seemed like every player in Zone 1 had a lot of ore. Yun Mian Mian earned over 1,000 ore and obtained many materials and plant seeds that were scarce in Zone 3. The seeds included vegetable seeds and medicinal herb seeds. For example, lettuce, crown daisy, garlic, onion, asparagus, beetroot, winter bamboo shoots, celery, garlic sprouts, chicken blood vine, bergamot, cassia seed, gotukola, pseudoginseng, St. John's wort, fish mint, skullcap, coptis, fish mint, forsythia. These seeds were rarely seen in Zone 3. Seeing they were available in Zone 1, Yunmian went on a shopping spree. Although players wouldn't sell their vegetables and fruits, many held on to seeds they didn't use, which they traded for food. Yunmian used a small amount of food to obtain a large number of seeds. They could now be used for cultivation. In 3 days, her newly expanded warehouse would probably be full again. Medicinal herb seeds were also very important. Yunmian predicted that there would be a high chance of players getting injured in the next season, leading to a great demand for medicine. Whether it was refined or simply herbs, it would be in high demand. She decided to plant them now, as they would surely come in handy later. Yunmian also bought a lot of golden silkworm thread and cow tendon wood, both of which were needed for advanced weapons. Hemlock, needed to upgrade from level 5 to 6, was abundant among players in Zone 1, but scarce in Zone 3. Many level 5 players were stuck there because they lacked hemlock. She bought several thousand units of hemlock at once and sold them in Zone 3. Meanwhile, Zone 1 had a shortage of energy stones and flint. Energy stones were scarce everywhere, but many players in Zone 3 had flint. Yunmian used flint to trade. After all that, she earned a considerable amount. Seeing her inventory filling up quickly, Yunmian was thrilled. She had been acting as a middleman, profiting from the price difference. The system had earned a lot of transaction fees from her activities. Yunmian went back to the trading center to buy more items and managed to find some laptops and gaming consoles. These were all items brought by players from the real world, only to discover they couldn't be used here. Similar to the laptop Yun Xiao had brought for Yunmian, which she later used for making a robot. So she bought them back at low prices. What if she got another robot blueprint in the future? Those laptops could then be used to create a light brain. Whether she used it herself or sold it, it would be valuable. Realizing that she had attracted a lot of attention, as the chat channels were buzzing with discussions about the sudden influx of resources, Yunmian decided to stop. After all, she had already bought everything she wanted. A busy day flew by quickly. With the remaining time, Yunmian contacted some of her previous acquaintances, Zhao Yichen and Shen Qianjue. They were both people she had cooperated with during previous wilderness survival competitions. After adding them as friends, Yunmian got straight to the point, asking if they needed anything and if they were interested in trading. Both Zhao Yichen and Shen Qianjue were surprised to receive Yunmian's messages. They hadn't expected Yunmian to be able to message across zones. Zhao Yichen: "Did you come to Zone 1? Did you switch zones?" Yunmian almost laughed out loud. Zhao Yichen had actually thought of switching zones. Could there actually be something like a zone-switching card? Yunmian: "Take a guess." Zhao Yichen: "If you really switched zones, that would be amazing." Zhao Yichen still craved Yunmian's cooking. After returning, he had also learned how to cook but could never match her taste. "Can I trade something for some of your cooking?" Yunmian: "Of course, just give me some resources in exchange." Zhao Yichen sorted his inventory and sent Yunmian screenshots of items he didn't need, asking her to pick what she wanted. He had a lot of stuff in his inventory, and Yunmian took an interest in some quirky things. Damaged violin, hot cold water dispenser blueprint, coffee machine. Blueprint, cactus seeds, damaged talisman, lily flower seeds. Yunmian traded some grilled meat and vegetables for the items Zhao Yichen didn't want. The talisman was dirty, with the text on it blurred. Zhao Yichen had kept it because it had come from a golden treasure chest, but he hadn't figured out what it was for. The description said it was a blessing charm, but it had been soaked in water, so it had lost its function. Originally, he wanted to throw it away, but since it didn't take up much space, he just kept it in the warehouse. Yunmian didn't know if it had any use, but seeing the word luck, she felt like taking it. Maybe it would be useful. Shen Qianjue: "You really have some skills, huh? You even made it to Zone 1. Yun Mian Mian. Hehe, it was a stroke of luck. Shen Qianjue. Was it you selling all that random stuff at the trading center just now? Yun Mian Mian. No, it wasn't me. Shen Qianjue. Don't deny it. You bought all the pets too, didn't you? Yun Mian Mian. I didn't. I just came to contact my family. Shen Qianjue. All right, whatever. So, what do you want from me? Just tell me. Yun Mian Mian. I'm here to trade. Do you have anything you don't need at the moment that you could trade with me? It's no secret that Shen Qianjue had a lot of good stuff. Top players usually don't put their good items in the trading center. They keep them for themselves or exchange them with close friends. Shen Qianjue. You might as well just tell me what you need directly. He had too many items, and it would take too long to sort out what he didn't need. Yun Mian Mian decided to ask her friends in their group chat if anyone needed anything. She then copied and pasted their requests and sent them to Shen Qianjue. To her surprise, Shen Qianjue had most of the items. Yun Mian Mian thought she had already earned enough today, so she helped her friends get what they needed without taking any extra materials as a middleman. When the last 3 minutes of the countdown remained, Wei Yue sent her a message. Why did you go to Shen Qianjue to buy things instead of asking me if I had what you needed? Shen Qianjue really had a big mouth. He went and told Wei Yue about it. Yun Mian Mian, of course, knew Wei Yue had more valuable items, but she just didn't feel like trading with him. She was the top player in Zone 3, and Wei Yue was the top in Zone 1. The items they both had were probably the best in their respective zones. When she went to Shen Qianjue and Zhao Yichen, she didn't have to reveal what she had. It was just casual trading. Shen Qianjue was easygoing, while Zhao Yichen was sincere and kind. On the other hand, Wei Yue always gave her an enigmatic feeling. Yun Mian Mian didn't want to reveal too much in front of him. She replied that she ran out of time, and Wei Yue didn't ask further. As soon as the time ended, the interface returned to how it was before. The chat windows with the Zone 1 players she had just contacted disappeared too. After the time was up, Yun Mian Mian started sorting out her materials. Although the next upgrade was still far away, her focus now wasn't on upgrading but on preparing to face the next season with all her might. If she weren't so exhausted, she probably could have completed all the unfinished blueprints in one go. However, she was fixated on the repair station. Before going to bed, she placed the repair station blueprint and materials on the workbench for production, and then went back to her room to lie down. By the time Yun Mian Mian got up the next day, the repair station was ready. The intermediate repair station looked a lot like a workbench. It had an initial platform and a creation platform. Items that needed repair could be placed on the platform along with any materials to be added, and after repair, a new item would appear on the creation platform. Yun Mian Mian decided to roll her lucky dice first. Today's lucky number was 6. Blessings and good luck. Perfect luck. That was just right to test out the repair effect. The first item Yun Mian Mian took out was the damaged violin. The violin was missing 2 strings and looked dull and dusty. Yun Mian Mian pondered what to add to it for the repair. While she was thinking, she received a message from Ni Yangguang. Mian Mian, I'm ready. Should I come over now? Yun Mian Mian remembered that she had invited Rong Yu and Ni Yangguang over to help yesterday, along with Luo Ze. She sent out a visitor invitation, and soon enough all 3 of them teleported over one by one. Seeing the major changes to Yun Mian Mian's boat, the first reaction from the 3 of them was, Yun Mian Mian had upgraded again. Her speed was insane. Ni Yangguang. Mian Mian, you're so fast. It's only been a few days and you've already upgraded like this. Yun Mian Mian. Haha, I have to thank all of you for this. It was all thanks to the help of my friends and family. She meant it from the bottom of her heart. Without her friends' help, she couldn't have upgraded so smoothly. Rong Yu. What's different after the upgrade? Did the material of the ship change? Yun Mian Mian. Yes, now it's made of steel. Impressive, right? Ni Yangguang. That's awesome. Yun Mian Mian. There are many new changes. Let me show you. As she walked, she gave them a tour. When they saw the submarine and the escape pod, the 3 were envious. Those were life-saving tools, and they could also be used on land. Ni Yangguang sighed. A vehicle that works both in the sea and on land is way better than my car. Luo Ze. It seems like the greenhouse area is larger. Looks like you'll be planting more crops. Yun Mian Mian. Yes, and thanks to you all for coming to help. I can't manage all this on my own, especially with the new season coming soon. Rong Yu. Since you have a greenhouse, you'll still be able to grow vegetables in the next season, right? Yun Mian Mian. I think so. The ship now has a temperature control system. For now, we're using wind power, but we can switch to solar power in the next season, so there'll be no shortage of electricity. Ni Yangguang. So if we run out of food, we can come to you for a trade? Yun Mian Mian. Of course. Since you guys are helping me out, I'll share some of the food with you. There's no need to worry about that. Ni Yangguang. That's a good deal. Although Yun Mian Mian invited them over to help because she lacked time and needed to train, she couldn't just stand by while they worked. It would look like she was slacking off. So, Yun Mian Mian decided to join them in planting crops. Honestly, during her time on the ship, she found gardening quite therapeutic and relaxing. Since it was in the game, growing vegetables was actually quite simple. You just needed to dig a hole, put in the seed, cover it, and water it. Each plant had its own growing time, and once planted, a harvest countdown would display. However, today's task was heavy because they first had to change the soil. Half of the regular soil had to be replaced with peat, and the other half had to be mixed with volcanic ash and spread again. Yun Mian Mian had gained extensive experience in farming. The quality of the soil had a significant impact on the harvest. Plants grown on rare land produced 2 to 3 times more compared to those on regular soil. This more fertile peat should increase the harvest by about 50%. Accumulate small gains, and it added up nicely. She left the soil replacement to the 3 of them, evenly distributing the peat in her inventory among them, while she went to harvest and plant crops on the rare land. The crops she had planted 2 days ago were ready to be harvested today. When she finished her work, the others were almost done replacing the soil, so Yun Mian Mian joined in to help and redivide the planting areas together. After multiple expansions and upgrades, Yun Mian Mian's greenhouse had become quite large. It now had 2 levels, totaling over 800 square meters, equivalent to more than an acre, all filled with plants. The upper level was all fruit trees and medicinal herbs, while the lower level was for vegetables. Vegetables were the most numerous, especially potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes, crops that were easy to store, yielded high harvests, and were good for filling up the belly. Yun Mian Mian had already stockpiled several hundred pounds of potatoes and sweet potatoes. She listed a portion of it on the trading center every day, and they were always snapped up immediately. Yun Mian Mian opened her inventory and took out a large bag of seeds. It would be a waste of space if a bag took up an entire slot, so Yun Mian Mian put all the seeds into burlap sacks. She poured them out in a rush, dozens of sacks of seeds falling to the ground, and she picked them up to start sorting. Since she was planting on rare land, which would be ready for harvest in a few days, Yun Mian Mian decided to plant some vegetables that she didn't have in her storage at the moment. For example, some of the seeds she had just bought from Zone 1. Seasonings were what Yun Mian Mian needed the most, like garlic. Whether stir-frying greens or braising meat, garlic added a great touch. Garlic could also be eaten raw. She heard that many people from the north loved to eat raw garlic. They'd say, "Noodles without garlic lack half the taste." She had seen someone mention in the chat channel how they hadn't eaten garlic in a long time and really missed the taste, which resonated with many players. Yun Mian Mian wasn't used to eating raw garlic, but she liked adding chopped garlic to stir-fried dishes. It made them taste more fragrant. Plus, many kinds of seafood were great with garlic. For instance, steamed scallops with garlic and vermicelli, garlic lobster. So, when Yun Mian Mian saw garlic, she decided to plant it right away. She was aiming for garlic freedom. Onions could also be a great side dish or seasoning. Onion scrambled eggs, onion stir-fried beef. Onions were popular in dry pot dishes and various stews. Previously, Yun Mian Mian had brought back some wild onions from a deserted island, but she had eaten them all. Their sweet flavor was great for stewing meat. Generally, 2 crops fit perfectly in a single rare land plot, but Yun Mian decided to plant an entire plot each for garlic and onions, showing her love for them. There were over 10 rare plots, but not all the plants on each could be harvested. Yun Mian only harvested half of them. She put all the harvested vegetables in her inventory with one click and then planted the seeds. Rare land had already achieved automatic irrigation, but regular land hadn't because there weren't enough irrigation machines. Yun Mian had previously made just enough for what she had at the time. With more land now, the irrigation machines hadn't kept pace, so she prioritized rare land. She then went to the storage room and took out all the recently harvested vegetables. She piled them into small hills in the storage room. Yun Mian called over Wall-E and the octopus girl, giving them instructions. "Help me sort these vegetables by type and store them properly." Yun Mian had made a lot of storage baskets and racks, all labeled with small cards showing the picture of each type of plant, so Wall-E and the octopus girl could easily sort and store them. Otherwise, Yun Mian worried they might put things in the wrong place. This also saved her a lot of effort. As she was leaving the storage room, she saw Luo Ze and Ni Yangguang walk out covered in dust, with gray on their hair and faces. Yun Mian couldn't help but laugh. "What happened to you two? How did you end up like this?" Ni Yangguang scratched his head, embarrassed. "I accidentally bumped into something and fell into the dirt, and I dragged him down too." Luo Ze looked at Yun Mian with bright eyes, but his expression seemed a little aggrieved and helpless. Yun Mian found it even funnier. "You guys go wash up." Nia Yangguang. "How many bathrooms do you have? Is it convenient? If not, I could head back to wash up and then come over again." There were 2 washrooms, but only 1 bathroom, which Yun Mian used herself, so it wasn't very convenient. Luo Ze. "There's still a bit left to do, so I'll wash later. I'll just wipe my face for now." Ni Yangguang. "You're still continuing? This kid is too earnest. I thought I was a good worker, but he's even better. I said it was fine as it was, but he insisted on making everything neat with all the edges smoothed out." Yun Mian. "You two are both excellent. You go take a shower first and I'll cook. Today I'll make you guys a big feast." Rong Yu happened to come out and hear this. "What's on the menu? I heard you let people choose last time." Ni Yangguang had just been telling him that the last time they helped Yun Mian, they had lots of delicious food, and it was fantastic. Yun Mian. "Last time I brought back a lot of top-grade seafood from an island. I'll cook that for you today." Yun Mian remembered she had brought back a humphead rase and a red-spotted grouper. She hadn't had time to cook them yet, but today was the perfect opportunity to do so. After Ni Yangguang left, Rong Yu said he wanted to look around, while Luo Ze stayed where he was. He was wearing a white winter coat, standing tall. Luo Ze. "I'll finish up the work here and then come help you." "No need, it's not urgent to finish it. You should go wash up too." Luo Ze reached up and touched his face. "Am I really dirty?" Yun Mian looked at him seriously, making him a bit nervous. Yun Mian. "Actually, it's not too bad. Still very handsome." Luo Ze's ears turned red. Though his face was so dirty it wasn't noticeable, likely his face was flushed too. Yun Mian thought to herself that other people's brothers were cuter. Her own brother would never get shy. Luo Ze. Yun Mian. "Hurry up then. I'll call Luo too. Not sure if she's free." Luo Ze. "All right, I'll go get her. You get busy." Yun Mian was busy in the kitchen. It was her first time using the advanced cooking machine, and it worked great. It could steam, boil, roast, and even do teppanyaki. Yun Mian made teppanyaki squid, steamed red-spotted grouper, herb-roasted lamb chops, and spicy boiled beef. These were dishes everyone had ordered. She also made a few vegetable dishes like baby cabbage with chopped chili and eggplant with green beans. After eating a lot of meat, people usually craved some veggies. Originally, Luo was helping on the side, but later it was Luo Ze. He helped chop bones and vegetables, and his knife skills were even better than Yun Mian's. Everything was cut very neatly, which made perfectionists delighted. The wild boar bones were turned into bone soup with some white radish, simmering into a fragrant broth that smelled amazing throughout the entire boat. It smells so good, is it almost ready? Nia Yangguang ran over. Yun Mian checked the time. It was about ready. Suddenly, she remembered that the egg she had was probably about to hatch. It seemed like by evening she'd see what was inside breaking out of its shell. With her mind on the egg about to hatch, Yun Mian was a bit absent-minded. Stirring the bone soup, she kept thinking about what exactly would come out of that egg. Luo Zhe noticed and assumed she was worried about the next season. He said softly, Mian, I have something for you. Yun Mian was a little taken aback. Huh? What is it? Luo Zhe took out a string of pearl bracelets. This is for you. Pearl bracelet, a gift from the ocean that will bring good fortune. Effect. When facing a difficult situation, use it to receive a random lucky hint. This was really good stuff. It was like a luck charm. If you faced a problem, you could use it, and it would give you a hint. Yun Mian, this is so precious, you should keep it for yourself. Luo Zhe knew she was too embarrassed to accept it. How about this? I'll trade it with you. I need a weapon, so do you have any good weapon blueprints? He knew Yun Mian had traded for many weapon blueprints in Zone 1. Last time she had shown them in the group for everyone to choose from, so maybe she still had some left. Trading a weapon blueprint for this bracelet meant Luo Zhe was making a big sacrifice. Yun Mian. Do you really want to trade? Luo Zhe. Yes, this item will be much more useful for you. He meant it sincerely. Yun Mian. How about this? If I need it, I'll borrow it from you. This still belongs to you, and I'll just come find you when I need it. How about that? Luo Zhe shook his head. No need to make it so complicated. Once I give it to you, if I need it, I'll just ask you for it. Yun Mian. You're too good, Luo Zhe. You're just too nice. Yun Mian didn't even know what else to say. She looked at Luo Zhe joyfully, her eyes curved in a bright and adorable smile. Luo Zhe didn't take his eyes off her. No, you've been very good to me. To all of us. Yun Mian said, It's mutual. After all, we're all friends. How about I give you my battle knife in return? Luo Zhe. No, keep the knife for yourself. You're used to it, so don't change easily. Yun Mian promised, Let me see if I have a better weapon blueprint. I'll definitely use the best materials and have Rong Yu forge a great blade for you. I still have a weapon quota with him. Luo Zhe. All right then. Take this first. He put the pearl bracelet into Yun Mian's hand. His movement was so gentle that it gave Yun Mian a strange feeling. After the meal, everyone prepared to leave. There were things to do on their own boats, so they couldn't stay here all day. Luo Zhe offered to stay to help Yun Mian clean up. Yun Mian said, No need, I have a robot to do the cleaning, no help is needed. I'm about to start my training too. Luo Zhe, Okay, let me know if you need any help. Ni Yangguang also chimed in, That's right, call me next time too. I had such a good meal today, it was amazing. The taste of that red-spotted grouper was out of this world. Rong Yu, I think the humphead rasa tasted the best. Luo, everything was delicious. Mian, you've worked hard today. Yun Mian, not at all. When I have time, I'll invite an NPC to give massages so everyone can relax. I've been saving up those sea star coins and haven't used them. Ni Yangguang, Mian, you're the best. I want to hire one too. Why don't we pool together? I'm willing to pitch in 1,000 sea star coins. Everyone agreed. Hiring a massage NPC for a day meant everyone pitching in wouldn't feel as bad. It would be like taking advantage of the system. Yun Mian had a lot to do these 2 days, so they decided to set it for the last day of the season. There probably wouldn't be time for a break in the next season. Once everyone left, Yun Mian picked up the pearl bracelet. She decided to test how effective it was. Yun Mian spoke to the pearl bracelet. What should I add to repair the violin? The pearl bracelet shimmered with a gentle glow, and after Yun Mian spoke, there was no immediate change. Yun Mian thought it might be useless. Just as she was about to put the bracelet away, she noticed faint words appearing on the bracelet. Golden silkworm silk, gold ore. So that was the hint. Yun Mian Mian was quite pleased. She quickly placed the violin on the repair station, then added the golden silkworm silk and gold ore, and clicked repair. The violin was enveloped in a glow, and a countdown appeared. It would take 1 hour to repair. She asked the pearl bracelet again. What should I add to repair the damaged lucky charm? But after waiting for a while, the bracelet didn't react at all. Was it a one-time use? That would be quite disappointing, especially since the question she asked wasn't very important. She opened the pearl bracelet's details again. Pearl bracelet, cooling down. Effect is random and doesn't always activate. It can only be used once a day, so that's how it was. That made sense. If it could be used without limit, it would be too powerful. Since that was the case, she'd try again tomorrow. Yun Mian Mian decided to go to the greenhouse to check on the egg. It was close, just a few hours left. It would probably hatch tonight. She had done a lot today and should have been tired, but after eating a big meal, her energy and stamina were fully restored, so she decided to squeeze in some training time. She took out her swordsmanship manual, studied it carefully, and headed to the training room. Time flew by while practicing, and Yun Mian Mian became quite absorbed in it. Recently, she'd been drinking snake wine every day, and her strength had increased a bit. The moves Luo Ze had taught her had become very familiar, and incorporating the techniques from the swordsmanship manual gave her new insights. Yun Mian Mian's fundamentals had always been somewhat weak since swordsmanship requires strong bursts of power, stamina, core strength, arm strength, and leg strength, especially burst power. With her increased strength, her explosive power had also improved, her slashing speed had increased, and her balance was more stable. After a few hours, Yun Mian Mian was covered in sweat. She had made numerous training tools for her sword practice, and she had broken more than half of them. These tools were consumable, and Yun Mian Mian planned to make more later. She stopped to rest when she suddenly heard a sound. It was soft. Yun Mian Mian jumped up. She dashed to the greenhouse. The egg had hatched. When Yun Mian Mian reached the greenhouse, she saw that the large egg had developed cracks, and the countdown was over. A tiny claw emerged from the eggshell. This claw had broken the shell, and whatever was inside was about to come out. Yun Mian Mian felt a strange tension in her heart. She had been looking forward to this for so long, more than anyone else. The eggshell broke open completely. A small head emerged. It had a sharp beak, wings, and fine downy feathers. It looked like a bird, but not quite. It was much bigger than a bird. Yun Mian Mian approached, and it made a noise when it saw her. Yun Mian Mian stared at it for a long time and finally realized. It looked like a pterosaur. It had just hatched, so its features weren't very distinct yet, making it hard for Yun Mian Mian to be sure. The baby pterosaur, as tiny as it was, looked rather cute. It stared at Yun Mian Mian blankly, as if trying to think. Yun Mian Mian moved closer, and it didn't seem scared. Actually, it looked a little excited and made a sound. Yun Mian Mian had kept a high-grade pet contract, just waiting for this egg to hatch. If it really was a pterosaur, that would be incredible. Pterosaurs weren't dinosaurs, but they lived during the same period as dinosaurs and had been extinct for a long time. They generally lived by the seaside or near lakes, feeding on fish, shrimp, insects, and fruit, fully adapted to life by the sea and capable of flying over it. Once it grew up, perhaps Yun Mian Mian could even ride on its back. Since it was still small, Yun Mian Mian decided to form a contract right away. Her mental power wasn't very high, and if she waited until the pterosaur grew, it might be much harder to contract it. Without hesitation, Yun Mian Mian took out the contract scroll and used it on the adorable little pterosaur. In no time, the contract scroll was absorbed into the pterosaur's body, and Yun Mian Mian heard a chime signaling a successful contract. It worked! Yun Mian Mian was thrilled. She had her second pet, and it could fly. The pterosaur's wings were made of skin, muscle, and other soft tissues. Its wings extended from the chest along its arms all the way to its fingers, looking like a pair of wings attached to its hands, with the wings connecting both its arms and legs. This made its flight not very agile, rather somewhat clumsy. Yun Mian Mian wasn't sure how big the pterosaur would grow, as there were many different species of pterosaurs. Some were as small as a sparrow, while others could reach 10 meters, like a small plane. But looking at its current size, it was already half a meter long. It would definitely grow quite large. After the contract was successfully formed, Yun Mian Mian could sense the pterosaur's emotions. It seemed very fond of its new owner. Yun Mian Mian could sense its cheerful mood. Let's give you a name. Yun Mian Mian was always casual when it came to naming, and this time was no exception. Let's call you Xiao Yi, Little Wing. She didn't even know if it was male or female yet. Yun Mian Mian picked it up to examine it. She gently touched its skull. Usually male pterosaurs had a small pelvis and a crest on their skull, while females had a larger pelvis and no crest. The skull was soft, so it seemed to be a female pterosaur. After giving it a name, Yun Mian Mian officially bonded with her little pterosaur. Yun Mian Mian could now see Xiao Yi's detailed introduction. Pet, Xiao Yi, unmatured pterosaur baby. Skills, none. Skills will unlock after growing up. Needs careful nurturing from the player. Xiao Yi opened its mouth looking hungry. Yun Mian Mian picked it up. Hungry? I'll feed you some krill. Antarctic krill seemed to be a favorite for pets. Yun Mian Mian took out a few pieces of krill and placed them in her hand. The baby pterosaur quickly lowered its head and gobbled them up. It had a big appetite, and 3 pieces weren't enough. Yun Mian Mian took out 10 more. After eating them all, Xiao Yi rubbed itself against Yun Mian Mian. Good girl, grow up quickly, Yun Mian Mian said. She then brought Xiao Yi out of the greenhouse to meet Octopus Girl, wanting her to see her new companion. After finishing sorting the warehouse, Octopus Girl went to sleep in the fish tank. Yun Mian Mian brought the pterosaur baby over to wake her up. Octopus Girl, come see. You have a new friend. Since the ship had grown much larger, Octopus Girl now had her own room. Standing at the doorway, Yun Mian Mian called out. Octopus Girl extended a tentacle at the sound. When Yun Mian Mian entered, she looked startled, her tentacles spread out like she was on high alert. What is this? It's my newly contracted pet called Xiao Yi. Think of her as your little sister, Yun Mian Mian explained. Octopus Girl stared at Yun Mian Mian and the baby pterosaur, shocked. It seemed difficult for her to accept that she suddenly had a winged little sister. Is this the one from that egg? Octopus Girl asked after a moment. Yun Mian Mian smiled. Exactly, you're so clever. Octopus Girl said, it looks so ugly. Yun Mian Mian replied, I don't think that's a very nice thing to say. The last day of the ice season was finally approaching. Yun Mian Mian invited all her friends with an intimacy score above 60 to come to her ship for a visit. She spent a considerable sum to invite a beauty therapist, Victoria, to the ship. After deducting sea star coins, it wasn't even half an hour before Yun Mian Mian saw a small boat making its way towards her ship amidst the storm. On board was a tall woman. Only when the boat got closer did Yun Mian Mian get a good look at the visitor. She was a woman with dark skin and curly hair, who spoke fluently with Yun Mian Mian upon arrival. There were no language barriers. Time was limited, so Yun Mian Mian arranged for the women to go for spa treatments first. Once everyone was finished, if there was still time left, she planned to have Victoria help make some skincare products with her own supplies. Ni Yangguang had been looking forward to a massage, but ladies came first, so he had to wait until Luo Luo and Yun Mian Mian finished before it was his turn. It wasn't too long, a 1.5-hour session per person. He would be up after 3 hours. During this wait he had nothing to do, so he took out his fishing rod and started treasure chest fishing from Yun Mian Mian's ship. Treasure chests had recently become harder to catch, but Ni Yangguang still managed to catch at least 2 every day. Yun Mian Mian was about the same, occasionally even catching 3. Yesterday she hadn't been particularly lucky, so her treasure chest from yesterday remained unopened. Seeing Ni Yangguang fishing for treasure chests, Yun Mian Mian joined in. Seeing this, others also joined in. So while Luo Luo was alone getting a massage in the room, Yun Mian Mian, Ni Yangguang, Luo Ze, Rong Yu, and Hu Yuan sat side by side, each holding a fishing rod in the same posture. Ni Yangguang called out, "Let's see who catches something first." Yun Mian replied confidently, "It'll definitely be me." Ni Yangguang chuckled, "Not necessarily." Everyone else knew Yun Mian had high luck value, and Ni Yangguang was also quite lucky, so they decided to place a bet. Hu Yuan: "I bet 5 iron ores that Yun Mian catches something first." "Wrong you. I bet 20, also betting on Yun Mian." Ni Yangguang looked at Luo Ze, the only one who hadn't spoken, with an expectant look that seemed to beg him to bet on him. Luo Ze: "I also think Mian will catch something first. I'll bet 50. Ni Yangguang muttered, "Ugh, Luo Ze, you really won't give me a break?" Yun Mian laughed. "Ni Yangguang, just give it up already." Ni Yangguang retorted, "You all have no faith in me, and it's making me lose my confidence." Everyone laughed, and the bet was cancelled. It had only been for fun anyway. But, as expected, Yun Mian was the first to catch a treasure chest. Today's luck was wish come true. She reeled in the treasure chest, and it was pretty good. A golden chest. Ni Yangguang quickly followed, also catching a golden chest. Ni Yangguang exclaimed with delight, "Ha ha! I guess my luck isn't too bad either." Then everyone else also caught golden chests. Wow, amazing! Everyone's luck is peaking today. Golden chests for everyone. They decided to sit together and open their chests. Even though everyone was curious about what Yun Mian would get, they all knew that the best treasures were always saved for last. Luo Ze volunteered to go first. His chest contained a variety of items: forging table blueprint X1, hyacinth X15, plush gloves X1, windproof hat X1, sunglasses X1, headscarf X1, desert boots, blueprint X1. Next, Rong Yu opened his chest. Round steel X2, damaged computer host X1, robot blueprint X1, watermelon seed X1, water purifier blueprint K1. Yun Mian noticed the robot blueprint. But since it wasn't hers, she couldn't examine the details. She had no idea if this robot blueprint was the same as the one she had found before. The blueprint for making Wally was the reward for being first in the deserted island survival experiment group. Logically, it should be better than the blueprints from the golden treasure chests. Next up was Hu Yuan. Before opening his chest, he cleared his throat and gave everyone a heads up. "Don't expect too much, even though mine is also a golden treasure chest. What comes out will definitely be different from yours." Ni Yangguang said, "How different can it be? We all got different things." Hu Yuan shook his head. "You'll see soon enough." He opened his treasure chest. Red pine X20, iron ore X10, hemlock X18, glass X20, cast iron X10, plastic X20. Everyone. Hu Yuan raised his chin, gesturing. "See? I told you my chests are mostly full of materials." Ni Yangguang said enviously. "Isn't that great? No wonder you're never short on materials. Your chests are awesome." Hu Yuan replied, "Then let's switch. You give me everything you open every day, and I'll give you mine." Ni Yangguang said, "Never mind. It's too much trouble. Anyway, let's see what's in my chest." Ni Yangguang picked up his chest and opened it. Voice-activated smart switch blueprint, X1, excavator blueprint, X1, small ore detector blueprint, sesame seaweed crackers, X2, yellow duck toy, X1, penguin plushie, 1. "Ha ha ha, I got 3 blueprints, isn't that pretty good?" This voice-activated switch is awesome. It can control all the lights and temperature on the ship by voice, like a smart home assistant. The only downside is it only works on a level 7 ship or higher. Ni Yangguang shared his chest contents with everyone. Yun Mian said, "That's pretty nice. Let me see if I can get one too." Ni Yangguang chuckled. "If you want it, I can trade it to you. How about you give me that little pet of yours?" He was talking about Zhao Yi, Yun Mian's baby pterosaur, which he saw as soon as he arrived. Yun Mian said, "No way, I've already contracted it. It won't be useful even if you take it." Ni Yangguang said, "I really want a cool pet like that." Yun Mian teased, "Didn't you say your little gosling was the cutest?" Ni Yangguang replied, "But you have 2 pets now. I thought we could only contract 1 pet at first, Now I want to too. Yun Mian Mian shook her head, ignoring him, and got ready to open her own chest. Luo Luo was probably almost done with her massage, and Yun Mian Mian would be next. Before opening her chest, she took a moment to wish for something. She hadn't had any specific desires before, but after seeing the items from everyone else's chests, she had a few ideas. Wish come true. Good luck activated. Obtained, voice-activated smart switch, blueprint, X1, food dehydrator blueprint, X1, desert boots blueprint X1, raw lamb X7, dodo bird, feed egg X20, cooked beef X8, lychee sapling X1. Wow! Her wish had come true. Yun Mian Mian beamed with joy. Ni Yangguang was stunned when he saw Yun Mian Mian really got the same blueprint as him. No way, you actually got it! What kind of luck is this? I'm convinced. Yun Mian Mian laughed. I told you! The rest of the items were things Yun Mian Mian had just happened to want. The food dehydrator was going to be handy for drying corn and rapeseed for oil, and for making dried fruit and jerky as snacks. The desert boots blueprint was something she saw Luo Zi get, and she knew she would need a pair to walk in the desert. As for the other items, they were all food for her baby pterosaur. The pterosaur baby hadn't grown up yet and didn't have any skills, so it needed a lot of its favorite food to grow up strong. It loved meat, not only fish but also raw lamb and cooked beef. The dodo bird feed egg was its absolute favorite. There was enough food here for about a week. Yun Mian Mian really wanted it to grow quickly. It had already started flying around yesterday, often circling above the ship and coming down to rest, drink water, or play with Yun Mian Mian. However, it seemed not to get along with Octopus Girl. Octopus Girl thought the pterosaur baby was ugly and would make grumbling noises whenever she saw it. Yun Mian Mian guessed that Octopus Girl was feeling jealous, thinking the baby pterosaur was stealing her attention. So lately, Yun Mian Mian had been giving Octopus Girl more food to make her feel better. And the lychee sapling? Yun Mian Mian couldn't wait to plant it so she could soon enjoy sweet, juicy lychees. But just as she was about to plant it, the beauty therapist Victoria and Luo Luo arrived. Luo Luo looked radiant, her complexion glowing and healthy. Nie Yangguang asked, "How was it? Wasn't it nice?" Luo Luo nodded. "Yes, it was great. I even fell asleep." Nie Yangguang grinned. "That's awesome. Mian Mian, you'd better hurry. I'm next." Yun Mian Mian took out the lychee sapling. "All right, then help me plant this. The sooner it's in the ground, the sooner we'll get lychees." Nie Yangguang said, Okay, you go on then, but when the lychee tree bears fruit, I want some too." At around 8 p.m., Victoria's shift came to an end. The fee for hiring her for the day was 200 C-star coins, covering 8 hours of work. Everyone had just finished their massages. Victoria was exhausted. She only rested for half an hour during her shift, but luckily Yun Mian Mian noticed how tired she was and gave her some homemade food. Victoria, who was initially a bit disgruntled, finally showed Yun Mian Mian a smile. Victoria rubbed her sore arm and said, "All right, I'm done for the day. If there aren't delicious meals like today's, don't invite me again." Yun Mian Mian laughed. Got it. Today had been a great success. Of the 2,200 C-star coins, Nie Yangguang had paid 1,000. Yun Mian Mian paid the remaining 1,200 and didn't charge anyone else. Although she didn't ask Victoria to help make skincare products, Yun Mian Mian asked a lot of related questions during her massage, and now she had a general idea of the materials needed. All she needed to do was use the alchemy station to create natural herbal skincare products. She planned to give it a try when she had some free time. Once Yun Mian Mian was the only one left on the ship, it became unusually quiet. Earlier, the ship had been bustling with people. It was fun and lively, but Yun Mian Mian was a bit unaccustomed to it. When she was alone, she could get more things done. She still had 2 treasure chests she hadn't fished up yet, and also the one from yesterday that hadn't been opened. Yun Mian Mian decided to fish while opening the treasure chests. In just a few hours, the current season would be over. The next season was finally approaching. Yun Mian Mian felt a bit anxious. She posted the message she had prepared earlier with the text she wrote yesterday. The content was about working with Zone 1 to face the upcoming season together. Since the new season was about to start, players from Zone 3 would now seriously consider this. In recent days, the atmosphere in Zone 3 had been very positive. Everyone was helping each other and making efforts together. Currently, most players had reached level 5, so at least they wouldn't be eliminated immediately. But if things turned out as Yun Mian predicted, level 5 players wouldn't even qualify, and level 6 players would barely survive. Players started to panic. Volcano eruptions and extreme drought, it's terrifying. Are they really going to make it impossible to survive? Is Yun Mian just saying all this to sell her vegetables? She's trying to make everyone hoard her crops. Otherwise, how would she eat so much produce? That's possible. I bought some of her vegetables, and I bet she's going to raise the price after this post. Gu Feng said the same thing. I don't think they have any reason to lie to us. The new season is coming very soon. Even if they lied, it wouldn't last long, and it would ruin their credibility. But what if they're just doing it to make some money? I believe in Yun Mian. She's already level 7. Would she care about your materials? Exactly. She's level 7, but maybe she used all her materials to upgrade and now her inventory is empty. As the debate continued in the chat, Yun Mian put 200 pounds of vegetables on the market, keeping the price the same as before. Yun Mian. This is the last batch of vegetables, first come, first served. I won't be selling large quantities next season. She didn't care about what others thought of her. In an apocalyptic survival situation, everyone had their own views. There was no need for her to change anyone's mind. She had promised Wei Yu to make this cooperation happen, so she was doing her best. She could have held off on selling these vegetables and waited until the next season when all servers merged. That would have been the time to earn a big haul of materials. Demand across all servers would be much greater than in Zone 3 alone. Yun Mian was sure that once the new season arrived, food prices would skyrocket again. There were still many players who used their heads. This batch of vegetables sold out in less than 2 seconds. Even with a limit of 2 pounds per person, the 200 pounds were far from enough for the tens of thousands of people in Zone 3. Hu Yuan spoke in the chat. I don't understand what some of you are thinking. Even if the next season isn't as terrifying as Mian says, it certainly won't be easier. How many of you can grow crops now? Only level 6 players have just finished building greenhouses, right? If I were Mian, I'd wait for the next season to sell and rake it in. Anyway, I just grabbed 2 pounds. I trust Yun Mian. But if the next season is really that scary, we might not survive anyway. So what's the point of buying these vegetables? Hu Yuan. If you think like that, you might as well just die now and give away all your resources. Hu Yuan argued fiercely in the chat. Though his words were harsh, they woke up many who were pretending to sleep. The next season was imminent. Teaming up with Zone 1 was the best option. Perhaps their only choice was to trust Yun Mian, to trust that she would lead them through this. Yun Mian. Everyone, rest assured. Since I am the one facilitating this collaboration with Zone 1, I will see it through to the end. We'll soon find out what the new season will be like. For now, don't feel too pressured. When all servers connect, the first thing to do is to rush to the trade center and grab supplies. Many people hadn't realized it yet, but the first 10 minutes after the server merge would be the best opportunity to grab materials. The only chance for good deals. Yun Mian. Convert all your materials except for food into upgrade supplies and aim to level up as soon as possible. The glacier season is about to end. The settlement phase will begin soon. Players, please prepare yourselves. Countdown: 30 minutes. During this period, all functions will be locked except for chat. Functions will resume after the countdown ends. Players who haven't completed their beast-taming tasks will enter desert survival directly once the volcano season begins. The system prompt echoed, and Yun Mian thought, "It's finally here." Her heart tensed. The system's voice continued. The cross-server channel is about to open. Zones 1 to 10 will be merged, and all zones will connect. Players, please be prepared. Previously, Yun Mian reminded other players to rush and grab supplies, and she also planned to do the same, to get as many materials as possible. No one knew what the next season would bring. Yunmian didn't have that many materials. If there happened to be a server with abundant energy stones, she would definitely buy some, but it seemed unlikely. Energy stones were probably scarce everywhere. Yunmian hadn't used the pearl bracelet today, so she decided to save it for the next season, to ask if she ran into any trouble. The last time she repaired the violin, it turned into a beautifully crafted instrument. Not only did it produce a wonderful and melodious sound, but it also increased the ship's rating by 10 points. Following the guidance of the pearl bracelet, Yunmian also repaired the broken lucky charm, which increased her luck by 1 point. The change brought by 1 point of luck wasn't obvious, and Yunmian hadn't noticed anything different yet, but it would certainly have its uses. As the glacier season came to an end, the sea was anything but calm. Giant waves rose, and terrifying ocean whirlpools appeared. Messages in the chat channel were being updated rapidly. Other features on the interface were locked, leaving only the chat function available. Many usually quiet players came out to speak. All players below level 5 have been eliminated. Did you guys notice? We already knew that if you didn't upgrade, you'd be eliminated. We were mentally prepared for it. I just hope my parents are okay. Please, please, they must make it through. Thank goodness I completed the beast taming task. Otherwise, I'd be thrown directly into the desert. That's too miserable. Desert survival is much harder than sea survival. These ocean waves are terrifying. Does that mean unupgraded ships will be swept away? Only 10 minutes left. I'm ready to start shopping. Ha 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 ha. Listening to Yunmian, right? There was lightning and thunder in the sky, but no rain fell. The lightning ripped across the sky like cracks, reminding everyone that this wasn't the real world. The baby pterosaur hovered in the air after eating its fill. Yunmian, worried that it might be struck by lightning, called for it to come down. But it seemed to be having a lot of fun and refused to come down. In the past 2 days, it had grown significantly and was now 1 meter tall. Octopus Girl lay beside Yunmian, extending her tentacles into the water. I can feel the weather changing. Yunmian. Really? You mean the temperature of the seawater has changed? Octopus Girl. Yeah, the air temperature doesn't seem as low. Slowly, the lightning stopped, and the thunder ceased. Yunmian looked up, and the sky was exceptionally bright, almost glaring. Even though there was no sun, only 1 minute remained. Settlement complete. The all-server leaderboard has been updated. Please check it yourself. Level 6 players will receive a survival compensation package, and the top 10 players in each ranking will receive generous rewards. Congratulations, players. You've survived the glacier season. After 12 o'clock, the volcano season will begin. The volcano season will last 1 month and will be the final season of the survival game. The climate will be volatile and survival challenges will be more severe. During this season, underwater volcanoes will be unstable, erupting frequently. Temperatures will rise, daylight hours will increase, islands will turn into deserts, resources will be scarce, and player versus player competition mode will be activated. Killing players will drop treasure chests and earn points. Players who safely survive the volcano season will have the chance to return to reality. The volcano season is divided into 3 stages. The first stage? Desert survival, lasting 10 days. Before the system finished speaking, Yunmian opened the trading center. The countdown had ended, and all servers were now connected. At this point, most players were still listening to the system announcement, unable to react. Yunmian had already swept up a large amount of materials from the trading center. There were 5 regions in the Arctic zone, where resources were far more abundant than in the Antarctic zone. Yunmian mostly bought upgrade materials, water-replenishing food, and some decent weapon blueprints. These items weren't cheap, but Yunmian didn't care at all. She knew that soon, even if one had the money, it would be impossible to buy them. Yunmian acted quickly. Right after she finished buying, she saw that all food in the trading centers of all regions had sold out. Other materials had also risen in price. In this new season, the difficulty of upgrading would increase again. Without upgrading, it would be impossible to survive, and players had no choice but to find ways to acquire resources. Upgrade materials, like food, would become rare and valuable. After buying what she needed, Yun Mian wanted to contact her mother immediately. However, they weren't friends in the game, and finding someone among millions of players was practically impossible. Even if Yun Mian sent a message in the chat channel, it would quickly get lost in the feed, and her mother might never see it. She would have to wait for another chance. She decided to pay more attention to friend requests recently. Maybe her mother would add her through the rankings. After all, Yun Mian was on the leaderboard. Zone 3 ranked second in terms of surviving players. Zone 1 remained in first place. Players in the top 3 zones received a reward package. The survival package, along with the level 6 package, had already been delivered to the inventory of each player. Yun Mian opened her interface and noticed the chat channels had changed. She could now choose to view Zone 3's regional chat or the all-server chat. Zone 3 had 80,000 surviving players. The total number of survivors across all servers was 700,000. Currently, most players were in the all-server chat, while fewer were in regional chats. Yun Mian opened the leaderboard. Each zone had its own contribution ranking. The rest were the overall rankings, including the ship rating ranking and combat power ranking. Yun Mian held the top spot on Zone 3's contribution ranking, with only a 200-point lead over Gufeng in second place. Quite close. Congratulations to the player for topping Zone 3's contribution ranking. Reward: Desert Rose Stone Map, X1, Oil Rig Blueprint X1, Sea Star Coins X5000, Ship Rating Overall Leaderboard, Yun Mian 226, Wei Yue 220, Shenchanjue 208, Xia Tianxia 206, Su Sanyue 199, Lin Qi 197, Tan Si 196, Ni Yangguang 194, Meng Xiaoyuan 190. All the names were familiar, as Yun Mian had seen them on the previous leaderboards. Some of them had even interacted with Yun Mian before. Congratulations, player, for reaching first place on the global ship rating leaderboard. Rewards: Desert Oasis Map X1, Camel X1, Genshin X3, Teleport Card X1, Call Card X1. Wei Yue's ship rating had reached 220, probably meaning he had also upgraded to level 7. Yun Mian remembered that when she had first upgraded to level 7, her rating was 210. From the ship ratings, it could be seen that players with ratings above 200 had most likely upgraded their ships. The scores were very close, and there wasn't much difference among the top-ranked players. The top players all received rewards, but only the first-place reward was the most generous. Player Battle Power Leaderboard, max value 1000, Wei Yue, 8888, Luo, 887, Luo Ze, 850, Lin Qi, 820, Shen Qianjue, 818, Yun Mian, 800, Su Sanyue, 797, Tan Si, 789, Zhao Yichen, 777. Yun Mian carefully examined the leaderboard. Her battle power wasn't bad. It seemed the special training from the past few days had paid off. Seeing Luo ranked second, Yun Mian felt a sense of pride. Luo was amazing. Only 1 point behind Wei Yue, which was practically no difference. Luo Ze was also impressive. They were both really strong. Yun Mian's battle power reaching 800 was thanks to their help. Previously, during the deserted island team competition, she had defeated Shu Sanyue, and now she had improved significantly. Shu Sanyue's battle power, however, was still quite close to hers, which showed that Shu Sanyue had also grown stronger during this period. Everyone was putting in the effort. The battle power leaderboard had no rewards. It was mainly for players to see the gap between themselves and others. Some players with low battle power had only a little over 100 points. The pressure must have been immense. With the activation of player competition mode, where players could kill each other for treasure chests and points, conflict between players was inevitable. Those with low battle power had no safety at all. Low battle power players would become easy targets for others, while for high battle power players, people would likely avoid confronting them. Desert Rosestone Mission released. Players can use 10 Desert Rosestones to exchange for resources at resource points. In 10 days, the next stage will begin. Players who do not reach level 7 by then will be eliminated. Players who failed the beast taming mission will be placed in one of 10 deserts. Remaining players will be deployed tomorrow at 3 p.m. Please be prepared. During the desert survival phase, barriers between players will disappear and ships will be able to encounter each other at sea. When players meet, they will be able to see each other's region and names. The entire server was in an uproar. Why the sudden requirement to reach level 7? The previous requirement had only been level 5. 10 days to reach level 7? For the vast majority of players, this was an impossible task. Is the system glitched? How can we possibly reach level 7? Are you kidding me? How are we supposed to upgrade to level 7? I haven't even seen golden Phoebe wood, which is required for level 7. Oh my god, how many players in the entire server are at level 7? Just look at the ship rating leaderboard. There are probably no more than 10 people. No one can upgrade 2 levels in 10 days. I got it. Could it be that killing other players allows you to get their resources and level up quickly? If we can see names, that means we can see their battle power and pick off the weaker ones. Mian happened to be looking at the chat channel, and many people agreed with this guess. She also thought it was highly possible. Otherwise, how else could players upgrade? Was it really time for them to kill each other? Gufang. Let's not think of the worst-case scenario. Maybe this season has more resources. Although it's desert survival, hasn't the system released a desert rosestone mission? Maybe if we find enough rosestones, we can exchange them for a lot of upgrade materials. Xia Tianxia. That makes sense. The volcano season is so dangerous, and if we don't hurry up and level up, we won't survive. The system is trying to make us upgrade faster, not force us into fighting each other. Don't be too optimistic. The reality is that players are in competition now. Otherwise, why activate competition mode? Yeah, the high-ranking players can speak from their comfortable positions. It's us who can't level up that are being sacrificed. You guys with high battle power have nothing to fear. Low battle power players should unite. Otherwise, we will be easy targets for those with high power. They'll kill us and take our resources and ratings, making them even stronger. I suggest all players with battle power below 300 unite. The chat channel became a chaotic mess. With so many people, all kinds of wild ideas and characters appeared. Some sincere and useful suggestions were ignored, while wild talk received recognition. Mian switched to the Zone 3 chat. The new season is here, and the situation doesn't look good. As you can see, we are officially cooperating with Zone 1. When players meet, they can see each other's names and regions, and the competition mode has started. At least with Zone 1, we can ensure peaceful coexistence and mutual support. The current situation was indeed as Mian had said. Cooperation with Zone 1 was the best choice for Zone 3. The system's new rules were even harsher than expected, and the concerns everyone had previously weren't an issue anymore. On the various leaderboards, players from Zone 1 and Zone 3 were among the top, especially in the battle power rankings. The top 5 were all from Zones 1 and 3. Their cooperation could certainly make the two regions stronger together. Seeing that the Zone 3 players were all willing to cooperate, Mian let out a sigh of relief. She knew that when it came down to this point, everyone would come to their senses. No one wanted to join forces with outsiders until the very last moment. Here is the translation of the given text. She opened her friend requests. There were actually over 1,000 friend requests. Why so many? They were probably players who saw her on the leaderboard and wanted to add her. There were also a lot of private messages. It was a hassle for Mian to find her mom and Yun Xiao's friend requests among them. She went through page by page. Finally, she saw her mom and Yun Xiao's names. She sent messages to them, but neither of them replied immediately. Mian then added a few familiar faces from Zone 1 who were on the leaderboard. For example, Wei Yue, Shen Qianjue, Zhao Yichen, etc. They had also applied to add her as a friend, so she directly accepted. Since the barriers between ships had disappeared, she should be able to see other people's ships. However, she hadn't seen any yet. Perhaps because it was still nighttime and it was too dark. Maybe she would see them during the day. It was already late tonight, so Mian decided to handle a few things and talk to her family before resting. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m., they would be thrown onto the desert island, and Mian was worried about her mom and Yun Xiao. Luckily, she had made desert boots and could give them each a pair. She didn't know how far they were from reaching level 7. When she saw her mom's reply, Yun Mian quickly paused what she was doing and initiated a video call. Xiao Ruowei? Baby, I was busy just now and didn't see your message. I thought you would only accept my request tomorrow. Yun Mian. So many people were adding me. I had a hard time finding your and Yun Xiao's requests. Xiao Ruowei. I saw your name on the leaderboard. My baby is so amazing, of course many people want to add you. Yun Mian got straight to the point. Mom, what level are you now? Is it possible for you to reach level 7? Xiao Ruowei. I'm at level 6. Level 7 is a bit difficult, but I'm confident, so don't worry. That's good. Mom, I'll buy something to increase our intimacy points so we can meet up immediately. Xiao Ruowei stopped Yun Mian. No need to rush, Mian. Our intimacy level will eventually increase, but boosting it all at once will cost a lot of star coins, and it's already late. We need to rest early for the desert tomorrow. But don't worry about it now, baby. Focus on what's important. Your combat power is high, but it's not the highest. With the competition mode activated, some people might target you. Be careful in the desert, Xiao Ruowei said, both proud of how powerful Yun Mian had become and worried about her standing out too much. Yun Mian. I really miss you, Mom. It's hard to be in the same server, but still unable to meet. Xiao Ruowei smiled. Aren't we meeting now on video? And who knows, we might see each other in the desert. I'll come find you when the time comes. Yun Mian realized her mom was right. She didn't know what the desert would be like, but she felt better. She reminded her mom to bring plenty of food and water, as that would be the most important thing. After lying down, Yun Mian didn't immediately go to sleep. Instead, she opened her inventory to check today's rewards. The desert oasis map was essentially a map showing the locations of oases in the desert. However, with no coordinates or markers for reference, it wasn't very useful. Better than nothing, though. As for the camel, it was a great asset. It could be used for transportation and was adapted to desert life, possibly helping her locate resources. The gentian grass was a precious medicinal herb and the main ingredient for a clear mind pill. A clear mind pill, made from gentian grass, could eliminate 90% of negative effects from the body, allowing for mental clarity and even extending life. In other words, if a player was close to death due to lack of water, food, and excessive sun exposure in the desert, taking a clear mind pill would bring them back from the brink. 3 gentian grass were needed to make 1 clear mind pill, along with other herbs. The system had rewarded Yun Mian with 3 gentian grass, just enough to make 1 clear mind pill. The function of the teleport card was something she knew well. This rare item could be used to save her life in critical situations or to gain resources. If a friend found an oasis, she could use the teleport card to go there and share the resources. She hadn't seen the call card before. Yun Mian clicked on the details. Call card. Allows you to call someone directly without being friends, as long as you have their name. Since she was already in touch with her family and didn't need to contact anyone else urgently, the card didn't have much use for now. Players who failed the beast taming mission had already been thrown into the desert. The global chat channel showed the messages they were sending. Oh my God, the temperature difference in the desert is too much. My face is peeling from sunburn during the day and I'm shivering from the cold at night. This place is terrifying. My inventory is locked and I can only bring 12 items. What I brought isn't enough. I barely have food or water. How am I supposed to survive? Has anyone found desert rose stones yet? The total number of players suddenly dropped by a few hundred. Those thrown into the desert must have been eliminated. I'll find a place to rest tonight and look for resources tomorrow. Where would that be? It's just endless yellow sand, freezing winds, and no shelter. This place is hell. These players' messages created panic among those who hadn't yet entered the desert. Everyone knew that survival in the desert would consume food and water, especially water. In such extreme weather, without water, they would soon die from dehydration. The inventory was locked to only 12 slots, and the system didn't provide any warning. If players didn't prepare before entering the desert tomorrow, they'd be in for a nasty surprise. Yun Mian Mian also considered which 10 items to bring with her. Here is the translation of the given text: food, water, weapons, a large storage backpack, and a camel. As for scarves, sunglasses, and windproof masks, none of those could be missing either. Time moved to the next day. Survival on the sea, day 71. Weather, sunny, temperature, 37 degrees Celsius. Large temperature differences between morning and night, with strong winds. 37 degrees Celsius, and it was only 8 in the morning. By midday, it could become unbearable. This kind of weather was the most likely to cause heat stroke. Yesterday she had the heater on. Today it was immediately switched to the air conditioner. The ship had a temperature control system, and Yun Mian Mian could set the temperature herself. But even if it wasn't hot, prolonged exposure to the sun would still be harmful. Yun Mian Mian frowned, took out several parasols, opened them, and set them up on the deck. She remembered she had sunscreen from opening treasure chests previously, so she quickly found it and applied a thick layer to her exposed skin. She then thought, with the wind, could there be a sandstorm? Sandstorms were highly destructive. Players in the desert had to hide in sheltered areas to avoid being blown away. Yun Mian Mian quickly posted this guess in the chat channel. Sure enough, others had said the same thing. Xia Tian Xia. If there's a sandstorm, make sure to hide. If you have a camel, hide under it. Gufang. A sandstorm can reduce visibility. If it turns into a severe sandstorm, you won't be able to walk or do anything. Someone complained, "It's just a wind warning. Do you really have to exaggerate and scare everyone?" However, just as that person spoke, someone was asking for help in the chat. Can someone help me? I've never seen such a terrifying sandstorm. It's even scarier than a blizzard. There's nothing in the desert. I can't find any shelter. How can we help? We're about to be sent there too. This sounds terrifying. Yun Mian Mian looked at the time. She planned to use the last bit of time to make the oil drill and a batch of windproof scarves and towels or wraps. A wet towel could help cool down and block the sand. As for umbrellas, Yun Mian Mian decided not to make any due to the limited time. Under such scorching sun, players who didn't take proper protection would soon suffer sunburns. Making a towel was quick. She could make 2 in a minute. But making an umbrella took an hour for just 2, which wasn't enough even to share with her friends. It would be more practical to make more windproof scarves and towels to sell. The system's countdown came quickly. Yun Mian Mian listed the items she had just made on the trading center, but only announced it in the Zone 3 chat channel and told Wei Yue to inform the key players in Zone 1. After speaking to Wei Yue, she checked the trading center again. The 100+ towels and 100 scarves she had listed were instantly sold out. Thankfully, Yun Mian Mian had kept a few for herself. The desert trial will begin soon. Countdown. 30 minutes. Players, please be prepared. Only 12 inventory slots will be available. Place these 12 items in the designated slots. Players who complete the desert trial in 10 days will receive abundant rewards. Yun Mian Mian had always taken such words as mere promises. She opened her backpack, and as instructed by the system, placed the items in the first 12 slots. Water, vegetables, and meat. She put in enough for 3 months. She needed to prepare food not only for herself but also for her pets. She also packed extras for emergencies. She selected 10 of each type of tool, such as pickaxes for mining and axes for cutting wood. All small items needed in the desert were stored in her suitcase. Then there were the divine crossbow and her curved sword. One she carried on her person, the other was stored in the suitcase. After packing these items, her 12 inventory slots were almost full. After much hesitation, Yun Mian Mian decided to bring her pets. She only had 2 pet pouches, one for the camel and one for Octopus Girl. This left no room for the winged baby dragon. Time was running out, so Yun Mian Mian bought a pet pouch from the shop. It cost 2,000 star coins, quite expensive. But at least she managed to bring the winged baby dragon with her into the desert. With the remaining 2 slots, Yun Mian Mian used them for the ore detector and the oil drill. Don't underestimate the desert. It also had rich mineral resources. When the time came, Yun Mian minimized her ship, and she was teleported by the system to a dark, vast desert. The scorching sun, dry and hot winds, and blinding sunlight were all unbearable. Mu Baiyin couldn't help but drink water after walking a few steps. Luckily, there was enough water in her inventory. She had 30 barrels in total, each holding 3 liters. To survive here for 10 days, water was essential. Upon learning that the next season was one of drought, she had started hoarding water. The problem was, even though she had water, she still needed to find an oasis. After these 10 days, what then? Mu Baiyin had already decided that if she didn't find a water source in the first 5 days, she would have to ration the remaining water carefully. Walking in the sand was exhausting, consuming even more energy. The heat was overwhelming, and her face stung from the sunburn. She wore a sun hat and sunglasses, but the wind still blew sand into her face. She needed a scarf. Before departure, she had been busy organizing supplies, so she didn't see Yun Mian list the scarves. By the time she found out, the scarves were already sold out. She wanted to ask Yun Mian for a trade, but it was too late. Just as she sent the message, she was teleported here. Everywhere was yellow sand with no sign of green. This feeling of unease inevitably made her anxious. Mu Baiyin opened the chat channel and found that both the regional chat and global chat were locked, leaving only the regional chat available. Here's the translation of the given text. Just like in the previous island survival, players could not communicate with the outside world and could only interact within their region. This meant no online trading, only face-to-face transactions. Mu Baiyin was still wondering when she might encounter another player when she saw a tall, slim girl not far away. She hesitated for a moment but then decided to walk over. She couldn't avoid interacting with people out of fear and remain a lone wolf forever. In the desert, one person's strength was too small. Moreover, the other girl was alone, and teaming up with another girl could be beneficial. With this thought, Mu Baiyin saw that the girl had also noticed her. The girl was initially stunned, but then she quickly walked toward Mu Baiyin. Bai Jiaoyi said excitedly, "Finally, I see someone. Which region are you from?" Mu Baiyin responded, "I'm from Region 3. Bai Jiaoyi said, "Wow, I'm from Region 2. Nice to meet you. I'm Bai Jiaoyi." Mu Baiyin replied, "Nice to meet you. I'm Mu Baiyin." They exchanged simple introductions, but didn't discuss too much personal information. After all, they had just met and were still somewhat cautious of each other. The two walked together and found a relatively high sand dune to take shelter from the wind and sand. After sitting down, they finally had a moment to catch their breath. Bai Jiaoyi softly said, "This place is so dry and hot. I really don't know how anyone could survive here." Her voice was gentle, but her throat was dry, and after speaking, she couldn't help but take a sip from her water bottle. Mu Baiyin nodded in agreement. Seeing Bai Jiaoyi drink water, she could no longer resist and took out a bottle of water to drink. Her inventory slots were limited, and she didn't bring other containers, so she had to take out a 3L water bottle, which seemed a bit excessive compared to Bai Jiaoyi's small water bottle. But Mu Baiyin didn't mind too much. She didn't gulp the water down, but instead took just a small sip. Bai Jiaoyi said, "By the way, I've already contacted my friends through regional chat and they're coming to find me. What about you? Maybe you should check if any of your friends are nearby?" Mu Baiyin opened the chat channel. She didn't have many friends in the game. Previously, she didn't communicate much with other players while on her ship until she joined Yun Mian's team and got closer to Wen Yushi. Occasionally, she would also chat with Yun Mian. There was also Luo Zi. Whenever she needed supplies, she would ask if he needed anything or wanted to trade. Mu Baiyin sent a message. Mu Baiyin, "Are there any Region 3 players in this area?" She thought that maybe someone she knew would contact her if they saw her name. And soon she received a private message. "Can we send private messages through regional chat now?" Mu Baiyin hadn't realized it before. Regional chat. Yun Mian, Region 3, 3.8 Kelim. I'm here too. Mu Baiyin quickly replied, That's great, but we seem to be a bit far apart. Regional chat, Yun Mian Mian, Region 3. 3.8 km. It's not too far. It will take some time to walk over. I probably won't be able to meet you today. How are things on your side? Mu Baiyin didn't have much going on, so she briefly explained, and they agreed to meet tomorrow. Mu Baiyin, are you alone? Regional chat, Yun Mian Mian, Region 3. 3.8 km. Yes, I have an oasis map that requires reference points. If you see anything, let me know, and we can find the oasis together. Yun Mian Mian was currently wrapped up tightly, with a scarf covering her head, hair, and face. The scarf was wet, which helped cool her down effectively. With sunglasses on, even looking up wasn't too blinding. However, this also made it difficult to see certain colors, but since it was the desert, there wasn't much to see besides sand. She just had to be careful of cobras and scorpions. There were many scorpions in the desert. If one happened to crawl into her clothes, that would be trouble. Despite the heat, Yun Mian Mian wore long sleeves and pants, tucking her pant legs into her boots to avoid leaving any gaps. She hadn't turned off regional chat, hoping to find someone she knew, but she hadn't sent any messages herself. Her mother had warned her that being well-known could attract trouble. She was famous across all the regions, and someone might target her. Even though her combat power was high, it was a special period right now. With the friends list closed, she couldn't call for backup. If a group came for her, she could still be in danger. Upon seeing Mu Baiyin, Yun Mian Mian immediately contacted her. Although she got to know Mu Baiyin later, Yun Mian Mian trusted her character. They had kept in touch, and Mu Baiyin had decent abilities. Teaming up with her was undoubtedly a good thing. At the moment, teaming up with someone familiar was definitely safer than forming a team with strangers. She was riding on a camel, which spared her physical effort, so Yun Mian Mian didn't need to drink much water. Even though her water resources were abundant, she took only small sips, holding the water in her mouth to keep her lips moist, which made it a bit more comfortable. Despite the strong winds, she had to find a suitable place to set up a shelter before the sunset. The desert had a huge temperature difference between day and night. It might be hot now, but it would plummet at night. Many people thought they could just lie down somewhere when it got cold, but they ended up getting frozen. Getting sick here was really troublesome. Falling ill would make her physically weak, which made it nearly impossible to survive in this environment. Yun Mian Mian rode her camel without guiding it in any specific direction, letting it choose the path, hoping it would lead her to water. Instead, after a long walk, the camel only led her to a tree. It was a large sea buckthorn tree on top of a sand dune, laden with yellow fruits. Yun Mian Mian had rolled the dice in the morning. Today's luck was just average. So after hours of travel, she found only a single sea buckthorn tree. If it had been a wish fulfillment day, she might have found an oasis by now. The sea buckthorn was a tenacious plant that could endure both extreme cold and heat. These yellow fruits are also very good, containing a lot of nutrients that are beneficial to the body. Yun Mian Mian climbed the tree and picked a bunch, eating a handful first. If she had the equipment, she could make sea buckthorn juice from these fruits. The leaves of the sea buckthorn are also useful. They can be used to make tea. Yun Mian Mian gathered some dry branches and leaves, intending to make a fire to cook something before the sunset. She had brought flint, and soon had a fire going. Due to limited backpack space, she brought only a few kinds of food, potatoes and beef. Potatoes are filling and versatile, and beef is rich in protein and tastes great. Plus, potatoes and beef are a classic combination. Yun Mian Mian decided to make beef stew with potatoes for dinner. She carried various miscellaneous items in her suitcase, including a frying pan. The frying pan was deep enough to boil water or stew dishes. The fire needed some time to grow, so Yun Mian Mian quickly laid out her sleeping bag under the sea buckthorn tree. She built up some piles of sand around her. Although it was simple, it would do for the night. She didn't need to make anything too comfortable since she would be moving on in the morning. After getting everything ready, she continued cooking. Under the current conditions, being able to cook at all was already a luxury. Many people in the chat were complaining about being sunburned or suffering from heat stroke. Yun Mian Mian didn't intend to use water to wash the dirt off the potatoes. Once peeled, they were clean on the inside and the beef had already been washed. So she just rinsed her hands and briefly rinsed the potatoes. She had also brought a container of her homemade corn oil. Once the pan was hot, she added a bit of oil, searing the potatoes and beef first to enhance the aroma and flavor. The beef was the juiciest cut, not too lean, which would be delicious when grilled or fried, especially paired with vegetables. It would taste amazing, even without seasoning. Of course, Yun Mian Mian had brought a small packet of salt and a bit of chili powder. Before the trip, Yun Mian Mian considered making a large box, like a container, to store supplies and occupy just one slot. But the system didn't allow it. In the end, she tried several methods. Only the 24-inch suitcase from home could be placed in the slot. It seemed the system was trying to prevent players from exploiting loopholes. Though the rule was 12 slots, many people used containers to store many loose items before placing them in a slot. System-created containers didn't need to be put in the backpack, while only items like suitcases or backpacks from the real world could be packed with stuff and placed in the slot. By the time the meat was cooked, it was already dark. The surroundings were pitch black, with only the campfire in front of Yun Mian Mian for light. The sky was filled with stars. Looking at the countless stars felt magical. Yun Mian Mian suddenly remembered that Octopus Girl and Little Wing were still in their pet bags, so she released them. They were probably hungry too. As soon as Octopus Girl came out, she smelled the aroma of beef. Little Wing was also chirping for food. Yun Mian Mian cooked some beef for Little Wing separately and tossed it to her, which she caught in her beak immediately. Seeing Little Wing gave Yun Mian Mian an idea. Of course. Little Wing could fly. Why not let her help find an oasis? She could fly around and spot green areas, then come back to inform Yun Mian Mian. Busy minds tend to miss the obvious. Yun Mian Mian touched the pearl bracelet on her wrist. She had planned to ask the bracelet tomorrow if she couldn't find anything. She actually tried asking it today, but there was no response, even though the cooldown period had ended. It seemed that this thing wasn't always effective, and it might have had something to do with today's ordinary luck. However, it was already dark, and since Little Wing wasn't fully grown yet, Yun Mian Mian didn't feel comfortable sending her out at night. She would wait until morning to send her on her search. Octopus Girl and Yun Mian Mian happily ate the potato and beef stew, crunching away. After eating, Yun Mian Mian checked the chat channel. There were 10,000 players in this area. However, the activity level was very low. Not many people were talking. Chatting would reveal their area and location. For instance, when Yun Mian Mian private messaged Mu Bayan could see the distance between them. What if someone else saw that they were close? What if they were short on supplies and decided to rob them? This was what everyone was thinking. Now that the combat rankings were available, players could check each other's names and regions to gauge strength. Most players had learned to keep a low profile. Of course, some of the stronger players had no fear. For instance, Yun Mian Mian had already seen Lin Chi from Region 1 and Shu Sanyue from Region 10 speak up. They were both looking for people. Region 3 and Region 1 had a cooperative relationship, so Yun Mian Mian private messaged Lin Chi. Although they had never interacted before, Yun Mian Mian wasn't sure about his character, but since the two regions were cooperating, she had heard Wei Yue mention Lin Chi before and how they had a good relationship. Moreover, Yun Mian Mian saw that Lin Chi's combat power was only slightly higher than hers. Might as well get in touch. She sent him a greeting message. He responded quickly. Regional chat, Lin Chi, Region 1, 28.1 kilometers. Hello. Yun Mian Mian checked the distance and it was quite far. Meeting up would be difficult. Yun Mian Mian. I saw you were looking for someone in the regional chat. Did you find them? Regional chat, Lin Chi, Region 1, 28.1 kilometer. Not yet, they might not be here. Yun Mian Mian. We are too far apart. It's probably difficult to meet. Regional chat, Lin Chi, Region 1, 28.1 km. Not difficult. Yun Mian Mian. Regional chat, Lin Chi, Region 1, 28.1 kilometers. I have a desert motorcycle. It will only take me half an hour to reach you. Yun Mian Mian. This must be some kind of humble brag. Yun Mian Mian looked at the camel beside her. She only had a camel, but others had a desert motorcycle. Well, it's okay. Once Little Wing grows up, she'll have a flying mount. Yun Mian Mian looked at Little Wing. You need to grow up quickly. Little Wing understood, flapping her wings twice and proudly lifting her head. Octopus Girl waved her tentacles disdainfully. So big, so ugly. Her voice sounded like it was being choked. So thirsty, I'm so thirsty. Yun Mian Mian then noticed that Octopus Girl's tentacles were all dry, unlike when they were moist and sticky on the boat, always wet. Now they were covered in sand and looked uncomfortable. Yun Mian Mian felt a little sorry and poured half a bottle of water on her. It seems like you're not suited to this environment. You should stay in the backpack and only come out occasionally. Octopus Girl was reluctant. I'll be fine after drinking water, lots and lots of water. Yun Mian Mian sighed. That's not possible. You need too much water, and I can't give you that much. She could come out occasionally, but staying out every day wasn't feasible. Octopus Girl glared at Little Wing nearby, as if blaming her for stealing Yun Mian Mian's attention. Little Wing seemed oblivious to Octopus Girl's hostility, but she was delighted to hear Yun Mian Mian say that Octopus Girl had to be put away while she herself could stay outside, and started hopping around happily. Shrink me down, make me really small. Then I only need a little water and I can soak in a small bottle. How about that? Octopus Girl offered a solution for herself. Yun Mian Mian was stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter. You're quite the clever one. Octopus Girl could indeed shrink, but Yun Mian Mian had only asked her to reduce her size a bit before, never trying to see how small she could get. Give it a try. Octopus Girl made a sound and began shrinking, becoming smaller and smaller until she was the size of an egg. Yun Mian Mian. Wow, so small, just a tiny bottle can hold you, and a little water can keep you soaked. This way, she indeed didn't need to stay in the pet bag, but staying in a small bottle wasn't much different from being in the pet bag. However, Octopus Girl insisted and pointed at Little Wing, saying, If she's outside, I won't go inside. Yun Mian Mian had never raised two pets before, but she had seen online that people who owned two animals would often observe behaviors where the pets competed for affection. It seemed to be the case here. Even in her smaller form, Octopus Girl could still talk. She boasted from inside the bottle, I can shrink, can you? Ugly bird. Hearing the name Ugly Bird, Yun Mian Mian tried hard not to laugh. In response, Little Wing picked up the bottle and flew into the air, spinning around. Yun Mian Mian. You two, come down, stop fooling around. No matter how much Yun Mian Mian shouted, it didn't work. She kept her eyes on the sky, too distracted to notice what was happening in the chat channel. People were discussing. Did anyone see something flying in the sky? What was it? A huge, strange bird. Oh my, I saw it too. It doesn't look like a bird, though. It's so big. Looks like a lizard. What? A flying lizard? This game wouldn't have monsters, would it? No way. A giant desert lizard? After a long while, Little Wing got tired and came down. Yun Mian Mian simply put both of them in the pet bag. It was then that she noticed the chat channel was full of discussions about the strange bird. Yun Mian Mian thought, no one should know it was hers. Yun Mian Mian woke up early. She needed to travel before the sun rose. Sleeping in the desert was okay, lying in the soft sand with her sleeping bag, though it was a bit cold. Maybe it was because the fire went out last night and the temperature dropped in the second half of the night. She got out of her sleeping bag, covered in sand, even some in her clothes. She shook herself hard and pulled her clothes, shaking off a lot of fine sand. Little Wing was sleeping beside her. Hearing the noise, she opened her eyes. Yun Mian Mian. Little Wing, fly around and see if there are any green areas nearby, with lots of plants and water. Don't fly too far, just 10 minutes or so. Come back and tell me even if you don't find anything. Yun Mian Mian didn't want Little Wing to fly too far for fear of safety. If a player with good archery skills shot at Little Wing, it would be a disaster. Little Wing obediently nodded. Before leaving, Yun Mian Mian gave her some water. Watching Little Wing fly off, Yun Mian took out her lucky dice and tossed it. Today's lucky number was 1. Good things come in pairs. Normally a good outcome, but here in the endless desert with scarce resources and limited crafting or trading possibilities, this result felt a bit useless. Yun Mian had been hoping for everything goes well. She could only hope that Little Wing would find an oasis. Yun Mian took out the oasis map. The only reference points on it were resource points and pyramids. Yun Mian hadn't seen any of them yet. She planned to have breakfast first, rest a bit, and pack up. When Little Wing came back, she would head out to meet Yin. Then they could look for the oasis together. While eating, Yun Mian opened the interface to check her messages. Last night, after she fell asleep, Lin Chi had sent her another message. Regional chat Lin Chi, Region 1, 27.4 kilometers. I tested the route, checking which direction would get me closer to you. Now I know which way to go. If you don't mind, I'll come find you tomorrow. The distance had indeed shortened a bit. This person was still quite courteous. Yun Mian didn't reply, and he didn't come over without permission. Yun Mian had already weighed the pros and cons of meeting Lin Chi, so she replied without hesitation. Yun Mian. Okay, you can come over. I'm planning to look for an oasis. How many people can your desert motorcycle carry? She was thinking about hitching a ride. Regional chat Lin Chi, Region 1, 27.4 kilometers. It can barely fit 2 people if we squeeze. Yun Mian. All right, come over, but I need to find another friend first. She thought for a moment and sent a message to Yin. Yun Mian. Bai Yin, I'll come over to find you later. Are you available? Regional chat Yin, Region 3, CR 2.6 kilometers. Sure, but there are other people here too, a girl named Bai Jiaoyi from Region 2. Regional chat Yin, Region 3, Sam 2.6 kalium. She said her friends are also heading this way. Yun Mian frowned. That might be inconvenient. Are you planning to stay with them? Yin felt conflicted. Bai Jiaoyi was a very enthusiastic girl. She had pulled Yin into a long chat last night and seemed to have bonded instantly, treating Yin like a close friend. She even said that once her friends arrived, they'd all look for an oasis together. Yin felt a bit passive, not knowing how to refuse. She wanted to meet Yun Mian, but it was hard to say that she wanted to leave, and Yun Mian clearly wasn't interested in teaming up with strangers. Yin was unsure of which side to choose. Seeing that Yin hadn't responded for a while, Yun Mian figured she must be struggling. In that case, Yun Mian would act on her own. She really wasn't fond of having too many people around. More people meant more differences of opinion, especially if they were from Region 2. Yun Mian finished her remaining food, packed up her sleeping bag and other belongings, and covered the traces she had left with sand. Regional chat Yin, Region 3, 2.6 kilometers. Mian. I'll stay with Bai Jiaoyi for now. She wants me to wait with her for her friends, and I'll come find you later? Yun Mian. All right, stay in touch. I'll go look for an oasis. Yun Mian thought the name Bai Jiaoyi sounded familiar, like she'd heard it somewhere before, but she couldn't remember. Regional chat Lin Chi, Region 1, 26.8 kilometers. I'm coming over, should reach you in about 20 minutes. Yun Mian. I'm heading out too. Catch up to me. Anyway, riding a camel was slower than Lin Chi's bike. In the distance, Yun Mian could already see Little Wing flying back. She wondered if there were any findings. Little Wing circled above Yun Mian's head. Only saw a few trees, no water. Yun Mian felt a bit disappointed. I see. Come down then. Well, oases weren't easy to find. Many people could wander for days in the desert without spotting one. Little Wing was now about the height of Yun Mian's shoulder, with wings that spanned about 2 meters, but it still didn't look ready to carry anyone. After all, it had only been a few days since it hatched. Yun Mian patted the feathers on its head. Want to rest inside? Little Wing. No need. Yun Mian. Better to go inside. Someone's coming to find me soon, someone you don't know. Only then did Little Wing nod. After all, Octopus Girl was inside her little bottle. It didn't matter if Little Wing also went inside. Without any leads on an oasis, Yun Mian decided to head towards Lin Chi to meet up faster. She released the camel and climbed on. The camel walked slowly, but still faster than if she were on foot. After about 15 minutes, Yun Mian saw yellow sand swirling in the distance, accompanied by the sound of an engine. It looked like Lin Chi. Yun Mian hadn't seen him before, but it turned out he was a buzz-cut young man, tall, robust, with sharp, tough features and a faint scar near his mouth. Yun Mian? Yes, that's me. The two exchanged glances, without the need for formal introductions. After all, both names were well known. Lin Chi. Do you have a direction? Where are you planning to go? Yun Mian spread her hands, shaking her head. No idea. I have an oasis map, but I can't make heads or tails of it. She generously handed the oasis map to Lin Chi. If she couldn't figure it out, might as well let everyone have a look. Perhaps someone would get a clue. Finding the oasis was the most important task right now. Otherwise, spending days in the desert without any gains would be a waste of time. If the goal was just to survive these 10 days, that would be too lacking in ambition. And today, she had double luck. If she found nothing, it would be a waste. Lin Chi took the map and examined it, seeming to have noticed something. This terrain looks familiar. I think I passed a sand dune shaped like this earlier. Lin Chi could tell because he was riding a desert motorcycle. It would have been hard to notice terrain changes while walking. He pointed to a spot on the map. If I'm right, we might be here, and the nearest oasis is still 40 kilometers away. Riding over there would take about an hour. Yun Mian. An hour isn't bad. Shall we go check it out? Lin Chi. I could be wrong. If you want to go, hop on. Yun Mian. There's not much else we can do. Maybe you're right. Lin Chi. All right. He nodded at her, gesturing for her to get on. Yun Mian put the camel back in her backpack. Walking to Lin Chi's side, she hesitated a bit when looking at the motorcycle. She had never ridden behind a guy on a motorcycle. It looked a bit dangerous and exciting. Lin Chi introduced, "This bike is called the Desert Raider, an off-road motorcycle, perfect for long adventures. Don't worry, I'll ride steadily." Yun Mian nodded. Okay. She swung her leg over, leaning forward slightly and holding onto Lin Chi's shoulders. No need to be nervous, just hold on. Lin Chi spoke with calm authority. His voice was deep and steady, not the least bit flippant. Yun Mian. All right, let's go. Lin Chi started the motorcycle. Although the start was steady, Yun Mian still leaned backward due to inertia, but she held on firmly, with no problems at all. The speed wasn't fast, but compared to the camel, it was already very swift. The engine was loud, and after riding for about 10 minutes, Yun Mian felt her backside getting sore. She wondered if Lin Chi felt uncomfortable riding for so long. She certainly did, and riding the motorcycle kicked up a lot of sand. Even with her face covered by a scarf, the sand hitting her face hurt. After an hour, Yun Mian couldn't wait to get off. However, they didn't find any sign of an oasis. Not even an oasis. Apart from a few scattered dry shrubs, there was nothing. Lin Chi stopped the motorcycle. It doesn't seem right. I'm not sure if we went the wrong way or if my previous guess was wrong. Yun Mian. We passed so much sand just now that I couldn't see the road clearly at all. What about you? Lin Chi. I looked, and the terrain matched the map pretty closely. Yun Mian. Could it be that all desert terrain looks similar? Lin Chi. That's possible. Either way, we didn't find the oasis. Yun Mian sighed. Well, it can't be helped. Lin Chi. By the way, do you have any information on desert rose stones? I got a map, but it's even more useless than the oasis map. It doesn't show where they're distributed. Just some areas with more, some with less. And I don't even know what they are. Yun Mian. I know a bit. It's a natural mineral that looks like a rose and grows in the desert, hence the name desert rose stone. Lin Chi. Where should we look for it? Yun Mian had also looked at the map. It only marked a few spots, some with many, some with few, but there were no terrain features. These rose stones are rare and very difficult to find. They have low hardness and are very fragile. Just a bit of wind could damage them. I'm also not sure where they might be. Even combining the oasis map with the desert rose stone map yielded no new clues. Yun Mian guessed that understanding these two maps might require unlocking certain conditions. Lin Chi. Looks like finding it will be down to luck. Yun Mian. Right now, we don't have any clues. We can't just dig through the entire desert. Desert rose stones were hard to find on the surface because they mainly existed deep within ancient deserts. Some desert rose stones were formed by cooling volcanic magma, while others were condensed from quartz sand. That was Yun Mian's understanding, so she didn't bother searching for them. If she came across one, she came across one. They were rare to begin with, and even if she tried to dig for them, she probably wouldn't find anything, and might even damage them. Still, they had to be found eventually. Since the system issued the task, it meant these stones were important. But for now, Yun Mian wanted to find the oasis first, and then, depending on her luck, she would try to search for the stones. Lin Chi. It's almost noon. We should find somewhere to take shelter. Once it was noon, it was impossible to continue traveling. The sun was too harsh. Even with proper sun protection, they could still be overwhelmed by the over 40-degree heat. Yun Mian got back on the bike, and the two headed toward a distant hill, hoping to find a shady spot to rest. Their luck was good. They found a Gobi Canyon. The sun just missed the canyon, and it was quite cool inside. Yun Mian and Lin Chi decided to go down and check it out, hoping they might make some discovery. Each of them brought a rope. It wasn't long enough on its own, but tying them together made it just enough. Lin Chi said he'd stay up top and lower Yun Mian down first. Yun Mian thought about it and agreed. She had brought a web shooter along, so she took it out just in case. If Lin Chi tried anything funny, she'd use the web shooter immediately. That way she'd be safe and could also test his intentions. It wasn't nice to be suspicious of others, but it was important to be cautious, especially in an apocalypse. Of course, she could have let Octopus Girl out, but that would attract too much attention. It was better to avoid using Octopus Girl unless necessary. Lin Chi must have had a pet too, but she hadn't seen him use it. Yun Mian's mind was full of contingencies, but it turned out she was overthinking. When Lin Chi lowered her down, he held the rope securely, with no tricks. Once Yun Mian was down, he figured out a way to secure the rope and slowly climb down himself. The canyon was quite comfortable, and even had a bit of a cool breeze. Compared to being up top, it was like night and day. However, it was somewhat narrow at the bottom. They could see a narrow opening ahead that could only accommodate one person at a time, but they had no idea where it led. Looking from one end to the other, all they could see was darkness. Yun Mian. Let's go take a look. Lin Chi. I saw someone mention monsters in the regional chat yesterday. Are you sure you want to go in? Yun Mian. Lin Chi. How about I go in first, and if it's safe, you can follow. Yun Mian. Are you talking about that lizard-like thing they mentioned? Lin Chi. Yeah, you saw it too, right? It was flying in the sky. Someone even posted a picture. Though it was blurry, it did look strange. Yun Mian felt embarrassed and cleared her throat. Right, but I think we should go together. This place is so narrow that no monster would like it here. Seeing that she wasn't afraid at all, Lin Chi agreed. Yun Mian trusted her instincts, and her instincts told her that something good was ahead. With Lin Chi leading and Yun Mian following, they moved through the narrow passage. Lin Chi took out a flashlight to illuminate the path ahead. He had taken a few steps when Yun Mian suddenly called out to him. Wait! Don't move! Lin Chi had just lifted his foot but didn't dare put it down. What's wrong? Yun Mian pulled him back and crouched down to pick up a rock on the ground. This looks like a broken piece of rose stone. Lin Chi. Really? Yun Mian examined it carefully. I think so, but it's broken, so I'm not entirely sure. Lin Chi also squatted down. With his strength, he barely applied any force before the stone in his hand crumbled. Yun Mian said, Let's go. They're all broken and probably useless. But maybe we can still find desert rose stones nearby. We should keep a close eye out. The canyon was longer than expected. It took them about 10 minutes to walk through it. Along the way, they encountered a few venomous scorpions, but Lin Chi, who was walking in front, dealt with them all. Lin Chi collected the scorpions, presumably planning to use them for something. Yun Mian didn't bother about it. She had no use for them herself. Once they exited the canyon, Yun Mian immediately felt a cool breeze blowing. Although the landscape ahead was still covered in yellow sand, it was an excellent place to take a break. It was much more comfortable resting here than outside. However, it didn't look like there were many resources around. Yun Mian thought for a moment and took out a mineral detector from her backpack. Her newly made large-scale mineral detector could detect minerals at greater depths and distances. If there were any minerals within 20 meters, the detector would beep. As soon as Yun Mian took it out and scanned the ground, she heard the beeping sound. "Looks like there are minerals here." Lin Chi said, "Yeah, deserts have quite a few mineral resources, but extracting them is very troublesome." Yun Mian smiled. "Not troublesome at all." She cheerfully took out an excavator. The huge excavator took Lin Chi by surprise. With this, digging up minerals is no problem? Although it was a drilling machine for oil, it could still be used to dig up sand. After all, sand wasn't hard. Once the sand was cleared, they could extract the minerals underneath. Before coming to the desert, Yun Mian had already planned to dig like crazy. Ideally, she wanted to gather all the minerals needed for upgrading within these 10 days. The system said that anyone who survived these 10 days would be rewarded with abundant resources, which might be enough to fulfill the rest of her needs. Currently, the boat could be packed away, which led Yun Mian to think that maybe in the next upgrade, the boat would be usable on land, or maybe even transform into a house? Anything seemed possible. Even though the system said that passing the final stage of survival would grant an opportunity to return to reality, Yun Mian still thought that as long as the boat could be upgraded, there was more to the story. Lin Chi also brought some equipment. Though it wasn't as powerful as the excavator, it was still somewhat useful. He had brought a small mining machine which was far more efficient than a pickaxe or shovel. Yun Mian used the excavator to dig out the sand, and then Lin Chi could operate the mining machine. In a short time, they could both gather a lot of minerals. Before starting, Yun Mian discussed mineral distribution with Lin Chi. "How about this? We'll split the mined minerals, 60% for me and 40% for you. What do you think? I found the minerals, and without the excavator, you wouldn't be able to extract them anyway." Yun Mian's proposal was quite fair. Lin Chi had no objections. "All right, let's do that." "All right, let's dig." Yun Mian climbed into the excavator. Since it was her first time operating one, she asked Lin Chi to stay far away so he wouldn't get hurt by mistake. "Be careful. I don't know how to operate it. I might accidentally scoop you up." Seeing her so gung-ho, Lin Chi got a bit worried and quickly moved aside. He shouted to Yun Mian in the excavator, "How about I do it instead?" Yun Mian, "Do you know how to operate it?" Lin Chi, "Probably better than you." Yun Mian, "Let me try first. If it doesn't work, I'll let you have a go." Lin Chi, "All right then." He kept a good distance. Yun Mian just wanted to give it a shot. There's a first time for everything, and if Lin Chi wasn't around next time, she'd have to do it herself. She learned things pretty fast, and this excavator, being system-issued, was quite simple to operate. After all, it was a game, and there were instructions. It didn't require real driving skills. Just follow the prompts given by the system. Soon, Yun Mian got the hang of it and started digging properly. She dug a massive pit and looked down at Lin Chi. "Haha, not bad, right?" Lin Chi glanced into the pit and caught a faint metallic glimmer of the minerals. "Not bad at all." Yun Mian, "All right, let me dig a bit more, then it's your turn." Lin Chi, "Okay." Yun Mian scooped out a few more bucketfuls of sand, then turned off the excavator, jumped down, and stored it in her backpack. She also saw the minerals below. Although manual extraction was slower, they only had one machine between them, so she decided to help out manually. After all, she had double the luck today. Might as well dig as much as she could. The minerals underneath were all iron ore. It was perfect since the material needed most for upgrading was iron ore. Yun Mian wanted to gather enough iron ore for her own upgrade first, and then she'd give any extras to her mom and Yun Xiao to help them reach level 7 as soon as possible. Otherwise, after 10 days, if they left the desert without reaching level 7, their boats wouldn't be able to withstand the power of an underwater volcanic eruption. Although it was midday, it wasn't hot in the canyon. They had been working for half a day, and they were only slightly sweaty. If they were outside, they'd probably have heatstroke by now. In the chat channel, many players were already experiencing physical discomfort. Symptoms included severe dehydration, weakness, dizziness, thirst, and headaches. Many people needed heatstroke medication, but at this point, even if someone had some, they wouldn't want to give it up. Now, only face-to-face transactions were possible, and everyone feared being taken advantage of in person. It was only the second day, and things were already like this. Over the next few days, it would only get worse. While resting, Yun Mian checked the chat channel and realized the situation wasn't looking good for everyone. After thinking for a moment, she decided to post a message in the regional chat. From noon until the sun sets in the afternoon, avoid moving around outside. It's best to find a place to hide, otherwise heatstroke will be very troublesome. Yun Mian didn't want to reveal herself in this region, but seeing that many players from Area 3 and Area 1 were suffering from heatstroke, she decided to step out and remind everyone. After all, the more people who survive, the better. The further the game progresses, the more Yun Mian believes that having more survivors will lead to better outcomes. The system's rules have always rewarded districts with the highest survival rates, implying that the system wants players' survival rates to be higher. After Yun Mian spoke, more players started speaking up. By Jiao Yi. From 1 to 3 p.m., the sun directly hits the desert and surface temperatures are very high. It's best not to move during this time or you'll easily get heatstroke. Everyone should protect themselves from the sun and conserve water. It's Yun Mian. The big shot from Area 3 is in this region too. Why didn't she say anything before? Now that so many people are suffering from heatstroke, she's saying something. It's too late. At least she said something. Does your life or death have anything to do with her? Why do I feel like she's pretending to care? Surviving in the apocalypse, what's the point of pretending to care? There's nothing to gain? I don't know about Yun Mian's intentions, but Bai Jiao Yi is our goddess in Area 2. She'd never pretend. Yun Mian was resting, and after sending her reminder, she left the interface open, so she saw the comments that followed. Bai Jiao Yi, wasn't she the player that Mu Baiyin had met? Bai Jiao Yi has always been number 1 in contribution points in Area 2, and she's done so much for our district, we should listen to her. Yun Mian is also number 1 in contribution points in our area. She also took first place in the Islandsurvival Challenge twice. Who knows where your Bai Jiao Yi ranks? So what? Just because someone's powerful doesn't mean they're a good person. The more capable someone is, the more responsibilities they have. Bai Jiao Yi may not be as strong, but she still ranks first in contribution points. That shows the difference in character. What are we comparing if not strength? Are we competing over who's more altruistic? Seeing the arguments in the chat channel, Yun Mian simply closed it. Just then, someone sent Yun Mian a private message. Regional chat by Jiao Yi, Area 2. 53.1 km. Hi Yun Mian, I'm Bai Jiao Yi. Would you like to team up? Baiyin is here too. She mentioned you to me. Regional chat by Jiao Yi, Area 2. 53.1 km. My teammates and I think you're great, and we'd like to join forces. I also have plenty of resources plus 2 types of maps. Yun Mian frowned and replied, It's inconvenient. We're too far apart. Regional chat by Jiao Yi, Area 2, 53.1 km. Baiyin said we were quite close earlier. How did you end up so far away? You have transportation, right? It wouldn't take long to get here. Yun Mian felt a bit helpless. This person seemed to lack boundaries. She had already politely refused. Perhaps Bai Jiaoyi was just that type of overly familiar person. Yun Mian Mian. No thanks. I'm with a friend, so I don't need to team up with anyone else. Regional Chat Bai Jiaoyi, Area 2. 52.9 kilon. Alright, I mean no harm. Just wanted to make friends with you. Don't get me wrong. If you ever need help, feel free to message me. Yun Mian Mian replied with okay, and then closed the chat. She and Lin Ti spent the entire afternoon mining in the canyon. Both of them had plentiful gains. According to the agreement Yun Mian Mian proposed, she got 60%, and Lin Chi took 40%. Yun Mian Mian obtained 728 pieces of iron ore. With the double luck effect, it became 1,056 pieces of iron ore. That was quite a fortune. Yun Mian Mian couldn't hide her joy, she couldn't stop smiling. The iron ore took up a slot in her inventory, so Yun Mian Mian had to carry the mineral detector by hand since there was no room for it. She wondered if she would ever be able to unlock more inventory slots, as managing resources with limited space was cumbersome. If she needed to collect more items later, she would have to release all her pets. Lin Chi also seemed to have similar issues, as he was tinkering with his inventory. Yun Mian Mian said, "It's getting late. Should we leave here or stay the night?" Lin Chi replied, "If you don't mind, we can stay here tonight and continue looking for the oasis tomorrow." Yun Mian Mian agreed. "All right, did you bring any food and water? I'll cook, and you provide the ingredients. How's that?" Lin Chi nodded. "Sure, I heard you're a great cook." Yun Mian Mian smiled. "Of course. You're in luck. Start a fire while I see what you have, and I'll decide what to make for dinner." Lin Ti took out some food while speaking. "The inventory is limited, so I didn't bring much. Just some meat." He took out an entire leg of lamb. The meat looked tender and perfect for grilling. Yun Mian Mian suggested, "Let's have roast lamb tonight. I'll sprinkle some salt and chili powder to marinate it." She assigned the tasks of slicing the meat and starting the fire to Lin Chi. Lin Chi worked swiftly and skillfully, slicing the lamb leg into several pieces, and then cutting it into smaller strips. Yun Mian Mian decided to make lamb kebabs and roast a rack of lamb. The lamb leg had a perfect cut of ribs for roasting. She had a little bit of herbs left, just enough to sprinkle over the lamb. As soon as the fire was ready, Yun Mian Mian began grilling. The sky hadn't fully darkened yet, so Lin Chi went to check the surroundings to see if there was anything else they could find. Not long after, Yun Mian Mian received a message from Lin Chi. "Come here quickly, I found an oasis." Yun Mian Mian didn't care about the half-grilled kebabs. She threw the remaining skewers into the pan and rushed to find Lin Chi. An oasis nearby. Seems they were heading in the right direction. They just hadn't seen it earlier since it was hidden below the canyon. What a delightful surprise. Following Lin Chi's guidance, Yun Mian Mian saw a patch of cacti. After passing through the cacti along the edge of the canyon, she saw a lake. The turquoise lake stood out strikingly in the desert, and the green grass around it looked especially pleasing. Yun Mian Mian hurried over. "It really is an oasis." Lin Chi took out a bottle and filled it with water from the lake. "The water here is very clear, so there must be a lot of fish." Yun Mian Mian said, "Whether there are fish or not doesn't matter. We have enough food. As long as we have the oasis, we don't need to worry about running out of water." Lin Chi nodded. "That's true." Yun Mian Mian asked, "Since you found the oasis, do you want to tell others?" Lin Chi replied, "Not for now. But I'll let my friends come over. You can also tell your friends." He had his reasons for this decision. Yun Mian Mian hesitated for a moment but decided not to tell Mu Baiyin. Mu Baiyin was currently with others, and it seemed she wouldn't part from them anytime soon. If she told her, they might bring that group over. Without transportation, it would be difficult to come and find her. However, if they had something like the desert motorbike, it would be easy for them to come. Besides Mu Baiyin, Yun Mian Mian hadn't encountered any other familiar faces in the region. She certainly wouldn't advertise it in the regional chat channel. Together, Yun Mian Mian and Lin Chi moved the fire and food they'd prepared earlier to a clearing beside the oasis. They planned to camp by the oasis that night. Yun Mian continued grilling the meat while Lin Chi set up a tent. This place could serve as a resting point, so they planned to build a better shelter for the coming days. Lin Chi found some long, dry branches and cut down a few more trees to build a triangular tent frame. He covered it with waterproof fabric, and soon a simple tent was complete. After eating the grilled meat, Yun Mian made herself a tent in the same way. By the time it was completely dark, Lin Chi had made a fishing spear and was ready to go spearfishing in the lake. Yun Mian also wanted to catch some fish, but she decided against it since she didn't have a diving suit. Going into the water would mean getting her clothes wet, so she thought she'd wait for Lin Chi to catch the fish for them. Lin Chi went into the water in the dark while Yun Mian sat by the fire, letting the small dragon and octopus come out to play for a while. She figured that if Lin Chi saw them when he returned, it wouldn't matter. If everything went well, they would probably be traveling together from now on. If he was going to see them sooner or later, it was better to let him see them now. With the lake there, the little octopus could play in the water, and the wyvern would also be happy living by the lake. Sure enough, when Yun Mian released them, they were both very excited. The little octopus, used to living in the ocean, was surprised to see the lake. "Why is the sea so small here?" Yun Mian explained. "This isn't the sea, it's a lake. You can go play in it." The wyvern had already flown up and started catching fish in the lake. Yun Mian had forgotten that the wyvern was also quite a fishing expert. Its long, pointed mouth was like a natural fish spear. It fished similarly to a seagull, swooping over the water with its beak open, diving in when it touched the surface. It would then bite down hard, its now sharp teeth making it easy to catch fish of any size. Any fish it saw had little chance of escaping. Seeing how easily the wyvern caught 2 fish, the little octopus didn't want to be outdone. It reached its tentacle into the water and actually pulled something out. Yun Mian looked and saw that its tentacle had grabbed a catfish, while a crab was hanging onto its tentacle, pinching it. "Doesn't that hurt?" Yun Mian quickly helped remove the crab. The little octopus didn't seem to mind at all. "Just a little." It tossed the catfish to Yun Mian saying, "This is for you." Yun Mian picked it up. Catfish X1 obtained. Double luck effect activated. Good things come in pairs. Catfish X1 obtained. Yun Mian smiled. "You're being so good. I'll save this and cook it for you tomorrow." "Okay," the little octopus replied, waving a tentacle proudly at the wyvern, clearly showing off. The wyvern brought a fish over to Yun Mian. "Mian, this is for you." It was a big bass, still alive and wriggling. Quality Bass X1 obtained. Double luck effect activated. Quality Bass X1 obtained. Yun Mian praised it. "You're a good boy too." The wyvern lifted its head proudly. With 2 bass now, Yun Mian tossed one back to the wyvern. "You eat one yourself." The wyvern caught it in its mouth and started chewing and swallowing it whole. It ate happily, making satisfied noises. Seeing this, the little octopus was unhappy. "I want some too," Yun Mian teased. "But you don't like eating raw food, remember? I have some leftover roast lamb, do you want it?" The little octopus nodded eagerly. "Yes, Mian's food tastes much better." Lin Chi emerged from the lake with several fish, only to see Yun Mian talking to 2 strange creatures. Lin Chi slowly waded ashore. It was obvious these were her pets, but he was still very surprised, especially at the bird-like creature that looked like a giant lizard. Wasn't this the mysterious bird players had mentioned seeing in the regional chat? Lin Chi asked, "Are those your pets?" Yun Mian readily admitted, "Yes, this is an octopus, and that is a wyvern." Before she could fully trust someone, Yun Mian wouldn't reveal her pets. But from her observations, Lin Chi seemed decent. He had called her over as soon as he discovered the oasis, which increased her trust in him. "Your pets are quite unique." "What about yours? Did you bring them?" Yun Mian asked curiously. "Yeah, but mine aren't well suited for this environment. It's too hot for them, so I haven't released them yet. But now that it's cooler, I'll let them out for you to see." Lin Chi took out his pet pouch and released a fluffy white Arctic fox. The Arctic fox was round and plump, with thick, fluffy fur and an especially bushy tail, making it look very cuddly, likely very soft to hold. Upon being released, it seemed a little scared of strangers and tried to hide in Lin Chi's arms. Lin Chi, who appeared tall and strong, had a cute pet like this, which was quite the contrast. No girl could resist liking an Arctic fox. It was beautiful and adorable, especially with that innocent look in its eyes. But despite its seemingly clueless appearance, it was actually very clever. It had excellent hunting abilities with exceptional hearing and sense of smell, and it was quick and agile. However, due to its small size, it could only hunt small prey like rabbits or squirrels. It's such an adorable Arctic fox. Its name is Lulu. Yun Mian Mian softly called out its name. Lulu. The Arctic fox tilted its head, looking absolutely adorable and almost melting Yun Mian Mian's heart. How cute! With all that thick fur, it must be really hot for her to stay here. My octopus girl feels the same. She can't stand the heat without water. Lin Chi agreed. Yes, but she's helped me a lot. Lulu has a very sharp nose. Actually, I released her earlier, and it was she who led me to the oasis. Yun Mian Mian was impressed. That's amazing. Lin Chi nodded. Yes, she picked up on the scent. Yun Mian Mian said, No wonder. Should we feed her something? She must be hungry too. Sure, Lin Chi agreed. He took out Lulu's favorite food from his backpack, bird eggs. He had specifically brought dozens of bird eggs for Lulu. He even used one of his precious backpack slots for them, showing just how much he cherished her. The two of them sat by the fire, chatting about their pets. They talked late into the night, and once they were tired, they went to their respective tents to sleep. The next morning, Lin Chi got up earlier than Yun Mian Mian. Hearing movement outside, Yun Mian Mian opened her eyes and unzipped her sleeping bag to crawl out. It turned out Lin Chi had gotten up at dawn to exercise. He had found a few long branches to use as makeshift dumbbells, lifting them up and doing some push-ups. The sun was just rising, and the temperature was still low, one of the most comfortable times of the day. Yun Mian Mian rolled her lucky dice in her tent. The result was a 6. Good fortune. It seemed like today would bring them some good luck. Yun Mian Mian hoped they could find some desert rose stones, then locate a resource point to exchange them for something useful. She was very curious about what she could get in exchange for the desert rose stones. After boiling a pot of fish, eating the fish, and drinking the soup, they set off. Their goal was clear. Since they had already found the oasis, they wanted to find the desert rose stones. Yun Mian Mian took out the oasis map and was surprised to see that a part of the area on the map had changed color. It had turned from gray to green. It seemed that after unlocking the oasis, the map now had reference points. The green area represented the oasis where they were currently located. With that in mind, it seemed that the oasis map could now be properly understood. Yun Mian Mian and Lin Chi carefully studied the map for a while, feeling like they had found their direction. Yun Mian Mian said, Based on this, we are on the edge of the desert. We can head deeper into the desert to find the rose stones, and while we're at it, we can search for the next oasis. If we manage to unlock all the oases, there might be some kind of reward. Lin Chi replied, Let's go with your plan. Lin Chi took out the desert motorbike and checked it. He said in a low voice, We're low on fuel, only enough to go about 40 kilometers. Yun Mian Mian asked, How far will 40 kilometers get us? Lin Chi responded, Not very far. Yun Mian Mian suggested, There should be oil resources in the desert. Maybe we can try to find some oil first. Lin Chi seemed uncertain. But how do we find it? Yun Mian Mian had an idea. Let Lulu smell the oil. Maybe she can lead us to it. The Arctic fox's sense of smell could detect things beneath ice, so it could probably detect something in the sand as well. The smell of oil was strong enough that it should be easy to find. Lin Chi looked worried about his beloved fox. But it's so hot out here. If she comes out, it might be too much for her. Yun Mian Mian said, But we have no choice. Without oil, the motorbike is useless, riding the camel is too slow, and walking is not an option. Lin Chi understood the importance of oil. All right then, Yun Mian suggested. Let's head out first. If we run out of fuel before finding any, we'll let her out. She climbed onto the back seat, and once again they sped across the desert. They traveled for quite a while, encountering other players along the way who waved at them for help, but Lin Chi showed no intention of stopping. Yun Mian considered it for a moment, but decided not to say anything. Before they reached the next oasis point, they had already run out of fuel. Fortunately, they found a jujube tree, which provided some shade from the sun, so they wouldn't have to walk under the intense heat. It was already 12:30 in the afternoon, and traveling in such extreme temperatures would definitely be harmful to their bodies. The two decided to rest and drank plenty of water. Lin Chi decided that once the sun wasn't as scorching, he would release the Arctic fox. All right, let's eat something first, Yun Mian said. The previous night, Yun Mian had roasted some lamb and also roasted 4 potatoes. She gave 2 to Lin Chi, and the 2 of them ate the potatoes to fill their stomachs. Yun Mian wrapped her headscarf around her face and leaned against the jujube tree, preparing to take a nap. In such hot weather, the body needed rest due to dehydration. Taking a nap would give them more energy for the afternoon. However, Lin Chi didn't intend to sleep. He climbed up the jujube tree and picked a lot of jujube fruits from it. This fruit could supplement vitamins, and there was very little in the desert that could replenish energy, so nothing should be wasted. The taste of desert jujubes was not great, but Lin Chi still ate a few of them. Seeing his distorted expression, Yun Mian laughed and asked, "How is it? Tasty?" Lin Chi said, "Why don't you try it and find out?" Yun Mian replied, "I won't eat it." Originally, Lin Chi wanted to pick some to keep, but after recalling the taste, he decided against it and just threw the jujubes away. He opened his panel and saw a message from a friend. Lin Chi said, "I have a friend coming over." Yun Mian asked, "From District 1? Lin Chi confirmed, "Yes, he's not far from me and is on his way over now. Do you mind?" Yun Mian replied, "It's fine, let him come." Even if she did mind, there wasn't much she could do. If someone really wanted to come, they could just do so without asking. Giving a heads up was merely a courtesy. Lin Chi said, "All right, I'll message him." Yun Mian casually asked, "What's his name? Do I know him?" Lin Chi replied, "You probably know him, Zhao Yichen." Yun Mian's eyes lit up. "I really do know him. We met during the survival experiment on the deserted island, even worked together." Yun Mian had a good impression of Zhao Yichen. He was reliable, had good character, and was also strong in combat. With him around, things would likely get easier, especially when it came to foraging. But does he have a vehicle? It'd be better for us to move together, right? She was worried about getting stranded with no ride while they had found fuel for the motorbike. Lin Chi said, "I'll ask him how he's getting here." Yun Mian nodded. "All right." If Zhao Yichen didn't have a ride, she didn't want to rely on a camel. With that, Yun Mian couldn't sleep anymore and simply sat up. Then again, since the bike had no fuel, it was just a display piece for now, and Yun Mian's camel didn't need fuel, so maybe they'd be walking for a bit. After a while, Lin Chi said, "It's all good. He has a vehicle. Once he gets here, you can ride with him. I'll take the camel and follow along, and once we find oil, you can come back for me." Yun Mian suggested, "Why don't the 2 of you go look for oil then?" She was willing to go her own way and explore. With her good luck today, there was even a chance she might find some desert rose stones. Lin Chi thought Yun Mian was just being polite and responded confidently, "No problem." As they were talking, they heard the sound of an engine. Zhao Yichen arrived in an off-road vehicle with 4 wheels. Seeing that it had 4 wheels, Yun Mian was thrilled. This meant she could ride in the car without getting her face whipped by the sand. The car Zhao Yichen was driving was small, seemingly only able to accommodate 2 people. But that was all right. Lin Chi could ride on the roof. Yun Mian stood up and waved. "Over here!" Zhao Yichen quickly spotted her and drove over. The car might look small, but it was very agile and lightweight, capable of handling any terrain smoothly, including the desert. Zhao Yichen opened the door and got out. Seeing Yun Mian, he beamed, "Hey, we meet again." Yun Mian smiled. "Yeah, what a coincidence." When Zhao Yichen saw Lin Qi, his expression turned a bit grim. These two didn't seem like friends, but rather rivals. He said coldly, "Where's your vehicle?" Lin Qi replied, "Out of fuel. We need to find some oil." Zhao Yichen scoffed, knew those two-wheelers were trash. Lin Qi didn't care. "Let's go." Zhao Yichen helped Yun Mian into the car. "You can ride in the passenger seat." Yun Mian nodded. "All right." She couldn't figure out the subtle tension between these two, so she simply ignored it. Zhao Yichen asked, "Are you waiting here or what?" Yun Mian suggested, "How about he rides on the roof?" Zhao Yichen gave Lin Qi a sideways glance. "Can you hold on? I drive fast, and the desert terrain requires drifting. If you fall off, I won't be responsible." Zhao Yichen and Lin Qi had been rivals since the novice stage. The two had known each other for a long time and were always competing. If it hadn't been for Wei Yue keeping them in check, they would have likely clashed repeatedly. Eventually, they ended up teaming up and became friendlier with each other, though they still weren't very polite when they talked. "Don't worry about me." Lin Qi released his Arctic fox, letting it sniff the scent of gasoline. After making some affirming sounds, he leaped onto the car's hood and then jumped up to the roof, settling into a stable position. Yun Mian said, "All right, let's head out." Lin Qi shouted from the roof, "I'll call out if we pick up the scent, head towards the oasis." Zhao Yichen replied, "Got it." Yun Mian held the map to give directions. With the car zooming forward at high speed, Zhao Yichen drove extremely fast, and Yun Mian was worried that the person on the roof would roll off. "Could you slow down a bit? I'm starting to feel carsick," Yun Mian said. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yichen quickly apologized. "My bad. Want me to stop for a moment?" Yun Mian shook her head. "Just slow down a little. It's fine." Zhao Yichen nodded. "Sure thing." Lin Qi, who had no idea about the conversation inside the car, was trying his best to hold on while on the roof. In fact, if Zhao Yichen had kept driving like that, he might have vomited right onto the car. Everything he ate at lunch, not to mention the fish soup from breakfast, would have ended up on the roof. He thought to himself, at least Zhao Yichen still had some humanity, finally deciding to slow down. As they drove, they passed a group of people. When they were spotted from a distance, the group tried to stop the car, but Zhao Yichen's driving skills were impressive, and he simply swerved past them. The sand was swirling too much for Yun Mian to see their faces, and the voices were muffled. The group didn't seem to want to give up, and some even tried chasing after the car, but Zhao Yichen didn't give them a chance. At this moment, Yun Mian received a private message. "Area chat, by Jiaoyi, District 2, 0.9 kilometers. I just saw a car. Was that you and your friends?" Seeing the distance, Yun Mian knew it was indeed Bai Jiaoyi they had just passed. However, Yun Mian had no desire to reply. Mu Baiyin also sent her a message. Yun Mian simply ignored it all. She didn't know what kind of group Mu Baiyin had gotten herself involved with, but even though Yun Mian was friends with Mu Baiyin, she had no intention of leading a group through the desert. These people's strength didn't seem to be particularly impressive, but judging by the way they tried to stop the car, they certainly seemed confident. Seeing Yun Mian staring at the screen, Zhao Yichen asked, "Is something wrong?" Yun Mian replied, "No, nothing. It seems we're almost there." Lin Qi, who was on the car roof, patted it. "Stop for a second. Lulu seems to have found something." The three of them hurriedly got out of the car. Yun Mian used the oil drilling machine to start digging. It didn't take long before they hit oil. A large amount of oil gushed out, which could be collected immediately, though they needed containers. They had no choice but to chug down the remaining water in their bottles, leaving them empty for oil collection. Each of them managed to empty one bottle, allowing them to fill 3 bottles with oil. They refueled both vehicles and filled up the bottles. Though they didn't collect much oil, there was no way to gather more without additional containers. Water and oil were equally crucial. They couldn't just dump their water to store more oil. Instead, they marked the location on their map to come back later if needed. Now, with 3 bottles of oil, it was estimated to last them 2 days. After they finished, Yun Mian Mian tried to restore the site a bit, but oil had already spilled across the sand and the smell was strong. Still, they were in a hurry to hit the road before it got too dark, so they drove away. Not long after they left, Bai Jiaoyi's group found the site. "Jiaoyi, look, there are tire tracks here. They stopped here." Bai Jiaoyi rushed over. "It seems so." A teammate frowned. "Why does it smell so much like oil here? Could their car have leaked?" Mu Baiyin crouched down to examine it. "The sand here looks different, as if it was dug up. Maybe there's oil underneath." Bai Jiaoyi's eyes lit up at this. "That seems to be the case. Bai Yin, you're amazing." Bai Jiaoyi held Mu Baiyin's hand, acting like they were close sisters. These past 2 days, Bai Jiaoyi had been especially nice to Mu Baiyin. The rest of her team was also very polite and friendly towards her. Bai Jiaoyi even let Mu Baiyin ride the camel with her. It was this overwhelming hospitality that made it difficult for Mu Baiyin to say she wanted to leave to find Yun Mian Mian. Every time she tried to bring it up, the topic would shift to something else. Later, they got further and further away from Yun Mian Mian, and she had no way to meet up with her. Bai Jiaoyi wanted to form a team with Yun Mian Mian, but Mu Baiyin had predicted that Yun Mian Mian would refuse, and she told Bai Jiaoyi this, but Bai Jiaoyi didn't believe it and insisted on asking anyway. Of course, she also mentioned that Yun Mian Mian was a really good person, and Bai Jiaoyi expressed her eagerness to meet someone as excellent and kind as Yun Mian Mian. She envisioned the 3 of them working together to help each other. Mu Baiyin didn't think anything was wrong with that and even looked forward to meeting Yun Mian Mian again. But now the situation had become complicated. It turned into their group chasing after Yun Mian Mian. Now, having found oil, Bai Jiaoyi and her team tried to find a way to extract it. However, without a drilling machine, they had to resort to other methods, and they had no containers for the oil either. Bai Jiaoyi posted a message in the area chat. "Area chat, Bai Jiaoyi, District 2. My team and I found oil here. Does anyone have oil extraction tools and want to join us? Message me for details." The moment the message was sent, she received a flood of responses. The number of private messages quickly climbed to dozens. On Yun Mian Mian's side, after collecting the oil, both vehicles were able to run again. Lin Qi no longer wanted to sit on the roof, opting to ride his motorbike instead. Yun Mian Mian remained in Zhao Yichen's car. The 3 of them followed the map, circling around but still couldn't find the second oasis, even though the map clearly indicated its location. They weren't sure what was wrong. When they parked to rest, Yun Mian Mian raised her pearl bracelet. Today her luck was good, so maybe there would be a hint. Indeed, after she asked her question, a few words appeared on the pearls. "Go to higher ground." Yun Mian Mian immediately told Zhao Yichen beside her, "The hint says to go to higher ground." Zhao Yichen looked around. "Let's try over there then. This area is quite low." Knowing Zhao Yichen was probably too lazy to tell Lin Qi himself, Yun Mian Mian went over and relayed the information to Lin Qi. Lin Qi said, "How about this? You 2 wait here while I ride up and check." That was a good idea, avoiding all 3 of them searching and wasting fuel. Yun Mian Mian decided to get out of the car and see if she could find any desert rose stones nearby. Zhao Yichen pulled a bottle of water from his bag, took a couple of sips, and checked the time. "It's getting late. If we don't find anything soon, we'll need to find a place to stay for the night." Yun Mian Mian nodded. "Right. If we can't find anything, we'll go back to the oasis we found before. There's a lake there, so we have enough water, though there's not much else." Zhao Yichen said, "As long as we have water, it's fine. Can you make dinner tonight?" Yun Mian Mian chuckled. "I can cook dinner. Are you hungry?" Zhao Yichen admitted, "A little bit. Mostly I just miss your cooking." Yun Mian Mian laughed. "All right, dinner it is. For now, let's see if we can find any desert rose stones. It's been a few days and we've only found some broken pieces. We're not even sure if they're the real thing." Zhao Yichen said. I saw someone mention in the chat channel that they found a desert rose stone on a sand dune. Apparently there was a sandstorm, and they dug a hole to bury themselves. After the sandstorm passed, they came out and found a rose stone nearby. Yun Mian hadn't been keeping up with the area chat, so it wasn't surprising that she missed that message. Just as Zhao Yichen finished speaking, a gust of wind blew, stirring up a swirl of sand. Yun Mian quickly closed her eyes to avoid sand getting in, and only after the wind stopped did she cautiously open her eyes. Why is there suddenly such a strong wind? Yun Mian focused her gaze and, not far away on the sand, she saw 2 desert rose stones. She quickly ran over and picked up the 2 stones. Obtained Desert Rose Stone X2. It really was. Name, Desert Rose Stone. Effect, a valuable material during the volcanic season, can be exchanged for various resources at a resource point. Yun Mian called Zhao Yichen over. There are rose stones here. Let's search the area to see if we can find more. Zhao Yichen said, You have sharp eyes. I didn't see anything just now. Yun Mian laughed heartily. Of course. If she wasn't sharp-eyed, these rose stones would have belonged to someone else. 2 rose stones were far from enough. Yun Mian immediately widened her eyes and continued searching. She took out a tool and gently dug into the sand's surface, careful not to apply too much force in case she damaged any rose stones hidden beneath. Zhao Yichen had a folding shovel that he opened into a regular-sized one, just right for digging in the sand. The 2 dug for about 10 minutes. Yun Mian found 3 more desert rose stones. Zhao Yichen found 2. At this moment, Zhao Yichen received a message from Lin Qi. Area chat, Lin Qi, District 1, 1.2 kilometers. I see a mirage. The oasis must be nearby. I'm coming over now. Zhao Yichen read Lin Qi's message to Yun Mian. Yun Mian reluctantly glanced at the sand, still wanting to continue searching. Let's get in the car and go find him. Zhao Yichen replied, All right. If you want to continue searching later, I'll mark this spot so we can come back. He could tell Yun Mian hadn't had her fill of searching yet. They only had a few desert rose stones, far from the 10 needed to exchange for resources as stated by the system. Yun Mian knew it was getting late and they couldn't afford to stay here any longer. Okay. The 2 got in the car and went to find Lin Qi, who was standing beside his motorbike, admiring the beauty of the mirage. The scene before them was indeed spectacular. Yun Mian couldn't help but marvel. Everything seen in a mirage truly exists somewhere, so this oasis was much larger than the one they found earlier. There even appeared to be people living there. Yun Mian saw structures that looked like thatched huts, and there were more than just one. Many people live in deserts, but usually near lakes and rivers, leading nomadic lives. Perhaps the resource point mentioned by the system was here. Seeing the mirage meant that the oasis was not far away. Lin Qi asked, It's getting late. Should we look for it now, or wait until tomorrow? Yun Mian believed that they would definitely find it today, as she was blessed with good fortune today. If her luck ran out tomorrow, they might not find anything. Since we already see it, let's look now. Otherwise, it would take a long drive back to the previous oasis. True. They decided to split up to continue the search, aiming to find the mirage location before nightfall. As the sun set, the temperature gradually dropped. Whereas it had been stuffy and hot earlier, the night brought a sudden chill. Most players were only wearing a single layer, and as the wind blew, they shivered from the cold. Without a fire, it was impossible to sleep at night. The wind also made it difficult to drive, reducing visibility. Just as Yun Mian began to worry they might not find the oasis tonight, they saw a light shining in the darkness. The light flickered faintly, as if guiding them. Look over there. There's a light, Yun Mian said. The light flickered and Zhao Yichen, who was focused on driving, hadn't noticed it. He followed Yun Mian's pointing finger and finally saw the faint light. Let's go check it out. Driving across 2 small sand dunes, they arrived at the source of the light. This is it! Yun Mian was overjoyed. Hurry and send a message to Lin Qi to come over. They quickly got out of the car. Zhao Yichen sent Lin Qi a message, while Yun Mian Mian ran over to see if anyone lived there. The thatched hut had a light on, and inside there was indeed an old man with a scruffy beard. The elderly man was short, slightly hunched, with cloudy eyes. When he saw Yun Mian Mian, he had no particular reaction. "Are you a new adventurer?" he asked. Yun Mian Mian was quite used to being called an adventurer, as players were generally referred to this way in the game. "Hello, sir. My friends and I are passing by. We were wondering if we could stay here for a few days." The old man calmly replied, "This is a big place. You can go wherever you want. You don't need my permission." After saying that, he closed his eyes, and it was unclear what he was doing. Zhao Yichen quietly approached Yun Mian Mian and asked, "What did he say?" Yun Mian Mian replied, "Nothing." Zhao Yichen, "So what do we do now?" Yun Mian Mian thought for a moment, then asked, "Sir, do you need desert rose stones? Can we trade them with you for something?" The old man remained unresponsive. Yun Mian Mian shook her head at Zhao Yichen. "It seems he's not the one we need to speak to." Zhao Yichen said, "There are other huts. Want to go take a look?" The other huts had no lights on. Yun Mian Mian replied, "I think we should leave it for tomorrow. It's too late today." The sound of a motorcycle came from outside. Lin Ti had arrived. Yun Mian Mian whispered, "Let's go. Let's head out." The two quietly exited. She explained the situation to Lin Chi. Lin Chi agreed that they should settle down first and leave the exploration for tomorrow. Besides, they didn't have enough desert rose stones yet to exchange for anything. This oasis was very large, with a long river running through its middle. Around the river were vast grassy fields, filled with desert date trees, farmlands, and even some wild fruits. Yun Mian Mian couldn't wait to pick the fruits. Although she couldn't put them in her backpack, she could carry them on her person and eat them over the next few days. She had just picked a big watermelon when she saw some pineapples and hurriedly used a knife to cut one off. They could make pineapple beef for dinner and also eat watermelon. Living like this in the desert sounded too good to be true. Though peeling a pineapple was a bit troublesome, for the sake of a good meal, that little inconvenience didn't matter. Yun Mian Mian found a clearing by the river where they could spend the night. Zhao Yichen took care of clearing the ground, Lin Chi made the fire, and Yun Mian Mian prepared the ingredients. The three of them worked together, and once the fire was ready, Yun Mian Mian began cooking while the two started building a simple shelter. Seeing Yun Mian Mian meticulously prepare dinner made both men eagerly look forward to the meal. Soon the aroma of the food spread, probably across dozens of meters. The old man who had been silent in his hut earlier came out and wandered over. He was drawn by the delicious aroma. By the time he arrived, Yun Mian Mian and the others were just about to start eating. Seeing the old man arrive, all three of them stopped what they were doing, especially Zhao Yichen and Lin Chi, who were about to dig in hungrily. "Old sir, what brings you here?" Yun Mian Mian asked. The old man looked at their food. Yun Mian Mian explained, "These fruits were picked from around here." The old man responded with a curt, "Oh," nodded coldly, and left, leaving everyone puzzled. The three looked at each other. Lin Chi asked, "What do you guys think this old man is? An NPC?" Zhao Yichen replied, "Probably just a native. We still don't know if there's a resource point here, and asking him didn't help." Yun Mian Mian suggested, "How about this? I'll bring him some food later and see if I can ask him again." Lin Chi said skeptically, "Will that work?" Yun Mian Mian smiled. "It's worth a try. Maybe it will work." Lin Chi agreed. "All right then, go ahead." Yun Mian Mian ate a little, then picked up a serving of pineapple roasted beef and stewed potatoes to bring to the old man's hut. The old man was already back, sitting on a wooden stool and doing some woodworking. He looked up when he heard the knock at the door, his gaze falling on the food Yun Mian Mian had brought. "Old sir, I cooked too much. Would you like some?" Yun Mian Mian offered. The old man was silent for a moment before replying, "Sure." Yun Mian Mian was delighted. Seems like it was working. This is pineapple roasted beef. The sweet and sour taste of the pineapple enhances the flavor of the beef. After being roasted, the pineapple becomes soft and has a unique sweetness. The beef is high quality, made from the tenderest cut of sirloin, juicy and tender. Yun Mian Mian placed the food on the table and gave a brief introduction. She noticed the corners of the old man's mouth twitch slightly. This is stewed potatoes with added spices. It tastes good too. All right, take a seat, the old man said, his attitude now more pleasant. Yun Mian Mian smiled and sat down. The old man put down what he was working on, picked up a handmade wooden spoon, scooped up a piece of beef, and put it in his mouth. His cloudy eyes suddenly brightened, revealing his surprise. It seemed he had never tasted anything like this before. Yun Mian Mian didn't need to ask if it was good, because his reaction was all the answer she needed. Old sir, take your time. We will be here tomorrow as well, so if you'd like more, I can bring some to you. The old man, focused on eating, soon finished all the food Yun Mian Mian had brought. Yun Mian Mian seized the opportunity to ask, Old sir, do you know where I can find desert rose stones? The old man, now full, looked satisfied and responded, Yes. Can you tell me? Head west for about half an hour. You'll see a pyramid. Near the pyramid there's a sand dune and it's rich in rose stones. Yun Mian Mian hadn't expected to get such a lead. The old man added, Don't get too happy too soon. Besides rose stones, there are also many snakes there. Yun Mian Mian frowned at the mention of snakes. The old man continued, A lot of cobras. To get the rose stones, you have to go through the snakes. One bite, and you're dead. Yun Mian Mian nodded. Thank you, old sir. I understand. Although it was dangerous, Yun Mian Mian was determined to go. After returning, Yun Mian Mian shared the lead with Lin Qi and Zhao Yichen. They had the same thoughts as her. They had to go. Even if there were snakes, they'd deal with them all. They had to get the desert rose stones. Yun Mian Mian had saved some food for Octopus, and she released it to eat. Then she let Little Wing go find food by itself. With abundant resources here, Little Wing didn't need Yun Mian Mian to feed it. It could catch its own food in the river. Yun Mian Mian wanted to take a bath, and Zhao Yichen and Lin Qi agreed to avoid disturbing her. They decided to head to the other side of the river together. They hadn't had a bath in 2 days and felt filthy. Yun Mian Mian boiled some water, and with Octopus keeping watch, she used a damp towel to wipe herself down, washed twice, and then went to the river to wash her clothes. Here is the translation. Octopus Girl took the initiative to help Yun Mian Mian wring out her clothes, and Yun Mian Mian rewarded it with a piece of watermelon. Just then, Little Wing flew back. It had 2 fish in its mouth, its feathers wet, fluttering its wings as it landed beside Yun Mian Mian. Good job, Little Wing. Are you full? Yun Mian Mian asked. Little Wing made a sound and dropped the fish at Yun Mian Mian's feet. This is for you. Octopus Girl threw the watermelon rind beside Little Wing, showing off, Mian Mian rewarded me with watermelon. It also helped Yun Mian Mian hang her clothes up in a tree, hanging them so high that Yun Mian Mian couldn't reach. Yun Mian Mian sighed. These 2 pets were constantly competing for attention. Little Wing said, I don't eat watermelon, I'm full, and I'm leaving the rest for Mian Mian to eat. Octopus Girl's eyes almost popped out. It hadn't expected Little Wing to make such a green tea statement. It opened its mouth for a long time but couldn't think of anything to say in response. Yun Mian Mian was amused by its expression. All right, you're both being good. You're both my good babies. The next day, Yun Mian Mian and her companions did not hurry to find the desert rose stones but returned to the huts instead. Sure enough, besides the old man there was now another man. The man wore white clothes and a white headscarf. Seeing Yun Mian Mian and the others, he actively greeted them. Hello, brave adventurers. Do you have anything you want to exchange with me? Yun Mian Mian was shocked. There really was a resource point here. Lin Qi asked, Do we need to use desert rose stones to exchange with you? The man answered, Yes, I need desert rose stones here and I have everything you want. Yun Mian Mian asked, "What do you have available for exchange?" Instead of revealing that they didn't have enough desert rose stones, Yunmian asked to see the items first. The man didn't mind and opened the interface. "Take a look then." A light screen appeared in the air. Alexander's shop, items available for exchange. Desert rose stone, X, 10 pure water, 3L, X, 2 desert rose stone, X, 10 instant noodles, pack, X, 3 desert rose stone, X, 10 sausage, piece, X, 10 desert rose stone, X, 10 huoxiang zhengqi liquid, X, 2 desert rose stone, X, 10 oil, 5L, X, 1 desert rose stone, X, 10 contact card, X, 1 desert rose stone, X, 20 signal flare, X, 1 desert rose stone, X, 20 medical box, X, 1 desert rose stone, X, 30 standard excavator, X, 1 desert rose stone, X, 40 motorcycle, X, 1 desert rose stone, X, 50 golden phoebe map, X, 1 desert rose stone, X, 50 sandpit fishing map, X, 1 desert rose stone, X, 50 oil distribution map, X, 1 desert rose stone, X, 50 oasis distribution map, X, 1 desert rose stone, X, 60 four-wheeled ATV, X, 1. There were many good items, but most of them were things Yunmian's group already had. However, for ordinary players, desert rose stones could be life-saving if exchanged for survival supplies. After all, rose stones couldn't be eaten, and water and food were more important. Yunmian was interested in the Golden Phoebe map and the Sandpit fishing map. Was there Golden Phoebe wood in the desert? Thinking of Golden Phoebe, Yunmian decided to look for it in the oasis later. With so many trees in the oasis, if there wasn't any Golden Phoebe here, then it might be even harder to find elsewhere. As for the Sandpit fishing map, Yunmian suddenly remembered that since arriving in the desert, she hadn't fished for treasure chests at all, and no players seemed to think of fishing in the desert. Perhaps it wasn't that they couldn't fish, but rather that it had to be done in specific locations. This sandpit might be the place to fish for treasure chests. Yunmian had brought a fishing rod, but it was still in her chest and hadn't been taken out. When they found the oasis, she had tried fishing in the lake and river, but she hadn't caught anything. If she found a sand pit, she could verify her suspicion. If they could fish for treasure chests in the desert, that would be amazing. Unfortunately, each of these maps required 50 desert rose stones for exchange, and they only had a single-digit number of rose stones in hand. It seemed that they must find enough desert rose stones today, at least enough to exchange for one map. Ideally, they needed to gather 100 desert rose stones to exchange for two things. 3 days had already passed. So far, Yunmian's harvest could only be described as average and had not met her expectations. Aside from over 1,000 iron ores, there wasn't much else, and that was only because of her double luck. Lin Qi said, "I guess this contact card can be used to connect to any player." Zhao Yichen replied, "Using 10 rose stones for a card doesn't make much sense. If you're not in the same zone, it wouldn't help much anyway." Lin Qi responded, "Then do you think the signal flare could be what I'm thinking?" Zhao Yichen asked, "You mean a signal flare that calls for an airdrop? The problem is that exchanging 20 rose stones for a flare means we don't even know what will be in the airdrop, and it might attract other players to fight over it." Yunmian, however, thought, what if the airdrop contained the map she wanted? Fortune favors the bold. If she could use 20 rose stones to exchange for something worth 50 rose stones, it would be a huge gain. If luck was on her side, it would be worth trying. Today, Yunmian's luck was wish fulfillment. What if she really got something good from an airdrop? Yunmian quietly said to them, "Let's go look for the desert rose stones first. We'll decide what to exchange later." However, last night the man in white wasn't there. Yunmian asked him, "Excuse me, what time do you usually stay here?" The man answered, "I'm always here, but after 8 at night I go to sleep. Don't disturb me after I sleep or I'll get angry." Here is the translation. Yunmian and the others nodded, promising not to visit after 8. The man looked at them, a bit impatient. "Do you want to exchange or not? If not, I'm leaving." Yunmian replied, "We haven't decided yet. We'll come back later." The man frowned and left, visibly unhappy. Yunmian released Little Wing, directing it to fly west to scout ahead. Soon, Little Wing spotted the pyramid and flew back to report. With Little Wing guiding them, the three easily found the pyramid. The pyramid looked grand, built from massive stone blocks, standing like a giant, overlooking them. They stood at the foot of the pyramid, admiring it for a while before Yun Mian suggested, "Should we go inside? There might be some supplies." Lin Chi agreed. "Sure." Zhao Yichen added, "Let's go then. Let's check it out." However, as they approached the entrance, a vulture swooped down from the sky, clearly aiming at them, as if it was guarding the place. This only confirmed Yun Mian's suspicion that there was something valuable inside. Yun Mian quickly raised her Shen arm bow, drawing and shooting an arrow within 3 seconds. The arrow flew straight, piercing the vulture's body. The power of the Shen arm bow was immense, and combined with the vulture's diving speed, the arrowhead passed right through its body. As the vulture fell to the ground, blood oozed out, and it was dead for sure. Yun Mian approached and immediately collected vulture meat X30, feathers X2, and desert rosestone X2. "It works like this. Killing a vulture gets you desert rose stones." Yun Mian quickly looked up, scanning the sky for more vultures. She saw another one. Yun Mian's eyes lit up. Bringing the Shen arm bow was definitely the right decision. Vulture meat wasn't particularly tasty, but if killing them got her desert rose stones, that was all that mattered. The other two didn't have ranged weapons and could only watch Yun Mian shoot arrow after arrow. There were still 6 vultures in the sky. Yun Mian fired 6 arrows, hitting 5 of them and missing only 1. In total, she gained 10 desert rose stones and a heap of vulture meat. There wasn't enough space for the vulture meat, so Yun Mian considered just discarding it. But Lin Chi squeezed out a slot and said he could store it for her. The feathers didn't take up much space, so they were kept in Zhao Yichen's backpack. After dealing with the vultures, the 3 of them entered the pyramid. To their surprise, the inside was empty. They had expected a labyrinth of tunnels with mummies buried deep inside. Instead, they only found a single chest. Lin Chi said, "It's actually a treasure chest." Zhao Yichen added, "Out of the 3 of us, Yun Mian probably has the highest luck stat. How about letting her open it and we'll split whatever comes out?" Lin Chi agreed. "I have no problem with that." Yun Mian smiled. "All right, I'll open it." Today, Yun Mian had a wish-fulfilling luck buff, so she also wanted to open it herself. It was perfect that Zhao Yichen had suggested it. Before opening the chest, Yun Mian made a wish in her heart. "Please let there be some maps or more desert rose stones." Opened golden chest. Acquired golden phoebe wood, X10, desert rose stone, C6, apple X3, after sun repair cream X3, watermelon X1, fried chicken leg, T1. The supplies were numerous and useful. After some discussion, the 3 of them divided the items. Each took 2 desert rose stones, 1 apple, and 1 repair cream. The watermelon was shared, and the fried chicken leg went to Yun Mian. As for the golden phoebe wood, Lin Chi and Zhao Yichen took 3 pieces each, and Yun Mian took 4. It seemed like Yun Mian got the better end of the deal, but she promised that next time they found a treasure chest, she'd take 1 less item. Neither of the guys minded. After leaving the pyramid, they continued their journey, aiming to find more desert rose stones before noon. Since they knew there would be snake nests, they kept their weapons ready. Yun Mian put away her Shen arm bow and only kept her horizontal blade. Against snakes, the Shen arm bow wasn't very effective. If she'd known beforehand that they would encounter snakes, Yun Mian would have brought some sulfur ore along. She had a whole heap of sulfur ore in her backpack, which was very effective against snakes. But alas, hindsight was always 20/20. She couldn't fit everything into the chest. After passing the pyramid, they slowed down. Some snakes had colors similar to the sand, and snakes were experts at hiding. They might bury themselves in the sand, remaining motionless, and when people approached, they'd suddenly strike, catching their victims off guard. Everyone was on high alert, careful not to blink as they observed the ground beneath them. The temperature was gradually rising, and the sun was becoming increasingly harsh. Sweat appeared on Yun Mianmian's forehead. With her right hand gripping her blade, her eyes narrowed slightly as she focused on a spot ahead in the sand before coming to a stop. "I see a snake." Lin Qi and Zhao Yichen froze in place. "Where? Where is it?" Yun Mianmian pointed ahead. Near a few grayish-brown saxaul bushes lay a coiled snake on the sand, its head raised, slowly flicking its tongue. Yun Mianmian recognized it as a cobra, quite large, about 1.5 meters long. Cobras were heat-resistant and liked living in deserts, so it wasn't surprising to see one here. They were highly aggressive, and if they sensed a threat, they would spray venom. Their venom was very potent and could be lethal. If the snake nest nearby consisted of cobras, it could be quite troublesome. Seeing that there was only one, Zhao Yichen and Lin Qi relaxed a little. Calmly, they started to flank the snake from both sides. Here's the translation. "You stay here, don't move, we'll handle it," Zhao Yichen said. Yun Mianmian nodded. "All right." Zhao Yichen and Lin Qi, each holding a long sword, slowly approached the cobra. The cobra's instincts were sharp, and it seemed to sense danger. Suddenly, it lifted the front part of its body, expanding its neck and emitting a hissing sound to intimidate them. This cobra had rather dull markings, but when it stood upright, the rings on its back became more pronounced. Zhao Yichen was responsible for drawing the cobra's attention, while Lin Qi moved around to get behind it. The two worked seamlessly. With just an exchange of looks, Zhao Yichen extended his sword in a probing move, angering the snake, and Lin Qi took the opportunity to strike. Within seconds, Lin Qi stabbed the cobra at its weak point, and Zhao Yichen swiftly chopped off its head. The cobra was large, yielding snake meat X8, a snake gallbladder X1, and a desert rose stone X1. They all wanted the desert rose stone, but they wouldn't argue over a single stone. Zhao Yichen took the first one, and the next would be Lin Qi's. As for the snake meat and gallbladder, they were temporarily stored in Zhao Yichen's backpack, which still had a bit of space. The trio's backpacks were nearly full, and they couldn't help but sigh, wondering when they would be able to unlock more backpack slots. Yun Mianmian said, "Let's keep going. Finding one snake probably means we're getting close to the snake den." Lin Qi added, "The sun is already scorching and it's going to get even hotter soon." Zhao Yichen agreed, "Nothing we can do about it. There's no shade here unless we head back to the pyramid." But it wasn't an option to go back now. They hadn't found enough desert rose stones yet. Yun Mianmian sighed. "Let's drink some water and rest for a bit. Once we find the rose stones, we'll be fine." They were struggling, and it was even tougher for the other players. It felt as if the temperature was rising higher and higher. When they first arrived in the desert, it wasn't this hot, but today was unbearable. Many players had severe heat stroke, and some had already been eliminated since yesterday. The number of players getting eliminated continued to increase. Running out of water and food was no longer the biggest issue. Heat stroke was now the most serious threat all players were facing. Most players hadn't found an oasis. They had walked for 2 days without finding anything, barely holding on in the desert through sheer willpower. Those with poor physical endurance had already collapsed. Yun Mianmian checked her personal stats. Her stamina was continuously decreasing. Even after drinking water, it hadn't recovered much. She took out some leftover food from yesterday's meal and ate a few bites, which helped her recover slightly. After eating, she handed some food to Lin Qi and Zhao Yichen. "Have some food, it'll help a bit." The three rested briefly before continuing forward. Soon they spotted a cluster of saxaul trees. Saxaul is a drought and heat-resistant shrub with strong adaptability, known for its sand-stabilizing properties. If her backpack weren't locked, Yun Mianmian would have taken some to store. The wood of the saxaul is highly suitable as fuel. It burns with intense heat and little smoke, earning it the nickname desert coal. It is also the host plant of the rare medicinal herb sistanch, known as desert ginseng. Digging up these saxaul trees could lead to finding sistanch, but at the moment they had no plans to do that. Digging up saxaul would consume a lot of energy, and they weren't in great condition. They just wanted to find the desert rose stones and get out of there quickly. Unexpectedly, they found a cobra den under the saxol. Even before Yun Mian Mian and the others could get close, they saw several cobras poking their heads out from the shrubs. They moved arrogantly, with large heads and expanded necks, hissing and flicking their tongues, enough to make anyone shiver. Found them. Upon seeing the cobras, Yun Mian Mian felt a mix of anxiety and excitement. Once they dealt with these snakes, they could collect the desert rose stones. Yun Mian Mian's mind raced, thinking of a way to kill all of them. Earlier, she had no ideas, but seeing so much saxol gave her a plan. Saxol was a great fuel and the snakes were hiding inside the shrubs, so why not burn it all? Most snakes have poor eyesight and rely on heat detection and smell to attack prey. When exposed to high temperatures, they experience pain and may become immobile. If they were immobilized, they'd be easy targets. Yun Mian Mian also had oil in her backpack. By combining oil with the highly flammable saxol, they could quickly start a fire. She shared her plan with Lin Qi and Zhao Yichen. It sounded simple, but executing it would be challenging. The snakes were inside the saxol, and getting close to pour the oil would risk being attacked by them. Even after pouring the oil, the snakes might scatter. The three discussed the plan and decided to split up. Zhao Yichen would distract the snakes, drawing their attention, while Lin Qi would help Zhao Yichen and pour oil over the saxol. Yun Mian Mian would pour oil around the area, trapping the snakes in a circle. Then, she would ignite the fire with her bow, one arrow to set it all ablaze. The plan wasn't foolproof, but it was feasible. Executing it, however, would be dangerous. Zhao Yichen would be facing many snakes, and he could easily get hurt. Yun Mian Mian, standing at a distance, would need to cover him, shooting arrows if any snake attacked. They were all on edge. A single bite from a snake and the venom would kick in fast. However, Yun Mian Mian had a Qingxin pill that could remove 90% of negative effects from the body, a life-saving item. If either of her companions got bitten, she was prepared to use it. Here is the translation. "You stay here. Don't move. We'll handle it," Zhao Yichen said. Yun Mian Mian nodded. All right. Zhao Yichen and Lin Qi, each holding a long sword, slowly approached the cobra. The cobra's instincts were sharp, and it seemed to sense danger. Suddenly, it lifted the front part of its body, expanding its neck and emitting a hissing sound to intimidate them. This cobra had rather dull markings, but when it stood upright, the rings on its back became more pronounced. Zhao Yichen was responsible for drawing the cobra's attention while Lin Qi moved around to get behind it. The two worked seamlessly. With just an exchange of looks, Zhao Yichen extended his sword in a probing move, angering the snake, and Lin Qi took the opportunity to strike. Within seconds, Lin Qi stabbed the cobra at its weak point, and Zhao Yichen swiftly chopped off its head. The cobra was large, yielding snake meat XD8, a snake gallbladder X1, and a desert rose stone X1. They all wanted the desert rose stone, but they wouldn't argue over a single stone. Zhao Yichen took the first one, and the next would be Lin Qi's. As for the snake meat and gallbladder, they were temporarily stored in Zhao Yichen's backpack, which still had a bit of space. The trio's backpacks were nearly full, and they couldn't help but sigh, wondering when they would be able to unlock more backpack slots. Yun Mian Mian said, "Let's keep going. Finding one snake probably means we're getting close to the snake den." Lin Qi added, "The sun is already scorching, and it's going to get even hotter soon." Zhao Yichen agreed. "Nothing we can do about it. There's no shade here unless we head back to the pyramid." But it wasn't an option to go back now. They hadn't found enough desert rose stones yet. Yun Mian Mian sighed. "Let's drink some water and rest for a bit. Once we find the rose stones, we'll be fine." They were struggling, and it was even tougher for the other players. It felt as if the temperature was rising higher and higher. When they first arrived in the desert, it wasn't this hot, but today was unbearable. Many players had severe heat stroke, and some had already been eliminated since yesterday. The number of players getting eliminated continued to increase. Running out of water and food was no longer the biggest issue. Heat stroke was now the most serious threat all players were facing. Most players hadn't found an oasis. They had walked for 2 days without finding anything, barely holding on in the desert through sheer willpower. Those with poor physical endurance had already collapsed. Yun Mian Mian checked her personal stats. Her stamina was continuously decreasing. Even after drinking water, it hadn't recovered much. She took out some leftover food from yesterday's meal and ate a few bites, which helped her recover slightly. After eating, she handed some food to Lin Qi and Zhao Yichen. "Have some food. It'll help a bit." The three rested briefly before continuing forward. Soon, they spotted a cluster of saxaul trees. Saxaul is a drought and heat-resistant shrub with strong adaptability, known for its sand-stabilizing properties. If her backpack weren't locked, Yun Mian Mian would have taken some to store. The wood of the saxaul is highly suitable as fuel. It burns with intense heat and little smoke, earning it the nickname desert coal.